But the question is, okay, so let's say you buy some shirt for your photorealistic avatar.
Dude, this guy's such a
Wouldn't it
loser.
be cool if there was a way to basically translate that into a more expressive thing for your kind of cartoonish or expressive avatar? And there are multiple ways to do that. You can view them as two discrete points, and okay, maybe if a designer sells one thing, then it actually comes in a pack, and there's two, and you can use either one on that. But I actually think this stuff might exist more as a spectrum in the future, and that's what I do think the direction on some of the AI advances that is happening to be able to, especially stuff around like style transfer, being able to take a piece of art or express something and say, okay, paint me this photo in the style of Gauguin, or whoever it is that you're interested in. Take this shirt and put it in the style of what I've designed for my expressive avatar. I think that's going to be pretty compelling.
And so the fashion, you might be buying like a generator, like a closet that generates a style. And then, like with the Gams, they'll be able to infinitely generate outfits, thereby making it. So the reason I wear the same thing all the time is that I don't like choice. You've talked about the same thing, but now you don't even have to choose. Your closet generates your outfit for you every time. So you have to live with the outfit it generates.
I mean, you could do that. Although, I think I think some people will, but I think there's going to be a huge aspect of just people doing creative commerce here. So I think that there is going to be a big market around people designing digital clothing. But the question is, if you're designing digital clothing, do you need to design? If you're the designer, do you need to make it for each kind of specific, discrete point along a spectrum, or are you just designing it for kind of a photorealistic case or an expressive case? Or can you design one and have it translate across these things? If I buy a style from a designer who I care about, and now I'm a dragon, is there a way to morph that so it like goes on the dragon in a way that makes sense? And that I think is an interesting AI problem, because you're probably not going to make it so that that designers have to go design for all those things. But the more useful the digital content is that you buy in a lot of uses, in a lot of use cases, the more that economy will just explode. I think that's a lot of what all of the we were joking about NFTs before, but I think a lot of the promise here is that if the digital goods that you buy are not just tied to one platform or one use case, they end up being more valuable, which means that people are more willing and more likely to invest in them, and that just spurs the whole economy.
But the question is, that's a fascinating positive aspect, but the potential negative aspect is that you can have people concealing their identity in order to troll, or even not people, bots. So how do you know in the metaverse that you're talking to a real human or an AI or a well-intentioned human? Is that something you think about, something you're concerned about?
Well, let's break that down into a few different cases. I mean, because knowing that you're talking to someone who has good intentions is something that I think is not even solved in pretty much anywhere. But if you're talking to someone who's a dragon, I think it's pretty clear that they're not representing themselves as a person. I think probably the most pernicious thing that you want to solve for is, I think probably one of the scariest ones is, how do you make sure that someone isn't impersonating you? Right, so you're in a future version of this conversation, and we have photorealistic avatars, and we're doing this in workrooms or whatever the future version of that is, and someone walks in who looks like me. How do you know that that's me? And one of the things that we're thinking about is, it's still a pretty big AI project to be able to generate photorealistic avatars that basically can they work like these codecs of you, right? So you kind of have a map from your headset and whatever sensors of what your body's actually doing, and it takes a model and it kind of displays it in VR. But there's a question, which is, should there be some sort of biometric security so that when I put on my VR headset, or I'm going to go use that avatar, I need to first prove that I am that. And I think you probably are going to want something like that. So that's, as we're developing these technologies, we're also thinking about the security for things like that, because people aren't going to want to be impersonated. That's a huge security issue. Then you just get the question of people hiding behind fake accounts to do malicious things, which is not going to be unique to the metaverse, although certainly in a environment where it's more immersive and you have more of a sense of presence, it could be more
Painful,
more
potentially.
painful. But this is obviously something that we've just dealt with for years in social media and the internet more broadly. And there, I think there have been a bunch of tactics that I think we've just evolved to. We've built up these different AI systems to basically get a sense of, is this account behaving in the way that a person would? And it turns out, so in all of the work that we've done around, we call it community integrity, and it's basically like policing harmful content and trying to figure out where to draw the line. And there are all these like really hard and philosophical questions around like, where do you draw the line on some of this stuff? And the thing that I've kind of found the most effective is, as much as possible, trying to figure out who are the inauthentic accounts, or where are the accounts that are behaving in an overall harmful way at the account level, rather than trying to get into like policing what they're saying, right? Which I think in the metaverse is going to be even harder, because the metaverse, I think, will have more properties of it's almost more like a phone call, right? Or you're, it's not like I post a piece of content and is that piece of content good or bad? So I think more of this stuff will have to be done at the level of the account. But this is the area where, between the kind of counterintelligence teams that we built up inside the company, and like years of building just different AI systems to basically detect what is a real account and what isn't. I'm not saying we're perfect, but like this is an area where I just think we are like years ahead of basically anyone else in the industry in terms of having built those capabilities. And I think that just is going to be incredibly important for this next wave of things.
And like you said, on the technical level and a philosophical level, it's an incredibly difficult problem to solve. By the way, I would probably like to open source my avatar so there could be like millions of Lexes walking around, just like an army.
Like Agent Smith.
Agent Smith, yeah, exactly. So the Unity ML folks built a copy of me and they sent it to me. So there's a person running around, and I've just been doing reinforcement learning on it. I was gonna release it because just to have sort of like thousands of Lexes doing reinforcement, so they fall over naturally. They have to learn how to like walk around and stuff. So I love that idea, this tension between biometric security. You want to have one identity, but then certain avatars you might have to have many. I don't know which is better security, sort of flooding the world with Lexes and thereby achieving security, or really being protected with your identity. I have to ask you a security question, actually.
Well, how does flooding the world with Lexes help me know in our conversation that I'm talking to the real Lex?
I completely destroy the trust in all my relationships then, right? If I flood, because then it's,
I think that one's not going to work that well for you.
It's not going to work that well. For the original copy.
It probably fits some things. Like if you're a public figure and you're trying to have, a bunch of, if you're trying to show up in a bunch of different places in the future, you'll be able to do that in the metaverse. So that kind of replication, I think, will be useful. Yeah. But I do think that you're going to want a notion of like, I am talking to the real one.
Yeah. Yeah, especially if the fake ones start outperforming you in all your private relationships, and then you're left behind. I mean, that's a serious concern I have with clones. Again, the things I think about. Okay, so I recently got, I use QNAP NAS storage, so just storage for video and stuff, and I recently got hacked. This is the first time for me with ransomware. It's not me personally, it's all QNAP devices. So the question that people have is about security in general. Because I was doing a lot of the right things in terms of security, and nevertheless, ransomware basically disabled my device.
Yeah.
Is that something you think about? What are the different steps you could take to protect people's data on the security front?
I think that there's different solutions for in strategies where it makes sense to have stuff kind of put behind a fortress, right? So the centralized model versus decentralizing. And I think both have strengths and weaknesses. So I think anyone who says, okay, just decentralize everything, that'll make it more secure, I think that's tough because, I mean, the advantage of...
Just to walk. How about you?
I just want to talk a bit. Is it okay?
No, I'm watching something right now. But if you'd like to ask me any question, there's an Ask Me Anything feature. You can use that.
I'll be back with you.
Okay, what do you want to talk about, if I just may know?
Is it real that you had Guinness World of streaming?
Yeah, I have more data online than any person ever. The only thing I haven't done is $25,000 to get in the book, so I haven't paid the $25,000 just because it's expensive. But I've been live streaming 24/7, 365 for more than 3 years. Nobody's done it even more than a year, from as many angles as I have. I'm live on 8 different channels right now on YouTube. I'll send them to you. Just one moment.
I know all of them.
Okay. Well, cool.
How life was you? You are 3 years in live streams.
Correct.
Private life, like our friends and shit.
It's really good. I had friends in here till sometimes they sleep in here, but they were here even after I fell asleep. We did countdowns for the end of the year. It was one of my friend's birthdays yesterday, so we celebrated his birthday with him. My IRL friends, they're good. We communicate. They know that I'm working on this project, that they know it's important to me. The reason why I do it is because I want world peace. Data is Earth's #1 resource, according to the Economist magazine in 2018. And I feel if I have a lot of data, it essentially gives people an archive, a time capsule, a timeline going back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. It's a very exciting opportunity for the world to be able to watch someone 24/7, 365, to be able to connect to them, to be able to ask questions like you are, and just realize that we're not all that different.
I understand what you're trying to do, though. It's good. It's a good thing. Just keep going.
That's right, my friend. That's right. Hey, let me make sure to send you a friend request. You seem like a cool person. And you should know that we talk about some things on the stream that are very futuristic. So we talk about things like right now I'm watching something with Mark Zuckerberg on the metaverse, and he talked about teleportation and like your digital character in the metaverse. That's all really cool. We talk about anti-gravity, antimatter, de-extinction, bringing back animals that were once extinct back to being. Things like the Pyrenean ibex, the woolly mammoth. In 2021, a company called Colossal Bioscientific was founded. They've made it their goal that within 3 years, by 2028, to reintroduce the woolly mammoth into the Arctic Circle, which is very exciting. Additionally, after they do that, they want to reintroduce the Tasmanian tiger, and followed by the dodo bird. So they're actually animals that, I don't know, when you were a kid, that we were told were just extinct and they had no future, that may have a future again.
Yeah.
We talk about some other things that are really...
You know that's I've never heard about that, bro, before. That's the first time that I know that people are trying to get mammoth back at life, bro. Like, it's crazy.
Absolutely. So, in fact, if I go to Colossal Bioscientific, their website, last time I checked, and it's been a few months since I've checked, just let me go to their website. You can actually see. Okay, so they have a Wikipedia page here, and okay, so they're just colossal.com, and here's their website, and you'll see they are de-extinctions, the first thing on their website. Just go to, if you want, colossal.com. De-extinctions, the first thing on their website, and they are...
I'll search.
Absolutely. So it's on their website, bringing back the woolly mammoth. It's a goal of theirs, and the way that they want to do this is through impregnating an African elephant, creating hybrids, and then reintroducing the offspring into the Arctic Circle. So that's very exciting. Other things that we talk about that are really important are really simple, but they're complicated from a political standpoint. But I want to help end world hunger. So how do you want to help end world hunger, Rabbi? Through the use of agricultural drones, saltwater greenhouses, floating greenhouses, things like hydroponics and perhaps vertical farming and cloud seeding. Those six technologies that I just named off, I named off half a dozen technologies, would change the world. It would mean that people wouldn't have to pick produce anymore. It means that areas that are dry and usually unavailable to crops would be able to be farmed. It means that essentially we'd be able to control the rain so that they didn't get too much water or not enough water. Let's say it's a very populated area. We can use floating greenhouses, basically greenhouses that float on the water, to be able to have extra land. These are all really important things for humanity. I want to help end global thirst through digging of wells, which is as simple sticking essentially a pipe in the ground to be able um, to utilize Earth's natural underwater waterways. I want to help with life straws. Basically, you can take a straw and drink contaminated water, and most importantly, desalination plants. Basically, plants that take seawater and make it drinkable on land. I really don't think that with the technology that we currently have um, that world thirst should be an issue, but it is for people on a daily basis. They need to ensure that they get food and water, and currently some people aren't able to do that, and I want to help them. Additionally, things that we talk about on this stream that are really important to society are things like life extension technology. The idea that when you were born, your average life expectancy is probably about age 80 or so. But I want to increase that to age 100, 120 through use of technology like stem cells, human growth hormone, things like nootropics, cryonics, cryogenics, things like ambrosia therapy, utilizing the platelets of younger people for the benefit of older people. All of these can extend the human life to maybe 120, maybe even older. But eventually, your body's going to break down, and I recognize that. I'm not blind to that, Lemby. And so then what happens? You may say, Rabbi, okay, I'm 120 years old and my body's starting to break down. What do I do? Okay, well, that's when the next type of technology comes into effect. Things like mind uploading technology, where we scan your brain, where we know where every atom is in your central nervous system and your peripheral nervous system, and we utilize that data, store it on a computer, like we do a CAT scan or an MRI, for later download as an android, an avatar, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a clone of yourself, perhaps a robot or an ethereal being, whatever you want to be. But essentially, what I'm telling you is that you may be able to have a digital immortality, which is a very exciting future.
That's crazy, bro.
But that's the
That's
future.
crazy, bro.
That's the future. And so
That's
when
the future, bro. That's
exactly, and so when you see the things that we talk about on the stream, they're all very advanced. They're all perhaps some people may consider them.
I say that you are the best streamer in the world.
Thank you.
I say that, bro. I say that, bro.
Thank you, my man.
I've never seen someone. I've never seen someone with this content before. That's why you're not viral, bro.
Yeah.
That's why they don't want the truth. They don't want the future, bro.
You heard it here first, folks.
Crazy, bro.
You heard it here, folks. You heard it here first. You're absolutely right. Whenever I get any traction with an account that gets thousands of followers or viewers or whatever, eventually it gets taken down for whatever reason. And so, it's hard to build momentum, but I have 1,500 people in here. I started this Discord only about 6 months ago, And so we've got 1,500 people, which is really great. And it's growing every day. I'm live right now in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 different Discords. Yeah. So if I may ask, Lemby, how did you find out about me?
I found out about you in Uzi's Discord.
Yeah, they banned me
I
from
saw
there.
your ad. Yeah.
Well,
I found it like a bizarre thing, like a weird thing, that your name is like, wait. Rabbi is like a god in Arabic, you know?
okay.
You
And
know that?
I'm unaware, but in Hebrew it means teacher. And because I teach on many different subjects and I'm a respected individual within my community, that's what I'm called. And my name is Michael Rothschild, so my last name is Rothschild. So I'm basically teacher Rothschild. And I do my best to share my life with the world and give people a portal into what humanity is. I know Fusi, I watch his streams, and I know that if we were to come down together at a table, eye to eye, we'd get along marvelously because we want peace. We want peace in the world. And when we have that commonality, we'll be able to overcome many different challenges. The one reason, or a major reason why a lot of streamers don't like me, and I understand right now, just one moment, this robot, it spams people. Now, here's the thing. I'm live on many different platforms, including Rumble and YouTube and um, Twitch and all kinds of others. And I had to make a sacrifice. Like I thought, you know what? Not everybody knows about me, and that's fine. But if I use one of the platforms and spam myself, and everybody will know about me then, and at least then I'll be able to make connections. And there are people who tell me you're the most famous person on Kick, and I'll show you why. Just one moment. I'm sure you probably know what Kick is, if you know Fusi. Okay, so here's the Kick platform, and like you see, I've been talking with you. I'm not touching this computer, but here's the pointer.
Yeah.
What it's going to do, it's going to press the follow button here automatically. It's very smart. It has image recognition technology, so it will press the follow button. Now it's going to create a clip, and it's going to put my Discord in here. So you see that it's all happening autonomously. It puts the Discord link in there, and then what it's going to do is it's going to spam them. And so it just spams people. And some people have different settings. They only want you to be able to send a message once every minute or once every 10 minutes or something, and that's fine. And then what it's going to do, it will close this browser tab, and what it will do is go to the next person. So that's very annoying to people, and I get that. But when they start to find out who I am,
That's good, bro.
exactly,
That's smart. That's smart.
exactly,
That's smart.
exactly.
That's smart.
And when people find out, so they know who I am, and they interview me on the Kick platform, so that helps me. And then they find out, oh, you're not a bad person at all. You want peace. You have really good ideas for the future of humanity when it comes to science and futurology. And really, at the end of the day, this is how I see it. We talk about some things that are much more advanced than what I've talked about just now. But even those ideas are mind blowing. I mean, if a streamer like Fusi or Aiden Ross or Amaranth or any of those people came out and they were like, okay, well today we're gonna.
Do you know one thing, bro? They don't have the same knowledge as you do.
Exactly.
You're not the same person as them. You're better. Way more better.
I do my best.
I swear to God.
Hey,
I swear to God.
I do my best to make people's lives better individually because I recognize that we need peace here on Earth before we start advancing with even more technology, before we get into terraforming other planets, meaning like making Mars into an Earth-like home, and into space tourism, and into interstellar travel, and then eventually intergalactic travel. In order to get to those types of technological levels, you need to have peace on Earth. because if you don't have peace on Earth, you can't put any kind of energy into these mega projects. So I recognize, and how would I do it? It's not my decision, but if I had the opportunity, anywhere there's war in the world, wherever, if it's in the Middle East, if it's in Russia, wherever, everybody has to put down their guns immediately, release all the hostages on both sides, sit at a table, eye to eye, person to person, and we live stream the negotiations so that everybody on Earth can watch this and see what's going on. And if you want this little part and I want this little part, we'll negotiate it. We'll come up with some terms, but then everybody can go back to the video and say, hey, you're not doing what you said that you were going to do. And I feel like that's a workable plan to be able to stop some of these wars, stop some of these conflicts, and eventually be able to work on some of the more major projects that we have on Earth. And these are really exciting things to me. If you don't mind me telling you, sometimes people come in and they're caught off guard. They're like, oh, Rabbi, why do you have such colorful bedding and everything? And do you really like Sonic the Hedgehog? No, I mean, it's fine. When I was a little kid, that was like a cartoon or whatever, a video game. But it's a cryptocurrency that sponsors me. So it's called Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu. And what this cryptocurrency does, it's just like any cryptocurrency, but it's worth about $300 million. And when I started with it, it was worth pennies. These are NFTs. When I started, these were worth nothing. Then they got to be $800 each. Then they got to be $8,000 each. They just keep increasing. And, you know, I'm sure you're a smart person. You know that cryptocurrency has a lot of future. And so essentially, a cryptocurrency heard what I was saying on a Twitter space almost 2 years ago now, and they thought it was smart. Just like you're thinking, hey, we've never heard anything like this. And so they invited me to be a member of their community, which I am. And I've been live streaming my life in that community now for about more than a year and a half, which here's what's really exciting about it is all currency, whether it's the United States dollar, or the British pound, or the euro, it's not backed by anything. They used to be backed by metals, by gold, silver, those kind of things, but they're not anymore. This cryptocurrency is backed by data, and data is Earth's number one resource. And that's what's really exciting is that from that camera or any of these other cameras, you'll be able to follow the price of this cryptocurrency as it continues to rise and know that it's backed by something. Finally, we have perhaps a cryptocurrency that's backed by something. So I did want to explain that. Some other things that we talk about that are really exciting are things, I mean, like they're advanced, but the modification of genetics so that we remove any type of birth defects from children is very important to me. Things like once we start getting into advanced space travel, there are a lot of questions that, and I understand these are years in advance, but if we're going to have a digital immortality and we'll be able to upload our minds into other beings, then these become your and my problems, not the problems of tomorrow. So how are we going to be able to travel the stars? Perhaps through advanced propulsion techniques, the modification or the bending of space-time using wormholes. Basically, one thing that I'm passionate about is something known as alien disclosure. I think that aliens or extraterrestrial life has been here on Earth for many, perhaps before humans were even formed. I personally, and this is what I've heard from alien abductees, their interviews, and also whistleblowers from the government. We've been seeded here like a zoo, and we are essentially a big experiment. So abductions take place, and in exchange for abductions, apparently some governments have made the agreement that we would get technology, advanced technology. So I even think that the discussions we're having right now is reverse engineered alien technology that basically came about since 1947 or so, right after World War II, after Roswell, if you're familiar with that. Many of the drones that we're seeing, especially in the world right now, are raising attention to this issue. And whether let's say aliens are flying in the air or they never visit us ever, it's still an important conversation to have, and normally isn't discussed in society. And I feel that it shouldn't be taboo, that it should be something normal that you could talk about with your friends and say, hey, did you see that there was a UFO sighting in Spain, or that there was a USO that came up in the Bahamas? That's an unidentified submersible object. Or these are things that we should be able to talk about. And really, if you, I love to study that type of technology. So if you're wondering, like, well, how do these UFOs propel themselves, and from where are they? From my research, um, they come from, well, they can come from all kinds of different star systems, but the ones that we're probably more familiar with, like the alien grays, the short little gray aliens, when you think of an alien, they come from an area called Zeta Reticuli, which is located in Orion's belt, in the Orion, the constellation. And there's something very interesting about the alignment of the pyramids in China, the pyramids in Mexico, and the pyramids in Giza. Yeah, exactly. They all are, it's like three in a row, but one of them is a little off center, just like that star system, almost as if we're like a mirroring what some previous civilization was able to experience. Do I know this for a fact? Is it exact? No, but there is some commonality there that's just interesting to me, and we should be able to talk about these things. And then, really, when we get down to brass tacks, basically, like things that, let's say, hey, Rabbi, you go viral today. How do you want to change the world? Well, I really would like to see equality amongst all people. And one thing that I think specifically on the internet, and one thing I'm really passionate about, and that's why I watch documentaries and podcasts with movers and shakers, with important people within technology like Mark Zuckerberg, is he has the opportunity to change something. So, for instance, let's say, Lemby, you have a let's say you have a child. She's 21 years old, and you have two children. They're twins, a boy 21 years old and a girl 21 years old. If your boy who's 21 years old goes to the beach and takes his shirt off, no big deal. He'll get content. He'll get lots of views and upvotes and things like that. However, if your girl, if just accidentally has a nip slip, just accidentally, she can lose her account, and I don't think that's right. That's discrimination against her, and I'd like to see people be desensitized to the nipple. It's just skin. I don't think that we should discriminate on the basis of skin color nor skin content. Essentially, you shouldn't lose your entire account because you had a nip slip. I'm not saying that these things are always done with are always done in the most moral of ways, but you shouldn't lose your account just because of your gender. And currently on Facebook and Instagram and TikTok, if you're a boy and you have your shirt off, no big deal. If you're a girl and you have your shirt off, or even just accidental, you lose your whole account. I don't think that is right. I'd like to see some equality there amongst people, and really just a global conversation that we aren't all that different. We all eat, sleep, cry. We have behavior patterns. We have sleep patterns. All of that's really important to study. And when it comes to the stream and all the data that I have, here's what's really neat. Right now, Lemby, we're just seeing things with a two-dimensional, like I'm just a two-dimensional box to you. But in the future, using augmented reality, you're going to be able to know the temperature of my body temperature, how many blinks per minute I have, swallows per minute I have, how many breaths per minute I have, heartbeat per minute. You're going to be able to remove my clothing, change clothing on me if you want. You'll be able to remove my skin and see my skeletal structure. Eventually, what's very exciting is you'll be able to remove the areas of my cranium, my head, and be able to see my brain. And we'll actually be able to see what I'm thinking at any given time. We'll be able to see what I dream about. We'll be able to see how I react to things because I have so much data and it is archived from so many different angles. Those are really things that I feel will be a benefit to people of the future, and it's why I've taken on this project.
That's a lot for me, bro. That's a lot for me.
I understand.
Yeah, bro. That's a lot.
Well, let me.
That's good. That's good.
I understand it's a lot. It's a lot for a lot of people. But you should know that there are people out there who want a better world, and I'm one of them. And I've made sacrifices in my life to be able to do this. And I don't think it's going to be too much longer. I mean, you found out about me from Fusi, and I will say I said this recently. I get banned in so many different discords. It's not a big deal to me. Fusi has the right to have whatever people he wants in his Discord, and I know because I spam so much that he's already, or probably moderators are already a little timid to have me in there. But I know that, like, if you know who Aiden Ross is, I'm the number one streamer in Aiden Ross's Discord. I'm the number one streamer in KSI's Discord. I'm the number one streamer in iShow Speed's Discord. So I've made some really good connections. And eventually, what I do is going to get popular. And then all these people will know about me, and they'll have known about me for years. It's going to be a very exciting gift to the world.
I hope so. I hope so.
Absolutely. My friend,
That's a good thing for other people.
I agree. And we need leaders in this world, and I'm one of them who will help to create a conversation amongst people that we aren't all that different, and we have a lot of commonalities. And you should know you're always welcome in here. I'm always doing something interesting. So, like last night, we played games. We played like 6 hours of games last night.
I was here.
Excellent. I'm always watching podcasts. I always have the radio going, so there's always news going 24/7. So I really think in the future, people will wonder, like, okay, well, I wonder what history was like on, say, September 19th, 2022. And you can go back to that stream of mine. I have 24 hours of content from all these different angles, and you can hear that what was going on in the news, but also what people were experiencing. I do IRL streaming. I've streamed as far north as Santa Barbara, as far south as San Diego, as far west as the ocean, as far east as the mountains and desert. While IRL streaming is expensive, one day this is going to go viral. And when I do, I'll be able to travel the world. I'll be able to bring this gift and allow people to have a first-person view of everything that I do. That'll be very exciting as well. So you should know that you are an early adopter, so to speak, of Rabbi's project. And if there's anything that I can ever do for you, your friends or family, I'm here for you. I appreciate the time that you've allowed me to tell myself about you. I'm sorry, to tell you about myself. Apologies. And if there's anything that you need, I'm here for you.
Bro, that's a gift for me, bro. Just knowing about you and talking to you, bro. That's a gift. I swear to God. Bro.
Excellent. Excellent. If I may ask, do you speak any other languages?
I speak about five languages.
Perfect. Then you're the perfect person to see this. What language do you speak best aside from English?
I think French.
Excellent. So
French
just
and Arabic.
excellent. Okay. So here's something that I would like. Let's use Arabic. I would like. This is known as a universal translator. It's technically known as a pocket talk, but especially in areas where we have different cultures, perhaps along the United States and Mexican border, or perhaps in the Middle East where people speak different languages. This isn't a very expensive device, and we do have Google Translate, but there's not something that's as fast as this. Basically, this universal translator, I think, can bring people together. When people will be able to communicate with essentially strangers, they won't be strangers anymore, and that to me is a very exciting future.
في الأساس أي مترجم عالمي سيجمع الناس معا عندما يتمكن الناس من التواصل مع غرباء في الأساس. لن يعودوا غرباء بعد الآن. وهذا بالنسبة لي مستقبل مثير للغاية.
Bro, that's crazy.
I know it
That's
is.
crazy.
Absolutely.
Who made this, bro? Who made this?
It's a
It's
company.
the first time I've ever seen something like this.
Exactly. It's a company called Pocket Talk, and it has so many different languages. So like it's like it's got French if you're Canadian, French if you're from France. All of this translates essentially instantly. And I wish we could give these to children and give them to adults of all ages and all peoples, especially where there are conflicts, because if we have communication channels, people will be able to come to an easier understanding with people with whom they are not familiar.
Tout cela se traduit instantanément et j'aimerais que nous puissions donner à ces deux enfants et à eux deux adultes de tous âges et de tout peuple, en particulier là où il y a conflit. Parce que si nous avons des canaux de communication, les gens pourront parvenir à une compréhension plus facile avec des personnes qu'ils ne connaissent pas.
These are gifts. And I want people don't know that this exists.
It's fast.
It
It's
is.
faster, bro. It's fast.
I agree.
It works with internet, huh?
Yeah, it works with Wi-Fi or with it has a cellular data, exactly. So I mean, it's just about getting them to the people, but they're not very expensive. I bought that like 5 years ago. It's really pretty old, and it is about, it was like $200 then. That price can come down. It can get better, and especially on this stream, I get people from all over the world, and they don't always have the strongest English, and my other languages aren't as strong as I'd like them to be. But I can use that, and we can connect instantly. I can learn about their friends and their family. They can learn about the project. They can learn about who I am, and it's just amazing. If I see the difference that it makes in my life, I know that it could make a bigger difference in places, especially where people speak different languages or in very diverse places, or people who are traveling or tourists or whatever. It will help to bridge that gap in translation that we have so that we come more together as a people. Communication is so very important amongst people, and if we're able to communicate as a society in a smooth way, we will have less conflict, less war, and that's really what I'm about.
I should dropship this, bro. I should dropship that product.
Yes,
It
you should.
seemed like we're way more advanced than 5 years ago. It seems like it made like 1 year ago or something.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's way more advanced.
Exactly. And you can probably find nowadays Chinese knockoffs that are, you probably can buy them for $20 or $30 and resell them for $100.
Yeah, bro.
And once people see how well they
Exceptionally.
once people see how well they work, if you were able to make like a TikTok video or something like that, you'll have more business than you'd ever want because it's so smooth. And additionally, I mean, what's really cool about it, if you don't have Wi-Fi, it does have data, so you can use it anywhere in the world.
I work as in tourism, bro. Like,
Perfect.
Yeah. That would be perfect for them.
You're
I
100.
swear.
You're 100% right.
I have I learned so many languages, like Serbian or Polish language, and I have a little bit difficult. It's a bit difficult to understand them. Like, yeah.
Of course.
I could use that.
Absolutely. I use Polish all the time. I have a friend of mine who is a kick streamer, and her English isn't as strong as she'd like it to be. So sometimes when we're talking about some of these very advanced topics, we need to have some translation, and it works very seamlessly.
Używam polskiego cały czas. Mam znajomą, która jest streamerką kick i jej angielski nie jest tak dobry, jakbyśmy chcieli. Więc wkrótce porozmawiamy o niektórych z tych bardzo zaawansowanych tematów. Musimy mieć jakieś tłumaczenie i działa to bardzo płynnie.
Little advancement.
That needs to be viral.
I agree. All of this needs to be viral, and it's happening little by little. And people are learning about me. They understand what I'm saying. They're excited about it, and it's just a matter of time until everybody knows about me. Everybody knows about this device. Everybody knows about that. And I'm nothing special. But what is special is the ability to connect with an individual whenever you want, to be able to see them sleep and eat and do all of the other things. Just if you're bored on the internet, I wonder what Rabbi's doing. Oh, he's traveling to Boca Raton, or he's traveling to Bora Bora, or he's traveling to Buenos Aires or wherever. I'm going to just check in and see what he's doing, because this isn't just a live stream. it's a life stream. Basically, I want to do this for the rest of my life. I want people to be able to say that they were able to. I mean, I really think from an academic perspective, people will be able to learn so very much about this, about the human body, because we've never had such a big data set. There's a movie from the 1990s known as The Truman Show, starring Jim Carrey. Lemby, have you ever heard of that movie?
What is the name?
It's called The Truman Show. It stars Jim Carrey.
Yeah.
Excellent, excellent,
I know this.
excellent. So this is a very similar thing, meaning like that was the story of one man's life, always on camera, except they did not have his consent to do it. In this case, we do have my consent, and I share my life with the world. And it's not easy. It's not easy. There are a lot of times that,
Hey, that's big sacrifice, bro. That's a big sacrifice.
yeah, well, you know what? Frankly,
You're
Lemby,
sacrificing everything.
yeah. The big thing. I mean, I as by trade, I'm a certified project management professional. So I've launched apps on the App Store and Google Play. I've had major contracts with Fortune 500 companies, and that's very difficult to balance a live stream, and do all of that at the same time. But I know that in the future, the power of data is so vast that it may one day make me a more influential person than even a Mark Zuckerberg or even an Elon Musk, perhaps. That's not who I compare myself with.
I hope so.
I know I'm just a normal person, but when people recognize the power of data, that data is more valuable than food, water, air, gold, titanium, petroleum, tungsten, everything, that's going to blow minds. And not only that, especially with AI, we talk about AI every single day on this and its advancements. We're moving towards artificial general intelligence. And then once we get to artificial general intelligence, which is where AI is about as smart as humans, we move into another world of artificial superintelligence. And that's where you get Skynet and you get really advanced quantum computing. And as we move towards that future, I feel it's important to be able to document what's going on. And so essentially, these are the early discussions in a very big project that perhaps may last an indefinite amount of time. And I want you to know that I appreciate your patience for allowing me to talk about these things. I know I can be overwhelming to people as well. But as you understand that I have a very positive message. And at the end of the day, all of the technology is very cool. But I want people to leave more optimistic. I want people to leave with positive vibes. I want people to just know that somebody's out there who cares about them and who wants them to have affordable healthcare and affordable education. And I want good things for their friends and family. And when you know that there are people out there and you can watch them and they care about you, it brings you a lot of warmth. It brings you a lot of comfort to know that you're not alone in this world. And
Same as me, bro. Same as me. Like I live in Tunisia. You know where is Tunisia?
absolutely, it's in Northern Africa.
Like, healthcare is fun here. Payment in jobs is fun too. Sometimes I can't even afford food or something. You understand what I'm saying?
I do, and
It's
I
like struggling in life, bro.
want to change
Some
that.
countries are worse than me, and I'm better than some countries. Like I say always thank God, bro, that I'm living. Shit. Like, you understand me?
Absolutely, it's been a struggle for you.
I'm always trying. I'm always trying to make a difference in my country, bro. But it's way more stronger than me, bro. Like I have the same thought as you, bro. I want to change the world. I want the world to be better, bro. But I just can't. It's difficult, bro. It's difficult.
Well,
Like, the people's mindset in Tunisia is fucked, bro. They always care about money and shit.
well, we can change that,
Yeah,
and we're going to change
I
that,
hope.
and I'm going to help you. So eventually, some cool streamer or some influencer is going to say, "Hey, you spam me every single day. Let's see what this is about." It's going to go viral, and when that does, I'm going to have more money than I ever knew what to do with, and I'm going to be able to give it to you and to the people of Tunisia and the people of Tunis and everyone in Northern Africa, especially the African continent, is very important to me. Especially people in some areas of the developing world globally. And I feel that it's time that I could find a person like you who's helped me along the way and say, look, here's $1 billion. I want you to start a charity or start a philanthropic organization, and it's going to help children who can't see, or kids who can't read, or people who can't eat, or for clean water, or whatever it is. Because at the end of the day, money has no real value. So I'll have so much of it, I'll be able to give it to you and say, do with it what you want, pass it along. And I want you to make sure, I mean, of anything, I want to make sure that you're able to find a spouse someday and to have children, and those children, you don't have to worry about them. You don't have to worry about them getting hurt. You don't have to worry about them going to war, that they can focus on their own futures and their own education and their own health and live a life into the future like a digital immortality. And that's what's happening in this world, and I'm doing my best to be a leader in it.
I hope so. It's very good. I'm so grateful that I found someone like you with this mindset.
Absolutely. Well, I appreciate your patience and your openness, and just know, Lemby, I'm always here for you, and if you need anything from me, I'll do my best to help you. I wish I could help you right now. I wish I could say, Lemby, I never want you to worry about food again. Here is $100,000 just for your food for the next few years. I can't do that, but in the future, I may be able to. I'm going to give you a lot more money than $100,000. And what I want you to be able to do is take care of yourself, your family, and your friends, so that they're all established, and then start a charity. I think that's a very important aspect of society. I see that governments and non-governmental organizations, they're not doing what we need. They say that they're doing what we need, but they're really just paying themselves a salary. I want people to really be able to make actual change in the world. And one of the things that I think we can do to make that happen is to live stream it. So you'd have a charity, and this charity would be essentially, let's say, just to help people who are hungry in Northern Africa. Okay, so what does that mean? That means your warehouses have live streams, that we know that nobody's stealing out the back door. We have accountability with people. We can go back and in the footage anywhere in the globe and say, hey, on this date, you were able to feed 500 people in this suburb of Tunis, or 500,000 people in this area of Northern Africa, and there's accountability there. If you look at what happens with like the UN food programs now, no one knows where that money goes, and at the end of the day, it's just for show. It's just for people who are in established areas to feel better about themselves, that they help somebody else, but in reality, it doesn't really help anybody else. I want proper nutrition for people. I want proper health care for people. And I feel that one way that you can get this with accountability is to live stream it. And I'm not saying you have to live stream your life. No, but if you started a charity, there's nothing wrong with ensuring that people remain accountable for what they do. And I'm not saying they have to stream their life. Absolutely not. But people will want to give to your charity if they know you're so accountable that, hey, we give out, maybe it's a soup kitchen, or maybe it's a series of soup kitchens. And at any time, people just can connect with that. And they're going to give you more money because of that, because they're going to know, like, hey, I could either give to a group where I don't know where the money's going, or another group. Not only can I give to it, but then I can get entertainment from it too. It makes me feel good. I can give them $1,000, and they're going to thank me immediately for it. And I see the good work that they're doing, or whatever it is. These are all really important aspects to me, and really, especially Tunisia and Tunis. They're in a very important location of the world, and essentially it mirrors the northern Mediterranean and the southern Mediterranean, but it hasn't been given as many opportunities. And I'd really like to change it. And really the things that I talked about with things like agricultural drones and vertical farming and saltwater greenhouses and floating greenhouses and perhaps cloud seeding and hydroponics, those are all perfect. The land of Tunisia is perfect for these types of advancements. So just know that there are people out there who care about you and care about your offspring, and I only want good things for you, and I only want good things for the people of Tunisia.
goes in my picture. It's Hannibal. You know it.
Absolutely, the Carthaginian
It's
general.
about it. Yeah, bro. Tunisia had like a good history, bro, with too many cultures and too many. I think you know that. I think you know that.
Absolutely.
Bro, actually, yeah, we didn't have the chance that we wanted to do.
You were destroyed.
We can do way more. Yeah.
You were destroyed in the Third Punic War. You were destroyed in the Third Punic War, and Carthage was salted, and essentially to never have any kind of development ever again. And it has regrown over the course of 2,000 years. But really, the people of Carthage previously were like Phoenician people who gave amazing advancements to the world, including in sailing, including in maritime industries. Absolutely, and language as well. Many languages are based on ancient Phoenician, and those are your ancestors. And I love Hannibal. I love the spirit of Hannibal. I love the story of the Second Punic War and taking elephants through the Alps. It's just fascinating to me, and how he was underpowered and was able to overcome some of the largest Roman legions that have ever existed. It's a fascinating story. So Hannibal has a special place in my heart.
Yeah, I have like a TikTok.
I'll, I'll follow you right now.
Sharing.
What's your TikTok? What is your TikTok?
It's Legacy TN.
Legacy, and then ETN.
Yeah. I think they deleted my video, bro. All of my video.
And that
Wait,
I think I found it. Maybe not. No, you're right. Let's see. Legacy. No, they probably did. And that happens. And you know what? Don't let it get you down. I know that you don't. If I could have found it, I would have followed you. But here's what I did to make this special. So, of anybody who's ever had stuff canceled, I have. So what I did is I created more than 100 YouTube accounts, more than 200 Instagram accounts. I have more than 300 Twitch accounts. I have more than 1,000 TikTok accounts. I just said, you know what? If TikTok's going to start deleting my stuff, I'm just going to create more accounts than they've ever seen so that I'm uncancelable. If you take down my main account, everybody can join my secondary account or tertiary account or quaternary account. All the way, I have 1,000. I have over 1,000. I have over 2,000 Twitter accounts, and I have over 10,000 Kick accounts. I have more social media than any person who's ever walked the earth has ever had, which makes me, in my own way, somewhat uncancelable. Because even if TikTok doesn't like what I want, I have years of my life archived on Instagram. If Instagram doesn't like it, I have years of my life on Rumble. If Rumble doesn't like it, I have years of my life on YouTube. And those are all permanent or indefinitely saved. So essentially, they're time capsules. And in addition, I've live streamed on Kick, but I'm currently live on Twitch. I'm currently live on Rumble and all these other platforms. So, but I definitely understand the frustration that happens when someone doesn't like what you say, and then all of a sudden you lose your account. And there's
they don't want the truth, bro. They want
exactly
to be buried in life.
100%.
Yeah.
And many times as well, they there's no appeal process. There's no human who's gonna be like, oh no, this is fine. I mean, like what you were telling me was about Hannibal. Like that's a historic figure. That shouldn't be very controversial.
Look, bro. I was talking about all Tunisians leader. I talked about Hannibal. I talked about Bourguiba. I talked about Othman, like the Ottomanian Empire, bro. I talked about a lot of things of Tunisians' history, and I think they banned me, bro. I think they deleted all my fucking videos. I don't know that. I didn't even know that, bro.
And
like, I thought it's like an interesting subject or content to do, bro. But I didn't went viral as I thought, because it all depends on Tunisian mindset, bro. Like they are buried in shit. They are always following the luxury life and shit, following money, following the gangster styles and shit, bro. Like, I hope you understand what I'm saying.
I do, 100%.
They are brainwashed.
They are.
They are brainwashed.
They are. We are all in it to make our friends jealous, or they brainwash us all to make our friends jealous, to buy luxury items, to focus on celebrity culture, and not focus on real people around us in our society. And there's no way for you to be able to appeal a TikTok ban. There's no human interaction that you have. It's just some faceless people in another country who may not even speak your language, and they just don't like you. And so they just say, no, we don't want you on there. I want to change that. I want to be able to get your account back. A lot of people have lost their accounts due to this person. I mean, this is Mark Zuckerberg, and he takes pride in saying we have regulation and safety, or trust and safety, and we have AI that looks through all of these different things and removes some things and keeps some things. Okay, that's fine, but you're wrong, or he's wrong about 50% of the time. So your system is flawed. If I were to say, hey, I came out with a company and only 50% of the content actually gets to stay, people would say that's a huge failure. But because he's a billionaire and his company is worth $1 trillion, everybody holds back and says, oh, Facebook and Instagram and Meta. Exactly. I want to change that. I want to be able to call out these people and say to them, you need to have your algorithms be public. I'm a huge advocate for open source software, so that you don't have to have gatekeeping. You don't have to have lots of money to be able to get from one level to another to a level. No, that's not right. And when there are leaders in this world, and I'm not the only one, who talk about giving the power to the people, at least in terms of what they can post and what they can't post, that's very important to me. The way that I feel, go ahead.
I think that Elon Musk did that on Twitter.
He did.
He wanted to give all the people the freedom to talk about anything.
Agreed. And I think that was a major advancement. And when it comes to social media, people post whatever they want. And instead of a company saying, we don't think that you should be seeing this, you should just have a button that says mute. And I don't want to see this anymore. And you have the choice to be able to say that. I don't need a company telling me that I can't see Hannibal information or information about Tunisia. I don't need a company telling me that. I can make my own decisions when it comes to those kinds of features. The real reason why they do it is because it's very easy for political unrest to occur, and for people to get mad at really rich people on earth, and so they do it to protect themselves. And I understand that, but I'm not saying it's right, and I'd like to change that. And I respect Elon Musk for what he's done on Twitter, and at least giving people their voice back. If you use Twitter before Elon Musk versus after, there's a major difference, and I'm appreciative of what of the sacrifices that he's made to be able to give the voice of the people back to them. Excellent.
I'm going back to the subject about the rain, bro. Like,
yes.
In Tunisia, we had it rain about 5 or 6 years, bro. Like if we have rain, it's like not too much, not enough for our farming. You understand what I'm saying?
Yes, I do.
That's why they bought rain, artificial rain from I think China. Yeah.
Absolutely. So I think, so like in Dubai, once a week it just rains. They use cloud seeding, and I think the same type of technology can be used in Tunisia and other areas that lack the ability to have water. And essentially, I let me see if I can find it on TikTok. I mean, I can find it on YouTube, but it'll be a little longer. I just want cloud seeding in Dubai, and if Dubai can do it, the technology. Okay, here it is. Here it is. They have this really advanced system. So this is a long video, but basically they're doing it in Dubai. They're doing it in Abu Dhabi, and the same.
I want to talk.
Go ahead.
Like it's a good investment in grain. Like it's a good. But in Dubai, like they are investing in some stupid things. Like
Yes.
yeah, they should have like helped other Arabic countries like Tunisia or something.
I'm in agreement with you.
Understand what?
Absolutely.
They're wasting some money in like shitty investment.
Absolutely.
It's money waste.
I'm in agreement with you. And they have projects that fail. I don't necessarily think it's a bad thing if you really try. Like, for instance, they tried to make islands, artificial islands, in the Persian Gulf, and they didn't think it through that well. And while these were supposed to be areas for the mega wealthy, that those people don't want them because the water isn't clean and it's difficult to get to these places. You have to take a boat to your house, and so these projects have failed. The Burj Khalifa, which is the largest, the tallest building, tallest building in the world, tallest tower in the world, is only like 1/5 full. It's just basically all for show, and you're absolutely right. The people could have been helped there, and I want to emphasize that we're all people of the world, whether you were born in the United States or in Europe or in Africa or Middle East or Asia or Oceania or South America. It was just kind of a flip of the coin. Anything could have been different. I could have been in your shoes. You could have been in my shoes. And when we recognized that it was just pure fortune for how everything worked out the way that it did, I think it's important to recognize that we should help those people who weren't as fortunate as we were, or perhaps more fortunate or less fortunate. I really am someone who feels that there should be a distribution of wealth. In my opinion, this may not be a popular opinion, especially amongst very wealthy individuals, but the more money you make, eventually you should you should be taxed on it. And at least in the United States, the very wealthy people aren't taxed on their wealth, but 1% of their wealth could give housing to a significant amount of homeless people in the world, or provide for clean water or sewage or healthcare in other countries. And what's the difference between having $300 billion or $400 billion? There's really not that big of a difference. There's a lot of a difference between $300 and $400 or $30 and $40, but not $300 billion and $400 billion. At a certain point, it all becomes the same, because you're able to provide for your food, your family, your friends, and all that other stuff. And at a certain point, we should share these things. And the reason why this is important is because if we don't share these things, eventually you will create the majority of people who have nothing and a very small minority of people who have everything. That's just how the system's going to work every single time. And as time continues, you'll have a larger and larger economic gap, and then eventually it'll just be a very small contingent of people and the remainder of society. There'll be no middle class, and I don't want to necessarily endorse ultra wealth when I know ultra wealth could help the world. And so I am about the redistribution of capital, and I think that there are some socialist systems, perhaps some types of healthcare, some types of public works that should be available to everyone. Sure, if you want a certain shirt or you want a certain car or something like that, you should have that choice. But you shouldn't also have to pay for your health insurance. And I think there can be a food stipend for people. I mean, like you've said, there are times of your life where you have gone hungry, and that isn't right. And it's 2025, and I think hopefully by, let's say, 2135 or 2125, pardon me, with 100 years, we'll be able, like, this will be an archived conversation where people will say, wow, remember when people didn't always have food or didn't always have electricity? I mean, to me, electricity is a right that people should have. The internet is a right that people should have. And they're not currently rights. Food is a right that people should have. Healthcare is a right that people should have. The ability to travel is a right that people should have. And instead of, the people having empowered uh, these types of being empowered by economic and technological advancement, they've almost been enslaved even more. While yes, we have cell phones and things, these things can track us. These things can, you know, do damage to us when they should be beneficial for us in society. So you should know that you have an ally. You have an ally in your beliefs, and if I can ever do anything to help you, please let me know. Okay. Excellent.
Your desires and
Excellent. Well, let me.
I want to ask.
Go ahead.
I want to ask you something. Like, if you had your desires and you had wealth and the things that you want about being a millionaire or having people, do you have the thought about like, you would be hesitating to help other people? Like if you that mindset will change.
I don't think so. I come from humble beginnings. My family, my fa- my family's avid volunteers, giving of themselves. Even though we didn't always have a lot to give, we would give what you could, and I want that mentality to continue into the future. And here's the thing: I'm on camera for all of this. I know that my wealth, if it ever comes, would be made on data. I'm not going to be able to do a 180 and be like, okay, well, now that I have all this wealth, I'm going to keep it all. No, I'm on camera. Like, if anything, if I have any type of integrity in myself, and if anybody ever wants to make sure that I continue to have wealth, then they're just going to be able to say, look, on this date, and on this date, and on this date, and on this date, and this date, you said that you wanted world peace, and that you wanted to end world hunger and end world thirst. What happened? And I just can't live with myself if I know that things are not consistent. And at the end of the day, I don't care about money. I just care about comfort. I care about not being hungry, not being thirsty, not having the sun beat down on me or the cold freeze me. I mean, these are like the simple things in life. I don't care about if I have 10 houses or 100 houses. That doesn't necessarily matter to me. If anything, if I had 10 houses and I could afford it, I would want to just find people off the street and say, hey, so long as you agree to take care of wherever the house is, you can live there and you don't have to pay me anything. Just make sure that it's maintained. And I think that that's an honest opportunity for people. But really, I know that I wouldn't be able to house the world just myself, but I would have ideas that do. There are shipping container houses. I don't know if you've ever seen these, but like a shipping container that goes on a cargo ship or on a train.
Amazon,
Exactly. So we could take those, and they're not that expensive, and put air conditioning in them, and it should.
25. It's $25,000.
That's nothing. That's nothing in comparison to billions of dollars. I can tell you this: at least in the United States, there are, according to government statistics, 580,000 homeless people. That's a lot of homeless people. With just 1 year, if the United States did not spend on military spending for 1 year, you could give all those people $1 million, every single one of them. And I'm not saying that the United States doesn't need its military or any of this other stuff. I'm just saying take 1 year off. If today is January 1st, if the government said, look, we're not going to buy more bombs and more bullets, we could still pay all of the troops and everything, but we're going to just take 1 year off. We'd be able to end the homeless problem in the United States and give to other countries as well, which we certainly do. And these are big picture things. Even Elon Musk, with Elon Musk's wealth, he has like $400 billion. He could give every single homeless people in the United States more than $750,000. That's a lot of money. They wouldn't ever have to work again. They would be able to get off the street. They would have to be able to have communities. And there's an argument to be made that, well, where are you going to put all these people? And I kind of laugh at that argument because if you know how big the world is, you could fit all of the people of the world in Tunisia. Every single person on earth could live in Tunisia and have like an acre of land. They'd have a lot of space, but we don't recognize, basically we all want to be in the same spots, the same cities and such. And in my opinion, the idea of a overpopulation, or the idea um, of overpopulation in specifically, I think that the earth can um, manage many more people than it currently does. So when people say, "Oh, we need birth rates to go down," and all of these other things, I hear it, but I don't believe it. I go, okay, fine. If that's what you want to tell me, that's cool. But if you look at, I mean, I'm sure in Tunisia you see it's just miles of nothing. There's just absolutely nothing, and we could put houses there. We could create communities there. I mean, in the same way that we have deserts in the United States that we've made into subdivisions, the same thing could happen in Tunisia. And it's just about bringing attention there and giving people access to the same resources. And that's something that I want to do. And if anything, let's say I never made any money off of this, and that's not why I do it. But or fame, I don't really care about that. I care that I sacrificed a part of my life for the benefit of society, so that people can learn from this. When like we study ancient history, or even more modern history, we have people who wrote journals or diaries, and we learned a lot about human life from that. That's essentially what I'm doing. This is the world's largest journal, or the world's largest vlog, or the world's largest diary. And I want people to be able to learn from that. But if anything, if anybody just saw this conversation, if people saw just this conversation, it would change the world.
That's the truth.
I agree. Do you have any other questions, Lemby? That's okay.
About the case in Palestine.
Yes.
Do you support?
I want world peace. So if anything, I want people to lay down their guns, release the hostages, and come to diplomatic solutions.
Do you see how the hostage?
Yeah, I don't think that it's right to take hostages of any kind, and I want it to stop. My goal for all of this is that no one dies from war anymore. Not one person. I don't want anyone to die from war. So whatever side of the conflict people are on, I maintain that no one else should die. No one else should be taken hostage, and if anything, we should come to diplomatic terms on how the area should be governed. But that is done at a table. It is not done with a scope, meaning it's done eye to eye where we can have diplomatic negotiations. And I've always thought it was very important to live stream that, so that these discussions are archived. Whether I'll be successful in advocating for the live streaming of this, I don't know. But I do know that that's an important aspect, so that nobody can pull a fast one on the other side. No one can say, well, you said A, but you're doing B, and we have no way to prove it. Okay, well, we just run the tape back, or we run the footage back, or the recording back. You said that there was going to be A, and it's now not A. Why isn't it? And that's really important to me. Bringing these things.
But if they said they were doing A and making B, you can't do nothing. You can't even force them to do A or change something.
I understand.
They are in power.
Well, I understand that, and that's why we have the United Nations. The United Nations has peacekeeping forces, and if anything, the United Nations may have to step in. That's what we have the United Nations for. I mean, it's essentially a global government that doesn't do anything. And if anything, that's why we have a United Nations peacekeeping force. And if that needs to be increased so that every country has to give, like, I don't know, 5% of its population to being in this, instead of them going into their military, it goes into the United States peacekeeping force so that we can enforce that A does really happen instead of A not happening. That's how I envision it. And that's really what the United Nations was for. After World War II, when the discussions were happening, should we have a United Nations or basically a global collective discussion? The idea was that if we establish the United Nations, we will end all war. And that hasn't happened. But I still see that it could happen.
I think that United States do not support like the world peace movement.
You're right.
Things that been happening in Iran, so I think they just wanted Iraq withdraw.
You're right.
Saddam Hussein out.
You're right.
They supported every terrorism thing. They thought that he had connection with Bin Laden, and it's not true. It's the truth.
You're right.
They,
War is big.
I think, bro, that the USA do not support anything that you was saying.
Well, let's say this: the United States people support what I'm saying. The people in power do not, but we can change that, and here's how. What feeds the war industry is conflict, and because major contracts that are created to be able to create drones and to be able to create bombs and to be able to create bullets and tanks and all of those things. And I would say this: if we are going to work towards world peace, we can no longer focus on the defense industry, which is really an offensive industry. So when you were going to develop a drone that would bomb people, just instead, we will give you more money to develop a drone that is an agricultural drone that picks berries and that digs fields and that perhaps mines silicon and lithium and cobalt, so that people don't have to do this anymore. So let's say you were going to get a defense contract of $1 billion to create a bomb. We have all the bombs that we need. We don't need any better bombs. We have direct energy weapons and lasers and all kinds of stuff. We don't need that. So we will give you $1 billion and $1,000,001 to, instead of creating a new bomb, create a new type of water filtration system, or to create a new type of perhaps way of a new type of greenhouse, or or perhaps to create to use the resources that you have and still please your stockholders and all of those things. You'll actually please them more. You won't make as much money going to war as you will investing in people. And if I can make the argument that, hey, if you go to war, if you create a war industry, you're going to lose money, as opposed to the contracts that you can get if you help people. Well, it's at the end of the day, how much money can I make? And the people will choose to make $1 billion over $1 billion if you can just change the attitude on how they're going to make it. And it will bring definite benefits to the world as well, globally. And so these are things that I feel are difficult arguments to have. But at the end of the day, when we start to live stream these things and we bring more attention to it, I have no issue calling out Mark Zuckerberg or Elon Musk or Sundar Pichai, the CEO of Alphabet, which owns YouTube and Google, or any of these other people. And I will call them out. If anything, I feel that we should have leaders in the United Nations who will call out these companies and say, hey, you should not be in the war industry. We had a president 70 years ago named Dwight D. Eisenhower who, in his closing remarks to the United States, said that you need to be weary of the military-industrial complex. Basically, after World War II, there were all these huge companies that didn't want to go out of business because they essentially were giant, but there was no more war. So what they ended up doing was just changing their industries to continue to create more and more war. I don't want manufactured war anymore. I personally don't feel that there's any reason for anybody else to die. And if somebody else dies at the hands of someone else, well, then we need to bring attention to it. And currently, the attention is not being brought. And I would just do what I can to bring attention to it. And we need to reward people who do good things. So let's say a company like Lockheed Martin or Boeing or one of the other major defense contractors in the United States. They usually get billions of dollars to develop a plane. We have all the planes that we need. We're fine on planes for a little bit. Okay, so instead of developing a plane that's going to bomb people, develop a type of spacecraft that can get outside of the Van Allen radiation belts. Okay, so normally we were going to give you $1 billion to develop a plane. We're now going to give you $2 billion to develop a way to easily get into space. Okay, I mean, that's going to help the United States, or it's going to help the people of the world, but it's also going to remove the ability to hurt people as well. And these contracts, basically, when we as a people are not, I'm not saying we're at fault, but the leadership that we have we don't have the correct mentality when it comes to our goals. No one's talking about terraforming Mars, except Elon Musk a little bit, but okay, so a major defense contractor, before you were in the business of killing people, now be in the business of space exploration. So we change the goals of these defense contractors into exploring space. Generally, no issue if a company wants to spend a lot of money to develop like a space elevator. I don't know if you know what a space elevator is. Do you know what a space elevator is? You don't? Or you do? You know. Okay. So basically, we don't have a space elevator right now. So it's very expensive to take rockets every time we need to get something into low Earth orbit. But a space elevator is basically a tether into space that allows us to take cargo much more efficiently. Well, we currently don't have that. So to a defense contractor, we can say, look, before, when the United States government would say, we need a new type of weapon, whatever, some kind of bomb or some kind of plane or some kind of drone, we don't really need that anymore. We can blow up the world 1,000 times over if we want to, but we don't currently have a space elevator. So take all of your investment and your engineers and everything who were working on ways to kill each other and invest that in a space elevator and build us a space elevator. We'll give you more money to do that. When stockholders start learning, hey, we can make more money with the space elevator than we can creating a new plane, they're going to change their attitudes as to what is important.
I think like you say that I heard this. I heard somewhere that U.S. government like they have you know what ammo is?
Like bullets?
Yeah, bullets. Like for like $40, and it costs like 20 cents.
Yes. Yes.
Like it's a big waste of money. Like,
big waste of money.
Buy it from Brazil.
Yes.
Big waste of money.
Big.
They could bomb the world 20 times if they want to.
Exactly.
There is no need to create more weapons and airship. As you say.
I agree.
I talked to someone that lives in the USA. He's with everything that the US government did and is doing. Right? And he's telling me that we need to be prepared for people like you. He's talking about Muslim people. Like we are, I don't know what he meant. Like, he was disrespectful and I don't know what to say.
Let's take your example with the bullets. That they cost 20 cents, but the United States buys them for $40. Okay, that's fine. All right. We currently don't have some technology that might be very beneficial to people. Like what? A freeze ray. what am I talking about with a freeze ray? Basically, a gun that you can shoot at someone that doesn't kill them, that doesn't cause damage to them, but just they can't move. Okay, so that if you need to do something, we don't have that kind of technology. So take all the money that you were investing in making bullets that have permanent they kill you, and use that for a technology that doesn't hurt people anymore. In the United States, we have an issue with the police, and I'm sure you have it in Tunisia as well, where the police are very, very anxious and they shoot people, and you can't take that back. I don't understand, and you've seen this. We, for over 100 years, have had tranquilizer darts. Basically, if we need to take down an elephant, we shoot it with the tranquilizer dart, boom, it's down. Why can't we have tranquilizer darts for people? So that if somebody's going crazy and we need to stop them for some reason, shoot them with a tranquilizer dart, they drop, and then 15 minutes later, they're fine. They wake up from a little bit of a sleep or whatever, but they weren't killed. They're not dead. And then essentially we can do with them what we need, but they're not dead. That's the important thing. Death, I mean, generally doesn't have an alternative currently when it should. We should be able to utilize technology like just so a freeze ray would be great, but just a tranquilizer dart. And people may say, well, what if I need to stop the person immediately and there's like a 2-second delay? Okay, then have some company that comes out and work on making the delay even smaller so that it's almost instantaneous. And you can shoot somebody and it doesn't kill them. If we just have to make that the goal. And we need leaders out there. And currently, I've never heard any leader out there who says, hey, we should have when we have a hostage situation, or we have a situation where we need to perhaps defend ourselves, or we might need to defend ourselves. Okay, well, just use a tranquilizer dart like we've been using on safaris in Africa for 100 years, and just develop one of those for people that doesn't kill them, that doesn't cause permanent damage, but allows you to corral them or allows you to engage with them in any way that you need. To me, there's no reason why we should have police, in my opinion, shouldn't have guns. They should have tranquilizer darts. So basically, if they need to stop somebody, they just use a tranquilizer dart on them, and then they can get a trial. Then they can be brought to justice if need be, instead of just, well, he's dead. All right. And then it turns out that person was innocent. And now they've got children without a father or a mother, and they've got a community that's scared, and it causes more tension between the police and the community. I want to stop that. So the key ways to do that are utilizing what I feel are more are ways to subdue a person without killing them. That's a goal, and we don't talk about it in society, but I think it's an important goal.
I think that in wars, both sides wants to get rid of some people, like they don't want to be the population of that country to be the same. They want to reduce. You understand what I'm saying?
I understand that.
Yeah, because I think they consider it as a threat for them. They need to reduce the population.
That's true, and I don't like that, and I want to stop that.
That's why. Yeah, that's why they're not using bullet to freeze someone for 50 minutes.
Absolutely, but they don't even have that. They don't even have that. That's not even like a goal. And we just need to make that a goal. Or at least it is not maybe it's classified somewhere, but that's fine. It should be used. There are cases where it needs to be used. There are cases that even the government has made aware that, hey, we shouldn't have killed this person, and it happened. So where's your alternative to the bullet, to the gun? There isn't one. Where's your alternative to the bomb? There isn't one. And there could be. We could say to a bomb-making company, look, instead of making bombs that shoot out shrapnel everywhere and hurt people, we want you to make a freeze bomb. Basically, if you drop something in a city, anyone within a 30-meter range is just slowed down or frozen. How do you do it? It can be done. I'm not exactly sure. You can do it a bunch of ways. You can do it to them physically. You can also, perhaps there are ways with physics to slow people down, especially advanced physics. Figure out multiple ways. Here's $1 billion to be able to do it, but just don't kill more people. Don't create ways to kill more people. I understand. I know how it works. The people at the top want depopulation, and the easiest way to create depopulation in the world is through war. And I want to at least bring attention, and perhaps I may have some influence in the future to say we don't need war anymore. There's no reason why any person on earth should put their hands on another person without the other person's consent. It's as simple as that. Treat others the way that you want to be treated. It goes back in our ancient texts, and it's as relevant then as it is today. And also, we want to ensure that we can reverse any kind of mistakes that were made. So normally we could say, there's a bad guy and we need to get rid of him. Okay, fine. Well, there are ways to there's the justice system essentially that can give them a trial. They can have proper representation. They can have proper hearing. They can have a proper jury, a proper judge, and all of these other things. That's expensive, and that causes it's slow. So they just kill them, and I don't think that's right. And so there needs to be accountability for this. I would love to say in the United States that we have done a good job with this. We haven't. I want to change that.
I don't know what to say, bro, but it's true. All the things that you said need to be done.
I agree.
I have no comment for this.
Absolutely. I don't expect you to have them. But you should know that there are people out there working every day towards these types of ends. And if you have more questions, I'm here to answer them. If you don't, that's absolutely fine. I'm always here. So whenever you can get a hold of me, hey, I'm here to answer your questions. If I'm ever not here, there's an area of my Discord that says Ask Rabbi Anything. Just type your message in there. I'll get back to you as immediately as I can, and I'll give you the best answer that I can. And I'm here to be an ally to you, to be a friend to you.
Actually, I want this community and this mindset to be grown. I'll invite every friend I have.
That's a beautiful thing. Please do. I appreciate that, and let them know I'm here to help them. And this is continuing to grow. And if you need anything from me in the meantime, I'm here for you. Okay. Lemby, it's a pleasure to meet you. I don't know. I don't know. You're a very wise person. Absolutely. Well, wonderful. Excellent. Well, if there's anything, it's been a pleasure. It's been a pleasure to speak to you as well, and speak with you. I want you to know I'm very impressed by your communication skills. You can speak 5 different languages, and you speak them beautifully. So just know that you're an excellent communicator, and I'm here for you. And this isn't the end. This is the beginning of a beautiful friendship, and I'm here whenever you need me, okay? You're welcome, my friend. My pleasure.
I hope I'm dreaming to have you as a teacher. How this education system will show me, like, throw it away, bro. I just want you to teach me everything. That's the thing that's right.
Well, we'll learn together. If you know anything about any good teacher, they are an even better student. And so I'm a student of the world, and I know with each day that I get older, I know less about the world. Basically, at the end of the day, I know nothing. So we'll learn it together, and hopefully have really good, excellent ends and excellent opportunities for the world. And just, it's 2025. Hopefully when people watch this in 21-25, we've made some major strides in the world of world peace, ending world hunger, ending world thirst, and coming together through communication. And I really think little devices like this will change the world.
Yeah, so absolutely.
Excellent. All right, Lemby, you do what you need to do. I want you to know I hope you have a wonderful day, and come back whenever you have time, okay? Excellent. Shout out to Lemby. Blessings, my friend. Take care.
Of something like,
You're welcome. Take care,
encryption
man.
is that, we run the largest encrypted service in the world with WhatsApp. And, we're one of the first to roll out a multi-platform encryption service. And that's something that I think was a big advance for the industry. And one of the promises that we can basically make because of that, our company doesn't see when you're sending an encrypted message, and an encrypted message, what the content is of what you're sharing. So that way, if someone hacks Meta's servers, they're not going to be able to access, the WhatsApp message that you're sending to your friend. And that I think matters a lot to people because obviously, if someone is able to compromise a company's servers and that company has hundreds of millions or billions of people, then that ends up being a very big deal. The flip side of that is, okay, all the content is on your phone. Are you following security best practices on your phone? If you lose your phone, all your content is gone. So that's an issue. Maybe you go back up your content from WhatsApp or some other service in iCloud or something, but then you're just at Apple's whims about, are they going to go turn over the data to some government, or are they going to get hacked? So a lot of the time it is useful to have data in a centralized place too, because then you can train systems that can just do much better personalization. I think that in a lot of cases, centralized systems can offer, especially if you're a serious company, you're running the state of the art stuff, and you have red teams attacking your own stuff, and you're putting out bounty programs and trying to attract some of the best hackers in the world to go break into your stuff all the time. So any system is going to have security issues, but I think the best way forward is to basically try to be as aggressive and open about hardening the systems as possible, not trying to kind of hide and pretend that there aren't going to be issues, which I think is over time why a lot of open source systems have gotten relatively more secure, is because they're open, and it's not, rather than pretending that there aren't going to be issues, just people surface them quicker. So I think you want to adopt that approach as a company and just constantly be hardening yourself,
Trying to stay one step ahead of the attackers.
It's an inherently adversarial space.
Yeah.
But I think it's an interesting, security is interesting because of the different kind of threats that we've managed over the last 5 years. There are ones where basically the adversaries keep on getting better and better. So trying to kind of interfere with, security is certainly one area of this. If you have like nation states that are trying to interfere in elections or something, like they're kind of evolving their tactics. Whereas on the other hand, I don't want to be too simplistic about it, but like if someone is saying something hateful, people usually aren't getting smarter and smarter about how they say hateful things, right? So maybe there's some element of that, but it's a very small dynamic compared to how advanced attackers and some of these other places get over time.
I believe most people are good, so they actually get better over time at not being less hateful, because they realize it's not fun being hateful. That's at least the belief I have. But first, bathroom break.
Sure. Okay.
So we'll come back to AI, but let me ask some difficult questions now. Social Dilemma is a popular documentary that raised concerns about the effects of social media on society. You responded with a point-by-point rebuttal titled, "What the Social Dilemma Gets Wrong." People should read that. I would say the key point they make is because social media is funded by ads, algorithms want to maximize attention and engagement, and an effective way to do so is to get people angry at each other, increase division, and so on. Can you steel man their criticisms and arguments that they make in the documentary as a way to understand the concern and as a way to respond to it?
Well, yeah, I think that that's a good conversation to have. I don't happen to agree with the conclusions, and I think that they make a few assumptions that are just very big jumps that I don't think are reasonable to make. But I understand overall why people would be concerned that our business model and ads in general, we do make more money as people use the service more in general, right? So as a kind of basic assumption, okay, do we have an incentive for people to build a service that people use more? Yes, on a lot of levels. I mean, we think what we're doing is good. So, we think that if people are finding it useful, they'll use it more. Or if you just look at it as this sort of, if the only thing we cared about is money, which is not for anyone who knows me, but okay, we're a company. So let's say you just kind of simplified it down to that. Then would we want people to use the services more? Yes. But then you get to the second question, which is, does kind of getting people agitated make them more likely to use the services more? And I think from looking at other media in the world, especially TV, and there's the old news adage: if it bleeds, it leads. Like I think that there are a bunch of reasons why someone might think that that kind of provocative content would be the most engaging. Now, what I've always found is two things. One is that what grabs someone's attention in the near term is not necessarily something that they're going to appreciate having seen, or going to be the best over the long term. So I think what a lot of people get wrong is that I'm not building this company to like make the most money or get people to spend the most time on this in the next quarter or the next year, right? I've been doing this for 17 years at this point, and I'm still relatively young, and I have a lot more that I want to do over the coming decade. So like, I think that it's too simplistic to say, hey, this might increase time in the near term, therefore it's what you're going to do. Because I actually think a deeper look at kind of what my incentives are, the incentives of a company that are focused on the long term, is to basically do what people are going to find valuable over time, not what is going to draw people's attention today. The other thing that I'd say is that I think a lot of times people look at this from the perspective of media, or kind of information or civic discourse. But one other way of looking at this is just that, okay, I'm a product designer, right? Our company, we build products. And a big part of building a product is not just the function and utility of what you're delivering, but the feeling of how it feels, right? And we spend a lot of time talking about virtual reality and how the kind of key aspect of that experience is the feeling of presence, which it's a visceral thing. It's not just about the utility that you're delivering, it's about like the sensation. And similarly, I care a lot about how people feel when they use our products. And I don't want to build products that make people angry. I mean, that's like not, I think, what we're here on this earth to do, is to, build something that, people spend a bunch of time doing and it just kind of makes them angrier at other people. I mean, I think that's not good. That's not what I think would be sort of a good use of our time or a good contribution to the world. So, okay, it's like people, they tell us on a per content basis, does this thing, do I like it? Do I love it? Does it make me angry? Does it make me sad? And, based on that, we choose to basically show content that makes people angry less. Because, of course, right, if you're designing a product and you want people to be able to connect and feel good over a long period of time, then that's, naturally what you're going to do. So I don't know. I think overall, I understand at a high level, if you're not thinking too deeply about it, why that argument might be appealing. But I just think if you actually look at what our real incentives are, not just like, if we were trying to optimize for the next week, but like as people working on this, like, why are we here? And I think it's pretty clear that that's not actually how you would want to design the system. I guess one other thing that I'd say is that, while we're focused on the ads business model, I do think it's important to note that a lot of these issues are not unique to ads. I mean, so take like a subscription news business model, for example. I think that has, just as many potential pitfalls. Maybe if someone's paying for a subscription, you don't get paid per piece of content that they look at. But, say, for example, I think like a bunch of the partisanship that we see could potentially be made worse by, you have these kind of partisan news organizations that basically sell subscriptions, and they're only going to get people on one side to basically subscribe to them. So their incentive is not to print content or or produce content that's kind of centrist or down the line either. I bet that what a lot of them find is that if they produce stuff that's kind of more polarizing or more partisan, then that is what gets them more subscribers. So I think that this stuff is all, there's no perfect business model. Everything has pitfalls. The thing that I think is great about advertising is it makes it so the consumer service is free, which if you believe that everyone should have a voice and everyone should be able to connect, then that's a great thing, as opposed to building a luxury service that not everyone can afford. But look, I mean, every business model, you have to be careful about how you're implementing what you're doing.
You responded to a few things there. You spoke to the fact that, there is a narrative of malevolence, like, you're leaning into them making people angry just because it makes more money in the short term, that kind of thing. So you responded to that. But there's also kind of reality of human nature, just like you spoke about. There's fights, arguments we get in, and we don't like ourselves afterwards, but we got into them anyway. So our long-term growth is, I believe for most of us, has to do with learning, challenging yourself, improving, being kind to each other, finding a community of people that you connect with on a real human level, all that kind of stuff. But it does seem, when you look at social media, that a lot of fights break out, a lot of arguments break out, a lot of viral content ends up being sort of outrage in one direction or the other. And so it's easy from that to infer the narrative that social media companies are letting this outrage become viral. And so they're increasing the division in the world. And perhaps you can comment on that, or further, how can you push back on this narrative? How can you be transparent about this battle? Because I think it's not just motivation or financials, it's a technical problem too, which is how do you improve long-term well-being of human beings?
I think that going through some of the design decisions would be a good conversation. But first, I actually think, I think you acknowledge that, that narrative is somewhat anecdotal. And I think it's worth grounding this conversation in the actual research that has been done on this, which by and large finds that social media is not a large driver of polarization, right? And there's been a number of economists and social scientists and folks who have studied this. A lot of polarization. It varies around the world. Social media is basically in every country. Facebook's in pretty much every country except for China and maybe North Korea, and you see different trends in different places where, in a lot of countries, polarization is declining. In some, it's flat. In the U.S., it's risen sharply. So the question is, what are the unique phenomena in the different places? And I think for the people who are trying to say, hey, social media is the thing that's doing this, I think that clearly doesn't hold up, because social media is a phenomenon that is pretty much equivalent in all of these different countries. And you have researchers like this economist at Stanford, Matthew Genskow, who's just written at length about this. It's a bunch of books by political scientists, Ezra Klein and folks, Why We're Polarized, basically goes through this decades-long analysis in the U.S. before I was born, basically talking about some of the forces in kind of partisan politics and Fox News and different things that predate the internet in a lot of ways that I think are likely larger contributors. So to the contrary on this, not only is it pretty clear that social media is not a major contributor, but most of the academic studies that I've seen actually show that social media use is correlated with lower polarization. Genskow, the same person who just did the study that I cited about longitudinal polarization across different countries, also did a study that basically showed that if you looked after the 2016 election in the U.S., the voters who were the most polarized were actually the ones who were not on the internet. So, and there have been recent other studies, I think, in Europe and around the world, basically showing that as people stop using social media, they tend to get more polarized. Then there's a deeper analysis around, okay, well, what polarization actually isn't even one thing. Because having different opinions on something isn't. I don't think that that's by itself bad. What people who study this say is most problematic is what they call affective polarization, which is basically do you have negative feelings towards people of another group? And the way that a lot of scholars study this is they basically ask a group, would you let your kids marry someone of group X? Whatever the groups are that you're worried that someone might have negative feelings towards. And in general, use of social media has corresponded to decreases in that kind of affective polarization. So I just want to, I think we should talk through the design decisions and how we handle the kind of specific pieces of content. But overall, I think it's just worth grounding that discussion in the research that's existed that I think overwhelmingly shows that the mainstream narrative around this is just not right.
But the narrative does take hold, and it's compelling to a lot of people. There's another question I'd like to ask you on this. I was looking at various polls and saw that you're one of the most disliked tech leaders today. 54% unfavorable rating. Elon Musk is 23%. It's basically everybody has a very high unfavorable rating that are tech leaders. Maybe you could help me understand that. Why do you think so many people dislike you? Some even hate you. And how do you regain their trust and support? Given everything you just said, why are you losing the battle in explaining to people what actual impact social media has on society?
Well, I'm curious if that's a U.S. survey or world.
It is U.S., yeah.
So I think that there's a few dynamics. One is that our brand has been somewhat uniquely challenged in the U.S. compared to other places. It's not that there are. Other countries we have issues too, but I think in the U.S. there was this dynamic where if you look at like the net sentiment of kind of coverage or attitude towards us, before 2016, I think there were probably very few months, if any, where it was negative. And since 2016, I think there have probably been very few months, if any, that it's been positive.
In politics.
But I think it's a specific thing. And this is very different from other places. I think in a lot of other countries in the world, the sentiment towards Meta and our services is extremely positive. In the US, we have more challenges. And I think compared to other companies, you can look at certain industries. I think if you look at it from like a partisan perspective, not from like a political perspective, but just kind of culturally, it's like there are people who are probably more left of center, and there are people who are more right of center, and there's kind of blue America and red America. There are certain industries that I think maybe one half of the country has a more positive view towards than another. And I think we're in a one of the positions that we're in that I think is really challenging is that because of a lot of the content decisions that we've basically had to arbitrate, and because we're not a partisan company, right? We're not a Democrat company or a Republican company. We're trying to make the best decisions we can to help people connect and help people have as much a voice as they can while having some rules because we're running a community. The net effect of that is that we're kind of constantly making decisions that piss off people in both camps. And the effect that I've sort of seen is that when we make a decision that's a controversial one, that's going to upset, say, about half the country, those decisions are all negative sum from a brand perspective, because it's not like if we make that decision in one way and say half the country is happy about that particular decision that we make, they tend to not say, oh, sweet, Meta got that one right. They're just like, you didn't mess that one up, right? But their opinion doesn't tend to go up by that much. Whereas the people who kind of are on the other side of it are like, God, how could you mess that up? Like, how could you possibly think that like that piece of content is okay and should be up and should not be censored? Or, and so I think whereas if you leave it up and it's or if you take it down, the people who thought it should be taken down, or it's like, all right, fine, great, you didn't mess that one up. So our internal assessment of and kind of analytics on our brand are basically any time one of these big controversial things comes up in society, our brand goes down with half of the country. And then if you just kind of extrapolate that out, it's just been very challenging for us to try to navigate what is a polarizing country in a principled way, where we're not trying to kind of hew to one side or the other. We're trying to do what we think is the right thing. But then that's what I think is the right thing for us to do, though. So, I mean, that's what we'll try to keep doing.
Just as a human being, how does it feel, though, when you're giving so much of your day-to-day life to try to heal division, to try to do good in the world, as we've talked about, that so many people in the U.S., the place you call home, have a negative view of you as a leader, as a human being, and the company you love?
Well, I mean, it's not great, but I mean, look, if I wanted people to think positively about me as a person, I don't know. I'm not sure if you go build a company. I mean, it's like
or a social media company.
I mean,
it seems exceptionally difficult to do with a social media.
Yeah. So, I mean, I don't know. There is a dynamic where a lot of the other people running these companies, internet companies, have sort of stepped back, and they just do things that are sort of, I don't know, less controversial, and some of it may be that they just get tired over time. But it's so I don't know. I think that running a company is hard. Building something at scale is hard. You only really do it for a long period of time if you really care about what you're doing. And yeah, so I mean, it's not great, but look, I think that at some level, whether 25% of people dislike you or 75% of people dislike you, your experience as a public figure is going to be that there's a lot of people who dislike you, right? So,
yeah.
So I actually am not sure how different it is. Certainly, the country's gotten more polarized, and we in particular have gotten more controversial over the last 5 years or so. But I don't know. I kind of think as a public figure and leader of one of these enterprises
comes the job.
Part of what you do is and look, you can't just, the answer can't just be ignore it, right? Because a huge part of the job is you need to be getting feedback and internalizing feedback on how you can do better. But I think increasingly what you need to do is be able to figure out, who are the kind of good faith critics who are criticizing you because they're trying to help you do a better job rather than tear you down. And those are the people who I just think you have to cherish and and listen very closely to the things that they're saying, because I think it's just as dangerous to tune out everyone who says anything negative, and just listen to the people who are kind of positive and support you, as it would be psychologically to pay attention trying to make people who are never going to like you. So I think that's just kind of a dance that people have to do. But I mean, so you kind of develop more of a feel for who actually is trying to accomplish the same types of things in the world, and who has different ideas about how to do that, and how can I learn from those people. And yeah, we get stuff wrong, and when the people whose opinions I respect call me out on getting stuff wrong, that hurts and makes me want to do better. But I think at this point I'm pretty tuned to just, all right, if I know they're kind of operating in bad faith and they're not really trying to help, then I don't know. It doesn't. I think over time it just doesn't bother you that much.
But you are surrounded by people that believe in the mission, that love you. Are there friends or colleagues in your inner circle you trust that call you out on your bullshit whenever your thinking may be misguided, as it is for leaders at times?
I think we have a famously open company culture, where we sort of encourage that kind of dissent internally, which is why there's so much material internally that can leak out with people sort of disagreeing, is because that's sort of the culture. Our management team, I think it's a lot of people. There's some newer folks who come in. There are some folks who've kind of been there for a while, but there's a very high level of trust, and I would say it is a relatively confrontational group of people. And my friends and family, I think, will push me on this. But look, I think it's not just. But I think you need some diversity, right? It can't just be people who are your friends and family. It's also, there are journalists or analysts or peer executives at other companies, or other people who sort of are insightful about things about the world. Certain politicians, or people kind of in that sphere who I just think have like very insightful perspectives. Who, even if they come at the world from a different perspective, which is sort of what makes the perspective so valuable. But I think fundamentally we're trying to get to the same place in terms of helping people connect more, helping the whole world function better, not just one place or another. And I don't know. I mean, those are the people whose opinions really matter to me, and I just it's that's how I learn on a day-to-day basis. People are constantly sending me comments on stuff or links to things they found interesting, and I don't know. It's kind of constantly evolving, this model of the world, and kind of what we should be aspiring to be.
You've talked about you have a famously open culture, which comes with the criticism and the painful experiences. So let me ask you another difficult question. Frances Haugen, the Facebook whistleblower, leaked the internal Instagram research into teenagers and well-being. Her claim is that Instagram is choosing profit over well-being of teenage girls, so Instagram is, quote, toxic for them. Your response, titled, "What Our Research Really Says About Teen Well-Being," and Instagram says, no, Instagram research shows that 11 of 12 well-being issues, teenage girls who said they struggle with those difficult issues also said that Instagram made them better rather than worse. Again, can you steel man and defend the point and Frances Haugen's characterization of the study, and then help me understand the positive and negative effects of Instagram and Facebook on young people?
So there are certainly questions around teen mental health that are really important. It's hard to, as a parent, it's like hard to imagine any set of questions that are sort of more important. I mean, I guess maybe other aspects of physical health or well-being are probably come to that level. But like, these are really important questions, right? Which is why we dedicate teams to studying them. I don't think the internet or social media are unique in having these questions. I mean, I think people, and there have been sort of magazines with promoting certain body types for women and kids for decades, but we really care about this stuff. So we wanted to study it, and of course, we didn't expect that everything was going to be positive all the time. So I mean, the reason why you study this stuff is to try to improve and get better. So I mean, look, the place where I disagree with the characterization, first, I thought, some of the reporting and coverage of it just took the whole thing out of proportion, and that it focused on, as you said, I think there were like 20 metrics in there, and on 18 or 19, the effect of using Instagram was neutral or positive on the teen's well-being. And there was one area where I think it showed that we needed to improve, and we took some steps to try to do that after doing the research. But I think having the coverage just focus on that one without focusing on the, I think an accurate characterization would have been that kids using Instagram, or not kids, teens, is generally positive for their mental health. But of course, that was not the narrative that came out. So I think it's hard to, that's not a kind of logical thing to straw man, but I sort of disagree, or steel man, but I sort of disagree with that overall characterization. I think anyone sort of looking at this objectively would. But then, there is this sort of intent critique that I think you were getting at before, which says, it assumes some sort of malevolence, right? It's like, which it's really hard for me to really wrap my head around this, because as far as I know, it's not clear that any of the other tech companies are doing this kind of research. So why the narrative should form that we did research because we were studying an issue because we wanted to understand it to improve, and took steps after that to try to improve it, that your interpretation of that would be that we did the research and tried to sweep it under the rug. It sort of is like, I don't know, it's beyond credibility to me that like that's the accurate description of the actions that we've taken compared to the others in the industry. So I don't know, that's my view on it. These are really important issues, and there's a lot of stuff that I think we're going to be working on related to teen mental health for a long time, including trying to understand this better. And I would encourage everyone else in the industry to do this too.
Yeah, I would love there to be open conversations and a lot of great research being released internally and then also externally. It doesn't make me feel good to see press obviously get way more clicks when they say negative things about social media. Objectively speaking, I can just tell that there's hunger to say negative things about social media. And I don't understand how that's supposed to lead to an open conversation about the positives and the negatives, the concerns about social media, especially when you're doing that kind of research. I mean, I don't know what to do with that, but let me ask you as a father, does it weigh heavy on you that people get bullied on social networks? So people get bullied in their private life. But now, because so much of our life is in the digital world, the bullying moves from the physical world to the digital world. So you're now creating a platform on which bullying happens, and some of that bullying can lead to damage to mental health, and some of that bullying can lead to depression, even suicide. Does it weigh heavy on you that people have committed suicide or will commit suicide based on the bullying that happens on social media?
Yeah, I mean, this is there's a set of harms that we basically track and build systems to fight against, and bullying and self-harm are, I mean, these are some of the biggest things that we are most focused on. For bullying, like you say, it's going to be, while this predates the internet, and it's probably impossible to get rid of all of it. You want to give people tools to fight it, and you want to fight it yourself, and you also want to make sure that people have the tools to get help when they need it. So I think this isn't like a question of, can you get rid of all bullying? I mean, it's like, all right. I mean, I have two daughters, and they fight and push each other around and stuff too. And the question is just how do you handle that situation? And there's a handful of things that I think you can do. We talked a little bit before around some of the AI tools that you can build to identify when something harmful is happening. It's very hard in bullying because a lot of bullying is very context specific. It's not like you're trying to fit a formula
and everybody
of, like,
fucking hates you.
If
looking
at the different harms, someone promoting a terrorist group is like
shut the
probably
fuck
one of
up.
the simpler things to
One
generally
person's
find,
terrorist,
because
another
things
person's
promoting
freedom
that group
fighter,
are going to look a certain way or feel a certain way. The bullying could just be someone making some subtle comment about someone's appearance that's
How
idiosyncratic
about you
to
suck
them.
dick?
And
How
it
about
can
that,
look at
ass?
just like humor. So humor to one person can be destructive to another human being. Yeah.
So with bullying, I think there are certain things that you can find through AI systems, but I think it is increasingly important to just give people more agency themselves. So we've done things like making it so people can turn off comments or take a break from hearing from a specific person without having to signal at all that they're going to stop following them or kind of make some stand that, okay, I'm not friends with you anymore, I'm not following you. I just don't want to hear about this, but I also don't want to signal at all publicly that or to them that there's been an issue. And then you get to some of the more extreme cases like you're talking about where someone is thinking about self-harm or suicide. And there we found that is a place where AI can identify a lot, as well as people flagging things. If people are expressing something that is potentially they're thinking of hurting themselves, those are cues that you can build systems in hundreds of languages around the world to be able to identify that. And one of the things that I'm actually quite proud of is we've built these systems that I think are clearly leading at this point, that not only identify that, but then connect with local first responders and have been able to save, I think at this point, it's in thousands of cases to get first responders to people through these systems who really need them. Because of specific plumbing that we've done between the AI work and being able to communicate with local first responder organizations. We're rolling that out in more places around the world. And I think the team that worked on that just did awesome stuff. So I think that's a long way of saying, yeah, I mean, this is a heavy topic, and you want to attack it in a bunch of different ways, and also kind of understand that some of nature is for people to do this to each other, which is unfortunate, but you can give people tools and build things that help.
It's still one hell of a burden, though. A platform that allows people to fall in love with each other is also by nature going to be a platform that allows people to hurt each other. And when you're managing such a platform, it's difficult. And I think you spoke to it, but the psychology of that, of being a leader in that space, of creating technology that's playing in the space, like you mentioned, psychology, is really damn difficult. And I mean, the burden of that is just great. I just wanted to hear you speak to that point. I have to ask about the thing you've brought up a few times, which is making controversial decisions.
Because you're a little
Let's
bitch.
talk about free speech and censorship. So there are two groups of people pressuring Meta on this. One group is upset that Facebook, the social network, allows misinformation, in quotes, to be spread on the platform. The other group are concerned that Facebook censors speech by calling it misinformation. So you're getting it from both sides. You, in 2019, October, at Georgetown University, eloquently defended the importance of free speech. But then COVID came, and the 2020 election came. Do you worry that outside pressures from advertisers, politicians, the public have forced Meta to damage the ideal of free speech that you spoke highly of?
Just to say some obvious things up front, I don't think pressure from advertisers or politicians directly in any way affects how we think about this. I think these are just hard topics. So let me just take you through our evolution from kind of the beginning of the company to where we are now. You don't build a company like this unless you believe that people expressing themselves is a good thing, right? So that's sort of the foundational thing. You can kind of think about our company as a formula where we think giving people voice and helping people connect creates opportunity, right? So those are the two things that we're always focused on, are sort of helping people connect. We talked about that a lot, but also giving people voice and ability to express themselves. And by the way, most of the time when people express themselves, that's not like politically controversial content. It's like expressing something about their identity that's more related to the avatar conversation we had earlier in terms of expressing some facet. But that's what's important to people on a day-to-day basis. And sometimes when people feel strongly enough about something, it kind of becomes a political topic. That's sort of always been a thing that we've focused on. There's always been the question of safety in this, which, if you're building a community, I think you have to focus on safety. We've had these community standards from early on, and there are about 20 different kinds of harm that we track and try to fight actively. We've talked about some of them already. So it includes things like bullying and harassment. It includes things like terrorism or promoting terrorism, inciting violence, intellectual property theft. And in general, I think, call it about 18 out of 20 of those, there's not really a particularly polarized definition of that. I think you're not really going to find many people in the country or in the world who are trying to say we should be fighting terrorist content less. I think that the content where there are a couple of areas where I think this has gotten more controversial recently, which I'll talk about. And you're right that misinformation is basically up there, and I think sometimes the definition of hate speech is up there too. But I think in general,
for hate speech,
of the
you're a loser bitch, and everybody
that
thinks you
we're
suck
working on
dick.
Safety is not actually, people don't kind of have these questions.
Douche.
So it's sort of this subset. But if you go
worst.
back to the beginning of the company, this was sort of pre-deep learning days, and therefore, it was me and my roommate Dustin joined me, and like, if someone posted something bad, it was, the AI technology did not exist yet to be able to go basically look at all the content, and we were
that?
a small
How about posting
outfit
that, you douche?
that no one would expect that we could review it all. Even if like someone reported it to us, we basically did our best, right? It's like someone would report it, and we'd try to
How about you
look
and
at
Dustin
stuff and
getting off
and
each other's
deal with
jocks?
stuff. And for call it the first, I don't know, 7 or 8 years of the company, we weren't that big of a company. For a lot of that period, we weren't even really profitable. The AI didn't really exist to be able to do the kind of moderation that we do today. And then at some point in kind of the middle of the last decade, that started to flip. And we it got to the point where we were sort of a larger and more profitable company, and the AI was starting to come online to be able to proactively detect some of the simpler forms of this. So things like pornography. You could train an image classifier to identify what a nipple was, or you can fight against terrorist content.
There's actually papers on this. It's great.
Oh, of course there
Technical papers.
Of course there are. Those are relatively easier things to train AI to do than, for example, understand the nuances of what is inciting violence in 100 languages around the world, and not have the false positives of okay, are you posting about this thing that might be inciting violence because you're actually trying to denounce it? In which case, we probably shouldn't take that down. Right? If you're trying to denounce something that's inciting violence in some kind of dialect in a corner of India, as opposed to, okay, actually you're posting this thing because you're trying to incite violence. Okay, building an AI that can basically get to that level of nuance in all the languages that we serve is something that I think is only really becoming possible now, not towards the middle of the last decade. But there's been this evolution, and I think what happened, people sort of woke up after 2016, and a lot of people are like, okay, the country is a lot more polarized, and there's a lot more stuff here than we realized. Why weren't these internet companies on top of this? And I think at that point, it was reasonable feedback that some of this technology had started becoming possible. And at that point, I really did feel like we needed to make a substantially larger investment. We'd already worked on this stuff a lot, on AI and on these integrity problems, but that we should basically invest, have 1,000 or more engineers basically work on building these AI systems to be able to go and proactively identify the stuff across all these different areas. Okay, so we went and did that. Now we've built the tools to be able to do that. And now I think it's actually a much more complicated set of philosophical rather than technical questions, which is the exact policies, which are, okay, now the way that we basically hold ourselves accountable is we issue these transparency reports every quarter. And the metric that we track is for each of those 20 types of harmful content, how much of that content are we taking down before someone even has to report it to us, right? So how effective is our AI at doing this? But that basically creates this big question, which is, okay, now we need to really be careful about how proactive we set the AI and where the exact policy lines are around what we're taking down. It's certainly at a point now where I felt like at the beginning of that journey of building those AI systems, there's a lot of push. There's things like, okay, you've got to do more. There's clearly a lot more bad content that people aren't reporting or that you're not getting to, and you need to get more effective at that. And I was pretty sympathetic to that. But then I think at some point along the way, there started to be almost equal issues on both sides of, okay, actually you're kind of taking down too much stuff, right? Or some of the stuff is borderline, and it wasn't really bothering anyone, and they didn't report it. So is that really an issue that you need to take down?
Dude, we got it up though.
Whereas we still have the critique on the other side too, where a lot of people think we're not doing enough. So it's become, as we built the technical capacity, I think it becomes more philosophically interesting almost where you want to be on the line. And I just think you don't want one person making those decisions. So we've also tried to innovate in terms of building out this independent oversight board, which has people who are dedicated to free expression, but from around the world, who people can appeal cases to. So a lot of the most controversial cases basically go to them, and they make the final binding decision on how we should handle that. And then, of course, their decisions, we then try to figure out what the principles are behind those and encode them into the algorithms.
And how are those people chosen? Which, you're outsourcing a difficult decision.
Yeah, the initial people, we chose a handful of chairs for the group, and we basically chose the people for a commitment to free expression and like a broad understanding of human rights and the trade-offs around free expression,
So
but
they
fundamentally people who are going to lean towards free expression.
towards freedom of speech. Okay.
Yeah.
So there's also this idea of fact checkers. So jumping around to the misinformation questions,
Yeah.
especially during COVID, which is an exceptionally, speaking of
Yes, I haven't
polarization.
gotten to, can I
Yes.
speak to the COVID thing? And
Yes.
I mean, I think one of the hardest set of questions around free expression, because you asked about Georgetown, has my stance fundamentally changed? And the answer to that is no. My stance has not changed. It is fundamentally the same as when I was talking to Georgetown from a philosophical perspective. The challenge with free speech is that everyone agrees that there is a line where if you're actually about to do physical harm to people, that there should be restrictions. So I mean, there's the famous Supreme Court historical example of like you can't yell fire in a crowded theater. The thing that everyone disagrees on is what is the definition of real harm, where I think some people think, okay, this should only be a very literal, I mean, take it back to the bullying conversation we were just having, where is it just harm if the person is about to hurt themselves because they've been bullied so hard, or is it actually harm like as they're being bullied, and kind of at what point in the spectrum is that? And that's the part that there's not agreement on. But I think what people agree on pretty broadly is that when there is an acute threat, that it does make sense from a societal perspective to tolerate less speech that could be potentially harmful in that acute situation. So I think where COVID got very difficult is, I don't think anyone expected this to be going on for years. But if you'd kind of asked, a priori, would a global pandemic where a lot of people are dying and catching this, is that an emergency that where you'd kind of consider it that it's problematic to basically yell fire in a crowded theater? I think that probably passes that test. So I think it's a very tricky situation, but I think the fundamental commitment to free expression is there. And that's what I believe. And again, I don't think you start this company unless you care about people being able to express themselves as much as possible. But I think that's the question, right? Is like, how do you define what the harm is and how acute that is?
And what are the institutions that define that harm? A lot of the criticism is that the CDC, the WHO, the institutions we've come to trust as a civilization to give the line of what is and isn't harm in terms of health policy have failed in many ways, in small ways and in big ways, depending on who you ask. And then the perspective of Meta and Facebook is like, well, where the hell do I get the information of what is and isn't misinformation? So it's a really difficult place to be in, but it's great to hear that you're leaning towards freedom of speech on this aspect.
Why doesn't
And
it tell me?
again, I think this actually calls to the fact that we need to reform institutions that help keep an open mind of what is and isn't misinformation. And misinformation has been used to bully on the internet. I mean, I just have, I'm friends with Joe Rogan, and he's called as I remember hanging out with him in Vegas, and somebody yelled, "Stop spreading misinformation." I mean, and there's a lot of people that follow him that believe he's not spreading misinformation. Like, you can't just not acknowledge the fact that there's a large number of people that have a different definition of misinformation. And that's such a tough place to be. Like, who do you listen to? Do you listen to quote unquote experts?
Dude, you gotta take it down.
As a person who has a PhD, I gotta say, I mean, I'm not sure I know what defines an expert, especially in a totally new pandemic or a new catastrophic event, especially when politics is involved, and especially when the news are the media are involved that can propagate sort of outrageous narratives and thereby make a lot of money. Like, what the hell? Where's the source of truth? And then everybody turns to Facebook. It's like, please tell me what the source of truth is.
Well, I mean, how would you handle this if you were in my position?
It's very, 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 very difficult. I would say I would more speak about how difficult the choices are and be transparent about, like, what the hell do you do with this? Like, here, you got exactly ask the exact question you just asked me, but to the broader public. Like, okay, yeah, you guys tell me what to do. So, like, crowdsource it. And then the other aspect is when you spoke really eloquently about the fact that there's this going back and forth, and now there's a feeling like you're censoring a little bit too much. So I would try to be ahead of that feeling. I would now lean towards freedom of speech and say, we're not the ones that are going to define misinformation. Let it be a public debate. Let the ideas stand. And I actually place, this idea of misinformation, I place the responsibility on the poor communication skills of scientists. They should be in the battlefield of ideas, and everybody who is spreading information against the vaccine, they should not be censored. They should be talked with, and you should show the data. You should have open discussion, as opposed to rolling your eyes and saying, I'm the expert, I know what I'm talking about. No, you need to convince people. It's a battle of ideas. So that's the whole point of freedom of speech. It's the way to defeat bad ideas is with good ideas, with speech. So like the responsibility here falls on the poor communication skills of scientists. Thanks to social media, scientists are now communicators. They have the power to communicate. Some of the best stuff I've seen about COVID and doctors is on social media. It's a way to learn to respond really quickly, to go faster than the peer review process, and so they just need to get way better at that communication. And also by better, I don't mean just convincing. I also mean speak with humility. Don't talk down to people, all those kinds of things. And as a platform, I would say I would step back a little bit. Not all the way, of course, because there's a lot of stuff that can cause real harm, as we talked about, but you lean more towards freedom of speech, because then people from a brand perspective wouldn't be blaming you for the other ills of society, which there are many. The institutions have flaws, the political divide, obviously politicians have flaws, that's news. The media has flaws that they're all trying to work with, and because of the central place of Facebook in the world, all of those flaws somehow kind of propagate to Facebook, and you're sitting there as Plato, the philosopher, have to answer to some of the most difficult questions being asked of human civilization. So I don't know, maybe this is an American answer though, to lean towards freedom of speech. I don't know if that applies globally. So yeah, I don't know, but transparency and saying, I think as a technologist, one of the things I sense about Facebook and Meta when people talk about this company is they don't necessarily understand fully how difficult the problem is. You talked about AI has to catch a bunch of harmful stuff really quickly. Just the sea of data you have to deal with. It's a really difficult problem. So like any of the critics, if you just hand them the helm for a week, let's see how well you can do. Like that, to me, that's definitely something that would wake people up to how difficult this problem is if there's more transparency saying how difficult this problem is. Let me ask you about, on the AI front, just because you mentioned language in Mayan eloquence. Translation is something I wanted to ask you about. And first, just to give a shout out to the supercomputer. You recently announced the AI Research Supercluster, RSC. Obviously, I'm somebody who loves the GPUs. It currently has 6,000 GPUs. NVIDIA DGX A100s is the systems that have in total 6,000 GPUs. And it will eventually, maybe this year, maybe soon, will have 16,000 GPUs. So it can do a bunch of different kinds of machine learning applications. There's a cool thing on the distributed storage aspect and all that kind of stuff. So one of the applications that I think is super exciting is translation, real-time translation. I mentioned to you that, having a conversation, I speak Russian fluently, I speak English somewhat fluently, and I'm, having a conversation with Vladimir Putin, say, as a use case. Me as a user coming to you as a use case. We both speak each other's language. I speak Russian, he speaks English. How can we have that communication go well with the help of AI? I think it's such a beautiful and a powerful application of AI to connect the world, that bridge the gap, not necessarily between me and Putin, but people that don't have that shared language. Can you just speak about your vision with translation? Because I think that's a really exciting application.
If you're trying to help people connect all around the world, a lot of content is produced in one language, and people in all these other places are interested in it. So being able to translate that just unlocks a lot of value on a day-to-day basis. And so the kind of AI around translation is interesting because it's gone through a bunch of iterations. But the basic state of the art is that you don't want to go through different kind of intermediate symbolic representations of language or something like that. It's you basically want to be able to map the concepts and basically go directly from one language to another, and you just can train bigger and bigger models in order to be able to do that. And that's where the research supercluster comes in. Is basically a lot of the trend in machine learning is just you're building bigger and bigger models, and you just need a lot of computation to train them. So it's not that like the translation would run on the supercomputer. The training of the model, which could have billions or trillions of examples of just basically that, you're training models on this supercluster in days or weeks that might take a much longer period of time on a smaller cluster, so it just wouldn't be practical for most teams to do. But the translation work, we're basically getting from being able to go between about 100 languages seamlessly today to being able to go to about 300 languages in the near term. And
so from any language to any other language.
Yeah,
and then that's
and part of the issue when you get closer to more languages is some of these get to be pretty not very popular languages, right, where there isn't that much content in them. So so you end up having less data, and you need to kind of use a model that you've built up around other examples. And this is one of the big questions around AI, is like how generalizable can things be? And that I think is one of the things that's just kind of exciting here from a technical perspective.
But capturing, we talked about this with the metaverse, capturing the magic of human-to-human interaction. So me and Putin, okay, again, this is...
I mean, it's a tough example because you actually both speak Russian and English.
No, but
in the future...
I see it as a Turing test of a kind, because we would both like to have an AI that improves, because I don't speak Russian that well. He doesn't speak English that well.
Yeah.
It would be nice to outperform our abilities. And
sure.
It sets a really nice bar, because I think AI can really help in translation for people that don't speak the language at all, but to actually capture the magic of the chemistry, the translation, which would make the metaverse super immersive.
Yeah.
And that's exciting. You remove the barrier of language, period.
Yeah, so when people think about translation, I think a lot of that is...
I don't know exactly
text to text, but speech to speech, I think, is a whole other thing. And I mean, one of the big lessons on that, which I was referring to before, is I think early models, it's like, all right, they take speech, they translate it to text, translate the text to another language, and then kind of output that as speech in that language. And you don't want to do that. You just want to be able to go directly from speech in one language to speech in another language and build up the models to do that. And I mean, I think one of there have been, when you look at the progress in machine learning, there have been big advances in the techniques. Some of the advances in self-supervised learning, which I know you talked to Jan about, and he's like one of the leading thinkers in this area. I just think that stuff is really exciting. But then you couple that with the ability to just throw larger and larger amounts of compute at training these models, and you can just do a lot of things that were harder to do before. But we're asking more of our systems too, right? So if you think about the applications that we're going to need for the metaverse, or think about it. Okay, so let's talk about AR here for a second. You're going to have these glasses. They're going to look, hopefully, like a normal-ish looking pair of glasses, but they're going to be able to put holograms in the world and intermix virtual and physical objects in your scene. And one of the things that's going to be unique about this compared to every other computing device that you've had before is that this is going to be the first computing device that has all the same signals about what's going on around you that you have. Right? So your phone, you can have it take a photo or a video, but I mean, these glasses are going to, whenever you activate them, they're going to be able to see what you see from your perspective. They're going to be able to hear what you hear because their microphones and all that are going to be right around where your ears are. So you're going to want an AI assistant that's a new kind of AI assistant that can basically help you process the world from this first person perspective, or from the perspective that you have. And the utility of that is going to be huge. But the kinds of AI models that we're going to need are going to be just, I don't know, there's a lot that we're going to need to basically make advances in. But that's why I think these concepts of the metaverse and the advances in AI are so fundamentally interlinked, that they're kind of enabling each other.
Yeah, like the world builder is a really cool idea. Like you could be like a Bob Ross. Like I'm gonna put a little tree right here.
Yeah,
I need a little tree. It's missing a little tree, and then but at scale, like enriching your experience in all kinds of ways. You mentioned the assistant too. That's really interesting. How you can have AI assistants helping you out on different levels of sort of intimacy of communication. It could be just like scheduling, or it could be like almost like therapy. Clearly, I need some. So let me ask you, you're one of the most successful people ever. You've built an incredible company
Successful
that has a lot of impact. What advice do you have for young people today? How to live a life they can be proud of? How to build something that can have a big positive impact on the world?
Well, let's break that down, because I think you proud of, have a big positive impact.
Oh, you're actually listening.
And how to live your life are actually three different things that I think, they could line up, but and also, like, what age of people are you talking to? Because I can, like,
high school and college, so you don't really know what you're doing, but you dream big, and you really have a chance to do something unprecedented.
Yeah. So
also
I guess
for people my age.
Okay, so let's maybe start with the kind of most philosophical and abstract version of this.
Yes.
Every night when I put my daughters to bed, we go through this thing, and so they call it the good night things, because we're basically what we talk about at night. And I go through them.
Sounds like a good show.
Yeah, the good night things. Yeah, Priscilla's always asking, she's like, "Can I get good night things?" Like, I don't know. We go to bed too early. But it's but I basically go through with Max and Augie. What are the things that are most important in life, right? That it's like, what do I want them to remember and just have, like, really ingrained in them as they grow up? And it's health, right? Making sure that you take care of yourself and keep yourself in good shape. Loving friends and family, right? Because having the relationships, the family, and making time for friends, I think is perhaps one of the most important things. And then the third is maybe a little more amorphous, but it is something that you are excited about for the future. And when I'm talking to a 4-year-old, often I'll ask her what she's excited about for tomorrow or the week ahead. But I think for most people, it's really hard. The world is a heavy place, and I think, like, the way that we navigate it is that we have things that we're looking forward to. So whether it is building AR glasses for the future, or being able to celebrate my 10-year wedding anniversary with my wife that's coming up, it's like, I think people, you have things that you're looking forward to. Or for the girls, it's often, I want to see mom in the morning, right? It's like, I think that's a really critical thing. And then the last thing is, I ask them every day, what did you do today to help someone? Because I just think that's a really critical thing. Is like it's easy to kind of get caught up in yourself and kind of stuff that's really far down the road. But, like, did you do something just concrete today to help someone? And it can just be as simple as, okay, yeah, I helped set the table for lunch, right? Or this other kid in our school was having a hard time with something, and I, like, helped explain it to him. But that's sort of like, if you were to boil down my overall life philosophy into what I try to impart to my kids, those are the things that I think are really important. So let's say college. So if you're graduating college, probably more practical advice. So I'm always very focused on people, and I think the most important decision you're probably going to make if you're in college is who you surround yourself with, because you become like the people you surround yourself with. And I sort of have this hiring heuristic at Meta, which is, that I will only hire someone to work for me if I could see myself working for them. Not necessarily that I want them to run the company because I like my job, but in an alternate universe, if it was their company and I was looking to go work somewhere, would I be happy to work for them? And I think that's a helpful heuristic to help balance. When you're building something like this, there's a lot of pressure to, you want to build out your teams because there's a lot of stuff that you need to get done. And, everyone always says, don't compromise on quality, but there's this question of, okay, well, how do you know that someone is good enough? And I think my answer is, I would want someone to be on my team if I would work for them. But I think that's actually a pretty similar answer to like, if you were choosing friends or a partner or something like that. So when you're kind of in college, trying to figure out what your circle is going to be, trying to figure out, you're evaluating different job opportunities. Who are the people, even if they're going to be peers in what you're doing, who are the people who, in an alternate universe, you would want to work for them because you think you're going to learn a lot from them because they are kind of values aligned on the things that you care about, and they're going to and they're going to push you, but also they know different things and have different experiences that are kind of more of what you want to become like over time. So I don't know. I think probably people are too, in general, objective focused and maybe not focused enough on the connections and the people who they're basically building relationships with.
I don't know what it says about me, but my place in Austin now has 7-legged robots. So I'm surrounding myself by robots, which is probably something I should look into. What kind of world would you like to see your daughters grow up in, even after you're gone?
Well, I think one of the promises of all this stuff that is getting built now is that it can be a world where more people can just live out their imagination. It's one of my favorite quotes. I think it was attributed to Picasso. It's that all children are artists, and the challenge is how do you remain one when you grow up. And it's like if you have kids, this is pretty clear. Right? They're just like have wonderful imaginations, and part of what I think is going to be great about the creator economy and the metaverse and all this stuff is like this notion around that a lot more people in the future are going to get to work doing creative stuff than what I think today we would just consider traditional labor or service. And I think that's awesome. And like, I think that's like what a lot of what people are here to do is like collaborate together, work together, think of things that you want to build, and go do it. And I don't know, one of the things that I just think is striking. So I teach my daughters like some basic coding with Scratch. I mean, they're still obviously really young, but I think of coding as building, right? It's like when I'm coding, I'm like building something that I want to exist. But my youngest daughter, she's very musical and pretty artistic, and she thinks about coding as art. She calls it code art, not the code, but the output of what she is making. It's like she's just very interesting visually in what she can kind of output and how it can move around. And do we need to fix that? Are we good?
Do I have to clap?
Yeah.
What's that?
Yeah, so I was just talking about Augie and her code art, but I mean, to me, this is like a beautiful thing, right? The notion that like for me, coding was this functional thing, and I enjoyed it, and it like helped build something utilitarian. But that for the next generation of people, it will be even more an expression of their kind of imagination and artistic sense for what they want to exist. So I don't know if that happens. If we can help bring about this world where a lot more people can that's like their existence going forward is being able to basically create and live out in all these different kinds of art. I just think that's like a beautiful and wonderful thing, and will be very freeing for humanity to spend more of our time on the things that matter to us.
Yeah, allow more and more people to express their art in the full meaning of that word.
Yeah,
that's a beautiful vision. We mentioned that you are mortal. Are you afraid of death? Do you think about your mortality? And are you afraid of it? You didn't sign up for this on a podcast, did you?
I mean, it's an interesting question. I mean, I'm definitely aware of it. I do a fair amount of like extreme sport type stuff.
Is there
So,
anything you can do to reconsider
so like,
my
so I'm
dad?
definitely aware of it.
Yeah.
And
And you're flirting with it a bit.
I
with the
like
extreme
I train
sports.
hard. I mean, so it's like if I'm gonna go out in like
Yeah.
a 15-foot wave,
Go
then,
out
like,
big.
then it's like, all right, I'll make sure we have the right safety gear and like make sure that I'm like used to that spot and all that stuff. But you know, I mean, you
The risk is still there.
take some head blows along the way.
Yes.
But definitely aware of it. Definitely would like to stay safe. I have a lot of stuff that I want to build and want
See,
to.
no,
Does it
bitch.
freak you out
And I
that
will
it's
create a
finite though?
robot that just spams your shit.
That there's a deadline when it's all over, and that there'll be a time when your daughters are around and you're gone.
I don't know. That doesn't freak me out. I think constraints are helpful.
Yeah. The finiteness is makes ice cream taste more delicious somehow. The fact that it's going to be over. There's something about that with the metaverse too. You want
Come on, Zooty
we
Fruity.
talked about this
What you
identity
got to say,
earlier,
baby?
like having just one, like NFTs. There's something powerful about the constraint of finiteness or uniqueness. That this
Yeah.
moment is singular in history.
Zuckerberg?
But I mean, a lot of, you know, as you go through different waves of technology, I think a lot of what is interesting is what becomes in practice infinite, or kind of there can be many of a thing, and then
Zuckerberg.
what ends up still being constrained. So the metaverse
What is this bullshit?
should hopefully allow a very large number, or maybe, you know, in practice, hopefully close to an infinite amount of expression and worlds, but we'll still only have a finite amount of time. I think living longer, I think, is good, and obviously all of our philanthropic work is it's not focused on longevity, but it is focused on trying to achieve what I think is a possible goal in this century, which is to be able to cure, prevent, or manage all diseases. So I certainly think people kind of getting sick and dying is a bad thing, because
Hey.
I'm you know, dedicating almost all of my
What's going on,
capital
Gary?
towards
Sorry, we
advancing
can suck
research in
dick.
that area to push on that, which, and we could do another one of these podcasts about that,
Exactly.
because that's
So what people should
a
know,
fascinating topic.
I mean, this is with the Web Priscilla Chan. You formed the Chan Zuckerberg Initiative, gave away 99%, or pledged to give away
Why
99%
wasn't I
of
given a
Facebook
warning?
now
Question
Meta
mark.
shares. I mean, like you said, you could talk forever about all the exciting things you're working on there, including the sort of moonshot of eradicating disease by the mid-century mark. Or
I don't actually know if you're going to ever eradicate it, but I think you can get to a point where you
Period.
can
My
either
camera was on.
cure
Period.
things that happen, right? So
Anyone
people get
could
diseases,
have
but you can cure them. Prevent is
Given me a
probably
warning,
closest to
and I was
eradication,
not.
or just be able
Period.
to manage is sort of like ongoing things that are
I
you're
could
not
have
gonna
changed any
ruin your
behavior
life.
that you wanted. Period.
And I think that that's possible. I think
What do you
saying that
want
there's
me
going
to
to be
do?
no
Question
disease at
mark.
all
Talk with more people?
probably is
Question
not
mark.
possible within the next
Type more? Question mark.
several decades.
Remove
basic thing is
links to
increase
my
the quality
account?
of life,
Question mark.
Yeah.
I can do
and
any of
maybe
those things. Period.
keep the finiteness, because it makes everything taste more delicious.
Yeah,
Maybe that's just being a romantic 20th century human.
maybe. But I mean, but it was an intentional decision to not focus on our philanthropy on like explicitly on longevity or living forever.
Yes. If at the moment of your death, and by the way, I like that the lights went out when we started talking about death. You get to meet
It does
God.
make it a lot more dramatic.
It does. I should get closer to the mic. At the moment of your death, you get to meet God, and you
How do you
get to
consider
ask
me a bot
one
when
question.
I am live
What
on
question
camera?
would you like
Question
to
mark.
ask?
This is just
Or maybe a whole conversation. I don't know. It's up to you. It's more dramatic when it's just one question.
Well, if it's only one question and I died,
Yeah.
I would just want to know that Priscilla and my family, like if they were going to be
if
okay.
you do not let me in, comma,
That might
I will
depend on
continue appealing.
the circumstances of my death, but I
Until
think that
someone
in
takes my appeal
most
seriously,
circumstances
period.
that I can think of, that's probably the main thing
Now
that I
that
would
you
care
make me
about.
aware of
Yeah, I
what
think
you
God would hear
consider
that
to
question,
be
be like, all right,
a
fine, you
violation,
get it.
comma,
That's the right. That's the
can
right
make
question. to
changes.
ask.
Is
Period.
it? I don't
No
know.
one made
Humility
me
and
aware of
selfishness.
anything
All right,
until
you're right.
I mean,
this moment
But-
just now. Period.
well,
They're
maybe.
gonna be fine. Don't worry.
Okay.
I would
But I mean, one of
sincerely
the things that I
appreciate
think you
if you
should
could
I
reconsider
struggle
this
with, at
ban.
least,
Period. I will change
is,
whatever you want in my
on the one
profile,
hand, that's
comma.
probably the most,
I will
the thing that's closest to me, and maybe the
ensure that I
most
am
common
always
human
at my
experience.
keyboard,
But
comma, and do
I don't know.
anything
One of the
else
things
you
that
want.
I just
period.
struggle with in terms of running this large enterprise
If
is
anything,
like,
comma, I am not a bot though, comma. I
should the
utilize
thing that I care more about be that responsibility? And I think it's shifted over time. I mean, like before I really had a family, that was
I am
like
a
the
real
only thing I
person,
cared
comma,
about.
and it is insulting to me that
I-
you consider me to
at
be
this
a bot.
point, it's.
Period. Maybe
I
you should have said
care
you
deeply
should
about
change
it,
some
but
things in your
like,
profile, comma. But telling me that
yeah,
I am not a
I
real
think
human
that's
person is hurtful.
not as obvious
period.
of a question.
Yeah, we humans are weird. You get this ability to impact millions of lives, and it's definitely something. Billions of lives. It's something you care about, but the weird humans that are closest to us, those are the ones that mean the most. And I suppose that's the dream of the metaverse, is to connect, form small groups like that where you can have those intimate relationships. Let me ask you the big ridiculous.
Well, and to be able to be close, not just based on who you happen to be next to. I think that's what the internet is already doing, is allowing you to spend more of your time not physically proximate. I mean, I always think when you think about the
Additionally,
metaverse,
please
people ask this
know
question
that
about the real
I was
world.
banned
It's
previously,
like, dude, the virtual world versus the real world. And it's
and
like, no, the
let
real
back
world
in because they
is a
realized
combination
that I
of the
was a
virtual
real
world
person
and
and
the
not a
physical
bot.
world.
Period.
But I think over time, as we get more
Nothing
technology,
changed, comma.
the
This is
physical
simply
world is
one
becoming less
person's
of a
opinion.
percent of the real world. And I think
And
that opens up a lot of opportunities.
It is
for
not
people,
the
because
opinion
you
of
can
all
you
of the
can work in different
moderators,
places.
comma,
You can
because moderators have let me back
stay
in
more
before.
close
period.
to stay closer to people who are in different places. So
Yeah,
I think that's good.
Removing barriers of geography and then barriers of language. That's a beautiful vision.
I'm not
Big
fucking
ridiculous
proofreading
question.
anything with these
What do you think
assholes
is the
anymore.
meaning of life?
This is the worst. I got Zuckerberg douching it up there. I got his stupid ass Instagram sucking cock. Everything sucks. Super Pusai is a douche. This motherfucker doesn't look like he's ever
I think
seen
that
the sun.
there
I
are
have more of
probably
a
a
tan
couple
than
of
he
different
does.
ways that I would go with this. But I think it gets back to this last question that we talked about the duality between you have the people around you who you care the most about, and then there's like this bigger thing that maybe you're building. And I think that in my own life, I mean, I sort of think about this tension, but when it's, look, I started this whole company and my life's work is around human connection. So I think it's intellectually probably the thing that I go to first is just that human connection is the meaning. And I mean, I think that it's a thing that our society probably systematically undervalues. I mean, I just remember, when I was growing up and in school, do your homework and then go play with your
bitch, let me
friends
back in your
after.
fucking
And it's like,
Discord.
no, what if playing with your friends is the point?
Like, it sounds like an argument your daughters make.
Well, I mean, I don't know. I just think it's
Oh,
interesting.
it doesn't even matter, man.
well, I think it's interesting because it's, people. I think people tend to think about that stuff as wasting time, or that's like what you do in the free time that you have. But like, what if that's actually the point?
Yeah.
So that's one. But here's maybe a different way
This
of coming
bitch
at
doesn't
this,
let
which
me
is
fucking
maybe
continue.
a more like religious
I
in
will
nature.
create
I mean,
a
I
fucking
always
bot that does nothing but spam your appeal server
There's
24/7,
a
365.
rabbi who I've studied with who kind of gave me this. We were talking through Genesis and the Bible and the Torah, and they're basically walking through. It's like, okay, you go through the 7 days of creation, and it's like, why does the Bible start there? Right? It's like it could have started anywhere, right? In terms of like how to live, but basically it starts with talking about how God created people in her image. but the Bible starts by talking about how God created everything. So I actually think that there's like a compelling argument that I think I've always just found meaningful and inspiring, that a lot of the point of what sort of religion
Bitch, you better fucking let me back in the
has been
server.
telling us that we should do is to create and build things. So these things are not
you were
necessarily
AFK.
odds. I mean, I think like,
Listen, bitch.
I mean, that's-
Not everybody uses
and I
a
think
fucking
probably to some
keyboard.
degree you'd expect me to say
That
something
doesn't
like
even
this
fucking
because
make
I've
you
dedicated my life
AFK.
to creating things
fucking
that help people connect. So I mean,
server
that's sort of
farming.
the fusion of
Okay, well, you
I
were
mean, getting back to what we
fucking
talked about earlier. It's what I studied in school.
Pluto hitchhiking. What the fuck does that mean? Well, you're Pluto hitchhiking. What? Well, I
that
thought
I
you
care
might have
about.
been trying to catch a ride to fucking Pluto.
But I don't know. For me, that's
Huh?
that's
What the fuck
what
is
I think
that?
about. It's
Just
what
making up
To
terms.
create,
You suck,
to,
Tutti Frutti, stupid
to
bitch.
love, which is the ultimate form of connection.
Stupid Pluto
I think
hitchhiker.
this is
What
one
the
hell
fuck
of an
is that?
amazing replay
What is
experience in the
Pluto
metaverse for
hitchhiking?
whoever is using
I don't
our
know.
avatars.
It's just like
years
your
from
server
now. I
farming
hope
or
you had fun.
your
And thank you for talking today.
VC farming.
Thank you.
Thanks for
You
listening
see
to
fucking
this conversation
overalls here,
with
you
Mark
stupid
Zuckerberg.
bitch.
To support this
No.
podcast, please check out
You're
our
fucking.
sponsors.
Maybe
in the
I think that you're
description.
trying to hitchhike to Pluto,
And now,
and I don't like
Let me
it.
leave you with the
Why?
end
Well, you're here on
of the
Earth.
poem If
How the fuck did you get
by
here?
Rothschild Kipling.
Well, I don't know. Well, no one does, but
If
you
could
might be
talk
on your
with
way to
crowds
Pluto. That's
and
Pluto
keep your
hitchhiking.
virtue,
Why? It's just
or
some
walk with
fucking
kings,
term that somebody
or lose
made
the common
up
touch.
that then people start
Be the
using it and
foes
they're like,
of
oh,
loving
this asshole's
friends
Pluto
can hurt you.
hitchhiking.
If all men count
Let
with
me
you,
back in your fucking
but
stream,
none too
bitch.
much.
If not, lady,
If you
I
can feel
will.
the unforgiving
I have a
minute
bot here.
with
It will
60
take me
seconds
10
worth of distance,
10 minutes, and
Yours
you'll
is
have
the
so
earth
many fucking appeals for
and
me, you're
everything
going to
that's in
throw
it.
up.
And which is more, you'll be a man, my son.
This is the worst. Let
Thank
me
you for
back
listening.
in this
I
fucking
hope to see
thing.
you next time.
How to learn English. And you know what? That's another one. Let me in that fucking one about you've been banned from the English one. Zooty Fruity. What the fuck was that? English. Or no, not learn English. What was it? Study.
If one
Study.
site is hacked, you
Shit.
can
You were
just
banned. You were
unleash all
warned
hell.
3
You
times.
have stumbled into this
So?
new era of mutually
Well, we
assured
warned you
digital
that you gotta
destruction.
be
How
awake
far
while
is
you're on
the
the call.
willing to go?
Can I
You can
not
capture
listen to
their
shit?
location. You can
Why is that
capture
against the rules?
their contacts.
If you say no
record their
sleeping,
telephone calls,
okay,
record their camera without them knowing about
but
it.
even then,
Basically, you can put an invisible ankle bracelet on someone without them knowing. You could sell that to a zero-day broker for $2 million.
here, let me send this fucking appeal.
The following is a conversation with Nicole Perlroth, cybersecurity journalist and author of This Is How They Tell Me the World Ends, the Cyber Weapons Arm Race. This is the Lex Friedman Podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, dear friends, here's Nicole.
Why do they say, what is the
Perlroth.
reason why you got banned? I don't know.
You've interviewed
Check your fucking
hundreds
records.
of cybersecurity hackers, activists, dissidents, computer scientists, government officials, forensic investigators, and
Allegedly,
mercenaries.
I was away
Let's talk
from
about
my
cybersecurity
keyboard.
and cyber war.
Wait, no.
Start with the basics. What is a zero-day vulnerability? And then a zero-day exploit or attack.
So, at the most basic level, let's say I'm a hacker and I find a bug in your iPhone iOS software that no one else knows about, especially Apple. It's called a 0 day because the minute it's discovered, engineers have had 0 days to fix it. If I can study that 0 day, I could potentially write a program to exploit it. And
I
that
was listening to
program
lectures,
would be called a 0 day
comma,
exploit. And for
which
iOS,
I feel
the dream
is important
is that you
to
craft a 0 day
learning,
exploit
period.
that
I
can
should not be
remotely
banned
exploit
because I was
someone
listening
else's
to
iPhone
lectures.
without them ever
Period. I
knowing
feel that
about
this
it.
is unfair.
And you can capture their location, you can capture their
My camera was on the
contacts,
entire time,
record their telephone calls,
and I
record their
feel
camera without them
that
knowing
I
about
am
it.
being picked on.
Basically, you can put an
because
invisible ankle bracelet
Someone
on
assumed
someone without them knowing.
that I was not
And you
studying
can
at
see
the
why
time,
that
comma,
capability,
when I
that
learned
0
better
day
by
exploit would
hearing
have immense
than perhaps
value for a
by
spy agency
seeing,
or a
period.
government that wants to monitor
I have very bad
dissidents
vision,
or dissidents.
comma,
And
I
so
have
there's
cataracts,
a very
comma,
lucrative market
and
now for 0 day exploits.
it is
So you
difficult for
said a few
me.
things there. One is iOS. why iOS?
To always be staring
which
at a screen,
operating system,
comma.
which one is the
So
sexiest thing to try
listen
to get to, or the most impactful thing? And the other thing you mentioned is remote versus like having to actually come in physical contact with it. But is that the distinction?
So
Lectures.
iPhone exploits have just been
In
a
order to give my
government's
eyes a
number
rest,
one
period.
priority. Recently, actually, the price of an Android remote zero-day exploit, something that can get you into Android phones, is actually higher. The value of that is now higher on this underground market for zero-day exploits than an iPhone iOS exploit. So things are changing.
So there's probably more Android devices, so that's why it's better. But then the iPhone side, so I'm an Android person because I'm a man of the people. But it seems like all the elites use iPhone, all the people at nice dinner parties. So is that the reason that like the more powerful people use iPhones? Is that why?
I don't think so. So it was about 2 years
Let me
ago
back
that
in
the
this
prices
fucking
flipped.
thing.
It used to
Now,
be
this bitch
that if
hasn't.
you could craft a remote
Lady,
zero-click exploit for iOS, then that was about as good as it gets. You could sell that to a zero-day broker for $2 million. The caveat is you can never tell anyone about it. Because the
lady, if you
minute
don't let me
you
fucking
tell
back in
someone
this
about
server,
it,
I'm
Apple
fucking
learns
shit.
about it, they patch it, and that $2.5 million investment that zero-day broker just made goes to dust. So a couple of years ago, and don't quote me on the prices, but an Android zero-click remote exploit for the first time topped the iOS. And actually, a lot of people's read on that was that it might be a sign that Apple's security was falling and that it might actually be easier to find an iOS zero-day exploit than find an Android zero-day exploit. The other thing is market share. There are just more people around the world that use Android. And a lot of governments that are paying top dollar for zero-day exploits these days
same old,
are
period.
deep-pocketed governments
Check
in the
out
Gulf that want to use these exploits
Telegram
to
for the newest
monitor their own
information, period.
citizens, monitor their critics. And so it's not necessarily that they're trying to find elites. It's that they want to find out who these people are that are criticizing them or perhaps planning the next Arab Spring.
So in your experience, are most of these attacks targeted to cover a large population, or is there attacks that are targeted towards specific individuals?
So I think it's both.
Why
Some
are
of
these
the
people so fucking
zero-day
afraid?
exploits that have fetched top dollar that I've heard of in my reporting in the United States were highly targeted. There was a potential
This
terrorist
bitch
attack. They
better
wanted
get
to
back
get
to
into
me.
this person's phone. It
Bitch
had to
better
be
have
done in
my
the next
money.
24 hours. They approached hackers and say,
What
we'll
is this
pay you
shit?
X millions of dollars if you can do this. But then you look at when we've discovered iOS zero-day exploits in the wild, some of them have been targeting large populations like Uyghurs. So a couple of years ago, there was a watering hole attack. Okay, what's the watering hole
CCP.
attack? There's a website. It was
I
actually
call those
had
motherfuckers
information aimed at Uyghurs, and you could access it all over the world. And if you visited this website, it would drop an iOS zero-day exploit onto your phone. And so anyone that visited this website that was about Uyghurs, anywhere, Uyghurs living abroad, basically the Uyghur diaspora, would have gotten infected with this zero-day exploit. So in that case, they were targeting huge swaths of this one population or people interested in this one population, basically in real time.
Who are these attackers? From the individual level to the group level, psychologically speaking, what's their motivation? Is it purely money? Is it the challenge? Are they malevolent? Is it power? These are big philosophical human questions, I guess.
So these are the questions I set out to answer for my book. I wanted to know, are these people that are just after money? If they're just after money, how do they sleep at night, not knowing whether that zero-day exploit they just sold to a broker is being used to basically make someone's life a living hell. And what I found was there's kind of this long sordid history to this question. It started out in the 80s and 90s when hackers were just finding holes and bugs in software for curiosity's sake, really as a hobby. And some of them would go to the tech companies like Microsoft or Sun Microsystems at the time, or Oracle. And they'd say, hey, I just found this 0 day in your software and I can use it to break into NASA. And the general response at the time wasn't, thank you so much for pointing out this flaw in our software. We'll get it fixed as soon as possible. It was, don't ever poke around our software ever again, or we'll stick our general counsel on you. And that was really sort of the common thread for years.
Same to you, my friend. What's good in your neck of the woods?
To do the right thing, we're basically told to shut up and stop doing what you're doing.
Excellent. Were you successful?
And what happened
big time successful?
Was they basically started trading this information online. Now, when you go back and interview
a little bit's better than nothing.
Early days,
good on you, my man.
They all tell a very similar story, which is they're curious, they're tinkerers. They remind me of like the kid down the block that was constantly
we are just watching podcasts
and they just couldn't help
just
themselves.
Enjoying life.
They wanted to figure out how a system is designed and how they could potentially exploit it for some other purpose. It doesn't have to be good or bad.
Yeah.
But they were basically
it's a fun game
down for so long by these big tech companies that
do you like playing Cracker Strike?
Silently trading them with other hackers. And that's
fun.
how you got these really heated debates in the 90s about disclosure. Games? Should you just dump these things online because any script kiddie can pick them up and use it for all kinds of mischief? But don't you want to just stick a middle finger to all these companies that are basically threatening you all the time? So there was this really interesting dynamic at play. And what I learned in the course of doing my book was that government agencies and their contractors sort of tapped into that frustration and that resentment.
You too, man. Take care.
And they started quietly reaching out to hackers on these forums. And they said, hey, that 0 day you just dropped online, could you come up with something custom for me? And I'll pay you 6 figures for it so long as you shut up and never tell anyone that I paid you for this. And that's what happened. So throughout the 90s, there was a bunch of boutique contractors that started reaching out to hackers on these forums and saying, hey, I'll pay you 6 figures for that bug you were trying to get Microsoft to fix for free. And sort of so catalyzed this market where governments and their intermediaries started reaching out to these hackers and buying their bugs for free. And in those early days, I think a lot of it was just for quiet counterintelligence, traditional espionage. But as we started baking the software, Windows software, Schneider Electric, Siemens industrial software, into our nuclear plants and our factories and our power grid and our petrochemical facilities and our pipelines, those same 0 days came to be just as valuable for sabotage and war planning.
Does the fact that the market sprung up and you can now make a lot of money change the nature of the attackers that came to the table, or grow the number of attackers? I mean, what is, I guess, you told the psychology of the hackers in the 90s. What is the culture today, and where is it heading?
So I think there are people who will tell you they would never sell a 0 day to a 0 day broker or a government. One, because they don't know how it's going to get used when they throw it over the fence. Most of these get rolled into classified programs and you don't know how they get used. If you sell it to a 0 day broker, you don't even know which nation state might use it. Or potentially which criminal group might use it if you sell it on the dark web. The other thing that they say is that they want to be able to sleep at night. And they lose a lot of sleep if they found out their 0 day was being used to make a dissident's life living hell. But there are a lot of people, good people, who also say, no, this is not my problem. This is the technology company's problem. If they weren't writing new bugs into their software every day, then there wouldn't be a market. Then there wouldn't be a problem. But they continue to write bugs into their software all the time, and they continue to profit off that software. So why shouldn't I profit off my labor too? And one of the things that has happened, which is, I think, a positive development over the last 10 years, are bug bounty programs. Companies like Google and Facebook, and then Microsoft, and finally Apple, which resisted it for a really long time, have said, okay, we are going to shift our perspective about hackers. We're no longer going to treat them as the enemy here. We're going to start paying them for what it's essentially free quality assurance. And we're going to pay them good money in some cases, 6 figures in some cases. We're never going to be able to bid against a zero-day broker who sells to government agencies. But we can reward them and hopefully get to that bug earlier where we can neutralize it so that they don't have to spend another year developing the zero-day exploit. And in that way, we can keep our software more secure. But every week, I get messages from some hacker that says, I tried to see this zero-day exploit that was just found in the wild, being used by this nation state. I tried to tell Microsoft about this 2 years ago, and they were going to pay me peanuts, so it never got fixed. There are all sorts of those stories that can continue on. And, I think just generally, hackers are not very good at diplomacy. They tend to be pretty snipey, technical crowd, and very philosophical in my experience. But, diplomacy is not their strong suit.
So there almost has to be a broker between companies and hackers where you can translate effectively, just like you have a zero-day broker between governments and hackers.
Yeah.
You have to speak their language.
Yeah. And there have been some of those companies who've risen up to meet that demand. And HackerOne is one of them. BugCrowd is another. Synac has an interesting model. So that's a company that you pay for a private bug bounty program, essentially. So you pay this company. They tap hackers all over the world to come hack your software, hack your system. And then they'll quietly tell you what they found. And I think that's a really positive development. And actually, the Department of Defense hired all 3 of those companies I just mentioned to help secure their systems. Now, I think they're still a little timid in terms of letting those hackers into the really sensitive, high-side classified stuff. But, baby steps.
Just to understand what you were saying, you think it's impossible for companies to financially compete with the zero-day brokers, with governments? So, like, the defense can't outpay the hackers?
It's interesting, they shouldn't outpay them, because what would happen if they started offering $2.5 million at Apple for any, zero-day exploit that governments would pay that much for, is their own engineers would say, why the hell am I working, for less than that and doing my 9 to 5 every day? So you would create a perverse incentive. And I didn't think about that until I started this research, and I realized, okay, yeah, that makes sense. You don't want to incentivize offense so much that it's to your own detriment. And so I think what they have, though, what the companies have on government agencies is, if they pay you, you get to talk about it. You get the street cred. You get to brag about the fact you just found that $2.5 million, iOS zero-day that no one else did. And if you sell it to a broker, you never get to talk about it. And I think that really does eat at people.
Can I ask you a big philosophical question about human nature here? So if you have, what you've seen, if a human being has a zero-day, they found a zero-day vulnerability that can hack into, I don't know, what's the worst thing you can hack into? Something that could launch nuclear weapons. Well, which percentage of the people in the world that have the skill would not share that with anyone, with any bad party? I guess how many people are completely devoid of ethical concerns in years? in your sense. So my belief is all the ultra competent people, or very, very high percentage of ultra competent people, are also ethical people. That's been my experience. But then again, my experience is narrow.
Mhm.
What's your experience been like?
So this was another question I wanted to answer. Who are these people who would sell a zero-day exploit that would neutralize a Schneider Electric safety lock at a petrochemical plant? Basically, the last thing you would need to neutralize before you trigger some kind of explosion. Who would sell that? And I got my answer. Well, the answer was different. A lot of people said, I would never even look there because I don't even want to know. I don't even want to have that capability. I don't even want to have to make that decision about whether I'm going to profit off of that knowledge. I went down to Argentina, and this whole kind of moral calculus I had in my head was completely flipped around. So just to back up for a moment. So Argentina actually is a real hacker's paradise. People grow up in Argentina, and I went down there. I guess I was there around 2015, 2016, but you still couldn't get an iPhone. They didn't have Amazon Prime. You couldn't get access to any of the apps we all take for granted. To get those things in Argentina as a kid, you have to find a way to hack them. And it's the whole culture is really like a hacker culture. They say it's really like a MacGyver culture. You have to figure out how to break into something with wire and tape. And that means that there are a lot of really good hackers in Argentina who specialize in developing zero-day exploits. And I went down to this Argentina conference called Echo Party. And I asked the organizer, okay, can you introduce me to someone who's selling zero-day exploits to governments? And he was like, just throw a stone. Throw a stone anywhere and you're going to hit someone. And all over this conference, you saw these guys who were clearly from these Gulf states who only spoke Arabic. What are they doing at a young hacking conference in Buenos Aires? And so I went out to lunch with kind of this godfather of the hacking scene there, and I asked this really dumb question, and I'm still embarrassed about how I phrased it. But I said, will these guys only sell these zero-day exploits to good Western governments? And he said, Nicole, last time I checked, the United States wasn't a good Western government. The last country that bombed another country into oblivion wasn't China or Iran. It was the United States. So if we're going to go by your whole moral calculus, just know that we have a very different calculus down here, and we'd actually rather sell to Iran or Russia or China maybe than the United States. And that just blew me away. Wow. He's like, we'll just sell to whoever brings us the biggest bag of cash. Have you checked into our inflation situation recently? So, I had some of those reality checks along the way. We tend to think of things as, is this moral? Is this ethical? Especially as journalists. We kind of sit on our high horse sometimes and write about a lot of things that seem to push the moral bounds. But in this market, which is essentially an underground market, that the one rule is like Fight Club. No one talks about Fight Club. First rule of the zero-day market, nobody talks about the zero-day market on both sides, because the hacker doesn't want to lose their $2.5 million bounty, and governments roll these into classified programs, and they don't want anyone to know what they have. No one talks about this thing. And when you're operating in the dark like that, it's really easy to put aside your morals sometimes.
Can I, as a small tangent, ask you, by way of advice, you must have done some incredible interviews. And you've also spoken about how serious you take protecting your sources. If you were to give me advice for interviewing when you're recording on mic with a video camera, how is it possible to get into this world? Is it basically impossible? So you've spoken with a few people. What is it, like the godfather of cyber war, cybersecurity? So people that are already out, and they still have to be pretty brave to speak.
This is ridiculous.
But is it virtually
This community
impossible
is
to
never gonna
really
grow
talk to
if
anybody
we
who's a current hacker? You're always like 10, 20
ban
years
people,
behind.
period.
It's a good question, and this is why I'm a print journalist.
He
But a lot when I've
was
seen
always
people
nice
do
to
it,
me and
it's
never
always
sent
the
me
guy
an
who's behind the
overabundance of
shadows,
messages,
whose voice
period.
has been altered.
I've never known
When
him
they've
to
gotten
scam
someone on
anyone,
camera, that's usually how they do
period.
it.
He seems like a good-hearted individual,
Very, very
period.
few people talk in this space, and there's actually a pretty well-known case study in why you don't talk publicly in this space and you don't get photographed, and that's the Gruck. So, the Gruck is or was this zero-day broker, South African guy, lives in Thailand, and right when I was starting on this subject at the New York Times, he'd given an interview to Forbes, and he talked about being a zero-day broker, and he even posed next to this giant duffel bag filled with cash, ostensibly. And later he would say he was speaking off the record, he didn't understand the rules of the game. But what I heard from people who did business with him was that the minute that story came out, he
I
became
don't need to
PNG.
use bigoted
No one did
language,
business with him.
period.
His business plummeted by at least half. No one wants to do business with anyone who's going to get on camera and talk about how they're selling 0 days to governments. It puts you at danger. And I did hear that he got some visits from some security folks. And, it's another thing for these people to consider. If they have those 0-day exploits at their disposal, they become a huge target for nation states all over the world. Talk about having perfect OPSEC. You better have some perfect OPSEC if people know that you have access to those 0-day exploits.
Which sucks because, transparency here would be really powerful for educating the world and also inspiring other engineers to do good. It just feels like when you operate in the shadows, it doesn't help us move in the positive direction in terms of getting more people on the defense side versus on the attack side.
Right.
But of course, what can you do? The best you can possibly do is have great journalists, just like you did, interview and write books about it and integrate the information you get while hiding the sources.
Yeah, and I think, what HackerOne has told me was, okay, let's just put away the people that are finding and developing 0-day exploits all day long. Let's put that aside. What about the, however many millions of programmers all over the world who've never even heard of a 0-day exploit? Why not tap into them and say, hey, we'll start paying you if you can find a bug in United
You don't have
Airlines
evidence of this,
software,
though, period.
or
It is simply
in
an
Schneider
assumption,
Electric,
period.
or in Ford, or Tesla.
Tons of people ask for
And
money on Telegram,
I think
period.
that is a really smart approach. Let's go find this
You don't have
untapped army
evidence
of
that he was
programmers
using
to
multiple
neutralize
accounts
these
necessarily,
bugs
period.
before the people who will continue to sell these to governments can find them and exploit them.
Okay, I have to ask you about this from a personal side. It's funny enough, after we agreed to talk, I've gotten, for the first time in my life, was a victim of a cyber attack. So this is ransomware. It's
If
called
you feel
Deadbolt.
that way,
People
comma,
can
that's
look it up.
fine, period.
I have a
I don't
QNAP
think that's
device
right,
for
though, period.
basically
I can at
kind
least
of
tell him
coldish
not to
storage.
DM
So it's
people,
about 60
comma, but to
terabytes,
ban him
50 terabytes
permanently,
of data on it in
I
RAID
don't think it's
5.
right, period.
And apparently about 4,000 to 5,000 QNAP devices were hacked and taken over with this ransomware. And what ransomware does there is it goes file by file, almost all the files on the QNAP storage device, and encrypts them. And then there's this very eloquently and politely written page that pops up. It describes what happened. All your files have been encrypted. This includes, but is not limited to, photos, documents, and spreadsheets. Why me?
Make it
This
a
is
million
a
and one,
lot of people
period.
commented
I will
about
tell
how
him what not to
friendly
do,
and eloquent this
and if he
and I have to commend
makes
them.
another
It is,
mistake,
and it's
comma,
pretty user
then
friendly.
he's done, period. Then
Why
I
me?
at
This
least
is
can
not
say
a
I did
personal
everything
attack.
I can
You have
to
been
help him,
targeted
period.
because of the inadequate
I will have a
security
talk with
provided
him,
by
and I
your
will
vendor.
change his behavior,
QNAP.
comma. If anybody else gets
What now? You can make a payment of exactly 0.03 Bitcoin, which is about $1,000, to the following address. Once the payment has been made, we'll follow up with transaction to the same address, blah, blah, blah. They give you instructions of what happens next, and they'll give you a decryption key that you can then use. And then
At
there's
least
another
shouldn't get a
message from
permanent
QNAP
ban for
that
life.
says,
Period. It's been
all your
enough
affected
time.
customers have been
Period.
targeted using a zero-day vulnerability in your product. We offer you two options to mitigate this and future damage. One, make a Bitcoin payment of 5 Bitcoin to
Please give
the
him
following
another
address,
chance,
and
I
that
will
will
have a
reveal
talk
to
with him.
QNAP
And if he
I'm summarizing
violates
things here,
any of the rules,
what the actual
then there's
vulnerability
nothing
is,
more I
or
can do
you can
for
make a
him, period.
Bitcoin payment of 50 Bitcoin to get a master decryption key for all your customers. 50 Bitcoin is about $1.8 million. Okay. So first of all, on a personal level, this one hurt for me. I learned a lot because I wasn't, for the most part, backing up much of that data because I thought I can afford to lose that data. It's not like horrible. I mean, I think you've spoken about the crown jewels, like making sure there's things you really protect. And I'm very conscious security-wise on the crown jewels. But there's a bunch of stuff like, personal videos. They're not like, I don't have anything creepy, but just like fun things I did that because they're very large or 4K or something like that, I kept them on there thinking RAID 5 will protect it. I lost a bunch of stuff, including raw footage from interviews and all that kind of stuff. So it's painful. And I'm sure there's a lot of painful stuff like that for the 4,000 to 5,000 people that use QNAP. And there's a lot of interesting ethical questions here. Do you pay them? Does QNAP pay them? Do the individuals pay them?
I am going to have a
Especially
talk
when you
with
don't
him
know if it's going
about
to
his
work or not.
behavior, period. If
Do
he
you
violates it,
So QNAP
then
said that
I
please
completely
don't pay them.
understand why to ban him, period. But I believe everybody
We're
deserves
working
a second
very
chance,
hard day and night to solve
especially with
this.
some of these guys who are extremely desperate, period.
It's so philosophically interesting to me because I also project onto them thinking, what is their motivation? Because the way they phrased it on purpose, perhaps, but I'm not sure if that actually reflects their real motivation, is maybe they're trying to help themselves sleep at night. Basically saying, this is not about you. This is about the company.
Thank you
and
so
their
much
vulnerabilities. Just like you
for
mentioned, this is the
reconsidering his
justification
ban,
they have.
period.
But
I
they're hurting
will
real people.
talk to him
They
and make
hurt
sure
me.
he is aware
I'm sure there's a few
of
others
our
that are
expectations,
really
period.
And the 0-day factor is a big one. That their QNAP right now is trying to figure out what the hell is wrong with their system that would let this in. And even if they pay, they still don't know where the 0-day is.
Come to my
they
VC
won't
right
just hit them
now.
again and hit you again. So that
Period.
really complicates
I have
things.
to talk to you
things. And that is a huge
about
advancement
our expectations for you
for
and the
ransomware.
community.
It's really only been, I think, in the last 18 months that we've ever really seen ransomware exploit 0 days to pull these off. Usually 80% of them, I think the data shows 80% of them come down to a lack of two-factor authentication. Someone gets hit by a ransomware attack. They don't have two-factor authentication on. Their employees were using stupid passwords. Like, you can mitigate that in the future. This one, they don't know. They probably don't know.
Yeah, and it
Real
was,
Schiller X.
I guess, zero.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Okay, now listen to me. I really had to put my ass on the line for you. Nobody wanted to let you back. And I told them, I'm going to talk with you, okay? They're going to let you back in, but you have to follow some rules, okay? If you don't follow the rules, you're done, and I can't help you anymore, okay? Here's rule number 1. Don't ever ask for money, ever, from anybody. I don't care if you're dying of thirst. Go somewhere else. Don't ask any of these people for money because they don't like that. Number 2, don't send any links, okay? That's a very important thing. Number 3, if you're going to make content, that's fine. We think that you have good content, but you absolutely cannot ask for money. What people don't want is DMs to them from you on your account or other people's accounts that are asking for money. They're not going to give you money, okay? But what it is I think you're a really nice person. I think that you have a good heart, and I want to see you back in there. here's another thing, okay? Do not ask for money. Do not ask for money, okay? I understand. Okay, I understand things get desperate. Excellent. But I want you in there. I want you in there. So you've been let back in. And I want you to say to everybody when you're back in, thank them, thank More Light, thank the team, that you appreciate the opportunity and you will take this seriously. And that's it. You don't have to say this, but just don't. Here's what the guys don't want. They're busy people. They don't need DMs. For every guy in Nigeria, for every person like you, there are 1,000 other people in Nigeria who are asking them for money, and they don't want that. What they do want is cool content. You know what is really cool that you do is you make videos. You get people in your community to make videos. That kind of stuff is really cool. But I'm going to tell you what, I really had to put my ass on the line for you. I had to fight with people. I'm like, hey, why are you letting this guy have a second chance? I asked, I'm like, what evidence do you have that he's done anything wrong? And they had a lot of evidence. They're like, he's always DMing us for money. And I'm like, look, I understand. They're desperate people. You have to do it. I get it. What they don't want is you creating other accounts, though, to ask people for money. So what do I suggest that you... What'd you say? No, it's not a business, okay? It's not business. It's not business to business. It's not like, hey, I've got this great idea and I want you guys to be aware of it. There's this other coin. No, there's none of that. If you want to take pictures and upload them and say, hey, here's what life is like today where I live, and I hope everybody's having a good day, that kind of stuff, that works. But if you ask for money, you're going to be done. And then I'm not going to want to have anything to do with you. I like you. I think you're a smart person. I think you're really nice. I like your family. And so that's why I put myself out there for you. But don't think of it as like I'm networking or I know people in this community who will help us. No, the people in Harry Potter Obama Sonic Teninu focus on Harry Potter Obama Sonic Teninu. They don't want to focus on your wallet. They don't want to focus on any other projects. With that being said, you've been let back in. So what I want you to do is go back into the Telegram and say thank you for letting me back in. Rabbi talked with me, and I will not let you guys down. I hope you all have a great new year. Just something like that, and you'll be good to go. But I'm not going to do this again for you, okay? Okay. So go in there and thank them for letting you back in. Just be good. Here's what I advise you to do. You can come in the VC whenever you want and talk with me. That's fine. What I don't want you to do is take a month off of typing a whole bunch or anything. Just kind of ease back into things. And so you can upvote things or thumb up things, but two things. I mean, the two big things. Well, here were the complaints. You asking for money, you DMing people. Don't DM people. That's one thing I'm going to ask you. Don't DM anybody. If you want to DM somebody, DM me in the in Discord, and I'll do what I can to get you what you need. But don't ask me for money because I can't help you. But here's what people don't want, and I'm just going to put it to you like this: where they get an inbox message from you, and you know you've sent a bunch of them out, and I understand you've been desperate and you needed to do what you needed to do, but they don't have time for that, and they don't want that. So no DMs to anyone from Harry Potter Obama Sonic Teninu. None. Especially the moderators. They don't want that. So you just have to say to yourself, okay, I'm not allowed to DM those guys. That's fine. I'm not going to be able to ask for money there, and I'm not going to promote other projects. If you can hold by those rules, you'll be fine, and you'll be in here for years to come, okay? Okay, the one thing I want you to do when you just go back, rejoin right now, and thank everybody for the opportunity, okay? And that we talked. That's it. Take care. Peace. No thank yous? I spoke with Real Schiller X, period. I told him he is not to DM anyone in this community, comma, he is not to ask for any money, comma, and he is not to promote any other projects, period. If he is, he's done, period. I told him to take it easy and not spam, and that he needs to just ensure that he is calm. Told him that we do like when he creates content, comma, but never, ever, ever ask for money to create content, period. If anybody has a problem with him, comma, let me know, comma, but I think he will change his behavior, period. If he doesn't, comma, he's gone, comma, and there's nothing else anybody can do for him, period. Thank you again so much for reconsidering his ban, period. I honestly have no idea why I care so much, comma, but I feel people deserve second chances, I guess, period. Thank you so much, period. All right. It is perfect, period. Great job, period. Now be good and don't get into any more trouble, okay? Question mark.
No, you don't get in trouble.
Dude, I gotta stay out of trouble. How you living, baby? What's good in your neck of the woods, Catfish Billy?
Man, just fucking chilling, enjoying life.
That's what I like to hear. Has 2025 been good to you?
So far, so good.
Excellent. What'd you do last night?
I slept. I was better than slept.
Dude, I've had those before. I've had those kind of December 31st in my life, so I completely understand that. I I we had a little bit of a party in here. We had some friends. We played games, and then it was one of my friend's birthdays, so we celebrated with him, and then it became midnight, and we did a countdown and just had a really good time. So yeah, I hope many blessings for you in 2025. Do you have big plans for your year?
Yeah, I'm gonna beat this court case.
All right, good on you, man.
I'm gonna stay managing my money, not letting money go to drugs.
Excellent, and staying out of trouble, right?
Yeah.
Excellent. Well, that's what I like to hear.
Drugs get me in trouble.
Yes, sir. That'll do it. All right. Well, good on you. I hope very positive things for you in the upcoming future. And you know I'm here for you if you ever need anything. So just know that I appreciate you being a member of the community, and only wish good things for you.
Yeah, I joined all the services.
That's amazing. Well, excellent. And yeah, if you need anything, you let me know. We're watching a podcast right now, the Lex Friedman podcast. So feel free to check it out if you want. Just chill. And if you need anything, I'm here for you, okay?
I need a glass of ice water.
Well, you go get that. That you can do that. Go get hydrated, man. Go get hydrated, and then tell me what you need, okay?
You know, I'll probably open up one of these crispy Legos.
All right. Well, go get yourself a glass of water as well. There's no replacement for water in this world. So get yourself a big glass of water, and just drink it. Your body will thank you. Dude, I'll even do it myself. I've got water here. I'll drink it alongside you.
Yeah, I just killed the bottle. I need some Fago.
You don't need Fago. You need water. Go get yourself a glass of water. You're getting water. You're getting water right now. I'll get water right now, and I'll see you back here in. Oh, there you go. That's not enough water though. You need more water than that. Go get yourself a glass of water. I'll see you back here in 30 seconds. All righty, big dog. Let's see. Where's your water? Dog, just go to the faucet and drink some water.
Mom, you got your key?
Excellent.
My mother's dehydrated.
She's not dehydrating you. You're dehydrating yourself, big dog. Go get your mom's key.
My glass. Big ass glass to give her for Christmas. Warmed up a little bit outside. That's a glass of water.
All right, so you got your cup. Did you fill it with water?
It's been full of water.
Okay, nobody wants day-old water.
It's not even day old. I just literally, it's like less than 2 hours old.
Okay, how much of it did you drink?
I got like that much.
Dude, that's nothing, man. Go fill it up with what? Go fill it up all the way to the top, and I want to see you chug it, man. Come on, let's see some skill.
Going to jail. Come on, jump. Come on.
Click, because I didn't have to do anything.
Mm-hmm.
The only thing here's the thing. I did, basics of, put it behind a firewall. I followed instructions,
Mm-hmm.
but like I didn't really pay attention. So maybe there's a misconfiguration of some sort that's easy to make.
Mm-hmm.
And it's difficult. We have a personal NAS. I'm not willing to sort of say that I did everything I possibly could.
Mm-hmm.
But I did a lot of reasonable stuff, and they still hit it with 0 clicks. I didn't have to do anything.
Yeah, well, it's like a 0 day, and it's a supply chain attack. You're getting hit from your supplier. You're getting hit because of your vendor. And it's also a new thing for ransomware groups to go to the individuals to pressure them to pay. There was this really interesting case, I think it was in Norway, where there was a mental health clinic that got hit. And the cyber criminals were going to the patients themselves to say, pay this or we're going to release your psychiatric records. I mean, talk about hell. In terms of whether to pay, that is on the cheaper end of the spectrum.
From the individual or from the company?
Both. We've seen, for instance, there was an Apple supplier in Taiwan. They got hit and the ransom demand was $50 million. I'm surprised it's only 1.8 million. I'm sure it's going to go up. And it's hard. There's obviously governments, and maybe in this case, the company are going to tell you, we recommend you don't pay, or please don't pay. But the reality on the ground is that some businesses can't operate. Some countries can't function. I mean, the underreported storyline of Colonial Pipeline was after the company got hit and took the preemptive step of shutting down the pipeline because their billing systems were frozen. They couldn't charge customers downstream. My colleague David Sanger and I got our hands on a classified assessment that said that as a country, we could have only afforded 2 to 3 more days of Colonial Pipeline being down. And it was really interesting. I thought it was the gas and the jet fuel, but it wasn't. We were sort of prepared for that. It was the diesel. Without the diesel, the refineries couldn't function. and it would have totally screwed up the economy. And so there was almost this like national security economic impetus for them to pay this ransom. And the other one I always think about is Baltimore. When the city of Baltimore got hit, I think the initial ransom demand was something around 76,000. It may have even started smaller than that. And Baltimore stood its ground and didn't pay. But ultimately, the cost to remediate was $18 million. It's a lot for the city of Baltimore. That's money that could have gone to public school education and roads and public health. And instead, it just went to rebuilding these systems from scratch. And so a lot of residents in Baltimore were like, why the hell didn't you pay the $76,000? So it's not obvious. It's easy to say don't pay, because why? You're funding their R&D for the next go round. But it's too often, it's too complicated.
So on the individual level, just like, the way I feel personally from this attack, have you talked to people that were kind of victims in the same way I was, but maybe more dramatic ways or so on? In the same way that violence hurts people.
Yeah.
How much does this hurt people in your sense, in the way you researched it?
The worst ransomware attack I've covered on a personal level was an attack on a hospital in Vermont. And you think of this as like, okay, it's hitting their IT networks. They should still be able to treat patients. But it turns out that cancer patients couldn't get their chemo anymore because the protocol of who gets what is very complicated. And without it, the nurses and doctors couldn't access it. So they were turning chemo patients away, cancer patients away. One nurse told us, I don't know why people aren't screaming about this, that the only thing I've seen that even compares to what we're seeing at this hospital right now was when I worked in the burn unit after the Boston Marathon bombing. They really put it in these super dramatic terms. And last year, there was a report in the Wall Street Journal where they attributed an infant death to a ransomware attack because a mom came in and whatever device they were using to monitor the fetus wasn't working because of the ransomware attack. And so they attributed this infant death to the ransomware attack. Now, on a bigger scale, but less personal, when there was the NotPetya attack. So this was an attack by Russia on Ukraine that came at them through a supplier, a tax software company in that case, that didn't just hit any government agency or business in Ukraine that used this tax software. It actually hit any business all over the world that had even a single employee working remotely in Ukraine. So it hit Maersk, the shipping company, that hit Pfizer, hit FedEx, but the one I'll never forget is Merck. It paralyzed Merck's factories. It really created an existential crisis for the company. Merck had to tap into the CDC's emergency supplies of the Gardasil vaccine that year because their whole vaccine production line had been paralyzed in that attack. Imagine that was going to happen right now to Pfizer or Moderna or Johnson & Johnson. Imagine. I mean, that would really create a global cyber terrorist attack, essentially.
And that's almost unintentional.
I thought for a long time, I always labeled it as collateral damage. But actually just today, there was a really impressive threat researcher at Cisco, which has this threat intelligence division called Talos, who said, stop calling it collateral damage. They could see who was going to get hit before they deployed that malware. It wasn't collateral damage. It was intentional. They meant to hit any business that did business with Ukraine. It was to send a message to them too. So I don't know if that's accurate. I always thought of it as sort of this sloppy collateral damage, but it definitely made me think.
So how much of this between states is going to be a part of war? These kinds of attacks on Ukraine, between Russia and U.S., Russia and China, China and U.S.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that fucker.
Let's look at
from
China and
England.
U.S. Do you think China and U.S. are going to escalate something that would be called a war purely in the space of cyber?
I believe any geopolitical conflict from now on is guaranteed to have some cyber element to it. The Department of Justice recently declassified a report that said China's been hacking into our pipelines, and it's not for intellectual property theft. It's to get a foothold
Who's that fucker?
so that if things escalate in Taiwan, for example, they are where they need to be to shut our pipelines down. And we just got a little glimpse of what that looked like with Colonial Pipeline and the panic buying and the jet fuel shortages and that assessment I just mentioned about the diesel.
Why don't? Who is
So,
Sundar Gupta? Why do I know that name?
You know, they've got in there. Anytime I read a report about new aggression from fighter jets, Chinese fighter jets in Taiwan, or what's happening right now with Russia's buildup on the Ukraine border, or India, Pakistan, I'm always looking at it through a cyber lens, and it really bothers me that other people aren't. Because there's no way that these governments and these nation states are not going to use their access to gain some advantage in those conflicts. And, you know, I'm now in a position where I'm an advisor to the cybersecurity infrastructure security agency at DHS. So I'm not saying anything classified here, but I just think that it's really important to understand just generally what the collateral damage could be for American businesses and critical infrastructure in any of these escalated conflicts around the world. Because just generally, our adversaries have learned that they might never be able to match us in terms of our traditional military spending on traditional weapons and fighter jets. But we have a very soft underbelly when it comes to cyber. 80% or more of America's critical infrastructure, so pipelines, power grid, nuclear plants, water systems, is owned and operated by the private sector. And for the most part, there is nothing out there legislating that those companies share the fact they've been breached. They don't even have to tell the government they've been hit. There's nothing mandating that they even meet a bare minimum standard of cybersecurity. And that's it. So even when there are these attacks, most of the time we don't even know about it. So that is, you know, if you were going to design a system to be as blind and vulnerable as possible, that's pretty good. That's what it looks like, is what we have here in the United States. And everyone here is just operating like, let's just keep hooking up everything for convenience. You know, software eats the world. Let's just keep going for cost, for convenience sake, just because we can. And when you study these issues, and you study these attacks, and you study the advancement and the uptick in frequency and the lower barrier to entry that we see every single year, you realize just how dumb software eats world is. And no one has ever stopped to pause and think, should we be hooking up these systems to the internet? They've just been saying, can we? Let's do it. And that's a real problem. And just in the last year, you know, we've seen a record number of zero-day attacks. I think there were 80 last year, which is probably more than double what it was in 2019. A lot of those were nation states. You know, we live in a world with a lot of geopolitical hot points right now. And where those geopolitical hot points are places where countries have been investing heavily in offensive cyber tools.
If you're a nation state, the goal would be to maximize the footprint of zero-day, like super secret zero-day that nobody's aware of. And whenever war is initiated, the huge negative effects of shutting down infrastructure when you kind of zero-day is the chaos it creates. So if you just, there's a certain threshold when you create the chaos, the markets plunge, everything goes to hell. So
And
that
it's not just 0 days. We make it so easy for threat actors. I mean, we're not using two-factor authentication. We're not patching. There was the shell shock vulnerability that was discovered a couple years ago. It's still being exploited. No, because so many people haven't fixed it. So, the 0 days are really the sexy stuff, and what really drew me to the 0
If I
day
hear this
market
fucking
was the
bitch
moral
say 0
calculus
day
we talked
one
about.
more time, I'm losing.
Particularly from the U.S. government's point of view. How do they justify leaving these systems so
This
vulnerable
bitch talks about
when
0
we
days
use
as much as
them
I talk about
here, and we're
anti-gravity.
breaking more of our critical infrastructure with this vulnerable software? It's not like
What
we're
is
using
anti-gravity?
one set of
I don't
technology
fucking
and
know.
Russia's using another
I
and
think it's the
China's using
opposite
this.
of
We're all
gravity.
using the same technology.
But
So when you find a 0 day in Windows, you're not
talk
just
about it
leaving
like
it
I
open
know
so you can
about
spy
it.
on Russia or
Quantum
plant
computing.
yourself on
I
the
don't
Russian
fucking know
grid.
what that is.
You're leaving Americans vulnerable too. But
But the fact that I'm just
0 days
mentioning
are
these things
like
is
that
important
is
to
the
the world.
secret sauce.
Really?
That's the
No.
that's the superpower.
I'm sitting
And
here
I always
eating a
say
bowl of
like
fucking
every
knuckle
country
chips,
now, the exception of Antarctica, someone added the
which
Vatican
is
to the
amazing.
list, is trying to find offensive hacking tools in 0 days
Oh, what is
to
this
make them work.
bullshit?
And those that don't have the skills now have this market that they can tap into, where $2.5 million, that's chump change for a lot of these nation states. It's a hell of a lot less than trying
Does
to
it smell like
build
poop?
the next fighter jet.
Yeah.
But yeah, the goal is chaos. I mean, why
Why?
did Russia turn off the lights
You're
twice
happy
in
when you
Ukraine?
party.
I think part of it
What does that mean?
is chaos. I think part of it is to sow the seeds of doubt in their current government. Your government can't
I
even
don't think
keep your
anybody
lights
knows.
on. Why are you sticking with them? Come over here and we'll keep your lights on at least. There's like a little bit of that.
nuclear weapons seems to have helped prevent nuclear war. Is it possible that we have so many vulnerabilities and so many attack vectors on each other that it will kind of achieve the same kind of equilibrium like mutually assured destruction?
Dude,
Yeah.
That's one hopeful solution
you're
to
gonna
this.
do the
Do you have
dishes?
any hope for this particular solution?
Well, aren't you a fucking
Nuclear
make fucking
analogies
some
always
dishes,
tend to
dude?
fall apart when it comes to cyber, mainly because you don't need fissile material. You just need a laptop and the skills, and you're in the game. So it's a really low barrier to entry. The other thing is attribution's harder, and we've seen countries muck around with attribution. We've seen nation states piggyback on other countries' spy operations and just sit there and siphon out whatever they're getting. We've learned some of that from the Snowden documents. We've seen Russia hack into Iran's command and control attack servers. We've seen them hit a Saudi petrochemical plant where they did neutralize the safety locks at the plant, and everyone assumed that it was Iran, given Iran had been targeting Saudi oil companies forever. But nope, it turned out that it was a graduate research institute outside Moscow. So you see countries kind of playing around with attribution. Why? I think because we think, okay, if I do this, like, how am I going to cover up that it came from me, because I don't want to risk the response. So people are sort of dancing around this. It's just in a very different way. And, at the Times, it covered the Chinese hacks of infrastructure companies like pipelines. I'd covered the Russian probes of nuclear plants. I'd covered the Russian attacks on the Ukraine grid. And then in 2018, my colleague David Sanger and I covered the fact that U.S. Cyber Command had been hacking into the Russian grid and making a pretty loud show of it. And when we went to the National Security Council, because that's what journalists do before they publish a story, they give the other side a chance to respond. I assumed we would be in for that really awkward, painful conversation
Who the fuck is
where they would say,
Gocha?
you will have blood on your hands if you publish this story. And instead, they gave us the opposite answer. They said, we have no problem
Pretty old.
with you publishing this story. Why? Well, they didn't say it out loud, but it was pretty obvious they wanted Russia to know that we're hacking into their power grid too, and they better think twice before they do to us what they've done to Ukraine. So yeah, we have stumbled into this new era of mutually assured digital destruction. I think another sort of quasi norm we've stumbled into is proportional responses. There's this idea that if you get hit, you're allowed to respond proportionally at a time and place of your choosing. That is how the language always goes. That's what Obama said after North Korea hit Sony. We will respond at the time and place of our choosing. But no one really knows what that response looks like. And so what you see a lot of the time are just these just short of war attacks. Russia turned off the power in Ukraine, but it wasn't like it stayed off for a week. It stayed off for a number of hours. NotPetya hit those companies pretty hard, but no one died. And the question is, what's going to happen when someone dies? And can a nation state masquerade as a cyber criminal group, as a ransomware group? And that's what really complicates coming to some sort of digital Geneva convention. There's been a push from Brad Smith at Microsoft.
Oh, I just think we need a digital constitution. How about it's just the Constitution?
It sounds like a no-brainer. Yeah. Why wouldn't we all
upload it,
hacking into each other's civilian hospital systems, elections, power grid?
There? We got 2 discords
pipelines
that are down.
I had a poop. When you talk to people in the West, officials in the West, they'll say, we would never, we'd love to agree to
this
it.
Is just
we never do it when you're dealing with
I got that one bitch. What's her name?
Because a lot of times they outsource these operations to cyber criminals. In China, we see a lot of these attacks come from this loose satellite network of private citizens that work at the behest of the Ministry of State Security.
Say anything
so how do you come to some sort of state-to-state agreement when you're dealing with transnational actors and
transnational
cyber
actors? Are those it's
really hard to pin down whether that person was acting alone or whether they were acting at the behest of the MSS or the FSB? And a couple years ago, can't remember if it was before or after NotPetya, but Putin said hackers are like artists who wake up in the morning in a good mood and start painting.
Transnational
in other words, I have
hackers.
no say over what they do or don't do.
That somebody likes to do Shakespeare on
some kind of
the border
when that's
in a
why
dress.
he's talking about these issues, and he's just decimated Merck and Pfizer
I
and
hate
other,
these terms.
However many thousand.
What do you call a
That is
transnational
the
hacker?
difference between nuclear weapons
What is that?
and cyber attacks is the attribution,
Cyber.
or one of the fundamental differences. If you could
What
fix
it just
one
been 0
thing
day.
in the world
0 day
in terms of
fucking shit.
cybersecurity that would make the world a better place, what would you fix?
Mm-hmm.
So you're not allowed to fix authoritarian regimes, and
Right.
you have to keep that. You have to keep human nature as it is.
Mm-hmm.
In terms of on the
Yeah, I gotta
security
take a
side,
shit. That's what I would change right now.
technologically speaking.
This bitch with her
you
fucking
change
0 day.
regulation on
This bitch's
companies
name is just 0
in the
day.
United
Well,
States.
I would change 0 day. To what?
Just,
Day
fix
6?
this
I gotta
natural
take a
thing that
shit.
fix.
Two-factor authentication, multi-factor authentication.
Dude, multi-factor authentication sucks
It's
dick.
ridiculous
It sucks.
how many of these attacks come in because someone didn't turn on multi-factor
No,
authentication.
it works, but
Colonial Pipeline, okay?
Colonial
They took
Pipeline?
down the biggest conduit
Ooh.
for gas, jet fuel, and diesel to the east coast of the United States of America. How? Because they forgot to deactivate an old employee account whose password had been traded on the dark web, and they'd never turned on two-factor authentication. This water treatment facility outside Florida was hacked last year. How did it happen? They were using Windows XP from a decade ago that can't even get patches if you wanted to, and they didn't have two-factor authentication. Time and time again, if they just switched on two-factor
Yeah, but there needs to be
authentication,
something when you don't have
attacks
access to
would've
the
been
other
possible now.
thing.
But
Not
it's
all
not
of us
like they were
have those
such a
kinds
thing
of
I would do
devices,
right
you
now.
stupid cunt.
But of course, this is a cat and mouse game, and then the attacker's on to the next thing. But I think right now, that is bar none. That is the easiest, simplest way to deflect the most attacks. And the name of the game right now isn't perfect security. Perfect security is impossible. They will always find a way in. The name of the game right now is make yourself a little bit harder to attack than your competitor, than anyone else out there.
What
that
in
they
the
just
fuck
give
is
up
this
and move
shit?
along. Maybe if you are a target for an advanced nation state or the SVR, you're going to get hacked no matter what. But you can make cyber criminal groups deadbolt.
This is what I call this boogeyman shit.
Simply
Why?
by
Because I
doing
can't
it
always get in
verified.
my fucking
And then you're going to
devices.
stop reusing your passwords. But if I only get one, then two-factor authentication.
So what is two-factor authentication? Factor one is what? Logging in with a password. And factor two is like have another device or another channel through which you can confirm, yeah, that's me.
Yeah. Usually this happens through some kind of text. You get your one-time code from Bank of
Yeah.
America.
Not everybody has
Google.
that ability, you
And
stupid
better
bitch.
way to do
That
it
shit costs
is
money,
spend
and not everybody
$20
has
buying
that.
yourself a FIDO key on Amazon. That's a hardware device. And if you don't have that hardware device with you, then you're not going to get in. And the whole goal is,
Not
basically,
everybody has
the
access
first
to that.
half
People
of the
take
decade
shit.
at the Times was
I gotta
spent
poop.
covering like the cop beat. It's like
Man,
Home
oh
Depot
shit, man.
got breached, News at 11,
Dude, what is this
Target, Neiman
bullshit?
Marcus. Like, who
What is going
wasn't
on with
hacked
Discord?
over the course of those 5 years?
This
And a
account,
lot of those
that
companies
account,
got
that
hacked,
account, that account,
what did
that
hackers
account.
take? They took the credentials. They took the passwords. They can make a pretty penny selling them on the dark web, and people reuse their passwords. So you get one from, God knows who, I don't know, LastPass. The worst case example, actually, LastPass. But you get one, and then you go test it on their email account, and you go test it on their brokerage account, and you test it on their cold storage account.
Yeah.
That's how it works. But if you have multi-factor authentication, then they can't get in because they might have your password, but they don't have your phone, they don't have your FIDO key, and so you keep them out. And, I get a lot of alerts that tell me someone is trying to get into your Instagram account or your Twitter account or your email account. And I don't worry because I use multi-factor authentication. They can try all day. Okay, I worry a little bit, but it's the simplest thing to do, and we don't even do it.
Well, there's an interface aspect to it because it's pretty annoying if it's implemented poorly.
Yeah.
So actually, bad implementation of two-factor authentication, not just bad, but just something that adds friction, is a security vulnerability, I guess, because it's really annoying. Like I think MIT for a while had two-factor authentication. It was really annoying. Like the number of times it pings you, like it asks to re-authenticate across multiple subdomains. Like it just feels like a pain. I don't know what the right balance there.
Yeah, it feels like friction in our frictionless society. It feels like friction. It's annoying. That's security's biggest problem. It's annoying. We need the Steve Jobs of security to come along, and we need to make it painless. And actually, on that point, Apple has probably done more for security than anyone else simply by introducing biometric authentication, first with the fingerprint and then with Face ID. And it's not perfect, but if you think just 8 years ago, everyone was running around with either no passcode, an optional passcode, or a 4-digit passcode on their phone that anyone, think of what you can get when you get someone's iPhone, if you steal someone's iPhone. And, props to them for introducing the fingerprint and Face ID. And again, it wasn't perfect, but it was a huge step forward. Now it's time to make another huge step forward. I want to see the password die. It's gotten us as far as it was ever going to get us. And I hope whatever we come up with next is not going to be annoying. It's going to be seamless.
When I was at Google, that's what we worked on. And there's a lot of ways to call it active authentication, passive authentication. So basically, you use biometric data, not just like a fingerprint, but everything from your body to identify who you are, like movement patterns. They basically create a lot of layers of protection where it's very difficult to fake, including like face unlock, checking that it's your actual face, like the liveness tests, but like from video. So unlocking it with video, voice, the way you move the phone, the way you take it out of the pocket, that kind of thing. All of those factors. It's a really hard problem, though.
Yeah.
And ultimately, it's very difficult to beat the password in terms of security.
Well, there's a company that I actually will call out, and that's Abnormal Security. So they work on email attacks. And it was started by a couple guys who were doing, I think, ad tech at Twitter. So, ad technology now, like, it's a joke how much they know about us. You always hear the conspiracy theories that, you saw someone's shoes, and next thing you know, it's on your phone. It's amazing what they know about you. And they're basically taking that and they're applying it to attacks. So they're saying, okay, this is what your email patterns are. It might be different for you and me because we're emailing strangers all the time. But for most people, their email patterns are pretty predictable. And if something strays from that pattern, that's abnormal. And they'll block it, they'll investigate it, and that's great. Let's start using that kind of targeted ad technology to protect people. And it's not going to get us away from the password and using multi-factor authentication, but the technology is out there, and we just have to figure out how to use it in a really seamless way, because it doesn't matter if you have the perfect security solution if no one uses it. When I started at the Times, when I was trying to be really good about protecting sources, I was trying to use PGP encryption, and it's like, it didn't work. The number of mistakes I would probably make just trying to email someone with PGP just wasn't worth it. And then Signal came along, and Signal made it wicker. They made it a lot easier to send someone an encrypted text message. So we have to start investing in creative minds, in good security design. I really think that's the hack that's going to get us out of where we are today.
What about social engineering? Do you worry about this sort of hacking people?
Yes. This is the worst nightmare of every chief information security officer out there. Social engineering. We work from home now. I saw this woman posted online about how her husband, it went viral today, but it was her husband had this problem at work. They hired a guy named John, and now the guy that shows up for work every day doesn't act like John. Think about that. Think about the potential for social engineering in that context. You apply for a job and you put on a pretty face, you hire an actor or something, and then you just get inside the organization and get access to all that organization's data. A couple of years ago, Saudi Arabia planted spies inside Twitter. Why? Probably because they were trying to figure out who these people were who were criticizing the regime on Twitter. They couldn't do it with a hack from the outside, so why not plant people on the inside? And that's the worst nightmare. And it also, unfortunately, creates all kinds of xenophobia at a lot of these organizations. If you're going to have to take that into consideration, then organizations are going to start looking really skeptically and suspiciously at someone who applies for that job from China. And we've seen that go really badly at places like the Department of Commerce, where they basically accuse people of being spies that aren't spies. So it is the hardest problem to solve. And it's never been harder to solve than right at this very moment, when there's so much pressure for companies to let people work remotely.
That's actually why I'm single. I'm suspicious that China and Russia, every time I meet somebody, are trying to plant and get insider information. So I'm very, very suspicious. I keep putting the Turing test in front. No,
I have a friend who worked inside NSA and was one of their top hackers. And he's like, every time I go to Russia, I get hit on by these 10s.
Yeah.
And I come home, my friends are like, I'm sorry, you're not a 10.
Yeah.
It's a common story.
It's difficult to trust to trust humans in this day and age online, because we're working remotely. That's one thing. But just interacting with people on the internet, it sounds ridiculous, but because of this podcast in part, I've gotten to meet some incredible people. But it makes you nervous to trust folks. And I don't know how to solve that problem. So talking with Mark Zuckerberg, who dreams about creating the metaverse. What do you do about that world where more and more our lives is in the digital sphere? Like, one way to phrase it is most of our meaningful experiences at some point will be online. Like falling in love, getting a job, or experiencing a moment of happiness with a friend, with a new friend made online. All of those things. Like more and more, the fun we do, the things that make us love life will happen online. And if those things have an avatar,
You believe this shit?
that's digital.
They fucking
that's like
delayed the Sugar Bowl. It's just
mind.
horseshit.
Whether it's with AI, or
Everything
kind of
sucks.
troll farms, something like that.
Biggest loser on the
I don't know
internet's
if there's
pretty
a way
nice
to
though.
protect against that.
Everything
That,
sucks though.
that
That's
might
just
fundamentally
horseshit.
rely on our faith
Some
in,
bullshit.
in
if
how
you
good
ask
human
me.
nature is. So if most people are good, we're going to be okay. But if people will tend towards manipulation and malevolent behavior in search of power, then we're screwed.
Ah.
So I don't know if you can comment on how to keep the metaverse secure.
Yeah, I mean,
You
I
stupid bitch with a 255
all I thought
fucking
about
tension.
when we were
No, all you need is a
talking
cell
just now
phone.
is my
Dude,
3-year-old
that's
son.
hundreds of dollars worth of shit.
You know, he asked me the other day, "What's the internet, Mom?" And I just almost wanted to cry.
What a fucking cunt.
I
I
don't
just wanted
want
to
that
cry.
for him.
Lady,
I
get
don't
some
want all
fucking
of his most
balls.
meaningful experiences to be online. You know, by the time that happens, how do you know that person's human? That avatar is human? You know, I believe in free speech. I don't believe in free speech for robots and bots. And like, look what just happened over the last 6 years. You know, we had bots pretending to be Black Lives Matter activists just to sow some division, or, you know, Texas secessionists, or, you know, organizing anti-Hillary protests, or just to sow more division, to tie us up in our own politics so that we're so paralyzed we can't get anything done.
This lady sucks.
Progress.
She's so
Definitely
scared.
can't
I almost
handle
cried when my
adversaries
son asked
and
me
their
what the internet
long-term
is. What would you
thinking.
say it is? It's the sickest fucking shit,
really
except for these
scares me.
loser bitches who are on
And
it.
here's where I just come back to, just because we can create the metaverse, you know, just because it sounds like the next logical step in our
Like, Freeman, you should have a real person on who's
revolution.
like, yeah,
Do I really
the
want
internet's
my
sweet,
child's most significant
except for
moments
gatekeeping
to be
douches.
online? They weren't for me. You know,
Losers.
so
I just call
maybe
these
I'm
people
just stuck in
losers.
that old school thinking, or maybe I've seen
This
too
is the
much.
worst. What is this bullshit?
And I'm really sick of being the guinea pig parent generation for these things. I mean, it's hard enough with screen
This
time.
bitch is anti-guinea.
Like, thinking about how to manage the metaverse as
that should be an offensive
to a
term.
young boy. Like, I can't even let my head go there. That's so terrifying for me. But we've
That should
never
be an offensive
stopped
term.
any new
Well, kind
technology just because
Why?
it introduces risks.
Because, like, people used to
We've
call people
always
walk
said,
guineas.
okay, the promise of
and
this
add the word pig
technology
to it?
means we should
Walk
keep
guinea
going,
pig.
keep pressing ahead.
Certified
We
freak.
just need to figure out new
7
ways
days
to
a week.
manage that risk. And, you know, that is...
What would you change the name to guinea
that's
pig
the
to be?
blockchain right now. Like, when I was covering all of these
I don't know.
ransomware attacks,
Pig's kind of
I thought, okay, this
a
is going to
negative
be
term.
it for cryptocurrency. You know, governments are going to put the kibosh down. They're going to put the hammer down and say, enough is enough. Like, we have to put this genie back in the bottle because it's enabled ransomware. I mean, 5 years ago, they would
it's money,
hijack
bitch.
your PC and they'd say, go to the local pharmacy, get a e-gift card and tell us what the PIN is, and then we'll get your $200. Now it's pay us, you know, 5 Bitcoin. And so there's no doubt cryptocurrencies enabled ransomware attacks, but after the Colonial Pipeline ransom was seized, because if you remember, the FBI was actually able to go in and claw some of it back from DarkSide, which was the ransomware group that hit it. And I spoke to these guys at TRM Labs. So
What would
they're
they call your
blockchain
ransomware
intelligence
group, Rabbi?
companies. And a lot of
Who
people
knows?
that work there used to work at the Treasury. And what they said to me was, yeah, cryptocurrency has enabled ransomware. But to track down that ransom payment would have taken, if we were dealing with fiat currency, would have taken us years to get to that one bank account or belonging to that one front company in the Seychelles. And now, thanks to the blockchain, we can track the movement of those funds in real time. And you know what? These payments are not as anonymous as people think. Like, we still can use our old hacking ways and the 0 days and old school intelligence methods to find out who owns that private wallet and how to get to it. So it's a curse in some ways, in that it's an enabler, but it's also a blessing.
They just fucking too
And they
free to
said
get back
that
to me.
same thing to me that I just said to you. They said, we've never
She did.
shut down a promising new technology because it introduced risk. We just figured out how to manage that risk.
And I think that's where the conversation, unfortunately, has to go. Is how do we, in the metaverse, use technology to fix things?
Thank you very
So
much.
maybe we'll finally be able to, not finally,
I
but
appreciate it.
figure out a way to solve the identity problem on the internet, meaning like a blue check mark for actual human, and connect it to identity, like a fingerprint. You can prove you're you, and yet do it in a way that doesn't
This
involve
is
the
very
company
interesting.
having all
Period.
your
Thank you
data.
so much. Period.
So
I was
giving
never
you,
given a reason.
allowing you to
comma, so I
maintain
assumed
control
it was
over
the
your
same
data,
reason
or if you
for the
don't,
recent ban. Period.
then there's complete transparency of how that data is being used, all those kinds of things. And maybe as you educate more and more people, they would demand in a capitalist society that the companies that they give their data to will respect that data.
Yeah. I mean, there is this company, and I hope they succeed. Their name's Piano, and they want to create a vault for your personal information inside every organization. And ultimately, if I'm going to call Delta Airlines to book a flight, they don't need to know my social security number. They don't need to know my birth date. They're just going to send me a one-time token to my phone. My phone's going to say, or my FIDO key is going to say, yep, it's her. And then we're going to talk about my identity like a token, some random token. They don't need to know exactly who I am. They just need to know I am, the system trusts that I am who I say I am, but they don't get access to my PII data. They don't get access to my social security number, or my location, or the fact I'm a Times journalist. I think that's the way the world's going to go. We have, enough is enough on sort of losing our personal information everywhere, letting data marketing companies track our every move. They don't need to know who I am. Okay, I get it. We're stuck in this world where the internet runs on ads. So ads are not going to go away. But they don't need to know I'm Nicole Perlera. they can know that I am token number, X567.
And they can let you know what they know and give you control about removing the things they know.
Yeah, right to be forgotten.
To me, you should be able to walk away with a single press of a button. And I also believe that most people, given the choice to walk away, won't walk away. They'll just feel better about having the option to walk away when they understand the trade-offs. If you walk away, you're not going to get some of the personalized experiences that you would otherwise get, like a personalized feed and all those kinds of things. But the freedom to walk away is I think, really powerful. And obviously, what you're saying, it's definitely, there's all of these HTML forms where you have to enter your phone number and email and private information. We dealt every single airline.
I can't believe the Sugar Bowl's been
New York Times.
Just the worst.
I have so many opinions on this. Just the friction and the sign up and all of those kinds of things. I should be able to. This has to do with everything. This has to do with payment too. The payment should be trivial. It should be one click and one click to unsubscribe and subscribe, and one click to provide all of your information that's necessary for the subscription service, for the transaction service, whatever that is, getting a ticket, as opposed to I have all these fake phone numbers and emails that I use now to sign up, because you never know if one site is hacked, then it's just going to propagate to everything else.
Yeah. And, there's low-hanging fruit, and I hope Congress does something. And frankly, I think it's negligent they haven't on the fact that elderly people are getting spammed to death on their phones these days with fake car warranty scams. And I mean, my dad was in the hospital last year, and I was in the hospital room, and his phone kept buzzing. And I look at it, and it's just spam attack after spam attack. People nonstop calling about his freaking car warranty. Why? They're trying to get his social security number. They're trying to get his PII. They're trying to get this information. We need to figure out how to put those people in jail for life. And we need to figure out why in the hell we are being required or asked to hand over our social security number and our home address and our passport, all of that information to every retailer who asks. I mean, that's insanity. And there's no question they're not protecting it because it keeps showing up in, spam or identity theft or credit card theft or worse.
Well, spam is getting better, and maybe I need to, as a side note, make a public announcement. Please clip this out, which is if you get an email or a message from Lex Friedman saying how much I, Lex, appreciate you and love you and so on, and please connect with me on my WhatsApp number and I will give you Bitcoin or something like that, please do not click. And I'm aware that there's a lot of this going on, a very large amount. I can't do anything about it. This is on every single platform. It's happening more and more and more, which I've been recently informed that they're now emailing. So it's cross-platform. They're taking this is fascinating to me because they are taking people who comment on various social platforms and they somehow reverse engineer. They figure out what their email is, and they send an email to that person saying from Lex Friedman, and it's like a heartfelt email with links. It's fascinating because it's cross-platform now. It's not just a spam bot that's messaging and a comment in a reply. They are saying, okay, this person cares about this other person on social media, so I'm going to find another channel, which in their mind probably increases, and it does, the likelihood that they'll get the people to click. And they do. I don't know what to do about that. It makes me really, really sad, especially with podcasting. There's an intimacy that people feel connected and they get really excited. Okay, cool. I want to talk to Lex. And they click. And I get angry at the people that do this. I mean, it's like the John that gets hired, the fake employee. I mean, I don't know what to do about that. I mean, I suppose I suppose the solution is education. It's telling people to be skeptical on the stuff they click. That's that balance with the technology solution of creating a maybe like two-factor authentication and maybe helping identify things that are likely to be spam. I don't know. But then the machine learning there is tricky because you don't want to add a lot of extra friction that just annoys people because they'll turn it off. Because you have the accept cookies thing, right? That everybody has to click on now, so now they completely ignore the accept cookies. This is very difficult to find that frictionless security. You mentioned Snowden. You talked about looking through the NSA documents he leaked and doing the hard work of that. What do you make of Edward Snowden? What did you learn from his documents? What do you think of him?
What is this?
In the long arc of history, is Edward Snowden a hero or a villain?
I think he's neither. I have really complicated feelings about Edward Snowden. On the one hand, I'm a journalist at heart, and more transparency is good. And I'm grateful for the conversations that we had in the post-Snowden era about the limits to surveillance and how critical privacy is. And when you have no transparency and you don't really know, in that case, what our secret courts were doing, how can you truly believe that our country is taking our civil liberties seriously. So on the one hand, I'm grateful that he cracked open these debates. On the other hand, when I walked into the storage closet of classified NSA secrets, I had just spent 2 years covering Chinese cyber espionage almost every day, and this sort of advancement of Russian attacks that were just getting worse and worse and more destructive. And there were no limits to Chinese cyber espionage and Chinese surveillance of its own citizens. And there seemed to be no limit to what Russia was willing to do in terms of cyber attacks and also, in some cases, assassinating journalists. So when I walked into that room, there was a part of me, quite honestly, that was relieved to know that the NSA was as good as I hoped they were. And we weren't using that knowledge to, as far as I know, assassinate journalists. We weren't using our access to, take out pharmaceutical companies. For the most part, we were using it for traditional espionage. Now, that set of documents also set me on the journey of my book, because to me, the American people's reaction to the Snowden documents was a little bit misplaced. They were upset about the phone call metadata collection program. Angela Merkel, I think, rightfully was upset that we were hacking her cell phone. But in sort of the spy eats spy world, hacking world leaders' cell phones is pretty much what most spy agencies do. And there wasn't a lot that I saw in those documents that was beyond what I thought a spy agency does. And I think if there was another 9/11 tomorrow, God forbid, we would all say, how did the NSA miss this? Why weren't they spying on those terrorists? Why weren't they spying on those world leaders? There's some of that too. But I think that there was great damage done to the US's reputation. I think we really lost our halo in terms of a protector of civil liberties. And I think a lot of what was reported was unfortunately reported in a vacuum. That was my biggest gripe, that we were always reporting the NSA has this program and here's what it does. And the NSA is in Angela Merkel's cell phone and the NSA can do this. And no one was saying, and by the way, China has been hacking into our pipelines and they've been making off with all of our intellectual property. And Russia's been hacking into our energy infrastructure and they've been using the same methods to spy on, track, and in many cases kill their own journalists. And the Saudis have been doing this to their own critics and dissidents. And so you can't talk about any of these countries in isolation. It is really like spy out there. And so I just have complicated feelings. And the other thing is, and I'm sorry, it's a little bit of a tangent, but the amount of documents that we had, like thousands of documents, most of which were just crap, but had people's names on them. Part of me wishes that those documents had been released in a much more targeted, limited way. Just a lot of it just felt like a PowerPoint that was taken out of context. And you just sort of wish that there had been a little bit more thought into what was released, because I think a lot of the impact from Snowden was just the volume of the reporting. But I think, based on what I saw personally, there was a lot of stuff that I don't know why that particular thing got released.
As a whistleblower, what's the better way to do it? Because there's fear, it takes a lot of effort to do a more targeted release. If there's proper channels, you're afraid that those channels will be manipulated. Like, who do you trust?
Mm-hmm.
What's a better way to do this? do you think? As a journalist, this is almost like a journalistic question. Reveal some fundamental flaw in the system without destroying the system. I bring up, again, Mark Zuckerberg and Meta. There was a whistleblower that came out about Instagram internal studies. And I also am torn about how to feel about that whistleblower. Because from a company perspective that's an open culture, how can you operate successfully if you have an open culture where any one whistleblower can come out of context, take a study, whether it represents a larger context or not, and the press eats it up, and then that creates a narrative that is just like with the NSA. You said that's out of context, very targeted, to where Facebook is evil, clearly because of this one leak. It's really hard to know what to do there because we're now in a society that's deeply distrusts institutions, and so narratives by whistleblowers make that whistleblower and their forthcoming book very popular. And so there's a huge incentive to take stuff out of context and to tell stories that don't represent the full context, the full truth. It's hard to know what to do with that because then that forces Facebook and Meta and governments to be much more conservative, much more secretive. It's like a race to the bottom. I don't know. I don't know if you can comment on any of that, how to be a whistleblower ethically and properly.
I don't know. I mean, these are hard questions. And, even for myself, like in some ways, I think of my book as sort of
Susan.
blowing the whistle on the underground zero-day market. But, it's not like I was in the market myself. It's not like I had access to classified data when I was reporting out that book. As I say in the book, like, listen, I'm just trying to scrape the surface here so we can have these conversations before it's too late. And, I'm sure there's plenty in there that someone who's, the U.S. intelligence agency's preeminent zero-day broker probably has some voodoo doll of me out there. And, you're never going to get it 100%. But I really applaud whistleblowers like, the whistleblower who blew the whistle on a Trump call with Zelensky. I mean, people needed to know about that we were basically in some ways blackmailing an ally to try to influence an election. I mean, they went through the proper channels. They weren't trying to profit off of it, right? There was no book that came out afterwards from that whistleblower. That whistleblower's not like, they went through the channels. They're not living in Moscow. Let's put it that way.
Can I ask you a question? You mentioned NSA. One of the things it showed is they're pretty good at what they do. Again, this is a touchy subject, I suppose, but there's a lot of conspiracy theories about intelligence agencies. From your understanding of intelligence agencies, CIA, NSA, and the equivalent of in other countries, are they, one question, this could be a dangerous question, are they competent? Are they good at what they do? And two, are they malevolent in any way? Sort of, I recently had a conversation about tobacco companies. They kind of see their customers as dupes. Like they can just play games with people.
Mm-hmm.
Conspiracy theories tell that similar story about intelligence agencies, that they're interested in manipulating the populace for whatever ends the powerful in dark rooms, cigar smoke-filled rooms. What's your sense? Do these conspiracy theories have kind of any truth to them? Or are intelligence agencies, for the most part, good for society?
Okay, well, that's an easy one.
Is it?
No. I think, it depends which intelligence agency. Think about the Mossad. They're killing every Iranian nuclear scientist they can over the years, but have they delayed the time horizon before Iran gets the bomb? Yeah. Have they probably staved off terror attacks on their own citizens? Yeah. None of these intelligence is intelligence. You can't just say like they're malevolent or they're heroes. Everyone I have met in this space is not like the pound your chest patriot that you see on the beach on the 4th of July. A lot of them have complicated feelings about their former employers. Well, at least at the NSA reminded me to do what we were accused of doing after Snowden, to spy on Americans. You have no idea the amount of red tape and paperwork and bureaucracy it would have taken to do what everyone thinks that we were supposedly doing. But then, we find out in the course of the Snowden reporting about a program called Love-In, where a couple of the NSA analysts were using their access to spy on their ex-girlfriends. So, there's an exception to every case. Generally, I would probably get, accused of my Western bias here again, but I think you can almost barely compare some of these Western intelligence agencies to China, for instance. And the surveillance that they're deploying on the Uyghurs, to the level they're deploying it, and the surveillance they're starting to export abroad with some of the programs like the watering hole attack I mentioned earlier, where it's not just hitting the Uyghurs inside China, it's hitting anyone interested in the Uyghur plight outside China. I mean, it could be an American high school student writing a paper on the Uyghurs. They want to spy on that person too. There's no rules in China really limiting the extent of that surveillance. And we all better pay attention to what's happening with the Uyghurs, because just as Ukraine has been to Russia in terms of a test kitchen for its cyber attacks, the Uyghurs are China's test kitchen for surveillance. And there's no doubt in my mind that they're testing them on the Uyghurs. Uyghurs are their petri dish, and eventually they will export that level of surveillance overseas. I mean, in 2015, Obama and Xi Jinping reached a deal where basically the White House said, you better cut it out on intellectual property theft. And so they made this agreement that they would not hack each other for commercial benefit. And for a period of about 18 months, we saw this huge drop-off in Chinese cyber attacks on American companies. But some of them continued. Where did they continue? They continued on aviation companies, on hospitality companies like Marriott. Why? Because that was still considered fair game to China. It wasn't IP theft they were after. They wanted to know who was staying in this city at this time when Chinese citizens were staying there, so they could cross-match for counterintelligence who might be a likely Chinese spy. I'm sure we're doing some of that too. Counterintelligence is counterintelligence. It's considered fair game. But where I think it gets evil is when you use it for censorship, to suppress any dissent, to do what I've seen the UAE do to its citizens, where people who've gone on Twitter just to advocate for better voting rights, more enfranchisement, suddenly find their passports confiscated. I talked to one critic, Ahmed Mansour, and he told me, you might find yourself labeled a terrorist one day, and you don't even know how to operate a gun. I mean, he'd been beaten up every time he tried to go somewhere. His passport had been confiscated. By that point, it turned out they'd already hacked into his phone, so they were listening to us talking. They'd hacked into his baby monitor, so they're spying on his child. And they stole his car. And then they created a new law that you couldn't criticize the ruling family or the ruling party on Twitter. And he's been in solitary confinement every day since, on hunger strike. So that's evil. That's evil. And we don't do that here. we have rules here. We don't cross that line.
Oh, shit.
So yeah, in some cases, like I won't go to Dubai. I won't go to Abu Dhabi. If I ever want to go to the Maldives, like too bad. Like most of the flights go through Dubai.
So there's some lines we're not willing to cross. But then again, just like you said, there's individuals within NSA, within CIA, and they may have power. And to me, there's levels of evil. To me personally, this is the stuff of conspiracy theories. Is the things you've mentioned as evil are more direct attacks, but there's also psychological warfare. So blackmail. So what does spying allow you to do? Allow you to collect information if you have something that's embarrassing, or if you have like Jeffrey Epstein conspiracy theories, active manufacture of embarrassing things, and then use blackmail to manipulate the population or all the powerful people involved. It troubles me deeply that MIT allowed somebody like Jeffrey Epstein in their midst, especially some of the scientists I admire, that they would hang out with that person at all. And so, I'll talk about it sometimes. And then a lot of people tell me, well, obviously Jeffrey Epstein is a front for intelligence. And I just, I struggle to see that level of competence and malevolence. But, who the hell am I? And I guess I was trying to get to that point. You said that there's bureaucracy and so on, which makes some of these things very difficult. I wonder how much malevolence, how much competence there is in these institutions. Like how far, it takes us back to the hacking question. How far are people willing to go if they have the power? This has to do with social engineering, this has to do with hacking, this has to do with manipulating people, attacking people, doing evil onto people, psychological warfare and stuff like that. I don't know. I believe that most people are good. And I don't think that's possible in a free society. There's something that happens when you have a centralized government where power corrupts over time, and you start, surveillance programs kind of, it's like a slippery slope that over time starts to both use fear and direct manipulation to control the populace. But in a free society, it's difficult for me to imagine that you can have like somebody like a Jeffrey Epstein, a front for intelligence. I don't know what I'm asking you, but I'm just, I have a hope that for the most part, intelligence agencies are trying to do good and are actually doing good for the world. When you view it in the full context of the complexities of the world. But then again, if they're not, would we know? That's why Edward Snowden might be a good thing. Let me ask you a personal question. You have investigated some of the most powerful organizations and people in the world of cyber warfare, cybersecurity. Are you ever afraid for your own life, your own well-being, digital or physical?
I mean, I've had my moments. I've
Shut
had
the fuck up. Nobody cares.
our security team at the Times called me at one point and said someone's on the dark web offering good money to anyone who can hack your phone or your laptop. I describe in my book how when I was at that hacking conference in Argentina, I came back and I brought a burner laptop with me, but I'd kept it in the safe anyway, and it didn't have anything on it, but someone had broken in and it was moved. I've had all sorts of sort of scary moments. And then I've had moments where I think I went
Watch my
just
fucking life.
way
That's
too far
scary.
into the paranoid
You,
side.
you're just some bitch.
I remember
That sucks.
writing about the Times hack by China, and I just covered a number of Chinese cyber attacks where they've gotten into the thermostat at someone's corporate apartment. And
A thermostat at somebody's car. What did they do? Turn on the air conditioning?
And I was living by myself. I was single in San Francisco.
Yeah, no shit that you were single. That's an obvious one,
box,
kids, because no one wants to be around this incredibly.
And I got up and I ripped it out of the wall, and I think I said something like embarrassing, like "fuck me, China," And then I went back to bed, and I woke up and like like beautiful morning light. I mean, I'll never forget.
Did
it.
somebody
Like, this,
change
like,
your thermostat?
glimmering morning light is shining on my
You
cable
know how you
box,
can
which has
prevent
now
that?
been ripped
I had one
out
of the old
and
fashioned
is sitting
ones.
on my
You
floor.
can have one
like
like I had in
morning
college.
light,
It didn't
and
fucking work and you
I
get
was just
charged
like,
for it.
no. Like,
Really?
I'm not going down
You
that
hit it
road.
and go.
Like, you basically, I
You're
came
like, okay, this is
to
fucking.
a
None of
you
that
know
shit worked.
a fork in the road where I could either go full tinfoil hat, go live off the grid, never have a car with navigation, never use Google Maps, never own an iPhone, never order diapers off Amazon, create an alias, or I could just do the best I can and live in this new digital world we're living in. And what does that
This
look
woman
like for
sucks,
me?
kids.
I mean, what are my crown jewels? This is what I tell people. What are your crown jewels? Just focus on that. You can't protect everything, but you can protect your crown jewels. For me, for the longest time, my crown jewels were my sources. I was nothing without my sources. So I had some sources I would meet the same dim sum place, or maybe it was a different restaurant.
You know, an
on
interesting
the
thing is
same
I have not
date,
heard anybody use
every
Clapper.
quarter. And we would never drive there. We would never Uber there. We wouldn't bring any devices. I could bring a pencil and a notepad. And
Let's
if
see if we
someone
can
wasn't in
fucking go
town, like there were a couple times
No.
where I'd show up and the source
These
never came.
motherfuckers banned me a
But we
long time
never
ago.
communicated digitally.
Said it's from
And
September
those
and
were the
available.
lengths I was willing to go to protect that source. But you can't do it for everyone. So for everyone else, it was Signal, using two-factor authentication, keeping my devices up to date, not clicking on phishing emails, using a password manager, all the things that we know we're supposed to do. And that's what I tell everyone. Like, don't go crazy, because then that's like the ultimate hack. Then they've hacked your mind, whoever they is for you. But just do the best you can. Now, my whole risk model changed when I had a kid. Now it's, oh God, if anyone threatened my family, God help them. But it's
Thanks,
it changes you, and unfortunately,
You're damn right I have an amazing channel.
there are some things like I was really scared to go deep on, like Russian cybercrime, like Putin himself, and it's interesting. Like, I have a mentor who's an incredible person who was the Times Moscow bureau chief during the Cold War. And after I wrote a series of stories about Chinese cyber espionage, he took me out to lunch.
Cyber espionage.
And he told me that when he was living in
woman.
Moscow, he would drop his kids off at preschool when they were my son's age now, and the KGB would follow him, and they would make a really loud show of it. They'd tail him, they'd honk, they'd just be make a ruckus. They said, you know what? They never actually did anything, but they wanted me to know that they were following me, and I operated accordingly. And he says, that's how you should operate in the digital world. Know that there are probably people following you. Sometimes they'll make a little bit of noise. But one thing you need to know is that while you're at the New York Times, you have a little bit of an invisible shield on you. If something were to happen to you, that would be a really big deal. That would be an international incident. So I kind of carried that invisible shield with me for years. And then Jamal Khashoggi happened. And that destroyed my vision of my invisible shield. Sure, he was a Saudi, but he was a Washington Post columnist. For the most part, he was living in the United States. He was a journalist. And for them to do what they did to him pretty much in the open, and get away with it, and for the United States to let them get away with it because we wanted to preserve diplomatic relations with the Saudis, that really threw my worldview upside down. And, I think that sent a message to a lot of countries that it was sort of open season on journalists. And to me, that was one of the most destructive things that happened under the previous administration. And I don't really know what to think of my invisible shield anymore.
Like you said, that really worries me on the journalism side, that people would be afraid to dig deep on fascinating topics. And I have my own. That's part of the reason that I would love to have kids.
Oh, man,
I would love to have a family. Part of the reason I'm a little bit afraid, there's many ways to phrase this, but the loss of freedom in the way of doing all the crazy shit that I naturally do, which I would say the ethic of journalism is kind of not, is doing crazy shit without really thinking about it, is letting your curiosity really allow you to be free and explore. Whether it's stupidity or fearlessness, whatever it is, that's what great journalism is. And all the concerns about security risks have made me become a better person. The way I approach it is just make sure you don't have anything to hide. I know this is not a thing. This is not an approach to security. This is like a motivational speech or something. It's just like, if you can lose, you can be hacked at any moment. Just don't be a douchebag secretly.
Mm-hmm.
Just be like a good person. Because then I see this actually with social media in general. Just present yourself in the most authentic way possible, meaning be the same person online as you are privately. Have nothing to hide. That's one, not the only, but one of the ways to achieve security.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe I'm totally wrong on this, but don't be secretly weird. If you're weird, be publicly weird, so it's impossible to blackmail you. That's my approach to it.
Yeah, well, they call it the New York Times front page phenomenon. Don't put anything in email or I guess social media these days that you wouldn't want to read on the front page of the New York Times. And that works, but sometimes I even get carried. I mean, I have not as many followers as you, but a lot of followers, and sometimes even I get carried away.
Be emotional and stuff. And say something.
Yeah. I mean, just the cortisol response on Twitter. Twitter is basically designed to elicit those responses. I mean, every day I turn on my computer, I look at my phone, I look at what's trending on Twitter, and it's like, what are the topics that are going to make people the most angry today? And it's easy to get carried away, but it's also just, that sucks too, that you have to be constantly censoring yourself. And maybe it's for the better. Maybe you can't be a secret asshole. We can put that in the good bucket. But at the same time, there is a danger to that other voice, to creativity, to being weird. There's a danger to that little whispered voice that's like, well, how would people read that? How could that be manipulated? How could that be used against you? And that stifles creativity and innovation and free thought. And that is on a very micro level. And that's something I think about a lot. And that's actually something that Tim Cook has talked about a lot, and why he has said he goes full force on privacy is it's just that little voice that is at some level censoring you. And what is sort of the long-term impact of that little voice over time?
I think there's ways. I think that self-censorship is an attack vector that there's solutions to. The way I'm really inspired by Elon Musk, the solution to that is just be privately and publicly the same person and be ridiculous. Embrace the full weirdness and show it more and more. So that's memes that has ridiculous humor, and I think and if there is something you really want to hide, deeply consider if that you want to be that. Why are you hiding it? What exactly are you afraid of? Because I think my hopeful vision for the internet is the internet loves authenticity. They want to see you weird.
Mm-hmm.
So be that.
Mm-hmm.
And live that fully. Because I think that gray area where you're kind of censoring yourself, that's where the destruction is. Mm-hmm. You have to go all the way, step over, be weird. And then it can be painful because people can attack you and so on, but just ride it. I mean, that's just a skill on a social psychological level that ends up being an approach to security, which is like remove the attack vector of having private information by being your full weird self. What advice would you give to young folks today, operating in this complicated space about how to have a successful life, a life they can be proud of, a career they can be proud of? Maybe somebody in high school and college thinking about what they're going to do.
Be a hacker. If you have any interest, become a hacker and apply yourself to defense. Every time, like we do have these amazing scholarship programs, for instance, where they find you early, they'll pay your college as long as you commit to some kind of federal commitment to sort of help federal agencies with cybersecurity. And where does everyone want to go every year from the scholarship program? They want to go work at the NSA or Cyber Command. They want to go work on offense. They want to go do the sexy stuff. It's really hard to get people to work on defense. It's always been more fun to be a pirate than be in the Coast Guard, and so we have a huge deficit when it comes to filling those roles. There's 3.5 million unfilled cybersecurity positions around the world. I mean, talk about job security. Like, be a hacker and work on cybersecurity. You will always have a job. And we're actually at a huge deficit and disadvantage as a free market economy because we can't match cybersecurity salaries at Palantir or Facebook or Google or Microsoft. And so it's really hard for the United States to fill those roles. And other countries have had this workaround where they basically have forced conscription on some level. China tells people, like, you do whatever you're going to do during the day, work at Alibaba, if you need to do some ransomware, okay. The minute we tap you on the shoulder and ask you to come do this sensitive operation for us, the answer is yes. Same with Russia. A couple of years ago when Yahoo was hacked and they laid it all out in an indictment, it came down to 2 cyber criminals and 2 guys from the FSB. Cyber criminals were allowed to have their fun, but the minute they came across the username and password for someone's personal Yahoo account that worked at the White House or the State Department or military, they were expected to pass that over to the FSB. So we don't do that here, and it's even worse on defense. We really can't fill these positions. So, if you are a hacker, if you're interested in code, if you're a tinkerer, learn how to hack. There are all sorts of amazing hacking competitions you can do through the SANS org, for example, SANS. And then use those skills for good. Neuter the bugs in that code that get used by autocratic regimes to make people's life, a living prison. Plug those holes, defend industrial systems, defend our water treatment facilities from hacks where people are trying to come in and poison the water. That I think is just an amazing, it's an amazing job on so many levels. It's intellectually stimulating. You can tell yourself you're serving your country. You can tell yourself you're saving lives and keeping people safe. And you'll always have amazing job security. And if you need to go get that job that pays you, $2 million a year, you can do that too.
You can have a public profile, more so of a public profile. You can be a public rock star. I mean, it's the same thing as sort of the military. I mean, there's a lot of well-known sort of people commenting on the fact that veterans are not treated as well as they should be. But it's still the fact that soldiers are deeply respected for defending the country, the freedoms, the ideals that we stand for. And in the same way, I mean, in some ways, the cyber security defense are the soldiers of the future.
Yeah. And what's interesting, I mean, in cybersecurity, the difference is oftentimes you see the more interesting threats in the private sector because that's where the attacks come. When cyber criminals and nation-state adversaries come for the United States, they don't go directly for Cyber Command or the NSA. No, they go for banks, they go for Google, they go for Microsoft, they go for critical infrastructure. And so those companies, those private sector companies, get to see some of the most advanced, sophisticated attacks out there. And, if you're working at FireEye and you're calling out the SolarWinds attack, for instance, I mean, you just saved God knows how many systems from, that compromise turning into something that more closely resembles sabotage. So, go be a hacker and or go be a journalist.
So you wrote the book, This Is How They Tell Me the World Ends, as we've been talking about, of course, referring to cyber war, cybersecurity. What gives you hope about the future of our world? If it doesn't end, how will it not end?
That's a good question. I mean, I have to have hope, right? Because I have a kid and I have another on the way. And if I didn't have hope, I wouldn't be having kids. But it's a scary time to be having kids. and, it's like pandemic, climate change, disinformation, increasingly advanced, perhaps deadly cyber attacks. What gives me hope is that I share your worldview that I think people are fundamentally good. And sometimes, and this is why the metaverse scares me to death, but when I'm reminded of that is not online. Like online, I get the opposite. You start to lose hope in humanity when you're on Twitter half your day. It's like when I go to the grocery store or I go on a hike or like someone smiles at me. Or someone just says something nice. People are fundamentally good. We just don't hear from those people enough. And my hope is, I just think our current political climate, like we've hit rock bottom. This is as bad as it gets. We can't do anything.
Don't jinx it.
Well, but I think it's a generational thing. I think baby boomers, like, it's time to move on. I think it's time for a new generation to come in. And I actually have a lot of hope when I look at, I'm sort of like this, I guess they call me a geriatric millennial or a young Gen X. But like we have this unique responsibility because I grew up without the internet and without social media, but I'm native to it. So I know the good and I know the bad. And that's true on so many different things. I grew up without climate change anxiety, and now I'm feeling it. And I know it's not a given. We don't have to just resign ourselves to climate change. Same with disinformation. And I think a lot of the problems we face today have just exposed the sort of inertia that there's been on so many of these issues. And I really think it's a generational shift that has to happen. And I think this next generation is going to come in and say, like, we're not doing business like you guys did it anymore. We're not just going to like rape and pillage the earth and try and turn everyone against each other and play dirty tricks and let lobbyists dictate, what we do or don't do as a country anymore. And that's really where I see the hope.
It feels like there's a lot of low-hanging fruit for young minds to step up and create solutions and lead. So whenever like politicians or leaders that are older, like you said, are acting shitty, I see that as a positive. They're inspiring a large number of young people to replace them.
Yeah.
And so I think you're right. It's almost like you need people to act shitty to remind them, oh, wow, we need good leaders. We need great creators and builders and entrepreneurs and scientists and engineers and journalists.
Yeah.
All the discussions about how the journalism is quote unquote broken and so on. That's just an inspiration for new institutions to rise up that do journalism better. New journalists to step up and do journalism better. So I've been constantly, when I talk to young people, I'm constantly impressed by the ones that dream to build solutions.
Mm-hmm.
And so that's ultimately why I put the hope. But the world is a messy place, like we've been talking about. It's a scary place.
Yeah, and I think you hit on something earlier, which is authenticity.
Yes.
Like no one is going to rise above that is plastic anymore. People are craving authenticity. The benefit of the internet is it's really hard to hide who you are on every single platform. On some level, it's going to come out who you really are. And so you hope that, by the time my kids are grown, like, no one's going to care if they made one mistake online, so long as they're authentic. And I used to worry about this. My nephew was born the day I graduated from college, and I just always, he's like born into Facebook, and I just think, like, how is a kid like that ever going to be president of the United States of America? Because if Facebook had been around when I was in college, like, Jesus, how are those kids going to ever be president? There's going to be some photo of them at some point making some mistake, and that's going to be all over for them. And now I take that back. Now it's like, no, everyone's going to make mistakes. There's going to be a picture for everyone. And we're all going to have to come and grow up to the view that as humans, we're going to make huge mistakes. And hopefully they're not so big that they're going to ruin the rest of your life. But we're going to have to come around to this view that we're all human. And we're going to have to be a little bit more forgiving and a little bit more tolerant when people mess up. And we're going to have to be a little bit more humble when we do. And, like, keep moving forward. Otherwise, you can't, like, cancel everyone.
Nicole, this was an incredible, hopeful conversation. Also, one that reveals that in the shadows, there's a lot of challenges to be solved. So I really appreciate that you took on this really difficult subject with your book. That's journalism at its best. So I'm really grateful that you did it, that you took the risk, that you took that on, and that you plugged the cable box back in. That means you have hope. And thank you so much for spending your valuable time with me today.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with Nicole Perleroth. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, let me leave you with some words from Nicole herself. Here we are, trusting our entire digital lives, passwords, texts, love letters, banking records, health records, credit cards, sources, and deepest thoughts to this mystery box, whose inner circuitry most of us would never vet, run by code written in a language most of us will never fully understand. Thank you for listening, and hope to see you next time.
I get so passionate about it. I get so angry, because there's this saying like, oh, can you beat him in a hook? Can you beat him? Win. That's it. Just win and don't talk to me about anything else.
You believe the match is finished, and I wonder if that gets in the head of the other person.
See this?
Yeah. Quit. The following is a conversation with Devin Larratt, considered by many to be one of the greatest arm wrestlers in history. This is a Lex Friedman podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, dear friends, here's Devin Larratt. You are considered to be one of the greatest arm wrestlers in history, plus are one of the most charismatic and fun people to watch in arm wrestling. But let me first start with the controversial opinion. I actually really enjoy Over the Top, the movie with Sylvester Stallone, where he's a trucker. It's like a father-son movie. It's, like a bunch of sports have the definitive movie. The boxing has Rocky, maybe folk-style collegiate wrestling has Vision Quest. What else is there? Billiards has Color of Money.
Yeah.
This is the sort of movie for arm wrestling. So what did Over the Top get right? What did it get wrong about arm wrestling?
That was actually based off of a real story. A lot of people don't know that. Yeah, the Over the Top movie, I mean, to a certain degree, that's actually real life. Like that tournament, Over the Top, was real. Yeah.
It was literally named Over the Top.
Yes. There was a trucker division, and the guy actually won a truck for real. His name's John Brzezinski. You know who that is, right? So the actual Over the Top tournament, the trucker division was won by John.
Who is John Brzezinski? He is a lot of people talk about him as like a legend and one of, if not the greatest arm wrestlers of all time.
John Brzenk is every arm wrestler's father to a certain degree. All of us. The entire sport looks up to him. He, it's incredible what he's done. I mean, at 18, he won Over the Top. At 57, he just competed with me a couple months ago. Still at the world level. 18, that's 40 years of being at the top of the sport. It's incredible. He's hailed as the greatest of all time in the sport of arm wrestling. Yeah.
And he's beaten some monsters.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
And he doesn't,
I mean, when you talk about like the evolution of the sport, he's responsible for so much of it. Like when you talk about, like, a lot of times when you go back like 20 years, 30 years, a lot of us looked at arm wrestling, I think, as something you could kind of do. And he's the first guy who's like, if you want to get better at arm wrestling, you got to arm wrestle. And it seems so simple, but he answered so many questions that all of us had about techniques in the sport back, pre-video internet. Yeah, he's been everybody's target for like 40 years.
So in terms of strength, in terms of power, in terms of skill, what did he teach the sport of arm wrestling? So if you look, how did the sport change from the 80s, 90s to the aughts? You were at the top of the world for many years.
There isn't a thing on this earth
many
that
argue you're
sucks.
still at the very top of the world, but like you were very dominant both left and right hand in 2008 to 2013, something like that.
Yeah.
So how did that sport evolve to today?
So it's hard for me to comment, prior to, when I came to the sport was kind of mid 90s. Like I've been arm wrestling my whole life, but I wasn't really involved in the sport to a major degree until probably, mid 90s. But I'll say that before the mid 90s, it was really hard to get good at arm wrestling. Very difficult. Everybody was doing it wrong, really. Like it was really rare to find people who were technically good arm wrestlers. It was very underground. When I got into sport, it was a flyer that came in the mail. You had to know somebody who knew somebody who knew somebody, and then you go to a club and you can't do anything with these people. And they knew how to arm wrestle. They did, but real masters were rare. And then internet helped everybody. Communication, the transfer of knowledge became so much faster. People became technically, invested. People started training, sharing ideas. By I'd say 2000, probably around the turn of the millennia, I'd say that professional leagues started to slowly pick up. More organized, bigger productions, started to attract more athletes. More people took it seriously. By 2010, I'd say there was another jump. More serious leagues, a little bit more money. By 2015, more major media, like people were investing a lot of money, like millionaires, billionaires type of people were organizing events, setting up leagues. And the past 5 years, it's just blown up. The techniques, if I was to go back to when I started, what took me 10 or 15 years to learn, new guys are showing up and they've got it down in like a year. Yeah.
Well, the thing about it, the development of the sport is it's, like I was telling you off mic, it's a battle of one versus one.
Yeah.
And then that can turn into battle of nations, which, there's Canada, there's the United States, there's all the Eastern Europe, Russia, Georgia, all of that. That's what makes some of the greatest sports in the Olympics great, like weightlifting. It's a battle of nations, not just a battle of individuals. And it's almost like these two humans represent the two nations. And I see that very much. We'll talk about your matches coming up, but there is that battle between North America and that other part of the world.
Yeah. North America is very prized. You know, the North American champion is always highly sought after because they're typically the most famous. You know, even still when, you know, quite arguably, there's always somebody in Eastern Europe who's just monstrous. It's typically the North American athlete who's more recognized.
By the way,
Oh, yeah.
we'll have a cup here with some maple syrup.
Cheers, Lex.
Cheers. We should probably show. You just down that whole thing.
No. I'm going to sip it. You know, but by all means. It's really good, right?
Delicious. Yeah.
Yeah. That is,
maple syrup.
that's a perfect July day from Canada in a bottle. Yeah.
So you're on a total tangent. You are known for appreciating food in all kinds of ways, but one of the things you're known for is pancakes.
That is, that's gone
Yes,
into a crazy place in the sport. But yeah, like,
Where did that originate?
so, where that originated.
When it went from like your actual love for pancakes
Yeah.
to the meme.
Yeah. So I think what happened was, so I had a match with Michael Todd, big match. Michael, great champion. He's another guy who's, you know, he's never going to get off the horse. You know, his elbow is a complete disaster. Probably one of the most loved and hated guys in the sport right now.
Is it because of the King's move?
Yeah. Yeah, the King's move brings him a lot of hate. Not from me, not from a lot of people, but a lot of observers have a big problem with the King's move.
What's wrong with being a little bit controversial? That's fun.
You know, I get so passionate about it. I get so angry, you know, because there's this saying like, oh, can you beat him in a hook? Can you beat him? Win.
Yeah,
Win.
that's all I want.
That's it. Just win and don't talk to me about anything else. Yeah. If you can win with style, win with style. But don't talk to me about anything but winning. That's the priority.
You had this match with Michael Todd.
Yeah. So I was in a terrible place. I guess it was, I get so screwed up with the years. It's 2022 now, right?
No, it's 2030. What are you talking about?
Yeah, that's right. I think it is actually 2030. We're way ahead of schedule.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
That's right. So when was this? This was like a decade ago or no?
No, this is like a year and a bit ago.
Oh,
So
this is very recent.
very recent. Yeah. So I got really sick.
Is that the match?
Yeah, this is the match, right? Awesome match. So this match is for the Legacy Hammer. So we invented this thing called the Legacy Hammer. Michael took it from me in, I think, 2018. And then COVID shut everything down, and Michael went overseas to try and set up, because at that time, Michael was a North American champion. He beat me, and he went to Dubai, and he organized this great big match with Levant. And the whole thing fell apart. Organizers, leagues, wouldn't let it happen. But there was still an ability to have a match of significance happen. So Michael's like, who do you want? Let's give Devin a rematch. And I'm like, yeah, yes. And I was really sick at the time. I had DVT. I had pulmonary embolism. I was mentally in a terrible place. And I got offered the match, and I just totally turned my life around. And I committed really hard. Yeah. And
What happened in this match, by the way?
oh, I just totally destroyed him. Yeah. I just beat the piss out of him. Yeah. Michael's a good friend of mine. But
Yeah, there's a lot of camaraderie.
Yeah.
And you guys talked afterwards. It's
yeah.
great.
But we fight like brothers, you know, like, so we let each other really fight hard against each other. But so I knew, strength and mass, they go hand in hand. And I committed to just getting as big and as strong as I could. And literally, I was eating pancakes every day. Bacon, pancakes, every sloppy bit of garbage food I could eat. I was trying to eat healthy also, but if there was garbage food, I'd eat it.
What do you mean bacon and pancakes isn't healthy? What are you talking about?
Exactly.
People should go watch. There's a video where you make like the Canadian meal of bacon with some bacon cooking tips. water. That was interesting.
Yeah.
And then obviously pancakes and maple syrup all over the whole thing.
Yeah, you're making me very hungry. I've caused more diabetes than probably gonna get in trouble karmically for making the world obese.
You should probably write a book, The Pancake Diet.
Yeah.
Kevin Lawrence.
Yeah, I think I will do that one day.
So you said mass and strength go hand in hand. Just at a big level about arm wrestling, what's more important? Strength, power, endurance, skill, strategy, or mental toughness? How do these components all come into play in arm wrestling?
They're all important. I mean, you can use everything, and you can adjust your strategy based off of the tools that you have. I would say if I could pick ever just one thing to have more of, I would say that it would be strength gained while fighting.
While actually arm wrestling's not off the
No. So you get stronger from arm wrestling.
How do you get stronger from arm wrestling? Like in jiu-jitsu and grappling, you can get good by training with people much technically worse than you. So white belts and blue belts.
Yeah.
It's actually beneficial.
Agree.
Because you get to work stuff out.
Right.
But I wouldn't say it develops like that intensity and power required to go against people at your level. So how do you balance that? Is it okay to go against people that are much weaker than you, or do you really have to go against people at the same level?
I think that a blended strategy is probably the best. I'd say kind of a rule is whatever you do, you get better at, right? So you want to be kind of as precise as possible.
Welcome. How you guys?
You don't want to get hurt. And it's just about investment. And
What's good in your neck of the woods?
the answer is not always the same. Things are going to change. I am currently a big believer in what I call tower building, right? So you have to do a lot of volume to build a great tower. You need to have a ton of volume. So when you look at how to best build volume, you want to do workouts that aren't particularly challenging, to make you feel good, and do them so that when you add them all together, you get the biggest number. So many easy workouts a day that are as specific as possible, in my opinion, is the best way to lay the foundation for an extreme peak. And precision, right? Like, there's no more precise way to get strong at arm wrestling than arm wrestling.
So how often can you arm wrestle? What's your training regimen? You've talked about this as the climb, right? What is the training process to get great at arm wrestling?
Well, again, it's going to depend on what level you're at. The answer at the beginning might not be the same. For me, guy who's been doing it almost 30 years, I have to harvest energy from clubs. I call it cosmic punch.
Sorry to interrupt. You were here in Austin, Texas. You are in Austin, Texas, but you were at the, what was it called? The water tank.
Yeah.
You had an awesome crowd.
It was great.
I get to watch it. I get to interact with a lot of those guys. Just amazing community, amazing human beings. I got to talk to Dimitri in Russian and in English. He's an engineer. His wife is an engineer. So he's a brilliant dude, but also one of the toughest, I guess, guys you faced there.
Yeah.
But you faced, I don't know how many people. It must have been hundreds of matches.
The bar was full. Yeah, and that for me is a perfect training scenario. Yeah. So if I go in and just kind of I'm like a lightning rod, and I just absorb everything that I can get from people, all their effort. That's perfect. That's perfect. But I'm lucky because I'm in a place that I can handle it. If I was losing or failing, this would not be optimal. But because I'm strong enough, I've been doing it long enough, that I can kind of absorb it without damaging me.
How are you?
This is perfect. I typically, when I'm training up for a very serious match.
What's up? How are you?
Good.
How old are you?
I'm between 18 and 19.
Okay, what year were you born?
Alicia?
What year were you born?
I was born in 2006, December 22.
Cool.
Me, I was born in 2006.
Excellent. So, how's your day going?
Good.
Excellent. How'd you hear about me?
I got invited by a friend.
Well, your friend is amazing.
Yeah. My friend is here. My friend is the guy called Murder.
What up, Murder? How you doing, Murder? What's good? Just living the
His
dream.
name's Abu Bakar.
What up, Abdul Bakar? Pleasure to meet you. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. Murder, how did you find out about me? YouTube? Oh, you found me on YouTube. Bravo, man. Excellent. Well, if you guys don't know what I do, I stream my life for world peace. I don't want war anymore. I'm live right now on more than 11 different YouTube channels. I'm live in more than 11 different Discords. And I'm growing popularity every single day. And that's a good thing. Some things that we talk about on this. Go ahead. What'd you say? Oh, excellent. Hey, I got this thing. It's pretty cool. Just one moment. I'll show it to you guys. What kind of Spanish? What kind of Spanish do you speak? Like from Spain? From Spain or from? Okay, from Spain. Just one moment. Here we go. Spain. You tell me if this is good. I hope this translates well. I hope you understand what I'm saying. I'm glad that you're here.
Espero que esto se traduzca. Bueno, espero que entiendas lo que digo. Me alegra que estés aquí.
What can you? Oh, yeah. Okay. No one cares. I don't even care. I don't even talk to you. Between 18 and 19.
I'll try and do that 3 or 4 times a week. And then the days in between, I will just do blood flow rehab. Blood flow rehab. I will never hit a PR, a record. I'll never do it anymore.
What up, Whack?
I used to. A lot of
Shout
things
out to
change.
you.
That's why I say, like, there's a lot of ways to do it. This is currently a system that's working very well for me.
So when you say PR, you're not aggressively chasing a peak. You're just building and building and building.
Yeah. My only peak that I care about is for this cycle, the 25th of June. It's my only PR.
Let's talk about the 25th of June.
Oh, yeah.
Let's talk about Levan Siganishvili, the Georgian Hulk.
Yeah.
Question number 1. Is it possible to beat him? He is widely acknowledged as the most powerful person in arm wrestling today. Is he beatable? And if so, how?
Everybody's beatable. Everybody's beatable. Levan is incredible. He is what this modern peak of arm wrestling represents.
So for people who are just listening, we also have an overlay of a video of Levan going against Vitaly Ledin, another top 3 person in the world, perhaps, in arm wrestling. And Levan is the guy in the right, just big.
I love it.
And the aggression. Actually, so underneath it all, it seems to be a teddy bear, but when he turns it on, it's
Hello,
raw
how are you?
power.
He's the full package. Levan is,
Excellent to hear.
he represents the pinnacle.
Well, we're very happy that you're here.
It's Dennis in the back.
I hope only good things
He's
for
like,
you.
I want to
We're just watching a podcast. Feel free to enjoy.
Levan has a lot of bases covered. He's curling 300 pounds with one arm. I mean, the strength that he shows for arm wrestling is so far ahead of the field. Is very, very strong. But it's absolutely possible. It's absolutely possible. The one thing that I'm confident about, well, I'd say there's two things. The two things I'm confident about is that I have more experience than he does. And experience counts for a lot. The other thing is my ability to breathe and recover. So if ever there's an opportunity for the tide to turn, that's, I think, where he'll never get it back. So I think if I can somehow find a hole in his game, then yeah.
So you want to hold off the initial like assault of power, and then wear him out, and to find the hole. And then it's how much of that is mental, how much of it is just the physical ability to do it, for your muscles to have the endurance to hold off.
I like to make the sport bigger. And a lot of things that most arm wrestlers believe the sport is, I always try and push those boundaries. So there is definitely a mental aspect to it when you're faced with something that you've never seen before. That's when things like experience comes in. He can become surprised, where what's a surprise for him is routine for me. So my adjustments will be more precise, more accurate. Yeah, that's how I get in. Yeah, I play a dirty game. You know.
So some of it, how important is confidence in the whole in the progression of the match? Is there ups and downs of confidence? Like, holy shit, I actually have a chance to win this. Holy shit, I'm winning this. You're done. There's some of my favorite moments. I don't know if those are fake or not in terms of your expressions. If it fake it until you make it. But whenever you shake your head or whatever, you make it apparent that you believe the match is finished. And I wonder if that gets in the head of the other person. When you start to actually, so I'm sure you're doing things in like precise, detailed things with your hands to also indicate that you believe they're finished. But you're facially just,
See this?
yeah. Quit. Oh, that's right, because it's facing the other. So that's ultimately what the battle is about. It's like it's you're done. You might as well give up.
Commitment is so important in anything that you do, right? Like I always kind of try and bring things to a level of commitment that's uncommon. I think that's a lot of reasons why I do well. It's because I just get so committed in the whole process. And by the time that I actually show up to fight, I sometimes just wish that they would kill me. You know, I wish that they would, because that's how far I want to go. Like, people talk about, like, how committed are you to the match? Like, if you're committed to the match and you lose, you should.
No, you got to be 18 to be in here. Apologies,
I'm often unhappy when I lose a match and I don't have an injury. I'm like, damn, what the fuck? Like, I should have. Like,
okay,
I feel like I didn't commit. You know.
I don't know if you know.
He's not 18 then.
He was on. He was on the podcast. Yeah. He
Okay,
talked
well
about his
then
whole
no, the
career.
fix
He
is
dreamed
no.
of
That's not on
working
me.
so
I'm not
hard
going to
that
change the rules for that.
He can't get off the mat by himself, and he was always he's disappointed ultimately at the end of his career, because he was always able to get off the mat on his own accord. So he wants to, leave it all on the mat just from exhaustion. So that's what commitment looks like.
Yeah.
But what is this process? What is this climb for? Probably the toughest match of your career. I would say the most epic match in arm wrestling history. I mean, it's really building up. You are you said North America. I think by accounts of many, you're one of the greatest arm wrestlers ever. He is one of the scariest arm wrestlers ever. And so this match, by the way, where's it happening?
It'll be in Dubai.
Yeah, June. So what does the climb look like?
The climb for me, what I have to change in my life, always. People talk about being a professional. And I've always loved the sport. I've loved it like crazy. But to me, the path is about simplicity and removal of distractions. I do better and better the more I get rid of everything, nothing else, so that my life is just the goal, just the target, and everything else is off the table. And that's where I need to get to, where there's nothing between me and him.
And every single day you're putting in the volume.
Every day, all day.
Now you said you worked out. So yesterday you did hundreds of arm wrestling matches, and then today you said in the morning you still worked out. So what was that workout? So you're mixing up stuff where you're doing weights also?
This morning, I try to really focus on what's administratively easy. That's a big part of it for me, with everything I do. So I just travel with bands. Yeah, I got bands with me, and it's rehabilitative in nature. So I'm really focusing on blood flow, feeling good, doing proper movements. But yeah, just band workout in the hotel.
What does a band workout look like? So are you doing the arm wrestling movement? Are you
see that? See what you did there?
What's that?
Yeah, it's
You want to bring him in.
Yeah.
The up thing.
Up into your center, right?
Yeah.
You think, what can you control out here? No, you bring everything close. That's it. Don't worry about pinning. Pinning happens once it's close to you. Yeah, pinning is. People always think about pinning. Don't think about pinning.
How much of the body is a part of this too? Like the core, the torso, because it feels like there's that almost like a Mike Tyson punch power, right?
Yeah.
Does it come from the hips too, and the legs?
It's
the
definitely
whole body.
the whole body. It's definitely the whole body. Like everything is working.
Dog, how are you?
You're connected to the table at times, as far as your base. Sometimes your base is your feet, but a lot of times you can base off the table.
Welcome.
So
Hope you're having a
you
good
can
day.
base off your
We're
hips.
just watching a
But I'll
podcast.
tell you, no arm wrestler cares about doing squats. No arm wrestler is doing planks.
Take care, buddy.
Okay, it's all about the forearm and the actions of the hand. That's always the limiting factor. You look at a guy like Oleg Zok. Okay, do you know this guy? Oleg Zok.
Yeah.
Marvelous. He's a total hellboy. He's my inspiration to what I call pumpkin training. But
What's pumpkin training?
probably we'll get into that. But I only train my right arm. That's it. Yeah, with homework. But back to full body. It is full body. My good friend Matt Mass, when he arm wrestled me, he actually blew his internal abductor in his leg. So yeah, people walk away from tournament, their calves can be sore sometimes. Happens. But no, there he is right there. Yeah. Oh, like he is a real life hellboy. he's like 170 pounds there. Look at his arm.
How are you?
Look at his arm.
Crazy.
Yeah. Yeah, he's totally crazy.
That's you doing left right there. So by the way, Levon, you're going right.
Yeah.
So can you say more about the mental side? Are you visualizing what it takes to beat him?
We're
Are
just
you trying to
watching
get in his head?
podcast.
All of these things.
So
Do you think it's possible to get in his head?
there's definitely strategies that you can do depending on who it is you're facing. It's very good to know who it is you're fighting and choose the correct strategy mentally. But I always follow a process when it comes to my mental preparation. When I'm far away from an event, I just always build up my opponent. Build them, respect them, to a point where I almost start to fear them and start to believe that they'll beat me. And this is a very vital part of my preparation. And that's where I am right now. I just build them up into this thing that scares me. And it forces me to be responsible, because I don't want to lose. I want to win. So the greater my opponent, the greater I can build their worth in my mind, the more motivation it gives me. Then there comes a point when it changes, and then I start to degrade them, and that's when it normally starts to get fun.
How are you?
And
What are you watching?
normally
What
by
are
the
you
time I
watching?
face
The
them,
Lex Friedman podcast.
I just try and completely dominate from every interaction from start to finish.
Ah,
Yeah.
my friend here is
When
asking why.
in the actual moment of the match, like in the
Because
moments
I
leading
like-
up to it, what's
I
the
like
feeling?
podcasts.
Is it fear? Is it confidence? Anxiety? What's going through your mind?
I love to fight. I love it. I always have. There's every day where you have the distractions of life, and then there's really living in the moment, right? It's whatever you love to do, and that's when you can really be free. I'm free when I'm fighting, right? So you put me in a good fight, and I just love it. I don't think about the past. I don't think about the future. I just think about killing that dude in front of me, and I enjoy that.
Just being intensely in the moment. Just
I'm
That's it.
watching a
Just right
podcast.
there, just fighting as hard as I can.
Do you study the opponent? Like, have you for this particular match? Do you study videos of?
What's your question?
What are you doing? Sorry, my English so bad. What are you doing 2 days in your house, in your bed? ¿Cómo se dice esto? Tú tienes tu dingo, bro.
He's asking, they have a bit of broken English.
That's okay.
He's asking, like, how do you live, like, 2 days straight being in your bed without doing anything? Like, they're just curious.
That's okay. I'll answer.
Yes.
Just a moment.
Te he dicho que
Ahora responde un segundo.
I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been streaming live on more than 11 different accounts on YouTube for more than 3 years. This is the most amount of data ever uploaded to the internet. It's essentially a time capsule for humanity.
Está diciendo la Biblia ahora.
Me afeité la pierna a las 24 horas del día, los 7 días de la semana, los 365 días del año por la paz mundial. He estado transmitiendo en vivo en más de 11 cuentas diferentes en YouTube. Esta es la mayor cantidad de datos que se haya subido a Internet. Es esencialmente una cápsula del tiempo para la humanidad.
What the fuck? Rabbi Rod, seriously, your affectation in the life.
Can you repeat that?
Sorry, my English so bad.
No.
Dile tú,
Your English is fine.
He's
I
asking,
just
like,
didn't hear what you
What do you
said.
do for living? What do you do
Tu
for living?
inglés está bien,
If you're streaming
pero no entendí
24
lo que
hours, like,
dijiste.
what do you do for living, you know?
¿De qué vives? Dile eso, ¿de qué vive, bro?
Like,
Por la que
what do
estoy
you
de
do
eso.
money and all that? Like, he's
I'm a
just
certified
curious.
project
Because-
management professional.
Soy un
What are you
profesional
repeating?
certificado en gestión de proyectos.
What?
Repeat,
Soy
please
un
repeat.
profesional certificado en gestión de proyectos.
Oh, all right, thanks.
Alright.
We were just
Pero-
curious because because we yesterday saw you in the editors, like voice chat, and you were like till yesterday, and we were just curious of how do you do all this, you know?
Dios mío,
Absolutely.
los yus, tienes un inglés muy bueno.
That's a great question to have. I completely understand. If I may ask, whose voice chat did you see me in?
In the like online editors and all that, you know. Wait, let me tell you the name. The eager world.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm in there right now.
Yeah, we know.
Cool. Do you have any other questions?
¿Tienes alguna otra pregunta?
It's okay if you don't have questions now and you have them in the future. Just let me know. I'm here to answer your questions.
Que si no tienes
No hay
preguntas ahora, que
problema.
las voy a preguntar en el futuro.
Si no tienes preguntas ahora y las tienes en el futuro, házmelo saber. Estoy aquí para responder tus preguntas.
What do you love?
We hope that you achieve world peace, man. We trust
Thank you, man.
You're doing a great labor.
Thank you. Gracias. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Dile, preguntarle que por qué no ha estado el 31 con su familia, viendo, o sea, pasando el año, ¿no?
My friend is asking, what did you do like in 31 of December? Like, did you celebrate the New Year or what? What did you do?
It was my friend's birthday, so we played a lot of games, and then we did a countdown at midnight, and then we were up pretty late, and then I went to bed.
Ok, dijo que así el cumpleaños de su amigo, que jugó varios juegos, hizo la cuenta atrás y se fue a dormir.
Qué triste, bro.
¿Tienes alguna pregunta más?
Solo come per la che no, sorry. Sorry, Rabbi, I love you.
You guys should know that you're always welcome here. If you ever need anything from me, I'm here to support you, and I just appreciate you being kind.
Ustedes deberían saberlo. Siempre serán bienvenidos aquí. Si alguna vez necesitan algo de mí, estoy aquí para apoyarlos y aprecio su amabilidad.
Thank you, Rabbi. Thank you.
You're welcome. Absolutely.
Elon,
Rabbi,
I've seen
Yes.
you're like
everything.
romantico now.
You're like, what? What did you say?
Nothing, sorry. Rabbi, I love you. Ciao. Bye.
Bye-bye.
I've read
Adios.
everything. I get
Muchacho.
opinions from other people. I watch very closely. Yeah.
What do you make of his evolution? So he's grown in size, but also you've talked about his evolution technically as well. What been studying him since we're in the build your opponent to be terrifying stage. What makes him great?
He's very impressive. The greatest thing about him is his strength. That's the thing that sets him apart from everyone. His strength, specialized strength, exact strength for arm wrestling. I believe it's unmatched.
Can we just linger on that word strength?
Mm-hmm.
What does strength mean? What does it feel like? Are we talking about bicep, like shoulder? Are we talking about like whatever control?
Right.
The wrist?
Yeah.
Is it the what? How does strength manifest? You know, like when I touch your hand, when we grab arms, I feel like, fuck, that's strong.
There's control.
What
Right?
is that feeling? Well, where does that come from? Where in arm wrestling, when you're at the top of the world, where does that come from?
So it's chains. There's chains of strength. And in arm wrestling, this is like technical strength. Okay. And we use these technical chains to fight each other. The chains that I'll talk about is, so remember how we talked about the post, this upwards drive, this ability to close this angle? This is a chain. It can be used. It's a technical attack. It's also an attack that can be built with training. Just the ability to just drive upwards. There's a chain where you cup, right? Cup your wrist in. Cup your wrist in, and the anchor and the chain brings you right to your heart, right to your center, right? This chain, and this can be done at any time. There's a pronation chain, and that's to turn your thumb over, right? Turn your thumb over, and you attack the person's cupping chain.
And there's a huge number of muscles involved in each of those chains.
And that's why I say it's a chain, right? But they're movements, and these movements you can develop in the gym or through practice.
So you don't mean, so it's easy to sort of interpret strength to mean how much you curl, essentially.
Yeah.
But you mean the chain. It's all has
Right,
to do with
and that's what, people talk, is it a bicep? I mean, yes, there's bicep for sure involved, but I'll always be inaccurate if I try and tell you like what muscles are so I prefer to explain it in a movement, and then everything that's involved to do that movement, right? Yeah, and Levon's movements for arm wrestling are incredibly impressive.
What do you attribute to? How much of that is genetics? How much of it is some training thing he's doing?
I think that Levon is very special in terms of his genetics. Like, not everybody can be Levon. You know, there's not many Levons out there. But what I've encountered in the bias that I always see, like when people talk about people like Levon, they discount the other side so very quickly. And the thing is, Levon rarely has to show the other side because it's so far ahead. You talk about the technical application of the sport.
Sorry,
Yeah, sure. What's going on?
you play Block Street.
I don't.
Oh, okay, okay. It's what. And you play Manticora?
I don't know what that is.
Okay, thank you.
That's okay.
He so rarely needs to show it, but he's clearly incredible. If you watch his progression, he came up having very difficult technical struggles to overcome. Georgia is a great country for arm wrestling. There's this guy, Gennady Fikvinia, who no one would ever say is not technical. And, you know, it took him years to defeat him to a point where now it's not even a discussion.
Yeah, you talk about the progression. They had a lot of battles together over the year.
Yeah. It's amazing.
You like, ¿cómo se dice pulsos en inglés, tío? Arm wrestling. Arm wrestling. You like arm wrestling?
I don't know what that is.
Wrestling. Arm wrestling.
Oh, do I like arm wrestling? Arm wrestling. It is.
Es que mira el podcast.
Yeah, that's what the podcast. That is what the podcast is. I'm just watching a bunch of them, and this is the one that's on.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Do you like arm wrestling?
Yes.
Excellent. Yeah, it's cool. Very cool.
Yeah.
Excellent. Do you have any other questions?
Do you have a Manticora alphabet?
Do I have a Manticore alphabet? Is that what you asked?
Yes.
What do you mean by that?
It's an animal, a new species.
A Manticore alphabet.
Yes.
Let me look at it. Let me look one up. Hold on a second.
Lo voy a buscar. What's up, bro? Estoy dando la puta risa, vale. Hola. Oye, ahora no te ríes, por respeto. El pobre chaval, tío. Hostia. No tiene amigos, pero tampoco. Coño, no, pero no me estoy riendo de él, me estoy riendo de la gilipollas que me ha dicho Vara. Hostia, pero hijo de puta está hecho.
It's a new animal. A Manticore alphabet? What kind of animal is it?
Mythology animal. Kratos, o sea, you like God of War 3?
Do I like what 3?
God of War.
Oh, God of War 3. I haven't played it, but I've seen people play it. It seems very cool.
What?
I haven't played.
Can you in Spanish, in the traductor?
Sure.
Please?
I have seen people play that game. I personally haven't played it, but it looks very cool. I personally haven't played it, but I've seen other people play it, and it looks very cool.
Personalmente no lo he jugado, pero he visto a otras personas jugar y se ve muy genial.
Do you like playing that game?
Very good.
Is it a good game?
¿Te gusta jugar a ese juego? Es un buen juego.
Yeah.
Muy bueno. Muy bueno.
Dingo, can you help me in my English, please? No. Traductor, please. Dingo, traductor.
Te traduzco yo, ¿qué quieres?
Hostia, pensé que te habías inspirado. Dile que juegue primero el voto por 2, que es de los mejores, y el que mejor está hecho, y luego el 3.
He's saying you to first play God of War 2 and then God of War 3 because God of War 2 is like the best one, you know?
Absolutely, yes. Yes, if I were going to play, I would want to play the other 2 first and then get into 3. But I appreciate the advice. Thank you.
Sí, si tuviera que jugar, querría jugar primero con los otros 2 y luego con los 3, pero agradezco el consejo. Gracias.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. If you have more questions, please let me know. If not, we'll continue watching the podcast.
Si tienes más preguntas, por favor, házmelo saber. Si no, continuaremos viendo el podcast.
Yes, yeah. It's fascinating to see the tides turn.
Oh yeah, and once they've turned, it's like completely different level. Yeah, I mean, he's got strength, he's got technique. Some people will argue that his technique is flawed at times. They've shown matches where he hasn't shown the best technique, but he still won. And I think sometimes he just plays with people. You know, like there's a famous match that he had with they call him the Bruce Lee of arm wrestling, a guy called Ongerbayev, Kurdigali Ongerbayev. They had a match in the top 8. Great match. Kurdigali is like 220-pound guy from Kazakhstan. Brilliant technician, but power-wise, not in the same world. And Kurdigali did well, even though he lost 6-0. He still did well. But in my opinion, Levon didn't care. Levon was like grabbing him low and that he's not seen before. I will. He hasn't competed often in this rule set, which will be a challenge for him. But yeah, what can I say? Like Levon, he's Everest.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you are seen by basically everybody as the big underdog. But you're also even in the Eastern, I mean, I talk to Russians a lot. There, you know that moment in Rocky when they start cheering for Rocky?
Yeah.
You're kind of they want you to win. And just, you know, it's not even
live stream,
just the battle itself
including
is
karaoke,
inspiring.
playing
And
games,
it's
dancing,
like the culmination in your career. Because
watching
it's
sports,
you know, you're at the
movies,
top for a long time, but
music,
it's like it's almost
audiobooks,
like it should be over for you.
podcasts.
But no, you're returning. It is like this big moment.
Yeah.
The big climb.
I will be the pointy end of the spear for North America.
Yeah. Beautiful. Well, let's. Thanks for bringing that match up. Let's talk about just the match against Dennis. Your left-hand match.
Yeah.
He's also terrifying. It seems one of the strongest, probably the one of, if not the strongest, left-hand arm wrestler.
Yeah.
There's a lot to be said there. Maybe you could talk about this match at a high level. Why did you take on this match? Why did you do the left hand versus the right hand?
Yeah.
What can you tell the story?
Okay. Dennis Saplankov. There's so much about this match. I love Dennis.
Russian guy.
Yeah, Russian guy. Russian. I used to call him Dennis Chernobyl. What a monster. He kind of led, I'd say, this new era of arm wrestling where the super heavyweight strength level has just gone through the roof. I wanted the match for such a long time. We tried to get the match. We couldn't get it organized. This is back in 2008 to 2012. Couldn't get the match. I've always been more of a one-on-one puller. He was doing the tournament format. I was ranked number 1 in the world. And towards the end, it kind of was very undecided. I ended up getting surgery. I ended up abandoning the super heavyweight division. I went down to 225s for a few years. WAL failed temporarily. So the 225-pound division was scrapped. And I said, okay, I'm going to go for the big crown once again. And I started to go after super heavyweights. The 2018 season was right hand. I started to enter negotiations to have the match with him. We've been chasing the match for 10 years. They wanted to do it left hand. I wanted to do it right hand. I just wanted to do the match. I wanted to do the match with Dennis. I wanted to meet Dennis.
So people should know that the right hand has always been your strongest.
It has been. I mean, I had surgery in 2016. I hate to make excuses. I hate to do it. Dennis was better than me that day, even on my best day. If you had gone back my entire career, at no single day do I beat Dennis Plankoff in 2018. I would like to think that I could maybe do it now, but at that point, there would be no version that could have beat him. I
Left or right?
right hand, no. I'm curious about the right, but left hand.
So's the world.
Well, it might still happen. It might, but Dennis completely destroyed me, and I learned a lot from it. I think before the Dennis match, I think I don't know exactly what your word to use. Maybe I felt like my thinking was a little bit elitist, and I really learned a lot. I was really humbled that day by how far and how professional and how prepared Dennis was, and how seriously he took the sport.
There's a slightly terrifying calmness to him, which only comes with extreme preparation, I think.
Yeah, his level of dedication was extremely inspiring to me. I used to do a job where it was serious enough that the price could be death, right? And I arm wrestled throughout that entire period, and I always kind of looked at the cost of doing an activity being death limited to soldiering. And I kind of changed my mind a lot after that match. I realized that anything you do, once you get far enough down the road and professional enough at it, it's going to kill you. Like, doesn't matter what you're doing. If you're crazy enough about anything, it's probably going to take your life in some way. And that doesn't mean you rush towards death. It's just your level of investment and level of risk can have some catastrophic effects.
Charles Bukowski, I think has the quote, do what you love and let it kill you.
Right.
Like that.
Right. And I understood that Dennis's level of professionalism far exceeded mine in what we were doing at the time. And I realized that, I was no longer employed. I was now in the world of professional arm wrestling. And I realized that, what was I doing? Like, how
What did I do?
So Dennis is an incredible guy.
You have left a channel named Pornhub.
Can someone translate for us?
What?
Can someone translate?
Díselo tú. Si no.
Can you repeat it again?
You have left channel named Pornhub.
I understand. Did I leave the channel?
What?
Did you?
Barak, traduce, porfa. One moment, my traduction is Barak. Barak, can you traduce, please? O sea, ¿me lo puedes traducir?
He's meaning that you left a channel named Pornhub.
Yes. Es que you have
Let me check.
un moment.
Let me check. Un momento, por favor.
Can you add the Pornhub channel, please? Es que you have Omega TV, Bilibili, Monkey, Discord, Reddit, Ingur, Instagram, and no Pornhub. But this is a discrimination very bad.
Huh?
¿Qué dices, en serio? ¿Se afeitas las piernas? ¿Pero por qué?
I heard you read a bunch of social media, but I don't know what else you're saying. Can you please repeat?
He oído que lees un montón de cosas en las redes sociales, pero no sé qué más estás diciendo. ¿Puedes repetirlo, por favor?
Vale, se lo dices tú, por favor. Solo digo yo.
If you would, go get your friend who can translate. It'll make it easier.
Si pudieras buscar a un amigo que pueda traducirlo, ¿te resultaría más fácil?
Yes. Yes.
I am translator. quieres que le diga?
Dile que le falta el canal Pornhub porque ha puesto 300 y le falta
Es que le he dicho eso y ha preguntado que qué es eso. ¿Qué es porno? Pregunta la cosa.
You do like Pornhub?
Do I like Pornhub? Do I like Pornhub? It's like any other. It's like any other porn site.
Yeah, he's saying that you need to put it in the channel.
Yes.
Oh,
That's
I
like-
see. Oh, I understand now.
That's what he's saying.
Yeah, I don't really use it, so it's not really social media that I would put in there.
Ahora lo entiendo. No lo uso realmente, así que no es realmente una red social lo que pondría ahí.
Okay. It's good.
Okay.
Lo juro, atenta la cara de coger y partirse el frenillo, bro. Pero bueno. Do you like porn romántica?
Do I like what?
Universe.
Do I like the universe?
Para, que shut up, para. Respect this, para.
Respect the moments.
Okay. Pásamelo a mí, por favor.
Is there moments in that match? There's just humility there too from him. That was a fascinating sort of. It seemed like you realized that you just hit a wall and you were not ready enough for it. It was incredible. There was so many things that I remember about the Dennis match. I mean, I remember, seeing video of somebody and then meeting them in person. It's different. I remember in the weigh-ins. Sorry, not the weigh-ins. The standoff that we did, before the match. I'm looking at him. I'm close. I'm looking at his arms, and his bicep. It looked like an ass. Like it was like a freaking glute muscle. Yeah. Like his entire structure was so sinewy and just so strong. I was like, wow, it's physically so impressive. And I remember when I arm wrestled him at a certain time, he allowed me to kind of set my position. You can't really tell because it happens very quickly. But he let me set my position, which means I kind of got my locks in where you can kind of really do a great hold. And he just ripped through me. So you were able to get this great position. Yeah. So it was tore right through. Yeah. And it's the first time I ever thought that that I had torn something. I thought, like, after the match, I'm like, he ripped my chest right in half. Like, what did it?
Did you watch Squid Game?
I saw parts of the first one. I know that people are very excited for the second one. I have friends who are very excited, so I might watch it in the future.
Vi partes de la primera. Sé que la gente está muy emocionada por la segunda. Tengo amigos que están muy emocionados, así que tal vez la vea en el futuro.
Ya ha salido.
I recommend you each out the season 2 of Squid Games. Okay?
Excellent.
El humano.
Dile si conoce la parte de ¡Quieto!
Do you know the part when the main character says "Alto"?
No.
I think so.
Jonas, el pavo este es espérate que sí.
No, I think 100%. Yeah, no, I didn't actually. Nothing went purple or anything, but yeah, the strength gap was very significant with Dennis. Could he? What would it take to beat him on that? It would take me just being a little bit stronger and more healthy. Yeah. My left was not as healthy as it should be. Like, I didn't have a full rounded technical arsenal.
it takes some time after surgery. It really does. Like, you can be good, but after a surgery like what I had, you're probably looking at 3 or 4 years before you're starting to hit technical proficiency the way you should be. And just a bit stronger.
How do you interpret the calmness on his face? Well, what is that about? Is he actually that Russian?
Russian,
Trained? It's a
It's
Russian
a
thing.
Russian thing, I think. I don't
What
know.
show?
I see a lot of Russians like that. They're so like stoic. And I'm such a fan of Russia. I really want to go to Moscow. I've been saying it forever.
You've never been. Not,
I want to go. I want to just go and live there for like a month and just train. Moscow's got such a crazy arm wrestling scene. Because from what I understand, there's that.
Have you seen Narcos?
What?
Have you seen Narcos?
Of Pablo Escobar.
Exactly.
It's my dad.
Yes, I saw it.
It was very good. Muy bien.
Yes.
El que dije.
Did you watch the movie called Running from Cops Niggers?
No, I didn't see that.
There's so many clubs. There's so many strong athletes. Just go and just.
Great question. I like Goodfellas. Have you ever seen Goodfellas? It's Martin Scorsese.
Yes.
Yeah, that's a good one. I like I like documentaries, really. So there are a few documentaries that I really like.
¿Qué ha dicho ahora? Tradúceme, por favor.
Did you watch Cobra Kai?
I did not, but I am aware of it. It was on YouTube, I believe, and I know it's really popular. I did not. It's something that I want to see in the future. I know it's very popular.
No agregué nada que quisiera ver en el futuro. Sé que es muy popular.
Rabbi, it's bugged. The audio is bugged.
The what?
The audio is listening only is shut up, Barak, please. Respect, please.
You're talking, man. It was
One moment. Dile, the audio is kakelaring. Kakelaring. What the fuck is kakelaring? I don't know.
Do you watch Negroes in a farm?
Do you look Technical Start at Apocalypse?
What about the apocalypse?
What? Sorry? What? Sorry?
What did you say about the apocalypse?
One moment.
You okay?
One moment. Barak. Pregúntale que cuánto tiempo lleva en su habitación esa del tiempo, bro.
Gaje is telling me how many times you are in your room.
How many cameras?
In your camera of the time. O sea, no.
In your camera of the time.
Time.
You're asking me how many cameras I have?
No. How many times are you in your room in total?
Probably like 23 hours a day.
32 horas al día.
Yeah, I mean, I go outside, I go to the bathroom, I do laundry, so I do other things outside.
Do you have sex with Manticola?
Do you like Manticola?
What is Manticola?
Manticola.
I don't know what that is.
It's a very good person to the... ¿Cómo se dice pulso digno? ¿Pulso? Un pulso.
45 months.
Sorry, one moment. Google,
That's okay.
traductor. Momento. Do you like Manticore of the Caverns?
I don't know what that is.
Lightning rod. Yeah.
Have you considered doing
I don't wanna
something
talk
of
to
that sort? It's like Rocky 4 again.
Oh yeah.
Like,
Oh,
and
I would
lead
do
up to
it.
June.
I would certainly consider it. I've got only one trip planned at the moment. Administration is very important.
What do you mean by administration? So like managing your time and
Management, yeah. The management has to be very efficient. When I'm a tourist, when I'm a visitor, a little bit of that goes down. When I'm at my home and things are familiar, I've got a really great grasp on my time. Everything's in place. Everything's perfect. If I could magically transport Moscow into my hometown and just go out and visit them, yeah.
So it's very different. When you're traveling, you have to keep all the. You have to figure out when you're eating, how you're getting the food, all the socializing. Plus, you're more and more celebrity, so there's social interaction, which I don't know how draining that could be on you outside of the arm wrestling table. So you have to manage all of that because ultimately you have to focus on the fight ahead.
Yeah. A lot of my strength comes from just being in a familiar place, doing my routine. I love to travel.
Do you know
I love to get out there
what
and meet people and
pickup is?
new experiences. But when I just want to really prepare for a big match, yeah, home is where I get strong.
So that loss against Dennis was one of the few losses in your career. How did that feel in the moments after, in the days after, in the months after, in the years after? How has it changed you as an arm wrestler, as a human being?
Well, it's tough to lose.
Still haunt you?
I don't think so. I actually was really happy to lose to Dennis because, sometimes when you lose a match, there's a lot of matches that I've lost where they upset me because I know I made a mistake. I didn't make a mistake with Dennis. He was just way better. There's nothing I could have done that day. I'm really at peace with it. Dennis, to me, was just a big inspiration. I think that me arm wrestling Dennis left-handed that day just let me touch probably one of the strongest human beings on the arm wrestling table that's ever lived, left-handed. So
knowing that's possible is almost like inspiration to you that I can be at that level too.
Yeah. Seeing what Dennis did, just trying to absorb a little bit of his knowledge, planted seeds in me. Yeah, I mean, when I look at my career, it's a bit like the stock market, but for sure I'm trending upwards. And since really kind of wrapping my mind around some of the Russian philosophies, they really changed my training systems. There was some base philosophies that they talked to me about over there that massively impacted my training.
Is it possible to convert some of those philosophies into words? Can you describe some of the ideas they taught you?
So
never smile.
Right? Man, there's so it takes a while to break the ice with a lot of these guys.
But once you do, I mean, that's as deep as bonds you can form there.
Yeah, for sure. I think that I was raised under, I believe it's a flawed, it's not flawed because it has its value as well. But it's best if you understand both philosophies. I think a North American thing that's just so ingrained in our fitness society is no pain, no gain, and just pushing and sweating, and going harder and fighting through grit and toughness. And then you talk to the Russians and they're like, yeah, never fail. You never fail. Never go to failure. Always feel good. Always feel good. You should always feel good. Don't. And those two philosophies express themselves very differently. And if you want to get strong, yeah, don't fail. Don't fail.
So that's how you. They also are believers of volume.
Yeah, there's a lot of strategies, but yeah, volume is a massive principle. And volume is very hard to achieve when you're believing in no pain, no gain. Right? They don't really go together. No pain, no gain, more injuries.
So is there parallels? Because in wrestling, some of the greatest wrestlers of all time are Russian, and they were big. Dan Gable talks about it. They were big on play,
Right.
like lighter wrestling.
Right.
Probably ultimately, actually, it boils down to that's how you achieve higher volume.
Right.
Like over the stretch of years, the way to reduce injury. I mean, in wrestling, also technique might have greater value than it does in arm wrestling. Obviously, technique is extremely important in arm wrestling, but power is like can defeat technique. It seems like in wrestling you can get away. There's a lot of ways you can really do sneak attacks, sort of use leverage on those kinds of things. So there's even more incentive to do play and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
But do you see the parallels between the two worlds?
Oh, yeah.
Wrestling and arm wrestling.
100%. You saw what I did the other night, right?
Welcome.
So I'm playing on the table for hours, right?
Hello.
So that's
Hello, how are you?
that's my number one training thing that I do is I go on the table for hours and I play. Yeah.
Yeah, when you did, Sergey, can you pull up that video? It's on Dan's channel, the water tank one.
Oh, it's like 180p. It's like the Wi-Fi in there was so bad. Yeah.
Great, I love it.
Yeah.
It's maybe I don't know if it was fisheye, but it had a fisheye feel. It was crowded. I mean, so much camaraderie. It was amazing.
Yeah.
But maybe just a brief mention of Dmitry, the Russian, the Russian guy. What in that play? What are some memorable things here? Like when you go against a bunch of different people, a bunch of strangers, what are all the differences, and how do you grow from them? How do you learn from them?
Well, everybody's a bit different. So
Yo, dog.
I love to go to new clubs because the energy's always high. Like the first time you go to a club, everybody's trying to kill you. Yeah. So there's an excitement and there's this.
I see you feed off of it.
Yeah, you do. You can if you're able to be strong enough to absorb it without injury. It's awesome. It's awesome.
You can set for osos maduros and put it on your big screen.
No, I can't do that right now. We're watching this.
Can you search?
No,
Please.
no. I'm watching this.
It's this no bird no. Un momento, traducción, o sea, digo traductor, por favor. No se habla inglés, ¿verdad? Bear, bear, es que no sé muy bien. It's a bear, bro. Can you search, please?
No.
Okay.
You can show it in here, though.
Particular? Okay.
It takes me too long to change things on that computer. But if you want, you can share your screen or live stream it in here. Feel free.
Me toma mucho tiempo cambiar cosas en esa computadora, pero si quieres, puedes compartir tu pantalla o transmitir en vivo. Puedes hacerlo aquí. Siéntete libre.
Okay. One moment, bro.
Sure thing.
Okay, see, please. Do you like it?
Because they're giving you everything they can.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. So it's very specific, right? Like I'm gonna get way stronger at arm wrestling, and what I try and do when I go to these places is I make an assumption. I'm the best guy there. And so I'll arm wrestle in a way that kind of protects them, because the more I can protect them and kind of keep them kind of in a good position, they can actually give me more, right? So I kind of give them little pieces that I think will put them in a place that they can really give me more. And so, yeah, that's what I'm doing. And then when I see somebody like Dimitri, I pull that in a little bit, right? So I know Dimitri's the number one guy in Texas. Lots of respect to the guy. I won't give him all the pieces until I really kind of gauge where he's at, because I certainly in training don't want to fail. I don't want that. I don't want to. When you fail in arm wrestling, it's just bad technique, and you're trying in bad technique, you're going to get hurt. Yeah.
So you always want to be in a strong position here. What about how does endurance come into play here? And here's video of you strapping up.
That's right.
Dimitri.
Yeah.
How do you? I mean, you went for like, I don't know, 2 hours.
Yeah, it was long. So this first run of the video, I think, was a little over an hour, and then I took a break, and I probably did another 45 minutes or so. But
I mean, are you okay with the endurance aspect of this?
yeah, that's probably, like, when you talk to the arm wrestling world, that's probably what I'm best known for is my endurance.
So this helps build that.
It does, but that's not why I'm doing it. I'm doing it to get strong. In my opinion, this is one of the best ways to get strong, especially far away from a tournament or any kind of an event. I wouldn't want to do this, even a month or even 6 weeks or maybe even 8 weeks before a big event. I'd want to already be kind of shrinking my volume. But far away from an event, yeah, as much volume as your body can handle, and you'll feel it. Like, I felt it at times. Like, after the hour mark, I'm like, okay, I can feel my blood sugar kind of diminishing. I can feel like the blood that's going to my muscles is kind of like, it's not really pushing more good stuff in. I'm starting to break down. Mm-hmm. And you don't want that.
Quick pause. Bathroom break?
I'm good.
I'm talking with people on Discord.
I'll maybe get a sweater. Is it cold? Does that matter? Does that care for?
Thanks, big man. Peace, bro.
And I still love the idea of you going to Russia.
Yeah.
And training there.
Yeah.
I'm also making a trip out to Russia.
Oh, yeah? When?
For different reasons. Well, it's hard with the current conflict. The tensions there, but I'm hoping before your match, actually. So May.
Good. For
a couple of interviews with a couple of folks, some of which people know. Maybe I could ask you about to comment on some matches that stand out to you in your career.
Sure.
Is there something? Is there a particular? I have a bunch that I really enjoy, but is there something that stands out to you as memorable? We talked about sort of a defining loss, perhaps, to Dennis.
Mm-hmm.
Then you faced Michael Todd, like we mentioned, John Brzezinski. You faced Matt. Is there something that stands out to you that technically or psychologically you've learned a lot from?
I feel like I try and learn something from every match, but there is a very special match to me that to this day I can't explain. Very weird phenomenon. So I think it was 2005. It was my first combat tour overseas. So it was a active tour. Among other things, I got shot during that tour. Like, we got long tour, rough tour. And I trained the whole time through, knowing that at the end of this, I was going to have a big match. So there's a champion guy called Ron Bath. He's kind of, if there was no John Brzezinski, there would be Ron Bath. Okay, so extremely decorated, unbelievable arm wrestler from the United States. And this is kind of when I was just kind of coming up in the sport still. I was fairly well established. I was definitely the best guy in Canada, and I had been for a few years. But I hadn't really expanded internationally too much. So I had a one-on-one match with Ron Bath, and that's the one. Yeah, extremely hard fought battle. It was 3-1, I think, 3-1, but every match was really close, and he won the first one, and I had to kind of like dig my way out of the trenches, and ended up coming back and winning. But it was a match that was probably one of my closest matches ever, and
it seems like there's frustration. I mean, what is that? What was going through your mind here with these? Was it, first of all, going in, did you think you could beat him? What was the level of
I
confidence?
always think I can win. Like I always do. But, you know, a lot of respect to the guy. But yeah, I mean, I always think I can do it.
So what lessons did you take away from it? Why is it so meaningful to you?
Well, it's what happened afterwards. So I had some kind of a release afterwards. And that was the strange thing to me. So match ended, and I felt like so relaxed afterwards, so calm, so satisfied, because it was one of those matches that kind of takes everything from you, but you win it. And I was relaxing in the chair, and I've never had this sensation before. I've never had it afterwards. But it's like the center of my backbone just exploded. And it was like, it's so weird, right? Because I'm not really spiritual that much or religious even. But it's like a fire just ripped through me. And it only lasted an instant. Just exploded through my whole body. Out the top, through my feet. And then it was gone. That was it. Weirdest thing I've ever felt in my entire life. Yeah, but it was as a result of what happened in the match, and leading up to it, I had some kind of a release.
So what it almost? How did you interpret it psychologically? Was it like some kind of? I mean, not to be spiritual or whatever, but some kind of superpower that was like a lingering feeling, like holy shit, I
can't explain it, and I haven't really tried hard enough to try to.
But something changed.
Something happened there. Yeah, something happened to me. I was sore for about 3 or 4 months afterwards. It's like it smoked out my entire body. Yeah, that whole summer I was kind of sore, and and then after that, like 2 or 3 years later, that's when I won the world championships. I mean, all the matches are, you get something from people. Like, you study them, you take something from them. People have an invisible crown, and he had one, and I think I took it from him. Yeah.
Maybe that was the feeling of wearing the crown.
Yeah, maybe.
What about all the trash talk? How much of that did you learn? Did that come naturally to you? You're one of the most charismatic, fun. I mean, there's always like respect behind it. I would say, to me, and I'm a fan of a lot of sports, that you're one of the greatest trash talkers in all of sports that I've ever seen, because you're able to talk shit, but there's so much love and respect behind it. It's just masterful. But you also get into people's heads.
Yeah.
In the moment, it's beautiful to watch, because it really gets to some people. So where's that coming from?
It's a powerful weapon, right?
Yeah.
Your voice is a powerful, powerful weapon. And it's underutilized by so many athletes because they think that it's not sportsmanlike or something like that. But the truth is, I mean, you can be a weak person, but with your voice, you can influence and change any number of things. And the same thing happens in a fight between two people. If you can just be a never-ending, flow of negative encouragement to someone, or suggestion, anything can happen. It's a tool, and when you're fighting a person, you're not just fighting them. You're fighting everyone who's watching. You're fighting the crowd, the referees, and to get in the most ideal situations, you need to use your voice.
Yeah, and there's For people who haven't seen, I definitely recommend you watch a bunch of arm wrestling matches because there's a crowd really gets into it, and it feels like there's a really intimate connection with the crowd. I suppose because the crowd is allowed to be very close to you. So,
I love it. I want the crowd like right up on me.
yeah.
Yeah.
So sometimes.
Oh yeah.
So who are you? Whenever you talk to somebody, do you literally pick somebody from the crowd?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I'll fuck him. Like I'll start fucking off his fans and like, yeah, like I'll start talking to their wives or whatever. Yeah. 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 There's Jody. She's pretty dangerous to listen to also. But yeah, one of his buddies, Mike Solaris, who's, you know, really good arm wrestler, was cheering for him, so I started to go after him. Yeah.
Smiling the whole time.
Yeah, it's fun, right? It's fun.
It's fun. It's fun to listen to, but it's also what's fun is how much it actually affects some of the people you're facing. They get frustrated.
Yeah,
it's great to see.
Well, you have to fight, right? Like a lot of people think things will be given to them, and the thing that, you know, I've always believed from the time I was very young, like I was convinced that our inevitable death was going to come from aliens, right? Like some super aggressive, super violent species was going to come and smoke us all, you know. And I'm like, I'm not like that. I'm like, but as soon as one person is, then you're forced to have to accept it as reality, right? So I like to fight for every single thing. I like to try and be more and more aggressive. And if someone matches me, that's when I can use my endurance. And if they don't, then I have the tactical advantage. So that's kind of my balance point.
And then, by the way, you also yell at the ref.
Yeah.
I mean, the games, there's like levels to this game. But, you know, the feeling sometimes when people get frustrated is like, okay, this person's cheating. Or like you're trying to get a good grip before it goes. And I think some of the frustration in combination with the trash talk is, well, this person is cheating.
Right.
But everybody is like kind of trying to cheat, get an edge within the rules.
Yeah. So I try and just ramp it. But, you know, everybody's different. I've learned how to play the game based off of the tools that I have physically. And for me, this works because, you know, my genetic makeup is I'm more of a persistence hunter, right? So, like, I need to extend things. That works well for me. You know, if I was more explosive, I probably wouldn't have the same strategies. Yeah.
By the way, for people who are watching, you're wearing a No Limits hoodie, which is one of your nicknames.
I don't wash this thing too much. It's my bacterial shield to the world. Yeah.
Awesome. So you mentioned Jody. She's often in your corner and does perhaps more trash talking than even you. So, I mean, if you could step away, she's an incredible human being. Is sort of as a fan, it's fun to watch the two of you, both when you're arm wrestling and just as people. You just see so much, I don't know, kindness and love radiating from the two of you whenever you're trash talking or talking about just random things or just talking about life. It's just a beautiful thing to watch, and thank you for sharing that with the world. But maybe can you she paid me to ask you this, but what are the things you love about Jody, your wife, Jody Laird? What are the ways she's affected your life?
Yeah. Jody and I go way back, right? We were in high school together. The thing that I admire most in people is bravery. To me, it's the most admirable quality. And Jody always has inspired me. She's such a fighter. You know, if she believes that something's true, she does not back down. She will not. And you can, not to say that she's can't change her mind, because she can, but while she is convicted, she'll not stop fighting. She's pulled me out of the fire repeatedly. we've lived through so many things. Very lucky.
How has she made you a better arm wrestler?
She's fed me.
Yeah, I could see your you have videos of your house basically coming apart when she's not there.
Yeah. Without Jody, I'm on the street, living in a tent, and
Down by the
eating dog food. Yeah.
Bravery.
Yeah.
What about love? How has love made you stronger? Now we're gonna make Devin uncomfortable.
Love is difficult to accept. Love is one of those things that, a lot of times you don't feel worthy of it, and so it's hard sometimes to accept someone's love. And someone who really loves you, they'll love you even when you don't, And here you go, you're gonna make me cry, Lex. Jody and I have been through so much, and she's shown me how, she supported me just repeatedly.
Some of that is loyalty and patience and perseverance and all those things. That's like when love really shows itself.
Yeah.
Sticking through together for years, even when you're through the shitty times.
Love and faith are powerful forces in this universe. Without them, we can descend into darkness very quickly. As a world, even between people, when love and faith is destroyed, then we fall apart. And I've been graced by the love that Jody's given me. It's allowed me to continue to build. When you have love between people, then you build together. I love my family. I love Canada. I love the arm wrestling community. I have a love for what we're trying to achieve as a human species, and when that falls apart, we don't have much. But just with my boy there. Yeah.
She you also mentioned you were you once had a job where your death was a real possibility. So you were in the Canadian Special Forces. What did you take away from that experience? That time of your life?
It was such a great life. Really, really loved it. I never wanted to leave. I never thought I would leave. I thought I'd be there my whole life. Real honor to get to serve.
What did you get to do? What was the things you loved, craftsmanship wise, like fun things you get to do, learn and challenge yourself?
Yeah.
And you mentioned sort of honor in terms of the serving part.
Yeah. My favorite thing about serving in the Special Forces was for sure the people that I worked with. That's probably the first thing I could say. I always felt like totally comfortable and putting my life in the other guy's hands. I was so happy to be in a place where I felt I could follow. Didn't matter. I knew that the people ahead of me were incredible. I knew the people beside me were incredible. So just having that faith in your team is very special. And to know that they're there for a reason that has nothing to do with money, and that's what kind of brings everybody together, is you're there for a higher purpose. And in terms of being an adrenaline junkie, there's nothing like it. I mean, there's nothing like, going out at night and fighting. And when I say fighting, my whole life I wanted to fight. And to me, there's a lot of, and look at, I've said this in the past, and I think it's been a personal failure of mine, because I've said things like, it's the highest level that you can, I don't believe that to be true anymore. But at the time, I thought it was the best way I could express my drives that I had, to be a fighter.
So your sense in the past, and maybe in part now, is that sort of fighting is when humans get a chance to express themselves deeply, like that mix of the bravery, the integrity, whatever that is that makes us human. That human spirit can really shine.
And I don't believe that anymore. I believe that you can do that in any field, in any discipline. You know, if you go hard enough, it all kind of starts to feel the same. But at the time, that, you know, expression to me was really, really awesome. I loved close quarter battle. That was my favorite thing. That's really the whole reason I was there.
Can you describe close quarter battle?
Close quarter battle is team fighting. So, and it can look a lot of different ways, but basically it's ground troops doing some kind of a mission. And it's the orchestrated movement that is the skill. The orchestrated movement and the drills done quickly and accurately. It's very difficult.
With communication?
With communication.
Yeah. So it's basically cooperating together,
Absolutely.
communicating.
Yeah.
There's some strategy.
Yeah.
There's some adapting to the changing environment.
And the more the team works together, the less communication there is. Yeah. Yeah. And that's an amazing thing to do, to be part of a machine. Well, a team of people who can fight together like that. I think we're really designed to do it. Like, as good as we can fight as individuals, the thing that makes us really good is our ability to fight as a team. Yeah.
Yeah. That's one of the things that makes us really human, is that collective intelligence, the social aspect. And fighting is the highest of stakes. So that social interaction under the highest of stakes is really does bring out something that's deeply human. I mean, war in general brings out something deeply human. It's obvious to say that it's tragic that it results in so much loss of life and well-being. Let me, if it's okay, for a brief moment to take us back to arm wrestling. We did this like offline. We talked about, you gave me some advice about arm wrestling, but maybe do a high-level overview of like the different styles and strategies that we've talked about. We talked about the importance of strength and power, but is there like offensive, defensive styles? Is there, you mentioned King's move. What would you classify your style as? It's nice for people that don't know. Maybe even zoom back. So arm wrestling is a sport where two people have to, when we talk about strictly the sport, put their elbow on a particular pad. Means they have to keep that elbow on that pad, and they win when the back of one of their hands crosses some kind of, or basically touches the table. That's it. And when you actually lock up, you do so, depending on the organization, without straps, meaning there's just you agree. It's like mutual agreement that you're going to clasp your hands in a way that's fair, and there's a referee that helps ensure that it's fair. But of course, there's these little games going on. And then when you actually go all out with this battle, if there's no straps, you can slip out. So often you'll put the straps, which means you're, it's like marriage.
Yeah.
You're committed.
Yeah.
For, like, somebody will have to lose, essentially. There's no pulling out. So that's sort of the battle. Within that, what are the different styles that you can speak to that people that don't know arm wrestling could
we can start to kind of just dance around the subject a bit. I'd say there's a lot of different types. There's specialists, and there's kind of blenders and people who are very versatile. A lot of guys win world championships on one singular move. They get just extremely crisp at, say, a hook or a top roll, and their style is very kind of focused. And you'll see it with a lot of athletes. Kind of a talk guy who's very active, a guy called Jerry Caderet. Okay, as soon as you think Jerry Caderet, he's got a very unique style. He's got a flop wrist press. Okay, so most of his technique is built around this one system.
Flop wrist means you're what it sounds like.
Yeah.
So your wrist is flopped. So
but
you're losing.
pushing.
So he is pushing from a losing position.
No, he will be offensive So he will be in a press. So offensively, so he'll give his hand away so that he can get his shoulder behind it properly.
So he doesn't. Wow.
Right.
So you can press. Press means push.
Push.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Without having that hook position.
Right. Which is what most people are always looking for. And Jerry's looking for it as well. And then, so example, there's another one. There's another specialist, Matt Mask.
Yeah.
He's a top roller. Right. He basically, that's his great move, is a top roll. And his other weapons aren't nearly as powerful. It's this incredible top roll. And then you have a lot of athletes that are more blended. Okay. They have a lot of good options. I think that I probably fall more into that category. You have people who are more speed guys. Okay, so they try and do very little, I call it attrition, right? So a lot of people are very willing to trade energy, right? Because they have faith that their gas tank or their pool eventually will tire the other person out. So anytime there's a trade, they'll trade. Whereas, a guy like Travis Bajan, he was very, very well known as being extremely explosive, right? But if the match stops, typically he's going to lose, right? So based off of your genetics, your hands, there's a lot of ways to skin it.
So I think you said something like you're a 20-second guy.
That's right. I'm a 20-second guy. Yeah.
So what are the seconds we're talking about? So a lot of the power people, they want to win in the first maybe 5 seconds, like
Even shorter.
Just that first push, that first press, that
absolutely.
And that's
right,
it.
Right to the pad. Yeah.
And so you're trying to hold off that attack.
Yeah. If I beat you in a second, we're not in the same world. Yeah. When I'm with my peer group, I will typically win 20 seconds and beyond. That's a typical win for me when I'm with a peer. Whereas other guys, when they're with their peers, they'll win in a second, right? That's how they do it. That's the way they're built. That's the way they train. Most guys at a higher level, it starts to get more and more difficult to be a specialist at the high level now. Some people just have little holes in their games. It's rare to get someone who can really do all the moves. It's very rare.
Where would you put Levon?
I would not say he's a specialist. I'd say his top roll is the strongest move. Top roll is the strongest move, yeah. And the interesting thing about the specialist versus the blender, there's a counter, right? Every move has a move that theoretically should be the right choice. So if you're a single move guy, there's going to be a guy out there who'll get you. Yeah, it'll be very difficult for you to beat that guy. But like when you come to like a tournament, typically specialists do much better in tournament scenarios because their singular move can get them through a tournament very quickly and efficiently.
Too many questions today.
Whereas you get a blender in a tournament, they typically will have longer and more difficult matches.
Too many questions.
But yeah. But in super match format, typically blenders do better.
So we offline also talked about arm sumo or.
Can you traductor?
I don't know what you're saying.
Freedom arm wrestling. I don't know how you want to call it.
But freedom.
Exactly, North American way. So this is this idea, and I watched a few videos, and it looks fun. It's basically removing the restriction of having to keep your elbow on the pad and just being able to arm wrestle over the whole table. I think you mentioned that the criticism that gets is it might be injury prone or something like that. So can you describe this
fuck this motherfucker who canceled the fucking delayed the sugar.
When you come to freedom arm wrestling, basically it removes the limitation of a standard arm wrestling.
I would still had it. Motherfucker could have blown his fucking car up on the 50-yard line, and if the fucking
right? So
Coin
looking
toss
for
was a
that
minute
nice
late, I'd be
table where
pissed.
we can kind of stand apart from each other and we're anatomically, in a fairly safe position.
What if they killed
And
the first
the
string?
rules in freedom,
That's why you got a
the way you
second
win
string.
is like
You
the
need to
knuckles
adapt.
must either touch the tabletop or you hold it off the edge for a 3 count. Right, so this is the main way to win. Yes, you can foul, like if you lift your elbow up, it's still a foul, but you have the entire playing surface. So your elbow is no longer limited to your 7x7 or 7x9 pad, so you can move it all over the table. You can move your body around the table a bit too.
And if it's a big table,
What's
your
up, big
body could
Yeah.
largely be on the table.
Yeah, so it's like adjusting your ring size. So arm wrestling,
No,
you're fighting in a
I'm
phone
I'm
booth.
done asking
right.
questions.
So you're fighting in a field, you're fighting, just bigger. So it just makes the sport bigger. Yeah, this is Japan.
But even on a small table, even in a slightly larger phone booth, you can get a lot more fun and variety. It's
Way
very
more.
interesting.
I love it. I think it makes the sport bigger. I actually believe that it's the future of the sport. I really do.
Because it makes it more accessible. Like you don't need the equipment. You
Right.
can do it at a bar.
Yeah.
All that kind of stuff.
Yeah. Less equipment requirements. Most kids start freedom. Like most kids arm wrestle on school desks. Yeah. And like if you see a guy on the street, like whatever, like you can arm wrestle anywhere. You don't need to bring your table around with you.
If we talked about the elite level, if somebody was interested in starting in arm wrestling, or like going from just like I go to the gym, kind of lift, you've arm wrestled a few times, trying to get better at it, trying to learn. How would you advise like getting better to where you can beat your closest buddies?
Yeah.
That first step.
First step, I'd say find people. Find good people.
Volume.
Get with the club. Get with people who know what they're doing, who can mentor you.
And that's really cool. I got to meet. I realized there's a club in Austin.
Yeah.
I'm sure there's in a lot of places.
They're everywhere. We got this app called ArmBet.
Which is a app that helps you find other people there.
Yeah, very easy. But I mean, they're all over social networks. It's kind of widespread now. But yeah, find people, and it's just much easier to learn with another person, and you'll get stronger that way. But I mean, do the lifts. If you go to the gym, just start doing the lifts, and right away, those will technically prepare you.
What are the lifts? Can we describe?
Yeah. So I'd say if you want to just keep it very, very simple, let's just talk about 3. There's much more than 3, but like when you talk about energy allocation, these 3 lifts, in my opinion, should be like 90% of your investment. It's very big, these 3 lifts. And the exact percentages you can argue about it, but we'll start off with the cupping of the wrist. Just this. It's a simple thing, and do it with a cable. You can get a thicker diameter, so it kind of, is more out on your fingers where an arm wrestler is going to attack you, right? Because any good arm wrestler is going to attack your fingers.
So like open hand.
No. Well, I mean, for health, yes, you could. But like if you want to be really specific, you train exactly the way you would at a table, in the position that you actually start that match.
Yeah. And then you're just doing this kind of.
Yes, to your center. People. One of the big misconceptions in arm wrestling is that you're aiming for that pin pad. Right? No,
the chest up.
Bring it close to you. Make it come close to you. Right? You see, like whenever I do my exercises, the vector is always pulling straight towards me. Yeah. So just cupping close to you. The most dangerous thing that a person can do to me on an arm wrestling match is to pull me away from my body. That's a terrible thing for me. Yeah. So that cupping, that's a massive part of the sport. So now when you think, what does the cup do to the other person? If I cup, they get turned over. Right? So this has to get really strong. This pronation. So
to fight to fight that roll.
Exactly. Yeah. So that's through the thumb.
Yeah. Oh, so you put got it. You put on the thumb and you put this motion.
Yeah.
Got it.
Yeah. those two things together, this cupping and rolling, this is what's going to make the person's hand bend back. And once the person's hand is bent back, their whole game gets cut to pieces. Yeah. They have very little good options. It's all like nasty stuff. Yeah. So those two things, that's a huge part of your investment. Rise. Always be climbing. Yeah. Exactly. Yeah. Those three simple things. That's what I would tell anybody to spend most of their time on if you want to become an arm wrestler. So use bands would be good for this. Bands are great because they're easy to transport. The only problem I have with bands is like if you like to measure, and if you like to be precise, bands just aren't that precise.
Right, to have growth.
Yeah. It's just like, you know exactly what you need. The prescription is a band is kind of like, and a lot of people, myself included, I like to know exactly my outputs. So weights.
So it would be like cables.
Yep. Cables are nice. Bands are great too. I mix the two. Bands are when I kind of don't need to. They're more like easy for me. When I train bands, bands are dangerous because the acceleration is so high on them. Like when you screw up with band training, the acceleration is way faster than gravity, right? So if you do something bad, it can make it go really much worse.
Yeah. It's funny that you didn't mention bicep curls or.
Well, it's a chain. It's a chain.
And so the idea if you focus on these three, the other stuff catches up. Like it's all involved. This whole thing is involved.
So if you have an axe, right? The blade of the axe, that's these things, right? Like you need the pointy end of all your attacks to be awesome, right?
If you have a super sharp axe,
yeah,
you could have a shitty hand.
Exactly. Yeah. Right.
Yeah. So focus on that. The pointy, the tip of the axe.
Yeah, the tip of the axe is so important, right? Like if I have an awesome bicep and I can't quite use it, what's it good for, right?
Yeah. I think a lot of the motions of the list that you mentioned are just thinking about jiu-jitsu, especially in the gi.
Yeah.
There's a lot of, there's so much importance to this, and people don't often work it explicitly.
Yeah.
So many of the chokes require ability to, it's almost like exactly like arm wrestling.
Very close.
Because you're weak here, what's that called, flop wrist.
Yeah.
And you're strong with the cup. Yeah. And so just getting the muscle, whatever that's involved, the muscle, the turning, the pressure, because that's where also the choke comes. That the thing that makes you win in arm wrestling is also the thing that finishes the person when you have them grabbed.
The strength is very similar.
Yeah, it's fascinating, actually. Of course, like you said, if you want to be very good, you should be doing the very specific, exact motion.
Yeah. So if I was going to do jiu-jitsu, I'd be like working out with the gi.
Yeah, the problem is, it's difficult to construct the exact. So you have to actually go with people, and then they don't like being choked on, right? So like it's hard to. I'm actually we have these kinds of debates all the time. I'm a big believer in drilling. I love doing something thousands of times. Like John Donaher, somebody I mentioned to you about the jiu-jitsu folks here. They're less believers in drilling. They see the value of almost like the mind of going live and exploring ideas as that play. You don't need to do the thing 1,000 times. You just need to always be thinking about the little details that make you better, and then in action practicing, like developing the strength, the power, the explosiveness, the agility in action. So actually rolling. I agree with this, but I just believe in volume more.
Yeah, so you can accomplish it through volume. You can play a lot.
Yes, exactly. Well, that's where, if you really want to get it good, is you're talking about. That's why a lot of these folks are training 3 times a day. They're doing, they're putting in the hours, 8 hours, 9 hours, just. Well, so a lot of them are not going hard. It's just being on the mat. Some of it is just sitting there talking through ideas, watching others or teaching, explaining stuff. It's just it's like it's not just physical. It's mental too, because you're keeping in your mind. And some of the greatest. They talk about the wrestlers I've talked with, the fighters at the top of their career. They basically George St. Pierre's like this. Another fellow Canadian is he, like has stick figures in his head that he can't help. They're like in the because if you train enough hours, it's just going to be in your head, and they're all going to be playing around in your head. And some little detail over time, it's almost like computing or something like that, and that ends up having a result, even though you're not physically doing anything. It's always in there. I do have to return to diet real quick. I know we're talking about pancakes. Let me, quite seriously, you are one of the, strongest athletes in the world for your sport. So you have to get big, you have to get powerful, you have to get strong. What is the right diet for you for that? Like, what do you eat? How often do you eat? From the highest detail to the smallest, or the things that make you happy and feel good.
Yeah. I've experimented with every diet. I've done it all. I've been a vegan. I've done raw. I've eaten only meat. I've eaten balanced. Eaten like a bodybuilder. You name it. I've probably tried it. I don't believe that it's as important in the sport of arm wrestling as it is perhaps in other sports. I believe that, just to be very basic, if you're eating enough food, you're probably going to be okay.
So it's just calories.
It's a lot. It really, not to overcomplicate it, but that's where the conversation starts. Are you eating enough food? And it can come in any number of ways. And I don't think it's as important as a lot of other people do. I'm certainly irresponsible in a lot, but the thing is back to like volume, right? Like you need to, like if you want to be a super heavyweight, it's very different than if you want to be a weight category guy. If you want to be a weight category guy, I'd say that you need to be more responsible, make better choices. If you want to be a super heavyweight, everything.
So we're watching a delicious looking omelet. So eggs, bacon, syrup. So you don't care carbs, of course. So all the things you try. So I mostly eat meat now.
Yeah.
And I landed on that. There's several things. Obviously I'm not, but I do a lot of sport.
Yeah.
And I was very surprised how my particular very specific body could perform better with only meat. Why better? The sports I do, the mind matters. And so for some reason, my mind is just clear.
Yeah.
And I don't think, because it feels unhealthy. It just makes me feel really good. I don't think I would recommend it to anybody else. So it's interesting that journey of just exploring can take you to figure out something about your own self.
One of the most interesting things that I heard about nutrition was I heard there was
Doritos.
Yeah. I'm an idiot. Now I'd say over the last couple of years, I've really gone into carbs a lot and high glycemic carbs, and I feel like it's one of the best things you can do if you're working out really hard. Just add carb. Yeah, exactly. But where was I?
So you've added
distracted.
Syrup is
I forget everything.
It's distracting. Yeah. No, so you've added the high glycemic carbs into the mix. So those help, but that's for mass building.
Right. So there was a study that I heard about by somebody who's trying to identify heart attacks. They did this great big study, and at the end of it, it didn't matter what the people ate. The most important thing was how they felt about the food that they were eating. Yeah. So if you believe in the food, if you believe that it's going to do good things for you, if you allocate it the right way, it's going to have a positive impact. And I try and do that no matter what it is. Like I have my foods that I think do certain things. And so, for me, I know that actually, I learned about corn-fed pumps when I was overseas. I realized that if I never used to eat crap, really did. I ate super clean all the time, and when I was faced with imminent death more, I would be like, okay, I'm going out tonight. Let's have a couple ice cream bars, like whatever. And what I realized is, if I eat like an entire bag of chips or like a bunch of chocolate bars, and then I go and have a workout, my workout will be incredible. It'll be incredible. There's something about easily processed carbohydrate that will continue to quickly get into your blood as fast as you can burn it. And there's something about that gives you incredible blood flow. Yeah.
And also your mind plugging in, enjoying that,
right,
and then believing it works, and that's how it makes it work better.
Exactly.
I mean, I feel that way. I think this is really not. This has been frustrating to me about the health culture in the United States and the studies that are done. You look at like the importance of sleep, the importance of X diet, all those kinds of things. I wish incorporated into that would be your mental relationship with all of these things. But for example, people that tell me, well, your sleep schedule is insane. Yes, perhaps, but also it's insane because I'm doing what I love and I don't see it as a problem.
Right.
And I think that's really important to understand. If you sleeping crazy hours is not affecting your stress and is actually making you happy, or you're drawing some kind of source of happiness and pleasure and satisfaction, like being awake when others aren't. It's like the Mike Tyson thing or something, like training when you've convinced yourself everybody's sleeping and therefore you're somehow training much better.
Right.
That's powerful, even if you look statistically 6 hours may be worse than 8 hours, or 4 hours may be worse than 6 hours. So the mind is a powerful thing.
Super powerful. But if you want to be a super heavyweight, eat. You got to eat like stupid amounts all the time. Yeah. You have to test your digestive system.
What's your favorite meal, by the way? Just if you have to, last meal.
I am, I do, I like so much food. It's tough, but I'd say the food that I rely on a lot when I'm getting ready to compete is sushi, just because it normally comes in an all-you-can-eat format. So I love to go and just binge all-you-can-eat buffets. Sushi is just super convenient.
Yeah. If I was a sushi all-you-can-eat buffet place, I'd be terrified when I saw you. Have you had barbecue at Texas?
Yeah, I love it. Yeah.
So you, just a small tangent on this. You face the mountain. For viewers. Well, first of all, you arm wrestle them.
Yeah.
It's interesting to ask. So this is the mountain from the Game of Thrones. The strong man, one of the strongest people in the world, for time the strongest person in the world. What was it like? I know, so you guys maybe weren't going 1,000%, but what's it like?
Well, he probably wasn't going 1,000%.
Yeah. But like, what? It's interesting to think. What does that strength feel like? So it's a specialized strength in another sport.
Yeah.
What did it feel like? How strong was he? What are some kind of deep insights you drawn from that battle?
I feel like if we were to go back 1,000 years, and if you give him armor and a two-handed sword, he will just rip across the landscape, and no one will stop him.
So this is the boxing match you came to, but there's also a video of them arm wrestling.
Yeah, what a titan! What a titan! A guy like that, tall, strong, fit, disciplined. I mean, he's quite a warrior.
419 pounds.
Yeah. He's incredibly impressive. I really like Hafthor, and I like Eddie Hall too. And I was just I'm just so caught up with the drama. Okay, so Eddie Hall and Hafthor Bjornsson, two of the strongest legendary strongmen that we have. at and they were the coolest. They were the top when strongman was really super cool. I don't know all the details, but they legit hit each other. Like it was legit. So I think it kind of stems. I don't know. Like I say, I'm not right there with them, but Eddie won the World's Strongest Man event or something one year, and the thing, it was one of those victories where Hapthor, was not accepting of his defeat. Okay, and there was a little bit of back and forth. Basically, from what I understand, they were going to fight like the night of the World's Strongest Man. And they got pulled apart. And this heat between them got translated into a potential boxing match. So it's very real. It's a very real fight. So you have the two strongest dudes on the planet are gonna fight each other. So I've been because arm wrestling and strongman, it's kind of similar communities.
Who you got? If you were giving me financial advice,
oh Jesus, I am so bad. I always call it wrong. They're very different. I see Hapthor as being more.
Eddie Hall slimming down. Is that what?
Yeah.
Wow.
I see Hapthor as a bit more regimented, but I see Eddie Hall as way more barbaric and I think he's a little bit more athletic, but Hapthor's bigger and they've chosen slightly different paths to prepare for the match. But what happened was they were about to fight, and Eddie Hall blew his bicep. So I was getting ready for Levon in December. We were supposed to arm wrestle in December, but he's got his movie. And so I was like, okay, I can kind of get away from the sport just a little bit, broaden my base. That happened, and I was like, an opportunity.
You stepped in.
An opportunity to fight. I'm like, I'll do it. So
how much training you trained a little bit. So can you tell about your own decision to do that? What was the training like? What was the experience like?
Oh, it was so much fun. It was so much fun. So basically, I made a funny video and I sent it to the organizers of Core Sports that I would do it. I'm like, I'll do it. I'm sure they got 1,000 people who wanted to do it. But I'm like, listen, I'm an old man. I'm gimped up everywhere outside the arm wrestling lanes. I said, but I will 100%. If you let me fight him, I'll give it my all. And whatever, they didn't get back to me. They're like, yeah, whatever. Okay. So then they call me on a Friday, 5 weeks before the event, and they're like, hey, Devin, were you serious? And I'm like, oh shit. And I'm like, yes, I was serious. Yeah, I'll do it. And they're like, okay. They're like, it's down to you and 2 other people. We'll get back to you in a day or 2, but you would do it. And I'm like, okay. So they got back to me on Sunday. So right away I'm skipping rope, and I only arm wrestle. That's all I do.
So what was you did some striking training?
Yeah. So I went to this guy that he was awesome, Zach Ben Bushida there. That was it from TriStar. Do you know Faraz Sahabi?
And yes, people in the comments, I will interview him on this podcast.
He's brilliant.
Yes,
right.
Brilliant.
He's an incredible guy. So right away, I had no idea about the fight community across Canada really, and I got by the 5th message that said you must train with Faraz. I was like, okay. Called him up. He was incredible right away. He's like, yeah, you can come and we'll just work with you. So I got the call. I called him on Monday at 2:00. By 7:00, I had my things packed, and I went to Montreal, and I spent 4 weeks in the fighter dorms,
just humbling yourself.
Yeah, every day, just getting punched in the face, over and over, going for runs with all they're all Olympians and pro fighters living in the dorms. Super cool dudes. They were so good to me.
Yeah, there's a good video of you and Faraz just talking. Yeah, I don't remember which stage this was, but basically, but you were already beginning to get humbled.
Oh man, I knew. I knew what I was getting into. I knew it was going to be a losing battle, but I felt the opportunity to fight Thor. How cool is that? I had to do it. I love the process, and I learned a lot from doing it like the dorms. I want to do something like that with arm wrestling. I think we're big enough now that we can have these kind of dorms, frat houses, whatever you want to call it.
What's the dorm like? So you basically staying there.
Yeah,
Food
right.
is there.
Yeah.
You mentioned what was the word you used? Administration.
Exactly. That's it.
So it removes all of that.
Makes it so simple.
You can just focus.
The gym is here. You live here.
Yeah.
That your life becomes simple. Yeah.
So there's a guy named Jimmy Pedro here in America. He's a famous coach. There's a place up in Boston. He has kind of a dorm like that too.
Yeah.
And that becomes essential when the community is small, but you're trying to do epic things like win an Olympic gold.
Yeah.
So you have to really put the people together in these kind of minimalist conditions where they just focus on the training, focus.
Yes.
Yeah,
it wasn't enough time. I mean, I trained for about 3 or 4 weeks, but I love the journey. And
what are some of the fun things you enjoy? So you did mostly striking. Did you? I guess it was.
Yeah, it was boxing.
It was straight up boxing.
Yeah.
What are some things that were transferable? What are some cool things you learned from that? So from the world of armor, have you taken anything back? Like some training regimens, ideas about training, even just even movements? Because for us, it's a unique mind as well for training.
Yeah. I don't know. I mean, I've gone very far down the path of arm wrestling. Boxing and arm wrestling are very different. They're very different sports. The physicality required is very different. The mentality. I mean, it's fighting, so it's another form of fighting, which is cool. The big things that I took back from it, the things that I loved about it was I had to run again.
So really work on endurance.
Yeah. I was going for runs with guys in the dorms, and they would just destroy me. Just like it was so bad.
So did you how did you feel in the actual boxing in terms of endurance? Were you able to?
No.
It's just torture.
It was terrible. And the thing is it was so crazy for me because I really was good once upon a time.
Yeah,
I really was. Like physically, I had incredible full body endurance, but being so specialized, I realized how much I had slipped. And it was fun to try and regain it. I think it's affected my body composition. I think since that training, I've become much more lean. I think it was a very healthy thing for me to do, like health-wise. I always think that, when you're far away from competition, it's really good to kind of spread out. Really good. So I think that in that way,
also for your mind.
Yeah.
Just like.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's something about clearing your. I think you've talked about this. It's like you're basically taking steps back before you take steps forward. I forget how you call it.
Yeah, the wave.
Yeah.
Under. You have to go under. You got it. If you want to go above the line, you have to spend some time beneath it. And I was definitely beneath the line for a long time. But mountain, I mean, the interesting thing was, as incredible as he is, what a monster. And I think if you had him training in boxing, for a long time, and from his youth, I think the guy could be world champion. But to be so specialized and then to switch, you're at a disadvantage. Yeah. And also, I know from just fighting guys in the gym in TriStar, some of those guys were way scarier. For real. As scary as Thor is, there's guys in that TriStar gym that don't look like anything, that would murder me much worse. Much worse.
Yeah, but also, that's the difference between being in the gym and under the lights, too. I mean, GSP is an example, George St. Pierre is an example, somebody that maybe doesn't look terrifying. But
he's a TriStar.
Yep, he trains at TriStar, but he's super nice, super humble, but is terrifying when he's fighting.
Right.
Is dominating people. You mentioned death.
Yeah.
And your Canadian Special Forces, and in general, thinking about mortality.
Yeah.
Do you think about your death?
Yeah.
Do you contemplate the end that this ride ends?
All the time. Yeah. From I've thought about death from a young age.
Are you afraid of it?
Yeah, I hate it. Yeah, I don't want to die. Yeah, definitely don't want to die. But there's times when I can rid myself of it. Yeah, but for sure, I mean, I'm not happy that death is inevitable, and I'm not happy that potentially it's inevitable for all of us. But it does, I like to fight against it.
Yeah, if you could be immortal, would you?
Oh, that's my only wish.
Oh, see, but here's the thing. But the point is to have that wish. It's like the all-you-can-eat buffet at sushi. It's that sushi is more delicious if you have a limit.
Do you have I don't know. I don't think I get sick of stuff. I'm very simple. Yeah, I don't think I would get tired of it. I really don't. I mean, if someone would pose it to you, do you want to live forever? You would choose no?
Yeah, I would choose no.
Choose no.
Well, my answer is probably yes. No, I would. It's more like the snooze button. Do you want to? Do you?
Well, you want to go to sleep.
But it's very difficult in the moment to go to sleep. But if I'm allowed to live forever, I'm going to delay all the crazy, all the ambitious goals, all the because there's always time.
That's fine, but there is tomorrow then.
But there is tomorrow. But see, I think that takes away from the richness of the lived experience of just each moment. I think the richness of each moment comes from saying I could die tonight. Like that it tastes delicious because you're going to die. I'm afraid if you're not, I'm afraid all that goes away. All that magic goes away if you can live forever.
I don't know. But I'll tell you, every time I have a near-death experience or think I'm going to die, I definitely live better afterwards. Yeah. It's always been that way. But, yeah, no.
That's why the Stoics, they really preach contemplating immortality often. It kind of reminds you, this whole thing could just end any moment, and it makes you really appreciate. Yeah, I don't know. Certainly improving the quality of life is important, but part of me thinks that immortality is not as fun as we would like to imagine.
Do you think that maybe you're in what you're building potentially is immortal?
Well, that's what I definitely think about with robots. If they were to have a human-like experience and be able to interact with humans in a deep, meaningful way, I think they too have to be mortal in some fundamental way that means mortal. Like their ride has to end as well, because they won't be able to interact with humans deeply unless that's the case. To have fear, to have love, the ability to suffer, the ability to miss somebody. I think scarcity is important. You have to be able to truly lose somebody. You have to be to fear things. You have to truly have the risk of destroying yourself, and to have a sense of what it means to be a self. You have to be able to lose it. So if you're immortal, you're just going to be. I feel like you're going to be like a toaster, an intelligent toaster that just serves.
Such a negative perspective on it.
On immortality?
Yeah, just think, well, now you can get all those things done that you want to do.
I hope you're right.
Yeah. I mean, potentially, you could invest even harder because you're like, wow, I'm actually going to be able to get all this stuff done.
I think about this a lot. I hope you're right, but I fear that the drive to create, I can even do more, all of that disappears if you have all the time in the world. I just know how lazy I am. And if I have all the time in the world, I'm just going to sit there and just watch the stupidest YouTube videos for the rest of all eternity. Now
And just-
eternity's a long time. Eat Doritos,
Yeah.
Cheetos, and just get fatter and fatter. I can get in shape later. There's always time.
That's like a long period of contemplation.
Yeah. So for the first 1,000 years, it'll be the Dorito period of the Lex life. And then,
You could be like Jabba the Hutt for 1,000 years.
you mentioned aliens, very important topic. Do you actually think about this? There's been an increased interest. There's been increased UFO sightings and encounters, all that kind of stuff. The U.S. government, at least, releasing data, releasing videos of pilots, pilot observations, and from airplanes of UFOs. Do you think about this kind of stuff? Because you mentioned the following context. You mentioned like us humans will get our shit together when the aliens eventually come.
Yeah.
What do you make of all the sightings? Is that something you think about?
I thought about it a lot when I was younger, and I made my conclusions, and I don't think that there's a possibility that there aren't aliens. I would think it would be impossible for there not to be aliens. I feel like this is pretty good real estate, so you'd probably want it. But we already might be. Well, I don't even think might. I mean, it's probably quite likely that we are to some degree aliens. I mean, all life is probably to some degree alien.
I like the real estate, so the resources, but we're also kind of interesting.
Yeah.
Whatever this ant colony of living organisms that we've created, it's kind of interesting to study. I tend to believe that the alien civilizations that are going to reach us or have reached us are far more intelligent, just orders of magnitude more intelligent than us. And so it's going to be very difficult, both ways actually, for us to understand them and for them to dumb themselves down enough to understand us.
Yeah, probably.
So they might even just miss our existence altogether, just because I tend to believe, I don't know what you think, that we're not that special in terms of all the life forms in the universe. There's a lot of cool stuff out there, and
Has to be.
But to us, we're special.
Yeah, well, that's all that matters, right?
Yeah. Even the human species is the most special to us humans. There could be much more special species here on Earth they were just totally oblivious to, like trees. On a scale of thousands of years, maybe they're onto something.
Lex, I think that so much of what makes a person special is what they pass on, your kids. But I think that you are quite special because you're part of this thing that's potentially giving birth to the next thing.
The robots.
The robots.
I should say, the funny thing is, while talking to Devin during this podcast, I had a doorbell ring to go downstairs, and there was a big box, menacing box with a new legged robot. So the hilarity of you saying that is because that robot is actually going to likely be the main robot that I show to the world in the coming months, because that's the highest compute level in that robot. So I've been playing a lot with legged robots, the 4 legs, so like a dog. I like all robots, but there's something about when a robot has legs, it's able to communicate. It's able to connect with humans in some kind of deep way, in the way a dog can. Just show affection. Something about like step, 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 and then the robot realizes you're here, and then it steps and then notices you in the way the dog does and raises its head. It makes me feel noticed and heard in the same way I do when a dog notices me. That excitement, that stupid excitement of like, yes, fellow living organism. And what excites me about legged robots is that, holy shit, it's possible to engineer this. It's possible to create that feeling. And I wonder where that can go. There's a lot of negative possible trajectories, but I have a sense that there's positive ones too.
You think more that they'll take us with them?
Yeah, I think so, because there's this fear of robots that they become super intelligent and run away from us humans, and basically become so intelligent, and then they almost just not giving a damn will destroy us. But I think in order for robots to become intelligent, they have to integrate themselves with society. So they by the very nature of how they become intelligent, have to bring us along. So it's not that there'll be this separate thing. They have to, like, we'll have robots in the home, where they'll be interacting with us. You have human kids, and you have a bunch of robots. You have robot friends. You have human friends, and the robots make your human-to-human relationships much more meaningful and richer. They bring more love to the world, but it's integrated. It's not like they'll be developing smarter and smarter as sentient beings by themselves. I think that's very difficult to do. You have to be doing that together with humans, and so we'll come for the ride. There's technical things, like we might merge like cyborgs more and more.
Well, we already saw our cyborgs, right?
With the phones and so on, but more and more. So with Elon and Neuralink, deeper integration of robots and AI into increasing the bandwidth at which they can communicate.
Right.
So if we do implants in the brain, I think, again, a lot of people are really nervous about this, as am I, but I think there's a lot of trajectories that are positive there. And that to me is exciting. And also, I just don't think it's possible to stop this development. So we should steer it.
Yeah.
For good.
You must have watched the movie Terminator, right?
Yeah, of course. I love Terminator.
Yeah.
I love Schwarzenegger.
My favorite movie of all time. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, that's the big fear, right?
Yeah, what's the conclusion with Terminator? Isn't ultimately humanity wins?
I think they're at like Terminator 8 now.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah. So there, and it's interesting, actually. I was going to bring this up as you were talking about it, but both China and the United States, I actually don't know where Canada is, but they both have agreed that they're not going to put limits on autonomous weapon system development. So they're not going to. So because China said we're not going to, and now U.S. officially announced that we can't.
Well, you can't. It's like, you never could, right? As soon as it exists and it's better, people will use it.
Well, but there's been a global ban on bioweapons. So you were able to come to an agreement there that we're not going to use biological weapons in war. So it's a lot of people are really upset that in the case of AI-driven weapons, the world said, nope, it's okay. And so now you have this potential for greater and greater automation in drones, for example, and picking bombing locations, and so the area at which they attack. And so you get some of that stuff that you mentioned that drew you to the military is that teamwork between humans, that decision making. So there's strategy, but built into that team is a deep humanity. Even when there's an enemy, there's lines that you are aware of what is ethical and what is not, what is just and what is not. And it's so easy for a machine to miss all of that, plow through it, and do deeply inhumane acts, commit atrocities. That's something that worries a lot of people.
Yeah.
Because an AI-based war is it's terrifying, especially with cybersecurity, which is becoming more and more of an issue, which is hacking.
Yeah.
Sort of people that look a lot like me being the warriors of the future.
Yeah.
Which is meaning people behind a keyboard versus the traditional warriors.
Probably inevitable. Yeah.
And terrifying.
It is. But I think if you believe that it's possible, it's certainly going to happen. Like, at some point, it's just when, right? When does it happen?
So to me, I'm ultimately optimistic about the future. And to me, I'm excited about the world with AI. I'm even excited about the metaverse and all these kinds of things.
Yeah.
Living more and more in the digital space, in the virtual reality. I think so part of me that grew up in the non-internet world, non-computer world, it says, oh, kids these days with their video games, there's part of me that's like that. But I think when technology at its best can bring out the best of humanity. And so I think virtual reality, all of these things over time, we'll figure out how to fix it to bring out the humanity. Social networks, the first generation social networks, now Facebook, Twitter, and so on, they have so many problems. They're bringing out the worst in people. But I think we're learning from that. And I think the next generation of social networks will be better and better and better. And so I'm optimistic. Of course, one reason we may have not seen aliens yet, obviously, like in a way that's obvious, is because once you get clever and smart and have all this cool technology, you destroy yourself. And we sure as humans are pretty close to that.
Yeah, there might be that limit that is hard to get right.
I'm hoping we get all our aggression between nations out through arm wrestling competition.
Right?
Just all of that.
Oh my God, wouldn't that be great if it was that simple? Yeah.
Do you know if there's another over-the-top type movie to be made?
Oh yeah. There's always stuff in the works. There's actually there's a tournament called Over the Top in Australia that's a couple months away. I think they're doing it all the over the top scene, but there are arm wrestling movies that are being made right now. Actually, there's a documentary that's showing me for this whole Yvonne thing, but we're probably due for another big one. Yeah.
But you're also, just with your YouTube channel, you're doing a lot for the sport. That's really cool to see. Just being genuine, but just being like looking not like you're looking today, but just like just the beard.
Yeah.
Just like sleepy, and just putting yourself out there completely as you are. That's a beautiful thing.
The best thing about the sport is it brings people together. That's it.
Yeah, the community, the folks I got to interact with, just so awesome, so excited, so full of kindness. I'm definitely going to find the club here and start working on my arm wrestling game. Devin, this is such a huge honor. You would spend your valuable time. You would come down to Austin. You would hang out with me and do this conversation.
Super cool to talk to you, Lex. Yeah.
As I mentioned, in case people I'm sure will tell me. So I hang out with Joe Rogan all the time. He's a friend. I told him that he should talk to Devin. He's going through some stuff currently, but I'm sure, I hope the conversation between you, Devin, and Joe happens eventually. That would be epic as well, because he's
he loves fighting.
He loves fighting. He loves wrestling. He loves strength. And I think all of those are so perfectly encapsulated in the sport of arm wrestling. So thank you so much for talking to me.
Hey, thanks so much, Lex.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with Devin Larratt. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, let me leave you with some words from Miyamoto Musashi. The only reason a warrior is alive is to fight. And the only reason a warrior fights is to win. Thank you for listening. I hope to see you next time.
Rabbi.
If you read a half hour a night, the calculation I came to is that you can read 1,000 books in 50 years.
All of the components are there to engineer intimate experiences.
Extraterrestrial life is a true mystery, the most tantalizing mystery of all.
How many humans need to disappear for us to be completely lost? The following is a conversation with Tim Urban, author and illustrator of the amazing blog called Wait, But Why? This is the Lex Friedman Podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, dear friends, here's Tim Urban. You wrote a Wait But Why blog post about the big and the small, from the observable universe to the atom. What world do you find most mysterious or beautiful? The very big or the very small?
The very small seems a lot more mysterious. And I mean, the very big, I feel like we kind of understand. I mean, not the very, very big, not the multiverse, if there is a multiverse, not anything outside of the observable universe. But the very small, I think we really have no idea what's going on, or very much less idea. But I find that, so I think the small is more mysterious, but I think the big is sexier. I just cannot get enough of the bigness of space and the farness of stars, and it just continually blows my mind.
I mean, we still, the vastness of the observable universe has the mystery that we don't know what's out there. We know how it works, perhaps. Like, general relativity can tell us how the movement of bodies works, how they're born, all that kind of things. But, like, how many civilizations are out there? How many, like, what are the weird things that are out there?
Oh, yeah, life. Well, extraterrestrial life is a true mystery, the most tantalizing mystery of all. But that's like our size. So that's maybe it's that the actual the big and the small are really cool, but it's actually the things that are potentially our size that are the most tantalizing.
Potentially our size is probably the key word.
Yeah, I mean, I wonder how small intelligent life could get. Probably not that small. And I assume that if there's a limit that you're not gonna. I mean, you might have like a whale, blue whale size intelligent being. That would be kind of cool. But I feel like we're in the range of order of magnitude smaller and bigger than us for life. But maybe not. Maybe you could have some giant life form. Just seems like, I don't know. There's got to be some reason that anything intelligent between kind of like a little tiny rodent or finger monkey up to a blue whale on this planet. I don't know. Maybe when you change the gravity and other things.
Well, you could think of life as a thing of self-assembling organisms, and they just get bigger and bigger and bigger. Like, there's no such thing as a human being. A human being is made up of a bunch of tiny organisms working together, and we somehow envision that as one entity because it has consciousness. But maybe it's just organisms on top of organisms all the way down, turtles all the way down. Yeah. So like Earth can be seen as an organism for alien species that is very different. Like, why is the human the fundamental entity that is living, and then everything else is just either a collection of humans or components of humans?
I think of it kind of as, if you think about, I think of like an emergence elevator, and so you've got an ant is on one floor, and then the ant colony is a floor above, or maybe there's even units within the colony that's one floor above, and the full colony is 2 floors above. And to me, I think that it's the colony that is the closest to being the animal. It's like the individual thing that competes with others, while the individual ants are like cells in the animal's body. We are more like a colony in that regard. But the humans are weird because I think of it, if emergence happens in an emergence tower, where you've got kind of, as I said, cells and then humans and communities and societies. Ants are very specific. The individual ants are always cooperating with each other for the sake of the colony. So the colony is this unit that is the competitive unit. Humans can kind of we take the elevator up and down emergence tower psychologically. Sometimes we are individuals that are competing with other individuals, and that's where our mindset is. And then other times we get in this crazy zone, a protest or a sporting event, and you're just chanting and screaming and doing the same hand motions with all these other people, and you feel like one. And you sacrificed yourself, and that's soldiers. And so our brains can kind of psychologically go up and down this elevator in an interesting way.
Yeah, I wonder how much of that is just the narrative we tell ourselves. Maybe we are just like an ant colony. We're just collaborating always, even in our stories of individualism, of like the freedom of the individual, like this kind of isolation, lone man on an island kind of thing. We're actually all part of this giant network of, maybe one of the things that makes humans who we are is probably deeply social, the ability to maintain not just a single human intelligence, but like a collective intelligence. And so this feeling like individual is just because we woke up at this level of the hierarchy. It's so we make it special, but we very well could be just part of the ant colony. This whole conversation, I'm either going to be doing a Shakespearean analysis of your Twitter, your writing, or very specific statements that you've made. So you've written answers to a mailbag of questions. The questions are amazing, ones you chosen, and your answers are amazing. So on this topic of the big and the small, somebody asked, are we bigger than we are small? or smaller than we are big? Who's asking these questions? This is really good. You have amazing fans. Okay, so where do we sit at this level of the very small to the very big?
So are we bigger or are we small? Are we bigger than we are small? I think it depends on what we're asking. So if we're talking about the biggest thing that we kind of can talk about without just imagining is the observable universe, the Hubble sphere. And that's about 10 to the 26 meters in diameter. The smallest thing we talk about is a Planck length. But you could argue that that's kind of an imaginary thing. But that's 10 to the negative 35. Now, we're about, conveniently, about 10 to the 1. Not quite, 10 to the 0. We're about 10 to the 0 meters long. So we're right, and so it's easy because you can just look and say, okay, well, for example, atoms are like 10 to the negative 15th or 10 to the negative 16th meters across, right? If you go 10 to the 15th or 10 to the 16th, which is right, so an atom to us is us to this, you get to like nebulas. It's smaller than a galaxy and bigger than the biggest star. So we're right in between nebula and an atom. Now, if you want to go down to quark level, you might be able to get up to galaxy level. When you go up to the observable universe, you're getting down on the small side to things that we, I think, are mostly theoretically imagining are there and hypothesizing are there. So I think as far as real world objects that we really know a lot about, I would say we are smaller than we are big. But if you want to go down to the Planck length, we're bigger than we are small. If you think about strings.
Yeah, string, exactly, with string theory and so on. That's interesting. But I think, like you answered, no matter what, we're kind of middle-ish.
Yeah. I mean, here's something cool. If a human is a neutrino, and again, neutrino, the size doesn't really make sense. It's not really a size, but when we talk about some of these neutrinos, I mean, if neutrinos are human, a proton is the sun. Mm-hmm. So that's like, I mean, a proton's real small, like really small. And so, yeah, the small gets like crazy small very quickly.
Let's talk about aliens. We already mentioned it. Let's start just with the basic. What's your intuition as of today? This is a thing that could change day by day. But how many alien civilizations are out there? Is it 0? Is it a handful? Is it almost endless? Like the observable universe, or the universe is teeming with life?
If I had gun to my head, I have to take a guess. I would say it's teeming with life. I would say there is. I think running a Monte Carlo simulation, this paper by Andrew Sandberg and Drexler and a few others a couple years ago, I think you probably know about it. I think they're the mean, using different, running through randomized Drake equation multiplication. You ended up with 27 million as the mean of intelligent civilizations in the galaxy, in the Milky Way alone. So then if you go outside the Milky Way, that would turn into trillions. That's the mean. Now, what's interesting is that there's a long tail because they believe some of these multipliers in the Drake equation. So, for example, the probability that life starts in the first place, they think that the kind of range that we use is for that variable is way too small, and that's constraining our possibilities. And if you actually extend it to some crazy number of orders of magnitude, like 200, they think that variable should be. You get this long tail where I forget the exact number, but it's like a third or a quarter of the total outcomes have us alone. Like I think it's a sizable percentage has us as the only intelligent life in the galaxy, but you can keep going. And I think there's a non-zero, legitimate amount of outcomes there that have us as the only life in the observable universe at all is on Earth. I mean, it seems incredibly counterintuitive. It seems like, when you mention that, people think you must be an idiot because, if you picked up one grain of sand on a beach and examined it and you found all these little things on it, it's like saying, well, maybe this is the only one that had that. And it's like, probably not. They're probably most of the sand, probably, or a lot of the sand, right? So, and then on the other hand, we don't see anything. We don't see any evidence, which of course people would say that the people who scoff at the concept that we're potentially alone they say, well, of course, there's lots of reasons we wouldn't have seen anything, and they can go list them, and they're very compelling. But we don't know. And the truth is, if this were a freak thing, I mean, we don't. If this were a completely freak thing that happened here, whether it's life at all or just getting to this level of intelligence, that species, whoever it was, would think there must be lots of us out there, and they'd be wrong. So, just being, again, using the same intuition that most people would use, I'd say there's probably lots of other things out there.
Yeah, and you wrote a great blog post about it. But to me, the two interesting reasons that we haven't been in contact, I too have an intuition that the universe is teeming with life. So one interesting is around the Great Filter. So we either, the Great Filter is either behind us or in front of us. So the reason that's interesting is you get to think about what kind of things ensure the survival of an intelligent civilization or lead to the destruction of intelligent civilization. That's a very pragmatic, very important question to always be asking. And we'll talk about some of those. And then the other one is, I'm saddened by the possibility that there could be aliens communicating with us all the time. In fact, they may have visited, and we're just too dumb to hear it, to see it. Like the idea that the kind of life that can evolve is just the range of life that can evolve is so large that our narrow view of what is life and what is intelligent life is preventing us from having communication with them.
But then they don't seem very smart, because if they were trying to communicate with us, they would surely, if they were super intelligent, they would be very, I'm sure if there's lots of life, we're not that rare. We're not some crazy weird species that hears and has different kinds of ways of perceiving signals. So they would probably be able to, if you really wanted to communicate with an Earth-like species, with a human-like species, you would send out all kinds of things. You'd send out radio waves, and you send out gravity waves, and lots of things. So if they're communicating in a way, they're trying to communicate with us, and it's just we're too dumb to perceive the signals. It's like, well, they're not doing a great job of considering the primitive species we might be. So I don't know. I think if a super intelligent species wanted to get in touch with us, and had the capability of, I think probably they would.
Well, they may be getting in touch with us. They're just getting in touch with the thing that we humans are not understanding that they're getting in touch with us with. I guess that's what I was trying to say, is there could be something about Earth that's much more special than us humans. Like the nature of the intelligence that's on Earth, or the thing that's of value and that's curious and that's complicated and fascinating and beautiful might be something that's not just like tweets. Okay, like English language that's interpretable, or any kind of language, or any kind of signal, whether it's gravity or radio signal that humans seem to appreciate. Why not the actual? It could be the process of evolution itself. There could be something about the way that Earth is breathing, essentially, through the creation of life and this complex growth of life. It's a whole different way to view organisms and view life that could be getting communicated with. And we humans are just a tiny fingertip on top of that intelligence. And the communication is happening with the main mothership of Earth, versus us humans that seem to treat ourselves as super important, and we're missing the big picture. I mean, it sounds crazy, but our understanding of what is intelligent, of what is life, what is consciousness is very limited. And it seems to be, and just being very suspicious, it seems to be awfully human-centric. Like, this story, it seems like the progress of science is, constantly putting humans down on the importance, like on the cosmic importance, the ranking of how big we are, how important we are. That seems to be, the more we discover, that's what's happening. And I think science is very young. And so I think eventually we might figure out that there's something much, much bigger going on. That humans are just a curious little side effect of the much bigger thing. That's what I mean. That, as I'm saying, it just sounds insane. But
it sounds a little like religious. It sounds like a spiritual. It gets to that realm where there's something that more than meets the eye.
Well, Yeah, but not the religious and spiritual often have this kind of woo-woo characteristic. Like, and people write books about them, then go to wars over whatever the heck is written in those books. I mean more like it's possible that collective intelligence is more important than individual intelligence, right? It's the ant colony. What's the primal organism? Is it the ant colony or is it the ant?
Yeah, I mean humans, just like any individual ant can't do shit, but the colony can make these incredible structures and has this intelligence, and we're exactly the same. I mean,
Yeah.
you know the famous thing that no human knows how to make a pencil. Have you heard this?
No.
Basically, I mean,
This is great.
there's not a single human out there has absolutely no idea how to make a pencil. So you have to think about, you have to get the wood, the paint, the different chemicals that make up the yellow paint. The eraser is a whole other thing. The metal has to be mined from somewhere, and the graphite, whatever that is. And there's not one person on Earth who knows how to kind of collect all those materials and create a pencil. But together, that's child's play. It's one of the easiest things. So, the other thing I like to think about, I actually put this as a question on the blog once. There's a thought experiment, and I actually want to hear what you think. So, if a witch, kind of a dickish witch, comes around and she says, I'm going to cast a spell on all of humanity, and all material things that you've invented are going to disappear all at once. So suddenly we're all standing there naked. There's no buildings. There's no cars and boats and ships and no mines, nothing, right? It's just the Stone Age Earth and a bunch of naked humans, but we're all the same. We have the same brain. So we all know what's going on. And we all got a note from her, so we understand the deal. And she says, she communicated to every human, here's the deal. You lost all your stuff. You guys need to make one working iPhone 13. And you make one working iPhone 13 that could pass in the Apple Store today, in your previous world, for an iPhone 13, then I will restore everything. How long do you think? And so everyone knows this is the mission. We're all aware of the mission. Everyone, all humans. How long would it take us?
That's a really interesting question. So obviously, if you do a random selection of 100 or 1,000 humans within the population, I think you're screwed to make that iPhone. I tend to believe that there's fascinating specialization among the human civilization. Like, there's a few hackers out there that can solo build an iPhone.
With what materials?
So no materials whatsoever. It has to, it's virtually, okay, you have to build factories.
Right.
To fabricate. Okay.
And how are you going to mine them? You got to mine the materials where you don't have any cranes. You don't have any,
Okay, you 100% have to have this. Everybody's naked.
Everyone's naked, and everyone's where they are. So you and I would currently be naked on the ground in what used to be Manhattan.
So no buildings.
Grassy island.
Yeah. So you need a naked Elon Musk type character to then start building a company. You have to have a large company then.
Right. He doesn't even know where where is everyone? Shit, how am I going to find other people I need?
But we have all the knowledge.
Everyone has the knowledge that's in their current brain.
Yeah. I've met some legit engineers.
Crazy polymath people.
Yeah, but the actual labor, because you said it's like the original Mac, like the Apple II, that could be built. But
even that,
even that's gonna be tough.
Well, I think part of it is a communication problem. If you could suddenly have, someone, if everyone had a walkie-talkie and there was, a couple, 10 really smart people were designated the leaders, they could say, okay, I want, everyone who can do this to walk west, until you get to this little hub, and everyone else, and they could actually coordinate, but we don't have that. So it's like people just, and then what I think about is, so you've got some people that are trying to organize, and you'll have a little community where a couple hundred people have come together, and maybe a couple thousand have organized, and they designated one person, as the leader, and then they have sub leaders, and okay, we have a start here. We have some organization. You're also going to have some people that say, good, humans were a scourge upon the earth, and this is good, and they're going to try to sabotage. They're going to try to murder the people and who know what they're talking about.
The elite that possess the knowledge.
Yeah. Well, and so everyone's hopeful for we're all civilized and hopeful for the first 30 days or something, and then things start to fall off. People start to lose hope, and there's new kinds of governments popping up. New kinds of societies, and they're and they don't play nicely with the other ones, And I think very quickly, I think a lot of people will just give up and say, you know what, this is it. We're back in the Stone Age. Let's just create, agrarian. We also don't know how to farm. No one knows how to farm. There's like, even the farmers, a lot of them are relying on their machines. So we also are going to be a lot of mass starvation. And that, when you're trying to organize, a lot of people are, coming in with, spears they've fashioned and trying to murder everyone who has food.
It's an interesting question. Given today's society, how much violence would that be? We've gotten softer, less violent.
And we don't have weapons. So
we don't have weapons.
We have really primitive weapons now.
But we have a kind of ethics where murder is bad. It used to be less, like human life was less valued in the past, so murder was more okay, like ethically.
But in the past, they also were really good at figuring out how to have sustenance. They knew how to get food and water because they so we have no idea. Like the ancient hunter-gatherer studies would laugh at what's going on here. They'd say, you guys, none of you know what you're doing.
Yeah.
And also the amount of people feeding this amount of people in a Stone Age, civilization, that's not going to happen.
So New York and San Francisco are screwed.
Well, whoever's not near water is really screwed. So that's true. You're near a river, a freshwater river. Anyway, it's a very interesting question. And what it does, this and the pencil, it makes me feel so grateful and like excited about, like, man, our civilization is so cool. And this is, talk about collective intelligence. Humans did not build any of this. It's collective humans. Collective humans is a super intelligent, being that can do absolutely, especially over long periods of time, can do such magical things. And we just get to be born. When I'm working and I'm hungry, I just go click, 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 and like a salad's coming. The salad arrives. If you think about it, the incredible infrastructure that's in place for that quickly ages the internet to the electricity, first of all, that's just powering the things, where the amount of structures that have to be created and for that electricity to be needed. And then you've got of course the internet, and then you have this system where delivery drivers, and they're riding bikes that were made by someone else, and they're going to get the salad, and all those ingredients came from all over the place. I mean, it's just, so I think it's like, I like thinking about these things because it makes me feel like just so grateful. I'm like, man, it would be so awful if we didn't have this, and people who didn't have it would think this was such magic we live in, and we do, and like, cool, that's fun.
Yeah, one of the most amazing things when I showed up, I came here at 13 from the Soviet Union, and the supermarket was, people don't really realize that, but the abundance of food, it's not even, so bananas was the thing I was obsessed about. I just ate bananas every day for many, many months because I haven't had bananas in Russia, and the fact that you can have as many bananas as you want, plus they were like somewhat inexpensive relative to the other food, and the fact that you can somehow have a system that brings bananas to you without having to wait in a long line, all of those things, it's magic.
I mean, also imagine, so first of all, the ancient hunter-gatherers, you picture the mother gathering and eating all this fresh food. No. So do you know what an avocado used to look like? It was a little, like a sphere, and the fruit of it, the actual avocado part, was like a little tiny layer around this big pit. It took up almost the whole volume. We've made crazy like robot avocados today that have nothing to do with like what they. So same with bananas, these big, sweet, and not infested with bugs and they used to eat the shittiest food, and they're eating uncooked meat, or maybe they cook it and it's gross and it's things rot. So you go to the supermarket and it's like crazy super engineered cartoon fruit and food. And then it's all this processed food, which we complain about in our study. We complain about we need too much processed. This is a good problem. I mean, if you imagine what they would think, look at a cracker. You know how delicious a cracker would taste to them. Candy, pasta and spaghetti. They never had anything like this. And then you have from all over the world. I mean, things that are grown all over the place, all here in nice little racks, organized, and on a middle class salary, you can afford anything you want. I mean, it's, again, just like incredible gratitude. Like,
And the question is, how resilient is this whole thing? I mean, this is another darker version of your question is, if we keep all the material possessions we have, but we start knocking out some percent of the population, how resilient is the system that we built up, where we rely on other humans and the knowledge that built up on the past, the distributed nature of knowledge? How much does it take? How many humans need to disappear for us to be completely lost?
Well, I'm trying to go off one thing, which is Elon Musk says that he has this number 1 million in mind as the rough order of magnitude of people you need to be on Mars to truly be multiplanetary. Multiplanetary doesn't mean, like when Neil Armstrong, goes to the moon. They call it a great leap for mankind. Yeah. It's not a great leap for anything. It is a great achievement for mankind. And I always think about if the first fish to kind of go on land just kind of went up and gave the shore a high five and goes back into the water. That's not a great leap for life. That's a great achievement for that fish. And there should be a little statue of that fish and in the water, and everyone should celebrate the fish. But it's but when we talk about a great leap for life, it's permanent. It's something that from now on, this is how things are. So, and this is part of why I get so excited. Mars, by the way, is because you can count on one hand the number of great leaps that we've had. No life to life, and single cell or simple cell to complex cell, and single cell organisms to animals, to multi-cell animals, and then ocean to land, and then one planet to 2 planets. Anyway, diversion. But the point is that we are officially, that leap for all of life, has happened once the ships could stop coming from Earth because there's some horrible catastrophic World War III and everyone dies on Earth, and they're fine, and they can turn that certain X number of people into 7 billion, population that's thriving just like Earth. They can build ships, they can come back and recolonize Earth because now we are officially multiplanetary, where it's a self-sustaining. He says 1 million people is about what he thinks. Now that might be a specialized group. That's a very specifically, selected million that has very, very skilled million people, not just maybe the average million on Earth. But I think it depends what you're talking about. But I don't think, so 1 million is 1/7,000, 1/8,000 of the current population. I think you need a very, very, very small fraction of humans on Earth to get by. Obviously, you're not going to have the same thriving civilization if you get to too small a number, but depends who you're killing off, I guess, is part of the question. Yeah. If you killed off half of the people just randomly right now, I think we'd be fine. It would be obviously a great, awful tragedy. I think if you killed off 3/4 of all people random, just 3 out of every 4 people drops dead, I think we'd have, obviously, the stock market would crash. We'd have a rough patch. But I almost can assure you that the species would be fine.
Well, because the million number, like you said, it is specialized. So I think because you have to do this, you have to basically do the iPhone experiment. Literally, you have to be able to manufacture computers.
Yeah, everything. If you're gonna have the self-sustaining, means you can any major important skill, any important piece of kind of infrastructure on Earth can be built there in this just as well.
It'd be interesting to list out what are the important things, what are the important skills.
Yeah, I mean, you have to feed everyone, so mass farming, things like that. You have mining. These questions, it's the materials might be I don't know 5 miles, 2 miles underground. I don't know what that actual, but it's amazing to me just that these things got built in the first place. And no one built the mine that we're getting stuff for the iPhone for probably wasn't built for the iPhone, or in general, early mining, was for, I think obviously I assume the Industrial Revolution, when we realized, fossil fuels, we want to extract this magical energy source. I assume that mining took a huge leap without knowing very much about this. I think, you're going to need mining, you're going to need a lot of electrical engineers. If you're going to have a civilization like ours, and of course you could have oil and lanterns, we could go way back, but if you're trying to build our today thing, you're going to need energy and electricity, and mines that can bring materials, and then you're going to need a ton of plumbing and everything that entails.
Yeah, and like you said, food, but also the manufacturer. So turning raw materials into something useful.
Yeah,
that whole thing, factories, some supply chain, transportation.
Right. You think about when we talk about world hunger. One of the major problems is, there's plenty of food, and by the time it arrives, most of it's gone bad in the truck. In a kind of an impoverished place. So it's we take it so for granted. All the food in the supermarket is fresh. It's all there, and which always stresses me. If I were running a supermarket, I would always be so miserable about things going bad on the shelves. Or if you don't have enough, that's not good. But if you have too much, it goes bad.
Of course, there will be entertainers too. Somebody would have a YouTube channel that's running on Mars. There is something different about a civilization on Mars and Earth. existing versus like a civilization in the United States versus Russia and China. Like that's a fundamentally different distance. Like philosophically.
Will it be like fuzzy? There'll be like a reality show on Mars that everyone on Earth is obsessed with, and if people are going back and forth enough, then it becomes fuzzy. It becomes like, oh, our friends on Mars, and there's like this Mars versus Earth, and it become like fun tribalism. I think if people don't rarely go back and forth, and they're there for, I think it could get kind of like, oh, we hate, a lot of like us versus them stuff going on.
There could be also war in space for territory. So as first colony happens, China, Russia, or whoever, different European nations, Switzerland finally gets their act together and starts wars. This is supposed to staying out.
Yeah, there's all kinds of crazy geopolitical things that like we have not even, no one's really even thought about too much yet. That could get weird. Think about the 1500s when it was suddenly like a race to like, colonize or capture land or discover new land that hasn't been, so it was like this new frontiers. And there's not really, the land is not, the thing about Crimea was like this huge thing that this tiny peninsula switched. That's how like optimized everything has become. Everything is just like really stuck. Mm-hmm. Mars is a whole new world of like, territory, naming things, and and it's a chance for new kind of governments, maybe, or maybe it's just the colonies of these governments. So we don't get that opportunity. I think it'd be cool if there's new countries being, totally new experiments.
And that's fascinating because Elon talks exactly about that, and I believe that very much. Like that should be like from the start, they should determine their own sovereignty. Like they should determine their own thing.
There was one modern democracy in the late 1700s, the U.S. It was the only modern democracy, and now, of course, there's hundreds, or many dozens. But I think part of the reason that was able to start, it's not that people didn't have the idea. People had the idea. It was they had a clean slate, new place, and they suddenly were, So I think it would be a great opportunity to have. There's a lot of people who've done that, if I had my own government on an island, my own country, what would I do? And it's the U.S. founders actually had the opportunity, that fantasy. They were like, we can do it. Let's make, what's the perfect country? And they tried to make something. Sometimes progress it's not held up by our imagination. It's held up by just, there's no, blank canvas to try something.
Yeah, it's an opportunity for a fresh start. The funny thing about the conversation we're having is not often had. Even by Elon, he's so focused on Starship and actually putting the first human on Mars. I think thinking about this kind of stuff is inspiring. It makes us dream. It makes us hope for the future. So, and it makes us somehow like thinking about civilization on Mars is helping us think about the civilization here on Earth.
Yeah,
how we should run it. What do you think are, like, in our lifetime? Are we gonna? I think any effort that goes to Mars, the goal is in this decade. Do you think that's actually going to be achieved?
I have a big bet, $10,000 with a friend when I was drunk in an argument.
This is
great.
great.
That the Neil Armstrong of Mars, whoever he or she may be, will step foot by the end of 2030. Now, this was probably 2018.
So, like, what?
So a human has to touch Mars by the end of 2030.
Oh, by the year 30.
Yeah, by January 1st, 2031.
Yeah.
So,
did you agree on the time zone or what?
No. Yeah, if it's coming on that exact day, that's going to be really stressful. But anyway, I think that there will be. That was 2018. I was more confident then. I think it's going to be around this time. I still won the general bet because his point was, you are crazy. This is not going to happen in our lifetimes, or not for many, many decades. And I said, you're wrong. You don't know what's going on in SpaceX. I think if the world depended on it, I think probably SpaceX could probably, I don't know this, but I think the tech is almost there. Like, I don't think, of course, it's delayed many years by safety. So they first want to send a ship, around Mars, and they want to land a cargo ship on Mars.
And there's the moon on the way too.
Yeah. There's all, but I think the moon a decade before seemed like magical tech that humans didn't have. This is like, no, we can. It's totally conceivable that this, you've seen Starship, like it is a interplanetary colonial or interplanetary transport like system. That's what they used to call it. The SpaceX, the way they do it is every time they do a launch, something fails usually, when they're testing, and they learn 1,000 things. The amount of data they get, and they improve. So each one is it's like they've moved up like 8 generations in each one. Anyway, so it's not inconceivable that pretty soon they could send a starship to Mars and land it. There's just no good reason I don't think they couldn't do that. And so if they could do that, they could, in theory, send a person to Mars pretty soon. Now, taking off from Mars and coming back, again, I don't think anyone would want to be on that voyage today because there's just, it's still amateur hour here and getting that perfect. I don't think we're too far away now. The question is every 26 months, Earth laps Mars, right? It's like a sinusoidal sort of, whatever it's called, a period, 26 months. So it's right now like in the evens, like 2022 is going to have one of these, late 2024. So people could, this was the earliest estimate I heard. Elon said, maybe we can send people to Mars in 2024, to land in early 2025. Mm-hmm. That is not going to happen because that included 2022 sending a cargo ship to Mars, maybe even a one in 2020. And so I think they're not quite on that schedule. But to win my bet, 2027 I have a chance, and 2029 I have another chance.
Nice.
We're not very good at like backing up and seeing the big picture. We're very distracted by what's going on today and what we can believe because it's happening in front of our face. There's no way that humans going to be landing on Mars and it's not going to be the only thing everyone is talking about, right? I mean, it's gonna be the moon landing, but even bigger deal, going to another planet, right? And for it to start a colony, not just to high five and come back. So this is like the 2020s, maybe the 2030s. Is going to be the new 1960s. We're going to have a space decade. I'm so excited about it. Yeah. And it's one of the great leaps for all of life happening in our lifetimes. Like, that's wild.
To paint a slightly cynical possibility, which I don't see happening, but I just want to put sort of value into leadership. I think it wasn't obvious that the moon landing would be so exciting for all of human civilization. Some of that had to do with the right speeches, with the space race. Like, space, depending on how it's presented, can be boring. I don't think it's been that so far, but
I agree. I think space is quite boring right now. Not SpaceX is super great, but like 10 years ago, space.
Yeah.
Some writer, I forget who wrote, it's like the best magic trick in the show happened at the beginning, and now they're starting to do this like easy hazard. It's like you can't go in that direction. And the line that this writer said is like watching astronauts go up to the space station after watching the moon is like watching Columbus sail to Ibiza. It's just like, everything is so practical. You're going up to the space station not to explore, but to do science experiments in microgravity, and you're sending rockets up. Mostly here and there there's a probe, but mostly you're sending up satellites to for direct TV, or whatever it is. It's kind of like lame Earth industry, usage. So I agree with you. Space is boring there. The first human setting foot on Mars, that's got to be a crazy global event. I can't imagine it not being. Maybe you're right. Maybe I'm taking for granted the speeches and the space race. And
I think the value of, I guess what I'm pushing is the value of people like Elon Musk and potentially other leaders that hopefully step up is extremely important here. Like I would argue without the publicity of SpaceX, it's not just the ingenuity of SpaceX, but like what they've done publicly by having a figure that tweets and all that kind of stuff like that. That's a source of inspiration.
Totally.
NASA wasn't able to quite pull off with the shuttle.
That's one of his 2 reasons for doing this. SpaceX exists for 2 reasons. One, life insurance for the species. If we're, if you're, I always think about it this way: if you're an alien on some faraway planet and you're rooting against humanity, and you win the bet if humanity goes extinct, you do not like SpaceX. You do not want them to have their eggs in 2 baskets.
Yeah.
Sure. It's like obviously this. You could have some, something that kills everyone on both planets, some AI war or something. But the point is, obviously, it's good for our chances, our long-term chances, to be having 2 self-sustaining civilizations going. The second reason he values this, I think, just as high is it's the greatest adventure in history. Going multiplanetary, and that it's people need some reason to wake up in the morning and it'll just be this hopefully great uniting event too. I mean, I'm sure in today's nasty, awful political environment, which is like a whirlpool that sucks everything into it. So it doesn't, you name a thing and it's become a nasty political topic. So I hope that space can, Mars can just bring everyone together. But it could become this hideous thing where it's billionaire, some annoying storyline gets built, so half the people think that anyone who's excited about Mars is an evil, something.
Yeah.
Anyway, I hope it is super exciting.
So far, space has been a uniting, inspiring thing, and in fact, especially during this time of a pandemic, has been just a commercial entity putting out humans into space for the first time was just one of the only big sources of hope.
Totally, and awe, just like watching this huge skyscraper go up in the air, flip over, come back down and land. I mean, it just makes everyone just want to sit back and clap and kind of like, the way I look at something like SpaceX is it makes me proud to be a human. And I think it makes a lot of people feel that way. It's like good for our self-esteem. It's like, what, we're pretty, we have a lot of problems, but like, we're kind of awesome.
Yeah. We're awesome.
And if we can put people on Mars, sticking up an Earth flag on Mars, like, damn, we should be so proud of our like little family here. Like we did something cool. And by the way, I've made it clear to SpaceX people, including Elon, many times, and it's like once a year reminder that if they want to make this more exciting, they send the writer to Mars on the thing, and I'll blog about it. So I'm just continuing to throw this out. I'm trying to get them to send me to Mars.
I understand that. So I just want to clarify, on which trip does the writer want to go?
I think my dream one, to be honest, would be like the Apollo 8, where they just looped around the moon and came back. Because landing on Mars
give you a lot of good content to write about.
Great content, right? I mean, the amount of kind of high-minded, and so I would go into the thing and I would blog about it. And I'd be in microgravity, so I'd be bouncing around my little space. They can just send me in a dragon. I don't need to do a whole starship. And I would bounce around, and I would get to. And I've always had a dream of going to like one of those nice jails for a year.
Yes. Because
I just have nothing to do besides like read books and no responsibilities and no social plans. So this is the ultimate version of that. Anyway, it's a side topic, but I think it would be.
But also, to be honest, if you land on Mars, it's epic. And then if you die there, like finishing your writing, it would be just even that much more powerful for the impact.
Yeah, but then I'm gone, and I don't even get to like experience the publication of it, which is the whole point.
Well, some of the greatest writers in history didn't get a chance to experience the publication of their.
I know. I don't really think that. I think back to Jesus, and I'm like, oh man, that guy really like crushed it, But then if you think about it, it doesn't like you could literally die today and then become the next Jesus, like 2,000 years from now, in this civilization that's like they're like magical in the clouds, and they're worshiping you. They're worshiping Lex, and like that sounds like your ego probably would be like, wow, that's pretty cool. Except it's irrelevant to you because you never even knew it happened.
This feels like a Rick and Morty episode.
It does.
Okay, you've talked to Elon quite a bit. You've written about him quite a bit. Just it'd be cool to hear you talk about what are your ideas of what the magic sauces you've written about with Elon. What makes him so successful? His style of thinking, his ambition, his dreams, his the people he connects with, the kind of problems he tackles. Is there kind of comments you can make about what makes him special?
I think that obviously there's a lot of things that he's very good at. He's obviously super intelligent. His heart is very much in I think the right place. I really, really believe that. And I think people can sense that. He just doesn't seem like a grifter of any kind. He's truly trying to do these big things for the right reasons. And he's obviously crazy ambitious and hardworking, right? Not everyone is. Some people are as talented and have cool visions, but they just don't want to spend their life that way. So that's none of those alone is what makes Elon. I mean, if it were, there'd be more of him, because there's a lot of people that are very smart and smart enough to accumulate a lot of money and influence, and they have great ambition and they have their heart's in the right place. To me, it is the very unusual quality he has is that he's sane in a way that almost every human is crazy. What I mean by that is we are programmed to trust conventional wisdom over our own reasoning for good reason. If you go back 50,000 years and conventional wisdom says, don't eat that berry, or this is the way you tie a spearhead to a spear, and you're thinking, oh, I'm smarter than that. Like, you're not. That comes from the accumulation of life experience, accumulation of observation and experience over many generations, and that's a little mini version of the collective super intelligence. It's like, the equivalent of like making a pencil today. Like people back then, like the conventional wisdom, like had this knowledge that no human could ever accumulate. So we're very wired to trust it. Plus, the secondary thing is that the people who, just say that they believe the mountain is they worship the mountain as their god, right? And the mountain determines their fate. That's not true, right? And the conventional wisdom's wrong there, but believing it was helpful to survival because you were part of the crowd and you stayed in the tribe. And if you started to, insult the mountain god and say that's just a mountain, it's not. You didn't fare very well, right? So for a lot of reasons, it was a great survival trait to just trust what other people said. And believe it, and truly, obviously, the more you really believed it, the better. Today, conventional wisdom in a rapidly changing world and a huge, giant society, our brains are not built to understand that. They have a few settings, and none of them is 300 million person society. So your brain is basically is treating a lot of things like a small tribe, even though they're not. And they're treating conventional wisdom as very wise in a way that it's not. If you think about it this way, it's like picture a bucket that's not moving very much, moving like a millimeter a year, and so it has time to collect a lot of water. And that's like conventional wisdom. In the old days, when very few things change, like your 10, great grandmother probably lived a similar life to you, maybe on the same piece of land. And so old people really knew what they were talking about. Today, the bucket's moving really quickly. And so, the wisdom doesn't accumulate, but we think it does because our brain settings doesn't have the quickly moving bucket setting. So my grandmother gives me advice all the time, and I have to decide: is this so? There are certain things that are not changing, like relationships and love and loyalty and things like this. Her advice on those things, I'll listen to it all day. She's one of the people who said you've got to live near your people you love, live near your family, right? I think that is like tremendous wisdom, right? That is wisdom because that happens to be something that doesn't change from generation to generation.
For now,
right? For now. She's also telling, right? So I'll be the idiot telling my grandkids that they'll actually be in the metaverse, like you.
Exactly.
It doesn't matter, and I'm like, you have to. It's not the same when you're not in person. They're going to say it's exactly the same, and they'll also be thinking to me with their Neuralink, and I'm going to be like, slow down. I don't understand what you just talk like a normal. Anyway, so my grandmother then she says, you're I don't know about this writing you're doing. You should go to law school, and you want to be secure, and that's not good advice for me. Given the world I'm in and what I like to do and what I'm good at, that's not the right advice. But because the world is she's in a different world. So she became wise for a world that's no longer here, right? Now, if you think about that, so then when we think about conventional wisdom, it's a little like my grandmother, and there's a lot of it's not maybe 60 years outdated like her software. It's maybe 10 years outdated. It's conventional wisdom, sometimes 20. So anyway, I think that we all continually don't have the confidence in our own reasoning when it conflicts with what everyone else thinks, with what seems right. We don't have the guts to act on that reasoning for that reason, right? We and so there's so many Elon examples. I mean, just from the beginning, building Zip2 was his first company, and it was internet advertising at the time when people said, this internet was brand new, kind of thinking of like the metaverse, VR metaverse today. And people would be like, oh, we facilitate internet advertising. People were saying, yeah, people are going to advertise on the internet. Yeah, right. Actually, it wasn't that he's magical and saw the future. It's that he looked at the present, looked at what the internet was, thought about, the obvious advertising opportunity this was going to be. It wasn't rocket science. It wasn't genius, I don't believe. I think it was just seeing the truth. And when everyone else is laughing, saying, well, you're wrong. I mean, I did the math, and here it is, right? Next company, X.com, which became eventually PayPal. People said, oh, yeah, people are going to put their financial information on the internet. No way. To us, it seems so obvious. If you went back then, you would probably feel the same. You'd think that is a fake company. It's just obviously not a good idea. He looked around and said, I see where this is. And so again, he could see where it was going because he could see what it was that day and not what it, not people. Conventional wisdom was still a bunch of years earlier. SpaceX is the ultimate example. A friend of his apparently compiled a video montage of rockets blowing up to show him this is not a good idea. And but just even the bigger picture, the amount of billionaires who have thought this was, I'm going to start launching rockets, and the amount that failed. I mean, it's not. conventional wisdom said this isn't a bad endeavor, he was putting all of his money into it. Landing rockets was another thing. Well, if here's the classic kind of way we reason, which is if this could be done, NASA would have done it a long time ago because of the money it would save. This could be done. The Soviet Union would have done it back in the 60s. It's obviously something that can't be done, and the math on his envelope said, well, I think it can be done, and so he just did it. So in each of these cases, I think actually in some ways Elon gets too much credit, as people think it's that he's it's that his Einstein intelligence, or he can see the future, or he has incredible guts. He's so courageous. I think if you actually are looking at reality, you're just assessing probabilities, and you're ignoring all the noise, which is wrong, so wrong, right? And you just have to be pretty smart and pretty courageous, and you have to have this magical ability to be sane and trust your reasoning over conventional wisdom, because your individual reasoning, part of it is that we see that we can't build a pencil, we can't build this civilization on our own, right? We kind of count to the collective, because for good reasons. But this is different when it comes to kind of what's possible. The Beatles were doing their kind of Motown-y chord patterns in the early 60s, and they were doing what was normal. They were doing what was clearly this kind of sound is a hit. Then they started getting weird because they were so popular. They had this confidence to say, we're going to start just experimenting. And it turns out that if all these people are in this one groove together doing music, and it's just there's a lot of land over there. And it seems like, I'm sure the managers would say, and all the record execs would say, no, you have to be here. This is what sells. And it's just not true. So I think that Elon is that's why the term for this that actually Elon likes to use is reasoning from first principles, the physics term. First principles are your axioms. And physicists, they don't say, well, what do people think? No, they say, what are the axioms? Those are the puzzle pieces. Let's use those to build a conclusion. That's our hypothesis. Now let's test it, right? And they come up with all kinds of new things constantly by doing that. If Einstein was assuming conventional wisdom was right, he never would have even tried to create something that really disproved Newton's laws. And the other way to reason is reasoning by analogy, which is a great shortcut. It's when we look at other people's reasoning and we kind of photocopy it into our head, we steal it. So reasoning by analogy we do all the time, and it's usually a good thing. I mean, it takes a lot of mental energy and time to reason from first principles. It's actually, you don't want to reinvent the wheel every time, right? You want to often copy other people's reasoning most of the time. And most of us do it most of the time, and that's good. But there's certain moments when forget just for a second, succeeding in the world of Elon, just who you're going to marry, where you're going to settle down, how you're going to raise your kids, how you're going to educate your kids, how you should educate yourself, what kind of career paths in terms. These moments, this is what on your deathbed, you look back on, and these are the few number of choices that really define your life. Those should not be reasoned by analogy. You should absolutely try to reason from first principles. And Elon, not just, by the way, in his work, but in his personal life. I mean, if you just look at the way he's on Twitter, it's not how you're supposed to be when you're a super famous, industry titan. You're not supposed to just be silly on Twitter and do memes and getting little quibbles with you. He just does things his own way, regardless of what you're supposed to do, which sometimes serves him and sometimes doesn't. But I think it has taken him where it has taken.
Yeah, I mean, I probably wouldn't describe his approach to Twitter as first principles, but I guess that's the same.
I don't think it is. Well, first of all, I will say that a lot of tweets people think, he's going to be done after that. He's fine. He's on. He's just one man, Time Man of the Year. It's not sinking him, and I think it's not that I think this is super reasoned out. I think that Twitter is his silly side, but I think that his reasoning did not feel like it was a giant risk in just being his silly self on Twitter. And a lot of billionaires would say, well, no one else is doing that, so it must be a good reason, right?
Well, I gotta say that he inspires me too. That's okay to be silly.
Totally.
On Twitter, and but yeah, you're right. The big inspiration is the willingness to do that when nobody else is doing it.
Yeah, and the thing about all the great artists, all the great inventors and entrepreneurs, almost all of them, they had a moment when they trusted their reasoning. I mean, Airbnb was over 60 with VCs. A lot of people would say, obviously, they know something we don't, right? But they didn't. They said, I think they're all wrong. I mean, that takes some kind of different wiring in your brain.
And then that's both for big picture and detailed, engineering problems. it's fun to talk to him. It's fun to talk to Jim Keller, who's a good example of this kind of thinking about like manufacturing, how to get costs down. They always talk about they talk about SpaceX rockets this way. They talk about manufacturing this way, like cost per pound or per ton to get to orbit or something like that. This is how they reason. We need to get the cost down. It's a very kind of raw materials.
Yeah.
Like just very basic way of thinking.
First principles.
It's really, yeah.
And the first principles of a rocket are like the price of raw materials and gravity, and wind. I mean, these are your first principles, and fuel. Henry Ford, what made Henry Ford blow up as an entrepreneur? Assembly line, right? I mean, he thought for a second and said, this isn't how manufacturing is normally done this way, but I think this is a different kind of product. And that's what changed it. Because, and then what happened is when someone reasons from first principles, they often fail. You're going out into the fog with no conventional wisdom to guide you. But when you succeed, what you notice is that everyone else turns and says, wait, what are they doing? And they flock over. Look at the iPhone. Steve Jobs was famously good at reasoning from first principles because that guy had crazy self-confidence. He just said, if I think this is right, like everyone, and that, I mean, I don't know how he does that, and I don't think Apple can do that anymore. I mean, they lost that. That one brain, his ability to do that made that in a totally different company, even though there's tens of thousands of people there. He didn't say, and I'm giving a lot of credit to Steve Jobs, but of course it was a team at Apple who said they didn't look at the flip phones and say, okay, what kind of, let's make a keyboard that's like clicky and really cool Apple-y keyboard. They said, what should a mobile device be? What the axioms? What are the axioms here? And none of them involved a keyboard necessarily. And by the time they pieced it up, there was no keyboards. It didn't make sense. Everyone suddenly is going, wait, what? What are they doing? And now every phone looks like the iPhone. I mean, that's how it goes.
You tweeted, what's something you've changed your mind about? This is the question you tweeted. Elon replied, brain transplants. Sam Harris responded, nuclear power. There's a bunch of people with cool responses there. In general, what are your thoughts about some of the responses, and what have you changed your mind about, big or small? Perhaps in doing the research for some of your writing.
So I'm writing right now, just finishing a book on kind of why our society is such a shit place at the moment, just polarized. And, we have all these gifts, like we're talking about, just the supermarket. We have this exploding technology. Fewer and fewer people are in poverty. It's Louis C.K. Likes to say, everything's amazing and no one's happy, right? And but it's really extreme moment right now where it's like hate is on the rise, like crazy things, right? And
if I could interrupt briefly, you did tweet that you just wrote the last word.
I sure did.
And then there's some hilarious asshole who said, now you just have to work on all the ones in the middle.
Yeah, I earned that. I mean, when you earn a reputation as a tried and true procrastinator, you're just going to get shit forever, and that's fine. I accept my fate there.
So do you mind sharing a little bit more about the details of what you're writing? So how do you approach this question about the state of society?
I wanted to figure out what was going on because what I noticed was a bad trend. It's not that, things are bad. It's that things are getting worse in certain ways. Not in every way. If you look at Max Roser's stuff, he comes up with all these amazing graphs. Actually, this is what's weird, is that things are getting better in almost every important metric you can think of. Except the amount of people who hate other people in their own country and the amount of people that hate their own country, the amount of Americans that hate America is on the rise, right? The amount of Americans that hate other Americans is on the rise. The amount of Americans that hate the president is on the rise. All these things, like on a very steep rise. So what the hell? What's going on? Like there's something causing that. It's not that a bunch of new people were born who were just dicks. It's that something is going on. So I think of it as a very simple, oversimplified equation, human behavior, and it's the output. That I think the two inputs are human nature and environment, right? And this is basic, super kindergarten level, like animal behavior. But I think it's worth thinking about. You've got human nature, which is not changing very much, right? And then you throw that nature into a certain environment, and it reacts to the environment, right? It's shaped by the environment, and then eventually what comes out is behavior, right? human nature is not changing very much, but suddenly we're behaving differently, right? We are, again, look at the polls. Like, it used to be that the president, was liked by, I don't remember the exact numbers, but 80% or 70% of their own party, and 50% of the other party. And now it's like 40% of their own party and 10% of the other party. And it's not that the presidents are getting worse. Maybe some people would argue that they are, but more so. There's a lot of idiot presidents throughout what's going on is something in the environment is changing, and that's you're seeing as a change in behavior. An easy example here is that by a lot of metrics, racism is becoming less and less of a problem. It's hard to measure, but there's metrics like how upset would you be if your kid married someone of another race, and that number is plummeting, but racial grievance is skyrocketing, right? There's a lot of examples like this. So I wanted to look around and say, and the reason I took it on, the reason I don't think this is just an unfortunate trend, unpleasant trend that hopefully we come out of, is that all this other stuff I like to write about, all this future stuff, right? Is this magical? I always think of this, I'm very optimistic in a lot of ways, and I think that our world would be a utopia. It would seem like actual heaven. Like whatever Thomas Jefferson was picturing as heaven, other than maybe the eternal life aspect, I think that if he came to 2021 US, it would be better. It's cooler than heaven. But we live in a place that's cooler than 1700s heaven.
Yeah.
Again, other than the fact that we still die. Now, I think the future world actually probably would have, quote, eternal life. I don't think anyone wants eternal life, actually. If people think they do. Eternal is a long time. But I think the choice to die when maybe we're uploaded. Maybe we can refresh our bodies. I don't know what it is. But the point is, I think about that utopia. And I do believe that, like, if we don't botch this, we'd be heading towards somewhere that would seem like heaven, maybe in our lifetimes. Of course, if things go wrong, now think about the trends here. Just like the 20th century would seem like some magical utopia to someone from the 16th century, the bad things in the 20th century were kind of the worst things ever in terms of just absolute magnitude. World War II, the biggest genocides ever. You've got, maybe climate change, if it is the existential threat that many people think it is. I mean, we never had an existential threat on that level before. I mean, so the good is getting better and the bad's getting worse. And so when I think about the future, I think of us as in some kind of big, long canoe as a species, 5 million mile long canoe, each of us sitting in a row. We each have one oar. We can paddle on the left side or the right side. And what we know is there's a fork up there somewhere. And the river forks, and there's a utopia on one side and a dystopia on the other side. And I really believe that we're probably not headed for just an okay future. It's just the way tech is exploding, like it's probably going to be really good or really bad. The question is, which side should we be rowing on? We can't see up there, right? But it really matters. So I'm writing about all this future stuff, and I'm saying none of this matters if we're squabbling our way into kind of like a civil war right now. So what's going on?
So it's a really important problem to solve. What are your sources of hope in this? So, like, how do you steer the canoe?
One of my big sources of hope, and this is I think my answer to what I changed my mind on, is I think I always knew this, but it's easy to forget it. Our primitive brain does not remember this fact, which is that I don't think there are very many bad people. Now, when you say bad, are there selfish people? Most of us, I think that if you think of people, there's digital language is ones and zeros. And our primitive brain very quickly can get into the lane where everyone's a 1 or a 0. Our tribe, we're all ones. We're perfect. I'm perfect. My family is that other family, is that other tribe. There are zeros, and you dehumanize them, right? These people are awful. So 0 is not a human place. No one's a 0, and no one's a 1. You're dehumanizing yourself. So when we get into this land, I call it political Disney world, because the Disney movies are good guys and Scar is totally bad and Mufasa's totally good, right? You don't see Mufasa's character flaws. And you don't see Scar's upbringing that made him like that humanizes him. No, lionizes him, whatever. You are
well done.
Yeah. Mufasa's a 1 and Scar's a 0. Very simple. Yeah. So political Disney World is a psychological place that all of us have been in. And it can be religious Disney World, it can be national Disney World and war, whatever it is. But it's a place where we fall into this delusion that there are protagonists and antagonists, and that's it, right? That is not true. We are all 0.5s, or maybe 0.6s to 0.4s in that. We are also, on one hand, I don't think there's that many really great people, frankly. I think if you get into it, people are kind of, a lot of people, most of us have, if you get really into our most shameful memories, things we've done that are worse, most shameful thoughts, the deep selfishness that some of us have in areas we wouldn't want to admit, right? Most of us have a lot of unadmirable stuff, right? On the other hand, if you actually really got into someone else's brain, and you looked at their upbringing, you looked at the trauma that they've experienced, and then you looked at the insecurities they have, and you look at all their, if you assembled a highlight reel of your worst moments, the meanest things you've ever done, the worst, the most selfish, the times you stole something, whatever, and you just have people like, wow, Lex is an awful person. If you did a montage of your best moments, people would say, oh, he's a god, right? But of course, we all have both of those. So I've started to really try to remind myself that everyone's a 0.5, right? And 0.5s are all worthy of criticism, and we're all worthy of compassion. And the thing that makes me hopeful is that I really think that there's a bunch of 0.5s, and 0.5s are good enough that we should be able to create a good society together. There's a lot of love in every human, and I think there's more love in the humans than hate. I always remember this moment. This is a weird anecdote, but I'm a Red Sox fan, Boston Red Sox baseball, and Derek Jeter is who we hate the most. He's on the Yankees, yes, and hate, right? Jeter, right? It was his last game in Fenway. He's retiring, and he got this rousing standing ovation, and I almost cried. And it was like, what is going on? We hate this guy, but actually, there's so much love in all humans. It felt so good to just give a huge cheer to this guy we hate, because it's like this moment of like a little fist pound, being like, of course, we all actually love each other. And I think there's so much of that. And so the thing that I think I've come around on is I think that we are in an environment that's bringing out really bad stuff. I don't think if I thought it was the people, I would be more hopeful. Like if I thought it was human nature, I'd be more upset. It's the two independent variables here, or that there's a fixed variable, there's a constant, which is human nature, and there's the independent variable, environment, and that behavior is the dependent variable. I like that the thing that I think is bad is the independent variable, the environment, which means I think the environment can get better. And there's a lot of things I can go into about why the environment I think is bad, but I have hope, because I think the thing that's bad for us is something that can change.
The first principles idea here is that most people have the capacity to beat a 0.7 to a 0.9 if the environment is properly calibrated with the right incentives.
I think maybe if we're all 0.5s, I think that environments can bring out our good side. So maybe we're all on some kind of distribution, and the right environment can bring out our higher sides. And I think in a lot of ways you could say it has. I mean, the U.S. environment, we take for granted how the liberal laws and liberal environment that we live in. I mean, like in New York City, right? If you walk down the street and you like assault someone, if anyone sees you, they're probably going to yell at you. You might get your ass kicked by someone for doing that. You also might end up in jail. If it's security cameras, and there's just norms. We're all trained. That's what awful people do, right? So it's not that human nature doesn't have it in it to be like that. It's that this environment we're in has made that a much, much, much smaller experience for people. There's so many examples like that where it's like, man, you don't realize how much the worst human nature is contained by our environment. And but I think that rapidly changing environment, which is what we have right now, social media starts. I mean, what a seismic change to the environment. There's a lot of examples like that. Rapidly changing environment can create rapidly changing behavior, and wisdom sometimes can't keep up. And so we can really kind of lose our grip on some of the good behavior.
Were you surprised by Elon's answer about brain transplants, or Sam's about nuclear power, or anything else?
Just Sam's, I think, is I have a friend, Isabel Boameke, who's a nuclear power influencer. I've become very convinced, and I've not done my deep dive on this.
Yeah.
But in this case, this is reasoning by analogy. The amount of really smart people I respect, who seem to have dug in, who all say nuclear power is clearly a good option. It's obviously emission-free, but the concerns about meltdowns and waste they say completely overblown. So, judging from those people, secondary knowledge here, I will say I'm a strong advocate. I haven't done my own deep dive yet, but it does seem like a little bit odd that you've got people who are so concerned about climate change, it seems like it's kind of an ideology where nuclear power doesn't fit, rather than rational, fear of climate change that somehow is anti-nuclear power. It just, yeah.
I personally am uncomfortably reasoning by analogy with climate change. I actually have not done a deep dive
Me
myself.
neither, because it's so man, it seems like a deep dive. And
Yeah.
and my reasoning by analogy there currently has me thinking it's a truly existential thing, but feeling hope.
So this is me speaking, and this is speaking from a person who's not done the deep dive. I'm a little suspicious of the amount of fear mongering going on. Especially over the past couple of years, I've gotten uncomfortable with fear mongering in all walks of life. There's way too many people interested in manipulating the populace with fear. And so I don't like it. I should probably do a deep dive because to me, the big problem with the opposition to climate change or whatever the fear mongering is that it also grows the skepticism in science broadly. It's like, and that, so I need to make sure I do that deep dive. I have listened to a few folks who kind of criticize the fear mongering and all those kinds of things, but they're few and far in between. And so it's like, all right, what is the truth here? And it feels lazy, but it also feels like it's hard to get to the, like, there's a lot of kind of activists talking about idea versus like sources of objective, like calm first principles type reasoning. Like one of the things, I know it's supposed to be a very big problem, but when people talk about catastrophic effects of climate change, I haven't been able to like see really great deep analysis of what that looks like in 10, 20, 30 years, rising sea levels. What are the models of how that changes human behavior, society? What are the things that happen? There's going to be constraints on resources and people that have to move around. This is happening gradually. Are we going to be able to respond to this? How would we respond to this? What are the best models for how everything goes wrong? Again, this is a question I keep starting to ask myself without doing research, like motivating myself to get up to this deep dive that I feel is deep. Just watching people not do a great job of that kind of modeling with the pandemic, so, sort of being caught off guard and wondering, okay, if we're not good with this pandemic, how are we going to respond to other kinds of tragedies?
Well, this is part of why I wrote the book, because I said we're going to have more and more of these big collective, what should we do here situations. Whether it's, how about when, we're probably not that far away from people being able to go and decide the IQ of their kid, or make a bunch of embryos and actually pick the highest IQ.
It can possibly go wrong.
Yeah, and also imagine the political sides of that, and something only wealthy people can afford at first, and just the nightmare, right? We need to be able to have our wits about us as a species, where we can actually get into a topic like that and come up with it, where the collective brain can be smart. I think that there are certain topics where I think of this, and this is again another simplistic model, but I think it works, is that there's a higher mind and a primitive mind, right? You can, in your head, and these team up with others. So when the higher mind is more rational and puts out ideas that it's not attached to, and so it can change its mind easily because it's just an idea, and the higher mind can get criticized. Their ideas can get criticized, and it's no big deal. And so when the higher minds team up, it's like all these people in the room throwing out ideas and kicking them, and one idea goes out and everyone criticizes it. It's shooting bows and arrows at it, and the true idea is, the arrows bounce off, and so it rises up, and the other ones get shot down. So it's this incredible system. This is what good science institution is someone puts out a thing, criticism arrows come at it, and most of them fall, and the needle is in the haystack end up rising up, right? Incredible mechanism. So what's happening is a bunch of flawed medium scientists are creating super intelligence. Then there's the primitive mind, which is the more limbic system-y part of our brain. It's a part of us that is very much not living in 2021. It's living many tens of thousands of years ago, and it does not treat ideas like this separate thing. It identifies with its ideas. It only gets involved when it finds an idea sacred. It starts holding an idea sacred, and it starts identifying. So what happens is they team up too. And so when you have a topic that really rouses a bunch of primitive minds, quickly, the primitive minds team up and they create an echo chamber where suddenly no one can criticize this. And in fact, if the idea is powerful enough, people outside the community, no one can criticize it. We will get your paper retracted. We will get you fired, right? That's not higher mind behavior. That is crazy primitive mind. And so now what happens is the collective becomes dumber than an individual, dumber than a single reasoning individual. You have this collective is suddenly attached to this sacred scripture with the idea, and they will not change their mind, and they get dumber and dumber. And so climate change, what's worrisome, is that climate change has in many ways become a sacred topic, where if you come up with a nuanced thing, you might get called branded a denier.
Yes.
So there goes the super intelligence. All the arrows, no arrows can be fired. But if you get called a denier, that's a social penalty for firing an arrow at a certain orthodoxy, right? And so what's happening is the big brain gets like frozen, right, and it becomes very stupid. Now you can also say that about a lot of other topics right now. You just mentioned another one. I forget what it was, but that's also kind of like this.
The vaccine.
Yeah, COVID. Okay, and here's my point earlier: is that what I see is that the political divide is like a whirlpool that's pulling everything into it, and in that whirlpool, thinking is done with the primitive mind tribes. And so I get, okay, obviously something like race, right? That makes sense. That also right now, the topic of race, for example, or gender, these things are in the whirlpool. But that at least is like, okay, that's something that the primitive mind would always get really worked up about. It taps into like our deepest kind of like primal selves. COVID, make this COVID in a way too, but climate change, like that should just be something that our rational brains are like, let's solve this complex problem. Yeah. But the problem is that it's all gotten sucked into the red versus blue whirlpool, and once that happens, it's in the hands of the primitive minds, and we're losing our ability to be wise together, to make decisions. It's like the big species brain is like, or the big American brain is like drunk at the wheel, right? And we're about to go into a future with more and more big technologies, scary things. We have to make big right decisions, and not we're getting dumber as a collective, and that's part of this environmental problem.
So within the space of technologists and the space of scientists, we should allow the arrows. That's one of the saddest things to me about is like the scientists. Like I've seen arrogance. There's a lot of mechanisms that maintain the tribe. It's the arrogance. It's how you built up this mechanism that defends this wall that defends against the arrows. It's arrogance, credentialism, like just ego, really. And then it protects you from actually challenging your own ideas, this ideal of science that makes science beautiful in a time of fear and in a time of division created by perhaps politicians that leverage the fear. It, like you said, makes the whole system dumber. The science system dumber, the tech developer system dumber if they don't allow the challenging of ideas.
What's really bad is that, like, in a normal environment, you're always going to have echo chambers. And so what's the opposite of an echo chamber? I created a term for it because I think we need it, which is called an idea lab. An idea lab, right? It's like people act like scientists, even if they're not doing science. They just treat their ideas like science experiments, and they toss them out there, and everyone disagrees. And disagreement is like the game. Everyone likes to disagree, on a certain text thread where everyone is just, saying, it's almost like someone throws something out and just it's an impulse of the rest of the group to say, I think you're being like overly general there, or I think like, aren't you kind of being? I think that's like your bias showing. And it's like no one's getting offended because it's like we're all just messing. We all, of course, respect each other. Obviously, we're just trashing each other's ideas, and that the whole group becomes smarter. You're always going to have idea labs and echo chambers, right, in different communities, and most of us participate in both of them. And maybe in your marriage is a great idea lab. You love to disagree with your spouse, and maybe but this group of friends or your family at home, in front of that sister, you do not bring up politics because she's now enforced. When that happens, her bullying is forcing the whole room to be an echo chamber to appease her. Now, what scares me is that usually you have these things existing kind of in bubbles, and usually there's they each have their natural defenses against each other. So an echo chamber person stays in their echo chamber. They don't they will cut you out. They don't like to be friends with people who disagree with them. You notice that they will cut you out. They'll cut out their parents if they voted for Trump or whatever, right? So that's how they do it. They will say, I'm going to stay inside of an echo chamber safely. So my ideas, which I identify with, because my primitive mind is doing the thinking, are not going to ever have to get challenged because it feels so scary and awful for that to happen. But if they leave and they go into an ideal lab environment, people are going to say, what? No, they're going to disagree. And they're going to say, and the person's going to try to bully them. They're going to say, that's really offensive. And people are going to say, no, it's not. And they're going to immediately say, these people are assholes, right? So the echo chamber person, it doesn't have much power once they leave the echo chamber. Likewise, the Idea Lab person, they have this great environment, but if they go into an echo chamber where everyone else is, and they do that, they will get kicked out of the group. They'll get branded as something, a denier, a racist, a right winger, a radical. These nasty words. The thing that I don't like right now is that the echo chambers have found ways to forcefully expand into places that normally have a pretty good immune system against echo chambers, like universities, like science journals, places where usually it's like there's a strong Idea Lab culture. They're veritas, that's an Idea Lab slogan. You have is that these people have found a way to. A lot of people have found a way to actually go out of their thing and keep their echo chamber by making sure that everyone is scared because they can punish anyone, whether you're in their community or not.
That's all brilliantly put. When's the book coming out? Any idea?
June, July? We're not quite sure yet.
Okay, I can't wait. It's awesome. Do you have a title yet, or you can't talk about that?
Still working on it.
Okay. If it's okay, just a couple of questions from Mailbag. I just love these. I would love to hear you riff on these. So one is about film and music. Why do we prefer to watch? The question goes: why do we prefer to watch a film we haven't watched before, but we want to listen to songs that we have heard hundreds of times? This question and your answer really started to make me think. Like, yeah, that's true. That's really interesting. Like, we draw that line somehow. So what's the answer?
So I think, let's use these two minds again. I think that when your higher mind is the one who's taking something in and they're really interested, what are the lyrics? Or I'm going to learn something, or what, they're reading a book or whatever, and the higher mind is trying to get information. And once it has it, there's no point in listening to it again. It has the information. Your rational brain is like, I got it. But when you eat a good meal or have sex or whatever, that's something you can do again and again because it actually, your primitive brain loves it, right? And it never gets bored of things that it loves. So I think music is a very primal thing. I think music goes right into our primitive brain a lot. I think it's a collaboration. Your rational brain is absorbing the actual message, but I think it's all about emotions and even more than emotions. It literally music taps into like some very, very deep, primal part of us. And so when you hear a song once, even some of your favorite songs, the first time you heard it, you were like, I guess that's kind of catchy. Yeah. And then then you end up loving it on the 10th listen. But sometimes you even don't even like a song. You're like, oh, this song sucks. You find yourself on the 40th time because it's on the radio all the time, just kind of being like, oh, I love this song. And you're like, man, I hated this song. And what's happening is that the sound is actually, music's actually carving a pathway in your brain. And it's a dance. And when your brain knows what's coming, it can dance. It knows the steps. So your brain is your internal kind of, your brain is actually dancing with the music, and it knows the steps, and it can anticipate. And so there's something about having memorized the song that makes it incredibly enjoyable to us. But when we hear it for the first time, we don't know where it's going to go. We're like an awkward dancer. We don't know the steps, and your primitive brain can't really have that much fun. That's how I feel.
And in the movies, that's less primitive. That's the story. You're taking in.
But a really good movie that we really love, often we will watch it like 12 times, and still like it. Not that many, but versus if you're watching a talk show, right? If you're listening to one of your podcasts is a perfect example. There's not many people that will listen to one of your podcasts, no matter how good it is, 12 times, because it's you once you've got it, you've got it. It's a form of information that's very higher mind focused. That's how it is.
Well, the funny thing is there is people that listen to a podcast episode many, many times, and often I think the reason for that is not because of the information, is the chemistry, is the music of the conversation.
Yeah.
So it's not the actual.
It's the art of it they like.
Yeah. They'll fall in love with some kind of person, some weird personality, and they'll just be listening to. They'll be captivated by the beat of that kind of person.
Or like a stand-up comic, I've watched like certain things, like episodes, like 20 times. Yeah. Even though
I have to ask you about the wizard hat. You wrote a blog about Neuralink. I got a chance to visit Neuralink a couple of times, hanging out with those folks. That was one of the pieces of writing you did that like changes culture and changes the way people think about a thing. The ridiculousness of your stick figure drawings are somehow it's like it's like calling the origin of the universe the Big Bang. The silly title, but it somehow sticks to be the representative of that. In the same way the wizard hat from Neuralink is somehow was a really powerful way to explain that. You actually proposed that the Man of the Year cover of Time should be
One of my drawings.
one of your drawings.
Yes, yeah.
It's an outrage that it wasn't.
It was.
Okay. So, what are your thoughts about, like, all those years later about Neuralink? Do you find this idea, like, what excites you about it? Is it the big long-term philosophical things? Is it the practical things? Do you think it's super difficult to do on the neurosurgery side, and the material engineering, the robotics side? Or do you think the machine learning side for the brain-computer interfaces where they get to learn about each other, all that kind of stuff? I would just love to get your thoughts, because you're one of the people that really considered this problem, really studied it, of brain-computer interfaces.
I mean, I'm super excited about it. I really think it's actually Elon's most ambitious thing, more than colonizing Mars, because that's just a bunch of people going somewhere, even though it's somewhere far. Neuralink is changing what a person is, eventually. Now, I think that Neuralink engineers and Elon himself would all be the first to admit that it is a maybe whether they can do their goals here. I mean, it is so crazy ambitious to try to, their eventual goals are, of course, in the interim, they have a higher probability of accomplishing smaller things, which are still huge, like basically solving paralysis, stroke, Parkinson, things like that. I mean, it can be unbelievable. And, anyone who doesn't have one of these things, like we might, everyone should be very happy about this kind of helping with different disabilities. But the thing that is like, so the grand goal is this augmentation, where you take someone who's totally healthy and you put a brain machine interface in any way to give them superpowers. It's the possibilities if they can do this, if they can really. So, they've already shown that they are for real. They created this robot. Elon talks about, like, it should be like LASIK, where it shouldn't be something that needs a surgeon. This shouldn't just be for rich people who have waited in line for 6 months. This should be for anyone who can afford LASIK, and eventually, hopefully, something that isn't covered by insurance, or something that anyone can do. Something this big a deal should be something that anyone can afford eventually. And when we have this, again, I'm talking about a very advanced phase down the road. So maybe a less advanced phase, maybe right now. If you think about when you listen to a song, what's happening? Do you actually hear the sound? Well, not really. It's that the sound is coming out of the speaker. The speaker is vibrating. It's vibrating air molecules. Those air molecules, get vibrated all the way to your head, the pressure wave, and then it vibrates your eardrum. Your eardrum is really the speaker now in your head that then vibrates bones and fluid, which stimulates neurons in your auditory cortex, which give you the perception that you're hearing sound. Now, if you think about that, do we really need to have a speaker to do that? You could just somehow, if you had a little tiny thing that could vibrate eardrums, you could do it that way. That seems very hard. But really what you need is you go to the very end, but the thing that really needs to happen is your auditory cortex neurons need to be stimulated in a certain way. If you have a ton of Neuralink things in there, Neuralink electrodes, and they get really good at stimulating things, you could play a song in your head that you hear that is not playing anywhere. There's no sound in the room, but you hear it, and no one else could. It's not like they can get close to your head and hear it. There's no sound. They could not hear anything, but you hear sound. You can turn up. If you open your phone, you have the Neuralink app. You open the Neuralink app, or just Neuralink. So basically, you can open your Spotify and you can play to, you can play to your speaker, you can play to your computer, you can play right out of your phone to your headphones, or you now have a new one. You can play into your brain. And this is one of the earlier things. This is something that seems like really doable. So no more headphones. I always think it's so annoying because I can leave the house with just my phone, and nothing else, or even just an Apple Watch. There's always this one thing, like, and headphones. You do need your headphones, right? So I feel like that'll be the end of that. But there's so many things that you keep going. The ability to think together. You can talk about, like, super brains. I mean, one of the examples Elon uses is the low bandwidth of speech. If I go to a movie and I come out of a scary movie, and you say, "How was it?" I said, "Oh, it was terrifying." Well, what did I just do? I just gave you. I had 5 buckets I could have given you. One was horrifying, terrifying, scary, eerie, creepy, whatever. That's about it. And I had a much more nuanced experience than that. And all I have is, these words, right? And so instead I just hand you the bucket. Well, I put the stuff in the bucket and give it to you, but all you have is the bucket. You just have to guess what I put into that bucket. All you can do is look at the label of the bucket and say, when I say terrifying, here's what I mean. So the point is, it's very lossy. I have all this nuanced information of what I thought of the movie, and I'm sending you a very low-res package that you're going to now guess what the high-res thing looked like. That's language in general. Our thoughts are much more nuanced. We can think to each other. We can do amazing things. We could have a brainstorm that doesn't feel like, we're not talking in each other's heads. Not just that I hear your voice. No. We are just thinking. No words are being said internally or externally. The two brains are literally collaborating. It's a skill. I'm sure we'd have to get good at it. I'm sure young kids will be great at it and old people will do that.
Yeah.
But you think together, and together you have the joint epiphany. And now how about 8 people doing it, right? So it gets, there's other examples. How about when you're a dress designer or a bridge designer and you want to show people what your dress looks like? Well, right now you got to sketch it for a long time. Here, just beam it onto the screen from your head so you can picture it. If you can picture a tree in your head, well, you can just suddenly, whatever's in your head, you can be pictured. So we'll have to get very good at it, right? It's going to take a skill, right? You're going to have to, but the possibilities, my God, talk about I feel like if that works, if we really do have that as something, I think it'll almost be like a new ADBC line. It's such a big change that the idea of anyone living before everyone had brain machine interfaces is living in before the common era. It's that level of big change, if it can work.
Yeah, and replay of memories, just replaying stuff in your head.
Oh my God, yeah. And copying, you can hopefully copy memories onto other things, and you don't have to just rely on your wet circuitry.
It does make me sad because you're right. The brain is incredibly neuroplastic, and so it can adjust. It can learn how to do this. I think it'll be a skill. But probably you and I will be too old to truly learn.
Maybe we can there'll be great trainings. I'm spending the next 3 months in one of the Neuralink trainings.
But it'll still be a bit of grandpa can't.
Definitely. This is, I always think, how am I going to be old? I'm like, no, I'm going to be great at the new phones. It's not going to be the phones. It's going to be the kid's going to be thinking to me. I'm going to be like, can you just talk, please? And they're going to be like, okay, I'll just talk. And they're going to. So that'll be the equivalent of, yelling to your grandkids today.
I really suspect, I don't know what your thoughts are, but I grew up in a time when physical contact and interaction was valuable. I just feel like that's going to go the way, that's going to disappear.
Why? I mean, is there anything more intimate than thinking with each other? I mean, you talk about, once we were all doing that, it might feel like, man, everyone was so isolated from each other.
Yeah, sorry. So I didn't say that intimacy disappears. I just meant physical, having to be in the same, having to touch each other. Is
people like that. If it is important, won't there be whole waves of people start to say, there's all these articles that come out about how, in our metaverse, we've lost something important, and then now there's a huge, first the hippies start doing it, and then eventually it becomes this big wave, and now everyone, won't if something truly is lost, won't we recover it?
Well, I think from first principles, all of the components are there to engineer intimate experiences in the metaverse or in the cyberspace, and so to me, I don't see anything profoundly unique to the physical experience. I don't understand.
But then why are you saying there's a loss there?
No, just sad because I won't. Oh, it's a loss for me personally because the world.
So then you do think there's something unique in that physical experience?
For me, because I was raised with it.
Oh,
yeah. So anything you're raised with, you fall in love with. Like people in this country came up with baseball. I was raised in the Soviet Union. I don't understand baseball. I like it, but I don't love it the way Americans love it. It's because a lot of times they went to baseball games with the father, and then there's that family connection. There's a young kid dreaming about, I don't know, becoming an MLB player himself. I don't know, something like that. But that's what you're raised with, obviously, is really important. But I mean, fundamentally to the human experience, listen, we're doing this podcast in person, so clearly I still value it. But
it's true. If this were, obviously through a screen, we all agree that's not the same.
Yeah, it's not the same.
But if this were some, we had contact lenses on and maybe Neuralink, maybe, again, this is all, the devices, even if it's as cool as a contact lens, that's all old school.
Yeah.
Once you have the brain machine interface,
Right.
it'll just be projection of, it'll take over my visual cortex. My visual cortex will get put into a virtual room, and so will yours. So we will really hear and see as if where you won't have any mask, no VR mask needed. And at that point, it really will feel like you will forget. You'll say, were we together and physically or not? You won't even, it'd be so unimportant, you won't even remember.
And you're right. This is one of those shifts in society that changes everything.
But romantically, people still need to be together. That there's a whole set of like physical things with relationship that are needed.
Like what? Like sex?
Sex, but also just like that. There's pheromones. Like there's the physical touch is that's like music. It goes to such a deeply primitive part of us that what physical touch with a romantic partner does. That I think that. So I'm sure there'll be a whole wave of people who their new thing is that you're romantically involved with people you never actually are in person with, and I'm sure there'll be things where you can actually smell what's in the room and you can
and touch.
Yeah, but I think that'll be one of the last things to go. I think there's something that to me seems like something that'll be a while before people feel like there's nothing lost by not being.
It's very difficult to replicate the human interaction.
Although sex also, again, you could. Not to get too like weird, but you could have a thing where you're basically, let's just do a massage because it's less like awkward. But like,
everyone is still imagining sex. So
a masseuse could massage a fake body, and you could feel whatever's happening. Right, so you're lying down in your apartment alone, but you're feeling a full.
That'll be the new like YouTube or like streaming, where it's one masseuse massaging one body, but like 1,000 people are experiencing.
Exactly. Right. Think about it. Right now, Taylor Swift doesn't play for one person. It has to go around, and every one of her fans she has to go play for, or a book. Right. Yeah. You do it, and it goes everywhere. So it'll be the same idea.
You've written and thought a lot about AI. So AI safety specifically. You've mentioned you're actually starting a podcast, which is awesome. You're so good at talking, so good at thinking, so good at being weird in the most beautiful of ways. But you've been thinking about this AI safety question. Where today does your concern lie for the near future, for the long-term future? Like quite a bit of stuff happened, including with Elon's work at Tesla Autopilot. There's a bunch of amazing robots with Boston Dynamics and everyone's favorite vacuum robot, iRobot, Roomba, and then there's obviously the applications of machine learning for recommender systems in Twitter, Facebook, and so on, and face recognition for surveillance. All these kinds of things are happening. Just a lot of incredible use of not the face recognition, but the incredible use of deep learning, machine learning to capture information about people and try to recommend to them what they want to consume next. Some of that can be abused, some of that can be used for good, like for Netflix or something like that. What are your thoughts about all this?
Yeah, I mean, I really don't think humans are very smart. All things considered, I think we're like limited, and we're dumb enough that we're very easily manipulable. Not just like our emotions. People can our emotions can be pulled like puppet strings. I mean, again, I do look at what's going on with political polarization now, and I see a lot of puppet string emotions happening. So yeah, there's a lot to be scared of for sure, like very scared of. I get excited about a lot of very specific things. Like one of the things I get excited about is I like the future of wearables, right? Again, I think that they're like, the wrist, the Fitbit around my wrist is going to see, the Whoop is going to seem really hilariously old school in 20 years.
Like with Neuralink.
Wear like a big bracelet, right? It's going to turn into little sensors in our blood probably, or even infrared. Just things that are going to be collecting 100 times more data than it collects now, more nuanced data, more specific to our body, and it's going to be super reliable. But that's the hardware side, and then the software is going to be. And this is I've not done my deep dive. This is all speculation, but the software is going to get really good, and this is the AI component. And so I get excited about specific things like that. Like think about if hardware were able to collect. First of all, the hardware knows your whole genome, and we know a lot more about what a genome sequence means, because you can collect your genome now, and we just don't know much. We don't have much to do with that information. As AI gets, so now you have your genome, you've got what's in your blood at any given moment, all the levels of everything. right? You have the exact width of your heart arteries at any given moment. You've got
all the viruses that ever visited your body, because there's a trace of it. So you have all the pathogens, all the things that like you should be concerned about health wise and might have threatened you. You might be immune from all of that kind of stuff.
also, of course, it knows how fast your heart is beating, and it knows how much you know exactly the amount of exercise. It knows your muscle mass and your weight and all that, but it also maybe can even know your emotions. I mean, if emotions, what are they? Where do they come from? Probably pretty obvious chemicals once we get in there. So again, Neuralink can be involved here, maybe in collecting information. Because right now you have to do the thing. What's your mood right now? It's hard to even assess. And you're in a bad mood. It's hard to even. But
by the way, just as a shout out, Lisa Feldman Barrett, who's a neuroscientist at Northeastern, just wrote like a few years ago, wrote a whole book saying our expression of emotions has nothing to do with the experience of emotions. So you really actually want to be measuring.
That's exactly. And you can tell because one of these apps pops up and says, how do you feel right now? Good, bad? I'm like, I don't know. Like, I feel bad right now because the thing popping up reminded me that I'm procrastinating. So I was on my phone. I should be, I'm like, that's not my, So I think it will probably be able to get all this info, right? Now the AI can go to town. Think about when the AI gets really good at this, and it knows your genome, and it knows it can just. I want the AI to just tell me what to do. When it turns out, okay, for when so how about this? Now imagine attaching that to a meal service, right? And the meal service has everything, all these, million ingredients and supplements and vitamins and everything. And I tell the AI my broad goals. I want to gain muscle, or I want to, maintain my weight, but I want to have more energy, or whatever. I just want to be very healthy. And obviously everyone wants the same 10 basic things, like you want to avoid cancer, you want to, various things, you want to age slower. So now the AI has my goals, and a drone comes at, a little thing pops up and it says beep, beep, 15 minutes you're going to eat, because it knows that's the right time for my body to eat. 15 minutes later, a little slot opens in my wall where a drone has come from the factory, the food factory, and dropped the perfect meal for that moment for me, for my mood, for my genome, for my blood contents. And it's because it knows my goals. So, it knows I want to feel energy at this time, and then I want to wind down here. So those things you have to tell it.
Well, plus the pleasure thing, it knows what kind of components of a meal you've enjoyed in the past, so you can assemble the perfect meal.
Exactly. It knows you way better than you know yourself. Better than any human could ever know you. And a little thing pops up. You still have some choice, right? It pops up and it says coffee, because it knows that my cutoff. It says I can have coffee for the next 15 minutes only, because at that point it knows how long it stays in my system. It knows what my sleep is like when I have it too late. It knows I have to wake up at this time tomorrow, because that's my calendar. And so I think a lot of this is I think something that humans are wrong about, is that most people will hear this and be like, that sounds awful. That sounds dystopian. No, it doesn't. It sounds incredible. And if we all had this, we would not look back and be like, I wish I was making awful choices every day like I was in the past. And then these are important decisions. Your important decision-making energy, your important focus and your attention can go onto your kids and on your work and on, helping other people and things that matter. And so I think AI when I think about personal lifestyle stuff like that, I really love I love thinking about that. I think it's going to be and I think we'll all be so much healthier. When we look back today, one of the things that's going to look so primitive is the one-size-fits-all thing. You're getting reading advice about keto. Each genome is going to have very specific, unique advice coming from AI, and so
yeah, the customization that's enabled by collection of data and the use of AI. A lot of people think they think of the worst-case scenario of that data being used by authoritarian governments to control you, all that kind of stuff. They don't think about, most likely, especially in a capitalist society, it's most likely going to be used as part of a competition to get you the most delicious and healthy meal possible as fast as possible. Yeah, so the world will definitely be much better with the integration of data. But of course, you want to be able to be transparent and honest about how that data is misused, and that's why it's important to have free speech and people to speak out, when some bullshit is being done by companies.
That we need to have our wits about us as a society. This is free speech is the mechanism by which the big brain can think for itself, can think straight, can see straight.
Mm-hmm.
When you take away free speech, when you start saying that, and every topic, when any topic's political, it becomes treacherous to talk about. So forget the government taking away free speech. If the culture penalizes nuanced conversation about any topic that's political, and the politics is so all-consuming, and it's such a incredible market to polarize people, for media to polarize people and to bring any topic it can into that and get people hooked on it as a political topic, we become a very dumb society. So free speech goes away as far as it matters. People like to say, "Oh, it's not." You don't even know what free speech is. Free speech is, your free speech is not being violated. It's like, no, you're right. My First Amendment rights are not being violated. But the culture of free speech, which is the second ingredient of two, you need the First Amendment and you need the culture of free speech, and now you have free speech. And the culture is much more specific. You obviously can have a culture that believes people right now. Take any topic again that has to do with some very sensitive topics, police shootings, or what's going on in K-12 schools, or even climate change. Take any of these, and the First Amendment's still there. You're not going to get arrested, no matter what you say. The culture of free speech is gone because you will be destroyed. Your life can be over, as far as it matters, if you say the wrong thing. But even, but a really vigorous culture of free speech, you get no penalty at all for even saying something super dumb. People will say, people will laugh and be like, well, that was kind of hilariously offensive and not at all correct. You're wrong. And here's why. But no one's mad at you. Now, the brain is thinking at its best. The IQ of the big brain is as high as it can be in that culture. And the culture where you say something wrong and people say, "Oh wow, you've changed. Oh wow, look, this is his real colors." The big brain is dumb.
You still have mutual respect for each other. So you don't think lesser of others when they say a bunch of dumb things. It's just a play of ideas. But you still have respect. You still have love for them. Because I think the worst case is when you have a complete free anarchy of ideas where it's everybody lost hope that something like a truth can even be converged towards. Everybody has their own truth. Then it's just chaos. If you have mutual respect and a mutual goal of arriving at the truth, and the humility that you want to listen to other people's ideas, and a forgiveness that other people's ideas might be dumb as hell, that doesn't mean they're lesser beings, all that kind of stuff. But that's a weird balance to strike.
Right now, people are being trained, little kids, college students, being trained to think the exact opposite way, to think that there's no such thing as objective truth, which is, the objective truth is the N on the compass for every thinker. Doesn't mean we're, necessarily on our way or finding it, but we're all aiming in the same direction. We all believe that there's a place we can eventually get closer to. Not objective truth, teaching them that disagreement is bad, violence. You quickly sound like you're just going on a political rant with this topic, but it's really bad. It's genuinely the worst. If I had my own country, I mean, it's I would teach kids some very specific things that this is doing the exact opposite of, and it sucks. It sucks.
Speaking of which, to escape this, you've tweeted 30 minutes of reading a day equals, this whole video, and it's cool to think about reading as a habit and something that accumulates. You said 30 minutes of reading a day equals 1,000 books in 50 years. I love thinking about this, chipping away at the mountain. Can you expand on that? Sort of the habit of reading. How do you recommend people read?
Yeah. I mean, it's incredible if you do something a little of something every day. It compiles. It compiles. I always think about the people who achieve these incredible things in life. These great, famous, legendary people. They have the same number of days that you do, and it's not like they were doing magical days. They just they got a little done every day, and that adds up to a monument. They're putting one brick in a day. Eventually, they have this building, this legendary building. So you can take writing. Someone who, there's two aspiring writers. One doesn't ever write, manages to never, zero pages a day. And the other one manages to do 2 pages a week, right? Not very much. The other one does 0 pages a week, 2 pages a week. 98% of both of their time is the same. The other person, just 2%, they're doing one other thing. 1 year later, they write 2 books a year. This prolific person, in 20 years, they've written 40 books. They're one of the most prolific writers of all time. Mm-hmm. They write 2 pages a week. Sorry, that's not true. That was 2 pages a day. okay, 2 pages a week, you're still writing about a book every 2 years. So in 20 years, you've still written 10 books. Also prolific writer, right? Huge, massive writing career. You write 2 pages every Sunday morning. The other person has the same exact week, and they don't do that Sunday morning thing. They are a wannabe writer. They always said they could write. They talk about how they used to be, and nothing happens, right? So it's inspiring, I think, for a lot of people who feel frustrated they're not doing anything. So reading is another example where someone who reads doesn't read, and someone who's a prolific reader. I always think about like the Tyler Cowen types. I'm like, how the hell do you read so much? It's infuriating, Or like James Clear puts out his 10 favorite books of the year, his 20 favorite books of the year. I'm like, 20 favorites? Like, I'm trying to just read 20 books. Like, that would be an amazing year. So, but the thing is, they're not doing something crazy and magical. They're just reading a half hour a night. If you read a half hour a night, the calculation I came to is that you can read 1,000 books in 50 years. So if someone who's 80 and they've read 1,000 books, between 30 and 80, they are extremely well read. They can delve deep into many nonfiction areas. They can be, an amazing fiction reader, avid fiction reader. And again, that's a half hour a day. Some people can do an hour, a half hour in the morning audiobook, half hour at night in bed. Now they've read 2,000 books. So I think it's motivating, and you realize that a lot of times you think that the people who are doing amazing things and you're not, you think that there's a bigger gap between you and them than there really is. On the reading front, I'm a very slow reader, which is just a very frustrating fact about me. But I'm faster with audiobooks. And also it's just hard to get myself to read. But I've started doing audiobooks, and I'll wake up, throw it on, do it in the shower, brushing my teeth, making breakfast, dealing with the dogs, things like that, whatever, until I sit down. And I can read a book every week, a book every 10 days at that clip. And suddenly I'm this big reader because I'm just, while doing my morning stuff, I have it on. And also it's just fun. It makes the morning so fun. I'm like having a great time the whole morning. So I'm like, I'm so into this book. So I think that, audiobooks is another amazing gift to people who have a hard time reading.
I find that's actually an interesting skill. I do audiobooks quite a bit. Like, it's a skill to maintain, at least for me, probably the kind of books I read, which is often like history, or like there's a lot of content. And if you miss parts of it, you miss out on stuff. And so it's a skill to maintain focus. At least for me.
The 10-second back button is very valuable.
Oh,
so I just if I get lost, sometimes the book is so good that I'm thinking about what the person just said, and I just get the skill for me is just remembering to pause. Yeah. And if I don't, no problem, just back. Just 3 quick backs. So that, of course, is not that efficient, but it's. I do the same thing when I'm reading. I'll read a whole paragraph and realize I was tuning out.
Yeah. I haven't actually even considered to try that. I've been so hard on myself maintaining focus because you do get lost in thought. Maybe I should try that.
Yeah, and when you get lost in thought, by the way, you're processing the book. That's not wasted time. That's your brain really categorizing and cataloging what you just read and like.
Well, there's several kinds of thoughts, right? There's thoughts related to the book, and there's a thought that it could take you elsewhere.
Well, I find that if I am continually thinking about something else, I just say I'm not. I'm just positive. Yeah. Especially in the shower or something, when like. That's sometimes when really great thoughts come up. If I'm having all these thoughts about other stuff, I'm saying clearly my mind wants to work on something else. So I'll just pause.
Quiet, Dan Carlin. Right. I'm thinking about something else right now.
Exactly. Also, you can things like you have to head out to the store. Like I'm going to read 20 pages on that trip, just walking back and forth, going to the airport. I mean, flights, the Uber, and then you're walking through the airport. You're sitting in the security line. I'm reading the whole time. Like I know this is not groundbreaking. People know what audiobooks are, but I think that. More people should probably get into them than do. Because I know a lot of people, they have this stubborn kind of things. I don't like, I like to have the paper book, and sure, but like, pretty fun to be able to read.
I still, to this day, I listen to a huge number of audiobooks and podcasts, but the most impactful experiences for me are still reading. And I read very, very slow. And it's very frustrating when, like, you go to these websites, like, that estimate how long a book takes on average. Those are always annoying.
They do, like, a page a minute when I read, like, best a page every 2 minutes at best.
At best, when you're like really like actually not pausing.
My ADD. It's like I just it's hard to keep focusing, and I also like to really absorb. So on the other side of things, when I finish a book, 10 years later, I'll be like, that scene when this happens, and another friend of read it, be like, what? I don't remember any like details. And I'm like, I can tell you like the entire. So I absorb the shit out of it. but I don't think it's worth it to like have to read so much less in my life.
I actually, so in terms of going to the airport, in these like filler moments of life, I do a lot of, there's an app called Anki. I don't know if you know about it. It's a space repetition app. So there's all of these facts I have when I read, I write it down if I want to remember it. And you review it. And the things you remember, it takes longer and longer to bring back up. It's like flashcards, but a digital app. It's called Anki. I recommend it to a lot of people. There's a huge community of people that are just like obsessed with it.
ANKE?
ANKI. So this is extremely well-known app and idea, like among students who are like medical students, like people that really have to study. Like this is not like fun stuff. They really have to memorize a lot of things. They have to remember them well. They have to be able to integrate them with a bunch of ideas. So, and I find it to be really useful for like when you read history, if you think this particular factoid, they'd probably be extremely useful for you because you're that'd be interesting actually thought because you talked about like opening up a trillion tabs and reading things. You probably want to remember some facts you read along the way. Like you might remember, okay, this thing I can't directly put into the writing, but it's a cool little factoid. I want to
all the time
store that in there. And that's why I go Anki, drop it in. And
you can just drop it in.
Yeah.
You drop in a line of a podcast, like a video?
Well, no.
I guess I can type it though.
So yes. So Anki, there's a bunch of, it's called Space Repetitions. There's a bunch of apps that are much nicer than Anki. Anki is the ghetto, like Craigslist version, but it has a giant community because people are like, we don't want features. We want a text box. Like it's very basic, very stripped out. So you can drop in stuff. You can drop in.
That sounds really. I can't believe I have not come across this.
You actually, once you look into
it,
you realize that how have I not come? You are the person.
Yeah.
I guarantee you'll probably write a blog about it. I can't believe you actually haven't.
Well, it's also just like
your people too.
And my people say, "What do you write about?" Literally anything I find interesting. And so for me, once you start a blog, like your entire worldview becomes with the Figa blog post. But this way, that's the lens I see everything through. But I'm constantly coming across something, or just a tweet, something that I'm like, "Ooh, I need to like share this with my readers." My readers to me are like my friends who I'm like, I need to tell them about this. And so I feel like just a place to, I collect things in a document right now if it's like really good, but it's the little factoids and stuff like that. I think, especially if I'm learning something. I'm like,
so the problem is when you say stuff, when you look at it, a tweet, and all that kind of stuff, is you also need to couple that with a system for review. Because what Anki does is like literally, it determines for me, I don't have to do anything. There's this giant pile of things I saved, and it brings up to me, okay, here's, I don't know, when Churchill did something, right? I'm reading about World War II a lot now. Like a particular event. Here's that. Do you remember what year that happened? And you say yes or no, or like you get to pick. You get to see the answer, and you get to self-evaluate how well you remember that fact. And if you remember well, it'll be another month before you see it again. If you don't remember, it'll bring it up again. That's a way to review tweets, to review concepts.
Yeah.
And it offloads the process of selecting which parts you're supposed to review and not. And you can grow that library. I mean, obviously, medical students use it for like tens of thousands of facts. And
it just gamifies it too. It's like you can passively sit back and the thing will like make sure you eventually learn it all. Versus, you don't have to be the executive calling that like the program, the memorization program someone else is handling.
I would love to hear about like you trying it out or space repetition is an idea. There's a few other apps, but Anki's the big one.
I totally want to try it.
You've written and spoken quite a bit about procrastination. I, like you, suffer from procrastination, like many other people suffer in quotes. How do we avoid procrastination?
I don't think the suffer is in quotes. I think that's a huge part of the problem. Is that it's treated like a silly problem. People don't take it seriously as a dire problem, but it can be. It can ruin your life. There's we talked about the compiling concept with if you read a little. If you write 2 pages a week, you write a book every 2 years. You're a prolific writer, right? And the difference between, again, it's not that person's working so hard. It's that they have the ability to, when they commit to something, like on Sunday mornings, when they write 2 pages, that's it. They respect. They respect the part of them that made that decision is a respected character in their brain, and they say, well, I decided it, so I'm going to do it. Procrastinator won't do those 2 pages. That's just exactly the kind of thing the procrastinator will keep on their list and they will not do. But it doesn't mean they're any less talented than the writer who does the 2 pages. Doesn't mean they want it any less. Maybe they want it even more. And it doesn't mean that they wouldn't be just as happy having done it as the writer who does it. So what they're missing out on, picture a writer who writes 10 books, bestsellers, and they go on these book tours, and they're so gratified with their career, and they think about what the other person is missing who does none of that, right? So that is a massive loss, and it's because the internal mechanism in their brain is not doing what the other person's is. So they don't have the respect for the part of them that made the choice. They feel like it's someone they can disregard. And so, to me, is this in the same boat as someone who is obese because their eating habits make them obese over time, or their exercise habits. That's a huge loss for that person. That person is the health problems and it's just probably making them miserable. And it's self-inflicted, right? It's self-defeating, but that doesn't make an easy problem to fix just because you're doing it to yourself. So to me, procrastination is another one of these where you are the only person in your own way. You are, you are failing at something or not doing something that you really want to do. It doesn't have to be work. Maybe you want to get out of that marriage that you realize it hits you shouldn't be in this marriage. You should get divorced, and you wait 20 extra years before you do it, or you don't do it at all. That is, you're not living the life that you should be living, right? And so I think it's fascinating. Now, the problem is it's also a funny problem because there's short-term procrastination, which I talk about as, the kind that has a deadline. Now, some people, this is when I bring in, there's different characters. There's the panic monster comes in the room, and that's when you actually, the procrastinator can, there's different levels. There's the kind that even when there's a deadline, they stop panicking. They given up, and they really have a problem. Then there's the kind that when there's a deadline, they'll do it, but they'll wait to the last second. Both of those people, I think, have a huge problem once there's no deadline. And most of the important things in life, there's no deadline, which is, changing your career, becoming a writer when you never have been before, getting out of your relationship, be doing whatever you need to, the changes you need to make in order to get into a relationship. There's the thing after
launching a startup, right? Or once you've launched a startup, firing someone that needs to be fired, right?
Yes.
I mean, going out for fundraising instead of just trying to, there's so many moments when the big change that you should be making that would completely change your life if you just did it has no deadline. It just has to be coming from yourself. And I think that a ton of people have a problem where they think this delusion that, I'm going to do that. I'm definitely going to do that, but not this week, not this month, not today, because whatever. And they make this excuse again and again, and it just sits there on their list collecting dust. And so, yeah, to me, it is a very real suffering.
And the fix is in fixing the habits. Just
I'm still working on the fix, first of all. So there's just say you have a boat that sucks and it's leaking and it's gonna sink. You can fix it with duct tape for a couple, for a one ride or whatever. That's not really fixing the boat, but it can get you by. So there's duct tape solutions. Mm-hmm. To me, so the panic monster is the character that rushes into the room once the deadline gets too close or once there's some scary external pressure, not just from yourself. And that's a huge aid to a lot of procrastinators. Again, there's a lot of people who won't, do that thing. They've been writing that book they wanted to write, but there's way fewer people who will not show up to the exam. Mm-hmm. Most people show up to the exam. So
That's because the panic monster is gonna freak out if they don't. So you can create a panic monster if you wanna. You really want to write music. You really want to become a singer-songwriter. Well, book a venue. Tell 40 people about it and say, hey, on this day 2 months from now, come and see. I'm gonna play you some of my songs. You now have a panic monster. You're gonna write songs. You're gonna have it, right? So there's duct tape things. You can do things. People do. I've done a lot of this with a friend, and I say, if I don't get X done by a week from now, I have to donate a lot of money somewhere I don't want to donate.
And you would put that in the category of duct tape solutions.
Yeah, because it's not. Why do I need that, right? If I really had solved this is something I want to do for me. It's selfish. I just literally just want to be selfish here and do the work I need to do to get the goals I want to get, right? There's a much, all the incentives should be in the right place. And yet, if I don't say that, it'll be a week from now and I won't have done it. Something weird is going on. There's some resistance. There's some force that is in my own way, right? And so doing something where I have to pay all this money, okay, now I'll panic and I'll do it. So that's duct tape. Fixing the boat is something where I don't have to do that. I just will do the things that it's not, I'm not talking about super crazy work ethic. Just like, for example, okay, I have a lot of examples because I have a serious problem that I've been working on. And in some ways I've gotten really successful at solving it. In other ways I'm still floundering. So
you're the world's greatest duct taper.
Yes. Well, I'm pretty good at duct taping. I probably could be even better. And I'm
you're procrastinating and becoming a better duct taper.
Literally, yes. There's nothing I won't. So here's what I know what I should do. Right? It's very obvious to me is that I should wake up. I don't have to be crazy. I don't 6 a.m. or anything insane. Or I'm not going to be one of those crazy people at 5:30 jogs. I'm going to wake up at whatever 7:30, 8:30, and I should have a block just say 9 to noon. Where I get up and I just really quick make some coffee and
it's obvious because all the great writers in history did exactly that. Some
of them have done that. That's common. There's some that I like these writers. They do the late night sessions, but most of them they do wake up.
There's a session that's
most writers write in the morning, and there's a reason. I don't think I'm different than those people. It's a great time to write. You're fresh, right? Your ideas from dreaming have kind of collected. You have all new answers that you didn't have yesterday, and you can just go. But more importantly, if I just had a routine where I wrote from 9 to noon, weekdays, every week would have a minimum of 15 focused hours of writing, which doesn't sound like a lot, but it's a lot. 15. No, this is no joke. This is you're not, your phone's away, you're not talking to anyone, you're not opening your email, you are focused writing for 3 hours, 5. That's a big week for most writers. Right? So now what's happening is that every weekday is a minimum of a B. I'll give myself. An A might be, wow, I really just got into a flow and wrote for 6 hours and had, great. But it's a minimum of a B. I can keep going if I want. And every week is a minimum of a B with those 15 hours, right? And if I just talk about compiling, this is the 2 pages a week. If I just did that every week, I'd achieve all my writing goals in my life. And yet, I wake up and most days I just either I'll revenge procrastination late at night and go to bed way too late and then wake up later and get on a bad schedule and I just fall into these bad schedules, or I'll wake up and there's just I'll say I was going to do a few emails and I'll open it up and I'm something I'm texting, or I'll just go and I'll make a phone call and I'll be on phone calls for 3 hours. It's always something.
Yeah.
Or I'll start writing and then I hit a little bit of a wall, but because this is a sacred writing block, I'll just hit the wall and say, well, this is icky, and I'll go do something else. So duct tape, what I've done is Wait But Why has one employee, Alicia. She's the manager of lots of things. That's her role. She truly does lots of things. And one of the things we started doing is either she comes over and sits next to me where she can see my screen from 9 to noon. That's all it takes. The thing about procrastination is usually they're not kicking and screaming, I don't want to do this. It's the feeling of, in the old days when you had to go to class. Your lunch block is over and it's like, oh, shit, class in 5 minutes. Or it's Monday morning, you go, oh, yeah. But you said, you go. You say, okay. And then you get to class and it's not that bad once you're there, right? You have a trainer and he says, okay, next set. And you go, oh, okay. And you do it. That's all it is. It's some external thing being like, okay, I have to do this. And then you have that moment of like, oh, this sucks, but I guess I'll do it. No one's there though. The problem with the procrastinators, they don't have that person in their head. Other people, I think, were raised with a sense of shame if they don't do stuff, and that stick in their head is hugely helpful I don't really have that. And so, anyway, Alicia's sitting there next to me. So she's doing her own work, but she can see my screen, and she, of all people, knows exactly what I should be doing, what I shouldn't be doing. That's all it takes. The shame of just having her see me while she's sitting there not working would just be it's too weird, too embarrassing. So I get it done, and it's amazing. It's a game changer for me. So duct tape can solve. Sometimes duct tape is enough, but I'm curious to. I'm still trying to. What is going on?
Yeah.
I think part of it is that we are actually wired. I think I'm being very sane human. Actually, is what's happening. Or not sane is not the right word. I'm being a natural human, that we are not programmed to sit there and do homework of a certain kind that we get the results like 6 months later. Like that is not. So we're supposed to, conserve energy and like fulfill our needs as we need them and like do immediate things. And we're overriding our natural ways when we wake up and get to it. And I think sometimes it's because the pain, I think a lot of times we're just avoiding suffering. And for a lot of people, the pain of not doing it is actually worse because they feel shame. So if they don't get up and take a jog and get up early and get to work, I'll feel like a bad person. And that is worse than doing those things. And then it becomes a habit eventually, and it becomes just easy, automatic. It becomes, I do it because that's what I do. But I think that if you don't have a lot of shame necessarily, the pain of doing those things is worse in the immediate moment than not doing it. And yeah.
But I think that there's this feeling that you capture with your body language, and so I don't want to do another set. That feeling, the people I've seen that are good at not procrastinating are the ones that have trained themselves to, like, the moment they would be having that feeling, it's like Zen, like Sam Harris style Zen. You don't experience that feeling.
Yeah.
You just march forward. Like I talked to Elon about this a lot actually offline. It's like he doesn't have this.
No,
it's like,
clearly not.
It's the way I think he talks about it, and the way I think about it is it's like you just pretend you're like a machine running an algorithm. Like this, you should be doing this, not because somebody told you so on. This is probably the thing you want to do. Like look at the big picture of your life and just run the algorithm. Like ignore your feelings, just run as if.
Like frame it differently.
Yeah.
You can frame it as like it can feel like homework, or it can feel like you're living your best life or something when you're doing your work.
Yeah. Maybe reframe it, but I think ultimately is whatever reframing you need to do. You just need to do it for a few weeks, and that's how the habit is formed, and you stick with it. Like I'm now on a kick where I exercise every day. It doesn't matter what that exercise is. It's not serious. It could be 200 push-ups, but it's a thing that like I make sure I exercise every day, and it's become way easier because of the habit. And I just and I don't, like, at least with exercise, because it's easier to replicate that feeling. I don't allow myself to go like doing this.
Right. Well, I think about that even just like little things, like I brush my teeth before I go to bed, and it's just a habit.
Yeah.
And it is effort. Like if it were something else, I would be like, oh, I'm going to go to the bathroom, I'm going to do that, and I'm just going to lie down right now. But it doesn't even cross my mind. It's just like that I just robotically go and do it.
Yeah.
And it almost has become like a nice routine. It's like, oh, this part of the night. It's like morning routine for me stuff is like, that stuff is kind of just like automated.
And it's funny because you don't like go, like I don't think I've skipped many days. I don't think I skipped any days brushing my teeth.
Right.
Like unless I didn't have a toothbrush, like out in the woods or something. And what is that? Because it's annoying.
So to me, there's so the character that makes me procrastinate is the instant gratification. That's what I've laid on him, right? And there's the rational decision maker and the instant gratification monkey. These battle with each other. But for procrastinator, the monkey wins.
Yeah.
I think the monkeys, when you read about this kind of stuff, I think that this kind of more primitive brain is always winning. And in non-procrastinators, that primitive brain is on board for some reason. And isn't resisting. So, but when I think about brushing my teeth, it's like the monkey doesn't even think there's an option to not do it. So it doesn't even there's no hope. The monkey has no hope there. So it doesn't even get involved. It's just like, we have to. Just kind of robotically, just it's kind of like Stockholm syndrome. Just like, oh, no, I have to do this. It doesn't even wake up. It's like, we're doing this. For other things, the monkey's like, ooh, no. Most days I can win this. And so the monkey puts up that fierce resistance, and it's it's a lot of it's the initial transition. So I think of it as jumping in a cold pool. where it's like I will spend the whole day pacing around the side of the pool in my bathing suit, just being like, I don't want to have that 1 second when you first jump in and it sucks. And then once I jump in, I'm usually, once I start writing, I'm like, oh, this isn't so bad. Okay, I'm kind of into it. And then sometimes you can't tear me away. Then I suddenly am like, I get into a flow. So it's like once I get into cold water, I don't mind it. But I will spend hours standing around the side of the pool. And by the way, I do this in a more literal sense. When I go to the gym with a trainer, in 45 minutes, I do a full ass workout, and it's not because I'm having a good time, but it's because it's that I have to go to class feeling, right? But when I go to the gym alone, I will literally do a set and then dick around my phone for 10 minutes before the next set, and I'll spend over an hour there and do way less. So it is the transition. Once I'm actually doing the set, I'm never like, I don't want to stop in the middle. Now it's just like, I'm going to do this, and I feel happy I just did it. So there's something about transitions that is that's why procrastinators relate a lot of places. I will procrastinate getting ready to go to the airport, even though I know I should leave at 3, so I cannot be stressed. I'll leave at 3:36, and I'll be super stressed. Once I'm on the way to the airport, immediately I'm like, why didn't I do this earlier? Now I'm back on my phone doing what I was doing. I just had to get in the damn car or whatever. So there's some very, very odd, irrational.
Yeah, like I was waiting for you to come, and you said that you're running a few minutes late, and I was like,
I did.
I was like, I'll go get a coffee, because I can't possibly be the one who's early.
Right.
I can't. I don't understand. I'm always late to stuff, and I know it's disrespectful in the eyes of a lot of people. I can't help. It's not. You know what I'm doing ahead of it. It's not like I don't care about the people. I'm often like, for like this conference, I'd be preparing more.
Right.
Like it's like I obviously care about the person, but for
it's misinterpreted as like there are some people that like show up late because they kind of like that quality in themselves.
Yeah.
And that's a dick, right? There's a lot of those people, but more often it's someone who shows up frazzled and they feel awful and they're furious at themselves.
Yeah.
So regretful.
Exactly.
I mean, that's me. And I mean, also all you have to do is look at those people alone running through the airport, right?
Yeah.
They're not being disrespectful to anyone there. They just inflicted this on themselves. Like,
it's hilarious.
Yeah.
You've tweeted a quote by James Baldwin saying, quote, I imagine one of the reasons people cling to their hates so stubbornly is because they sense once hate is gone, they will be forced to deal with the pain. What has been a painful but formative experience in your life? Or what's the flavor, the shape of your pain that fuels you?
I mean, honestly, the first thing that jumped to mind is my own battles against myself to get my work done, because it affects everything. When I just took 5 years in this book, and granted it's a beast. Like I probably would have taken 2 or 3 years, but it didn't need to take 5, and that was a lot of not just that I'm not working, that I'm over researching. I'm making it. I'm adding in things I shouldn't, because I'm perfectionist. Being a perfectionist about I learned that, now I want to get it in there. I know I'm going to end up cutting it later. Just or I over outline something trying to get it perfect when I know that's not possible. It's making a lot of immature kind of I know I'm not actually that much of a writing amateur. I've written, including my old blog. I've been a writer for 15 years. I know what I'm doing. I could advise other writers really well. And yet I do a bunch of amateur things that I know while I'm doing them. I know I'm being an amateur. So that it hurts the actual product. It makes it wastes your precious time. C, when you're mad at yourself, when you're in a negative self-defeating spiral, it almost inevitably you'll be less good to others. I used to early on in my now marriage, one of the things we always used to do is I used to plan mystery dates. New York City, great place for this. I'd find some weird little adventure for us. It could be anything. And I wouldn't tell her what it was. I said, I'm reserving you for Thursday night, at 7, okay? And it was such a fun part of our relationship. Started writing this book and got into a really bad, personal space where it was in my head, I was like, I can't do anything until this is done. No. And I just stopped ever valuing joy of any kind. I was like, no, no, that's when I'm done. And that's a trap where very quickly, because I always think it's going to be 6 months away, but actually 5 years later, I'm like, wow, I really wasn't living fully for 5 years. Is not, we don't live very long. Think about your prime decades. That's a sixth of my prime years. Wow, that's a huge loss. So to me, that was excruciating, and and it was a bad pattern, a very unproductive, unhelpful pattern for me, which is I'd wake up in the morning in this great mood every morning. Wake up, thrilled to be awake, have the whole day ahead of me. I'm going to get so much work done today. But first I'm going to do all these other things and it's all going to be great. And then I end up kind of failing for the day with those goals, usually sometimes miserably, sometimes only partially. And then I get in bed probably a couple hours later than I wanted to. And that's when all of the real reality hits me. Suddenly, so much regret, so much anxiety, furious at myself, wishing I could take a time machine back 3 months, 6 months, a year, or just even to the beginning of that day. And just tossing and turning now. I mean, this is a very bad place. This is what I said, suffering. Real procrastinators suffer in a very serious way. So look, I know this probably sounds like a lot of like first world problems, and it is, but it's real suffering as well. Like it's so to me, it's like it's painful because you're not being as good a friend or a spouse or whatever as you could be. You're also not treating yourself very well. You're usually not being very healthy in these moments. You're often, and I'm not being good to my readers. So it's just a lot of this, and it's like it feels like it's one small tweak away. Sometimes it's like that's what I said. It's like you just suddenly are just doing that 9 to 12, and you get in that habit. Everything else falls into place. All of this reverses. So I feel hopeful, but it's like it is I haven't fixed the book yet. I have some good duct tape.
And you also don't want to romanticize it because it is true that some of the greats in history, especially writers, suffer from all the same stuff. Like they weren't quite able. I mean, you might only write for 2 or 3 hours a day, but the rest of the day is often spent, like kind of tortured.
Well, right. This is the irrational thing. Is and this goes for a lot of people's jobs. People, especially who work for themselves, you'd be shocked how much you could wake up at 9 or 8 or 7 or whatever, get to work and stop at 1, but you're really focused on those hours, 1 or 2, and do 25 really focused hours of productive stuff a week, and then there's 112 waking hours in the week, right? So we're talking about 80 something hours of free time. You can live, if you're just really focused in your, yin and yang of your time, and that's my goal, is black and white time. I really focused time, and then totally like clean conscience free time. Right now I have neither. It's a lot of gray. It's a lot of I should be working, but I'm not. Oh, I'm wasting this time. This is bad, and it's just this massive. So if you can just get really good at black and the white, so you just wake up and it's just like full work, and then I think a lot of people could have like all this free time, but instead I'll do those same 3 hours. It's like you said, I'll do them really late at night or whatever after having tortured myself the whole day and not had any fun. It's not like I'm having fun. I call it the dark playground, by the way. It's just where you are when you know you should be working, but you're doing something else. You're doing something fun on paper, but it feels awful. And so, I spend a lot of time in the dark.
And you shouldn't be doing it, and you still do it, and yeah.
It's not clean conscience fun. It's bad. It's toxic. And I think that there's something about, you're draining yourself all the time. And if you just did your focused hours, and then if you actually have good, clean fun can be anything. Reading a book can be hanging out with someone. It could be really fun. You can go and do something cool in the city. That is critical. You're recharging some part of your psyche there, and I think it makes it easier to actually work the next day. And I say this from the experience when I have had good stretches. It's like you're what it is. It's like you feel like you're fist pounding one part of your brain, fist pounding the other part. Like you're like we got it. Like we treat ourselves well. Like is how you internally feel. Like I treat myself, and it's like of course it's work time, and then later you're like now it's playtime. And it's like okay, back to work. And you're in this very healthy like parent-child relationship in your head versus like this constant conflict, and like the kid doesn't respect the parent hates the kid,
and you're right. It always feels like it's like one fix away, so that there's hope. I mean, I guess so much of what you said just rings so true. I guess I have the same kind of hope.
But this myself. Podcast is very regular. I mean, I'm impressed. And I think partially what there is a bit of a duct tape solution here, which is you just because it's always easy to schedule stuff for the future for myself, right? Because that's future Tim, and future Tim is not my problem. So I'll schedule all kinds of shit for future Tim, and I will not do it. But in this case, you can schedule podcasts, and you have to show up.
Yeah, you have to show up.
Right. It seems like a good medium for
procrastination. But this is not this is what I do for fun.
I know, but at least this is the kind of thing, especially if it's not your main thing. Especially if it's not your main thing, it's the kind of thing that you would dream of doing and want to do and never do. And I feel like your regular, production here is a sign that something is working, at least in this regard.
Yeah, in this regard, but this, I'm sure you have this same kind of thing with the podcast. In fact, because you're going to be doing the podcast, it's possible the podcast becomes what the podcast is for me.
This is you procrastinating. If you think about being 80 and if you can get into that person's head and look back and be like, just deep regret, you just, yearning, you could do anything to just go back and have done this differently. That is desperation. It's just, you don't feel it yet. It's not in you yet. The other thing you could do is if you have a partner, if you want to partner with someone, now you could say, we meet these 15 hours every week. And at that point, you're going to get it done. So working with someone can help.
Yeah, that's why they say like a co-founder is really powerful for many reasons, but that's kind of one of them. Because actually, for the startup case, you, unlike writing, perhaps it's really like 100-hour plus thing. Like once you really launch, you go all in. Like everything else just disappears.
Yeah.
Like you can't even have a hope of a balanced life for a little bit. So, and their co-founder really helps. That's the idea. When you're one of the most interesting people on the internet. So as a writer, you look out into the future. Do you dream about certain things you want to still create? Is there projects that you want to write? Is there movies you want to write or direct or
Endless.
So it's just endless sea of
There's
ideas.
there's specific list of things that really excite me, but it's a big list that I know I'll never get through them all. And that's part of why the last 5 years really, when I feel like I'm not moving as quickly as I could, it bothers me because I have so much genuine excitement to try so many different things, and I get so much joy from finishing things. I don't like doing things, but a lot of writers are like that. I publishing something is hugely joyful and makes it all worth it. Or just finishing something you're proud of, putting it out there and have people appreciate it. It's like the best thing in the world, right? Every kid makes some little bargain with themselves, has a little, a dream or something. And I feel like when I do something that I make something, and this, for me it's been mostly writing, and I feel proud of it and I put it out there, I feel like I'm like fist pounding my 7-year-old self. Like there's a little I owe it to myself to do certain things, and I just did one of the things I owe. I just paid off some debt to myself. I owed it and I paid it, and it feels great. It feels like very you feel very a lot of inner peace when you do it. So the more things I can do, and I just have fun doing it, right? So it's for me that includes a lot more writing. I just short blog posts. I write very long blog posts, but basically short writing in the form of long blog posts is a great. I love that medium. I want to do a lot more of that. Books yet to be seen. I'm going to do this, and I'm going to have another book I'm going to do right after, and we'll see if I like those two. And if I do, I'll do more. Otherwise, I won't. But I also want to try other mediums. I want to make more videos. I want to. I did a little travel series once. I love doing that. I want to do more of that.
Almost like a vlog.
No, really? It was I let readers in a survey pick 5 countries they wanted me to go to.
That's awesome.
And they sent me to weird places. They sent me. I went to Siberia. I went to Japan. I went from there to, this is all in a row, to Nigeria. From there to Iraq, and from there to Greenland, and then I went back to New York. Like 2 weeks in each place. And I get to, each one I got to, have some weird experiences. I tried to really dig in and have some interesting experiences. And then I wrote about it, and I taught readers a little bit about the history of these places. And it was just, I love doing that. I love writing. So, and I'm like, oh man, I haven't done one of those in so long. And then I have a big desire to do fictional stuff. I want to write a sci-fi at some point, and I would love to write a musical. That's actually what I was doing before We Put Why. I was with a partner, Ryan Langer. We were halfway through a musical, and he got tied up with his other musical, and We Put Why started taking off, and we just haven't gotten back to it. But it's such a fun medium. It's such a silly medium, but it's so fun.
So you think about all of these mediums on which you can be creative and create something, and you like the variety of it.
Yeah. It's just that if there's a chance on a new medium I could do something good, I want to do it. I want to try it. It sounds so gratifying, so fun.
I think it's fun to just watch you actually sample these. So I can't wait for your podcast. I'll be listening to all of them. I mean that's a cool medium to see where it goes. The cool thing about podcasting and making videos, especially with a super creative mind like yours, you don't really know what you're going to make of it until you try it.
Yeah, podcasts I'm really excited about, but I'm I like going on other people's podcasts.
Yeah.
And I never tried having my own.
So there's with every medium, there's the challenges of how the sausage is made. So
Right.
like the challenge of actually.
Yeah, but it's also I like to I go on as you know long ass monologues,
Yeah.
and you can't do that if you're the interviewer. Like you're not supposed to do that as much, so I have to rein it in, and that might be hard. But we'll
you
see.
could also do solo type stuff.
Yeah,
Oh, no,
maybe I'll do a little of each.
You know what's funny? I mean, some of my favorite is more like solo, but there's like a sidekick. So you're having a conversation, but you're like friends, but it's really you ranting, which I think you'd be extremely good
That's
at.
funny, yeah. Or even if it's 50-50, that's fine. Like if it's just a friend who I want to really riff with, I just don't. I don't like interviewing someone, which I won't. That's not what the podcast will be. But I can't help. I've tried moderating panels before, and I cannot help myself. I have to get involved, and no one likes a moderator who's too involved. It's very unappealing. So I, interviewing someone, and I'm like, I can't. It's not my. I can grill someone.
Yeah.
That's different. That's my curiosity being like, wait, how about this? And I interrupt them, and I'm
Yeah,
trying.
I see the way your brain works. It's hilarious.
Yeah.
It's awesome. It's like lights up with
Yeah,
fire
yeah.
and excitement. Yeah, I love listening. I like watching people. I like listening to people.
Yeah.
So this is like me right now, having just listened to a podcast. This is me listening to your podcast
I love
right now.
listening to a podcast because then it's not even but once I'm in the room, I suddenly can't help myself jumping in. Yeah.
Okay. Big last ridiculous question. What is the meaning of life?
The meaning of an individual life.
Your existence here on Earth, or maybe broadly, this whole thing we got going on, descendants of apes, busily creating.
Yeah, well, for me, I feel like I want to be around as long as I can. If I can do some kind of crazy life extension or upload myself, I'm gonna, because who doesn't want to see how cool the year 3000 is? Imagine
You did say mortality was not appealing.
No, it's not appealing at all to me. Now, it's ultimately appealing. As I said, no one wants eternal life, I believe, if they understood what eternity really was. And, I did Graham's number as a post, and I was like, okay, no one wants to live that many years.
Yeah.
But I'd like to choose. I'd like to say, I'm truly over it now, and I'm going to have, at that point, we'd have our whole society would have we'd have a ceremony, we'd have a whole process of someone signing off, and it would be beautiful, and it wouldn't be sad.
Well, I think you'd be super depressed by that point. Like, who's gonna sign off when they're doing?
Maybe, yes, okay, maybe a star. But at least, but the point is, if I'm happy, I can stay around for I'm thinking 50 centuries sounds great. I don't know if I want more than that. 50 sounds like a right number, and so if you're thinking if you would sign up for 50, if you had a choice, 1 is what I get. That is bullshit. Like if you're somebody who wants 50, 1 is a hideous number, right? Anyway, so for me personally, I want to be around as long as I can, and then honestly, the reason I love writing, the thing that I love most is a warm, fuzzy connection to other people, right? And that can be my friends, and it can be readers, and that's why I would never want to be like a journalist where the personality is hidden behind the writing, or even a biographer. There's a lot of people who are great writers, but I like to personally connect, and if I can take something that's in my head, and other people can say, "Oh my God, I think that too," and this made me feel so much better, or made me feel seen, that feels amazing, and I just feel like we're all having such a weird common experience on this one little rock in this one little moment of time. We're these weird 4-limbed beings, and we're all the same. And it's like we all the human experience. So I feel like many of us suffer in the same ways, and we're all going through a lot of the same things. And to me, it is very. If I was on my deathbed, and I feel like I had a ton of human connection, and shared a lot of common experience, and made a lot of other people feel like not alone.
Do you feel that as a writer? Do you hear and feel the inspiration, all the people that you make smile and all the people you inspire?
Honestly, not sometimes, when we did an in-person event and I, meet a bunch of people, and it's incredibly gratifying. Or, you just, you get emailed. But I think it is easy to forget how many people sometimes you're
just sitting there alone typing.
Yeah.
Dealing with your procrastination.
But that's why publishing is so gratifying, because that's the moment when all this connection happens.
Yeah.
And especially if I had to put my finger on it, it's having a bunch of people who feel lonely in their existence is all realize, all connect, right? So that, if I do a lot of that, and that includes, of course, my actual spending a lot of really high quality time with friends and family, and make the whole thing as heartbreaking as mortality in life can be, make the whole thing fun, and at least we can laugh at ourselves together while going through it.
Yeah, and
that to me is
And then your last blog post will be written from Mars as you get the bad news that you're not able to return because of the malfunction in the rocket.
Yeah, I would like to go to Mars and like go there for a week and be like, yeah, here we are, and then come back.
No, I know that's what you want.
Staying there, yeah, and that's fine, by the way. If so, you think you're picturing me alone on Mars as the first person there, and then it malfunctions,
Right? No, you were supposed to return, but it malfunctions, and then there's this. So it's both the hope, the awe that you experience, which is how the blog starts, and then it's the overwhelming like feeling of existential dread, but then it returns to like the love of humanity.
Well, that's the thing. Is if I could be writing,
Yeah.
and actually like writing something that people would read back on Earth, it would make it feel so much better.
Yeah.
You know, if I were just alone and no one was going to realize what happened.
No, you get to write.
Yeah.
No, it's
No,
perfectly safe.
Also, that would bring out great writing.
Yeah, I
You
think
go
so.
to a deathbed on Mars alone.
I think so.
Yeah.
Well, that's exactly the future I hope for you, Tim. All right, this was an incredible conversation. You're a really special human being, Tim. Thank you so much. You're for spending your really valuable time with me. I can't wait to hear your podcast. I can't wait to read your next blog post, which you said in a Twitter reply you'll get more after the book, which add that to the long list of ideas to procrastinate about. Tim, thanks so much for talking today, man.
Thank you.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with Tim Urban. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, let me leave you with some words from Tim Urban himself. Be humbler about what you know, more confident about what's possible, and less afraid of things that don't matter. Thanks for listening, and hope to see you next time.
The jury found Pfizer guilty of fraud and racketeering violations.
How does Big Pharma affect your mind?
Everyone's allowed their own opinion. I don't think everyone's allowed their own scientific facts.
Does Pfizer play by the rules?
Pfizer isn't battling the FDA. Pfizer has joined the FDA.
Following is a conversation with John Abramson, faculty at Harvard Medical School, a family physician for over 2 decades, and author of the new book, Sickening, about how Big Pharma broke American healthcare and how we can fix it. This conversation with John Abramson is a critical exploration of the pharmaceutical industry. I wanted to talk to John in order to provide a countervailing perspective to the one expressed in my podcast episode with the CEO of Pfizer, Albert Bourla. And here, please allow me to say a few additional words about this episode with the Pfizer CEO, and in general, about why I do these conversations and how I approach them. If this is not interesting to you, please skip ahead. What do I hope to do with this podcast? I want to understand human nature, best and the worst of it. I want to understand how power, money, and fame changes people. I want to understand why atrocities are committed by crowds that believe they're doing good. All this, ultimately, because I want to understand how we can build a better world together, to find hope for the future, and to rediscover each time through the exploration of ideas just how beautiful this life is. This, our human civilization, in all of its full complexity, the forces of good and evil, of war and peace, of hate and love. I don't think I can do this with a heart and mind that is not open, fragile, and willing to empathize with all human beings, even those in the darkest corners of our world. To attack is easy. To understand is hard. And I choose the hard path. I have learned over the past few months that this path involves me getting more and more attacked from all sides. I will get attacked when I host people like Jay Bhattacharya or Francis Collins, Jamie Merzel or Vincent Marcaniella, when I stand with my friend Joe Rogan, when I host tech leaders like Mark Zuckerberg, Elon Musk, and others, when I eventually talk to Vladimir Putin, Barack Obama, and other figures that have turned the tides of history. I have and I will get called stupid, naive, weak, and I will take these words with respect, humility, and love, and I will get better. I will listen, think, learn, and improve. One thing I can promise is there's no amount of money or fame that can buy my opinion or make me go against my principles. There's no amount of pressure that can break my integrity. There's nothing in this world I need that I don't already have. Life itself is the fundamental gift. Everything else is just a bonus. That is freedom. That is happiness. If I die today, I will die a happy man. Now, a few comments about my approach and lessons learned from the Albert Gorilla conversation. The goal was to reveal as much as I could about the human being before me, and to give him the opportunity to contemplate in long form the complexities of his role, including the tension between making money and helping people, the corruption that so often permeates human institutions, the crafting of narratives through advertisements, and so on. I only had 1 hour, and so this wasn't the time to address these issues deeply, but to show if Albert struggled with them in the privacy of his own mind, and if he would let down the veil of political speak for a time to let me connect with a man who decades ago chose to become a veterinarian, who wanted to help lessen the amount of suffering in the world. I had no pressure placed on me. There were no rules. The questions I was asking were all mine and not seen by Pfizer folks. I had no care whether I ever talked to another CEO again. None of this was part of the calculation in my limited brain computer. I didn't want to grill him the way politicians grill CEOs in Congress. I thought that this approach is easy, self-serving, dehumanizing, and it reveals nothing. I wanted to reveal the genuine intellectual struggle, vision, and motivation of a human being. If that fails, I trusted the listener to draw their own conclusion and insights in the result, whether it's the words spoken, or the words left unspoken, or simply the silence. And that's just it. I fundamentally trust the intelligence of the listener. You. In fact, if I criticize the person too hard, celebrate the person too much, I feel I fail to give the listener a picture of the human being that is uncontaminated by my opinion or the opinion of the crowd. I trust that you have the fortitude and the courage to use your own mind, to empathize, and to think. 2 practical lessons I took away. First, I will more strongly push for longer conversations of 3, 4, or more hours versus just 1 hour. 60 minutes is too short for the guest to relax and to think slowly and deeply, and for me to ask many follow-up questions or follow interesting tangents. Ultimately, I think it's in the interest of everyone, including the guest, that we talk in true long form for many hours. Second, these conversations with leaders can be aided by further conversations with people who wrote books about those leaders or their industries. Those that can steelman each perspective and attempt to give an objective analysis. I think of Teddy Roosevelt's speech about the man in the arena. I want to talk to both the men and women in the arena and the critics and the supporters in the stands. For the former, I lean toward wanting to understand one human being's struggle with the ideas. For the latter, I lean towards understanding the ideas themselves. That's why I wanted to have this conversation with John Abramson, who is an outspoken critic of the pharmaceutical industry. I hope it helps add context and depth to the conversation I had with the Pfizer CEO. In the end, I may do worse than I could have or should have. Always, I will listen to the criticisms without ego, and I promise I will work hard to improve. But let me say finally that cynicism is easy. Optimism, true optimism, is hard. It is the belief that we can and we will build a better world, and that we can only do it together. This is the fight worth fighting. So here we go. Once more into the breach, dear friends. I love you all. This is the Lex Friedman Podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, here's my conversation with John Abramson. You're faculty at Harvard Medical School. You're a family physician for over 2 decades, rated one of the best family physicians in Massachusetts. You wrote the book Overdosed America, and the new book coming out now called Sickening, about how Big Pharma broke American healthcare, including science and research, and how we can fix it. First question, what is the biggest problem with Big Pharma that if fixed would be the most impactful? So if you can snap your fingers and fix one thing, what would be the most impactful, you think?
The biggest problem is the way they determine the content, the accuracy, and the completeness of what doctors believe to be the full range of knowledge that they need to best take care of their patients. So that with the knowledge having been taken over by the commercial interests, primarily the pharmaceutical industry, the purpose of that knowledge is to maximize the profits that get returned to investors and shareholders, and not to optimize the health of the American people. So rebalancing that equation would be the most important thing to do to get our healthcare back aimed in the right direction.
Okay, so there's a tension between helping people and making money. So if we look at particularly the task of helping people in medicine, in healthcare, is it possible, if money is the primary sort of mechanism by which you achieve that as a motivator, is it possible to get that right?
I think it is, Lex, but I think it is not possible without guardrails that maintain the integrity and the balance of the knowledge. Without those guardrails, it's like trying to play a professional basketball game without referees and having players call their own fouls. But the players are paid to win, and you can't count on them to call their own fouls. So we have referees who are in charge. We don't have those referees in American healthcare. That's the biggest way that American healthcare is distinguished from healthcare in other wealthy nations.
Okay, you mentioned Milton Friedman, and you mentioned his book called Capitalism and Freedom. He writes that there are only 3 legitimate functions of government: to preserve law and order, to enforce private contracts, and to ensure that private markets work. You said that that was a radical idea at the time, but we're failing on all 3. How are we failing? And also, maybe the bigger picture is what are the strengths and weaknesses of capitalism when it comes to medicine and healthcare?
Can we separate those out? Because those are 2 huge questions. So how we're failing in all 3, and these are the minimal functions that our guru of free market capitalism said the government should perform. So this is the absolute baseline. On preserving law and order, the drug companies routinely violate the law in terms of their marketing and in terms of their presentation of the results of their trials. I know this because I was an expert in litigation for about 10 years. I presented some of what I learned in civil litigation to the FBI and the Department of Justice, and that case led to the biggest criminal fine in U.S. history as of 2009. And I testified in a federal trial in 2010, and the jury found Pfizer guilty of fraud and racketeering violations. In terms of violating the law, it's a routine occurrence. The drug companies have paid $38 billion worth of fines from, I think, 1991 to 2017. It's never been enough to stop the misrepresentation of their data. And rarely are the fines greater than the profits that were made. Executives have not gone to jail for misrepresenting data that have involved even tens of thousands of deaths in the case of Vioxx, OxyContin as well. And when companies plead guilty to felonies, which is not an unusual occurrence, the government usually allows the companies, the parent companies, to allow subsidiaries to take the plea so that they are not one step closer to getting disbarred from Medicare, not being able to participate in Medicare. So in that sense, there is a mechanism that is appearing to impose law and order on drug company behavior, but it's clearly not enough. It's not working.
Can you actually speak to human nature here? Are people corrupt? Are people malevolent? Are people ignorant that work at the low level and at the high level at Pfizer, for example, at big pharma companies? How is this possible? So I believe, just on a small tangent, that most people are good. And I actually believe if you join big pharma, so a company like Pfizer, your life trajectory often involves dreaming and wanting and enjoying helping people.
Yes.
And so, and then we look at the outcomes that you're describing, and it looks, and that's why the narrative takes hold that, like, Pfizer CEO Albert Bourla, who I talked to, is malevolent. The sense is like these companies are evil. So if the different parts, the people, are good and they want to do good, how are we getting these outcomes?
Yeah. I think it has to do with the cultural milieu that this is unfolding in. And we need to look at sociology to understand this, that when the cultural milieu is set up to maximize the returns on investment for shareholders and other venture capitalists and hedge funds and so forth, when that defines the culture, and the higher up you are in the corporation, the more you're in on the game of getting rewarded for maximizing the profits of the investors. That's the culture they live in. And it becomes normative behavior to do things with science that look normal in that environment and are shared values within that environment by good people whose self-evaluation becomes modified by the goals that are shared by the people around them. And within that milieu, you have one set of standards, and then the rest of good American people have the expectation that the drug companies are trying to make money, but that they're playing by rules that aren't part of the insider milieu.
It's fascinating. The game they're playing modifies the culture, inside the meetings, inside the rooms, day to day. That there's a bubble that forms. Like, we're all in bubbles of different sizes.
Right.
And that bubble allows you to drift in terms of what you see as ethical and unethical. Because you see the game as just, it's just part of the game. The marketing is just part of the game.
Right.
And paying the fines is just part of the game of science.
And without guardrails, it becomes even more part of the game. You keep moving in that direction if you're not bumping up against guardrails. And I think that's how we've gotten to the extreme situation we're in now.
So, like I mentioned, I spoke with Pfizer CEO Albert Bourla, and I'd like to raise with you some of the concerns I raised with him. So, one, you already mentioned, I raised the concern that Pfizer is engaged in aggressive advertising campaigns. As you can imagine, he said no. What do you think?
I think you're both right. I think that I agree with you that the aggressive advertising campaigns do not add value to society. And I agree with him that they're, for the most part, legal, and it's the way the game is played.
Right, so sorry to interrupt, but oftentimes his responses are, especially now, he's been CEO for only like 2 years, 3 years. Says Pfizer was a different company. We've made mistakes, right, in the past. We don't make mistakes anymore. That there's rules, and we play by the rules. So, like, with every concern raised, there's very, very strict rules, he says. In fact, he says sometimes way too strict, and we play by them. So in that sense, advertisement, it doesn't seem like it's too aggressive because it's playing by the rules. And relative to the other, again, it's the game. Relative to the other companies, it's actually not that aggressive. Relative to the other big pharma companies.
Yes. I hope we can quickly get back to whether or not they're playing by the rules, but
Yes.
in general. But let's just look at the question of advertising specifically. I think that's a good example of what it looks like from within that culture and from outside that culture. He's saying that we follow the law on our advertising. We state the side effects and we state the FDA approved indications, and we do what the law says we have to do for advertising. And I've not been an expert in litigation for a few years, and I don't know what's going on currently, but let's take him at his word. It could be true. It might not be, but it could be. But if that's true, in his world, in his culture, that's ethical business behavior. From a common sense person's point of view, a drug company paying highly skilled media folks to take the information about the drug and create the illusion, the emotional impact, and the takeaway message for viewers of advertisements that grossly exaggerate the benefit of the drug and minimize the harms. It's sociopathic behavior to have viewers of ads leave the ad with an unrealistic impression of the benefits and harms of the drug. And yet he's playing by the rules. He's doing his job as CEO to maximize the effect of his advertising. And if he doesn't do it, this is a key point. If he doesn't do it, he'll get fired and the next guy will.
So the people that survive in the company, the people that get raises in the company and move up in the company are the ones that play by the rules. And that's how the game solidifies itself. But the game is within the bounds of the law.
Sometimes, most of the time, not always.
We'll return to that question. I'm actually more concerned about the effect of advertisement in a kind of much larger scale on the people that are getting funded by the advertisement in self-censorship, just like more subtle, more passive pressure to not say anything negative. Because I've seen this and I've been saddened by it, that people sacrifice integrity in small ways when they're being funded by a particular company. They don't see themselves as doing so, but you could just clearly see that the space of opinions that they're willing to engage in, or a space of ideas they're willing to play with, is one that doesn't include anything that could possibly be negative about the company. They just choose not to, because why? And that's really sad to me. That if you give me $100, I'm less likely to say something negative about you. That makes me sad, because the reason I wouldn't say something negative about you, I prefer, is the pressure of friendship and human connection, those kinds of things. So I understand that. That's also a problem, by the way. So they're having dinners and shaking hands and aren't we friends? But the fact that money has that effect is really sad to me. On the news media, on the journalists, on scientists, that's scary to me. But of course, the direct advertisement to consumers, like you said, is potentially a very negative effect. I wanted to ask if what you think is the most negative impact of advertisement. Is it that direct to consumer on television? Is it advertisement of doctors? Which I'm surprised to learn, I was vaguely looking at, is more than the advertisement. More is spent on advertising to doctors than to consumers. That's really confusing to me. It's fascinating, actually. And then also, obviously, the law side of things is the lobbying dollars, which I think is less than all of those. But anyway, it's in the ballpark. What concerns you most?
Well, it's the whole nexus of influence. There's not one thing, and they don't they don't put all their eggs in one basket. It's a whole surround sound program here.
Yeah.
But in terms of advertisements, let's take the advertisement. Trulicity is a diabetes drug, for type 2 diabetes, an injectable drug. And it lowers blood sugar just about as well as metformin does. Metformin costs about $4 a month. Trulicity costs, I think, $6,200 a year. So $48 a year versus $6,200. Trulicity has distinguished itself because it did the manufacturer did a study that showed that it significantly reduces the risk of cardiovascular disease in diabetics. And they got approval on the basis of that study, that very large study being statistically significant. The ads obviously extol the virtues of Trulicity because it reduces the risk of heart disease and stroke, and that's one of the major morbidities, risks of type 2 diabetes. What the ad doesn't say is that you have to treat 323 people to prevent one non-fatal event at a cost of $2.7 million. And even more importantly than that, what the ad doesn't say is that the evidence shows that engaging in an active, healthy lifestyle program reduces the risk of heart disease and strokes far more than Trulicity does. Now, to be fair to the company, the sponsor, there's never been a study that compared Trulicity to lifestyle changes. But that's part of the problem of our advertising. You would think in a rational society that was way out on a limb as a lone country, besides New Zealand, that allows direct-to-consumer advertising, that part of allowing direct-to-consumer advertising would be to mandate that the companies establish whether their drug is better than, say, healthy lifestyle adoption to prevent the problems that they claim to be preventing. But we don't require that. So the companies can afford to do very large studies so that very small differences become statistically significant. And their studies are asking the question, how can we sell more drug? They're not asking the question, how can we prevent cardiovascular disease in people with type 2 diabetes? And that's how we get off in this. We're now in the extreme arm of this distortion of our medical knowledge of studying how to sell more drugs than how to make people more healthy.
That's a really great thing to compare it to, is lifestyle changes, because that should be the bar. If you do some basic diet, exercise, all those kinds of things, how does this drug compare to that?
Right. And that study was done actually in the 90s. It's called the Diabetes Prevention Program. It was federally funded by the NIH, so that there wasn't this drug company imperative to just try to prove your drug was better than nothing. And it was a very well designed study, randomized controlled trial in people who were at high risk of diabetes, so-called pre-diabetics, and they were randomized to three different groups: a placebo group, a group that got treated with metformin, and a group that got treated with intensive lifestyle counseling. So this study really tested whether you can get people in a randomized controlled trial assigned to intensive lifestyle changes, whether that works. Now, the common wisdom amongst physicians, and I think in general, is that you can't get people to change. You can do whatever you want. You can stand on your head. You can beg and plead. People won't change. So give it up and let's just move on with the drugs and not waste any time. Except this study that was published in the New England Journal, I think in 2002, shows that's wrong. That the people who were in the intensive lifestyle group ended up losing 10 pounds, exercising 5 times a week, maintaining it, and reduced their risk of getting diabetes by 58%, compared to the metformin group, which reduced its risk of getting diabetes by 31%. So that that exact study was done, and it showed that lifestyle intervention is the winner.
Who, as a small tangent, is the leader? Who is supposed to fight for the side of lifestyle changes? Where's the big pharma version of lifestyle changes? Who's supposed to have the big bully pulpit, the big money behind lifestyle changes?
Right.
In your sense, because that seems to be missing in a lot of our discussions about health policy.
Right. That's exactly right. And the answer is that we assume that the market has to solve all of these problems. And the market can't solve all of these problems. There needs to be some way of protecting the public interest for things that aren't financially driven. So that the overriding question has to be how best to improve Americans' health, not companies funding studies to try and prove that their new inexpensive drug is better and should be used.
Well, some of that is also people sort of like yourself. I mean, it's funny, you spoke with Joe Rogan, he constantly espouses lifestyle changes. So some of it is almost like understanding the problems that Big Pharma is creating in society, and then sort of these influential voices speaking up against it. So whether they're scientists or just regular communicators.
Yeah, I think you got to tip your hat to Joe for getting that message out. And he clearly believes it and does his best.
Yeah.
But it's not coming out in the legitimate avenues, in the legitimate channels that are evidence-based medicine and from the sources that the docs are trained to listen to and modify their patient care on. Now, it's not 100%. I mean, there are articles in the big journals about the benefits of lifestyle, but they don't carry the same gravitas as the randomized controlled trials that test this drug against placebo or this drug against another drug. So the Joe Rogans of the world keep going. You know, I tip my hat.
Yeah.
But it's not going to carry the day for most of the people until it has the legitimacy of the medical establishment.
Yeah, like something that the doctors really pay attention to. Well, there's an entire mechanism established for testing drugs. There's not an entire mechanism established for, in terms of scientific rigor, of testing lifestyle changes. I mean, it's more difficult. I mean, everything is difficult in science, science that involves humans, especially. But these studies are very expensive. They're difficult. It's difficult to find conclusions to control all the variables. So it's very easy to dismiss them unless you really do a huge study that's very well funded. So maybe the doctors just lean towards the simpler studies over and over, which is what the drug companies fund. They can control more variables. See, but the control there is sometimes by hiding things too, right? So sometimes you can just say that this is a well-controlled study by pretending there's a bunch of other stuff, just ignoring the stuff that could be correlated or could be the real cause of the effects you're seeing, all that kind of stuff. So money can buy ignorance, I suppose, in science.
It buys kind of blinders that don't look outside the reductionist model. And that's another issue, is that we kind of, nobody says to doctors in training, only listen to reductionist studies and conclusions and methods of promoting health. Nobody says that explicitly, but the respectable science has to do with controlling the factors. And I mean, it just doesn't make sense to me. I'm going to pick on Trulicity because it's such an obvious example, but it's not more egregious than many others. It doesn't make sense to me to allow a drug to be advertised as preventing cardiovascular disease when you haven't included lifestyle changes as an arm in the study. It's just so crystal clear that the purpose of that study is to sell Trulicity. It's not to prevent cardiovascular disease. You know, if we were in charge, I would try to convince you that anywhere the results of that study were presented to physicians, it would be stamped in big red letters. This study did not compare Trulicity to lifestyle changes. They need to know that. And the docs are kind of trained, these blinders get put on, and they're trained to kind of forget that that's not there.
Do you think, well, first of all, that's a small or big change to advertisement that seems obvious to say, like enforce that it should be compared to lifestyle changes. Do you think advertisements, period, in the United States for pharmaceutical drugs should be banned?
I think they can't be banned, so it doesn't matter what I think.
Okay. But say you were a dictator, and two, why can't they be banned?
Okay.
Answer either one.
I believe, I've been told by lawyers who I trust, that the freedom of speech in the U.S. Constitution is such that you can't ban them. That you could ban cigarettes and alcohol, which have no therapeutic use, but drugs have a therapeutic use, and the advertisements about them can't be banned. Let's assume that they can't be, because we know they won't be anyway. But let's assume they can't be. And especially our Supreme Court now would be unlikely to take that seriously. But that's not the issue. The issue is that if the drug companies want to spend their money advertising, they should have to have independent analysis of the message that the viewers are left with about the drug, so that it's realistic. What's the chance the drug will help them? Well, in Trulicity, it's 1 out of 323. 322 people aren't going to benefit from the cardiovascular risk reduction. What's the true cost? When drugs advertise that you may be able to get this for a $25 copay or something, or tens of thousands of dollars a year drug for a $25 copay, what an enormous disservice that is to misrepresent the cost to society. That should not be allowed. So you should have to make it clear to the viewers how many people are going to benefit, what's your chance of benefiting, how does it compare to lifestyle changes or less expensive therapies, what do you give up if you use a less expensive therapy or gain, perhaps.
And how much it costs.
How much it costs. Now that can go either way, because if you say Humira costs $72,000 and it's no more effective as a first-line drug than methotrexate, which costs $480, people might say, I want an expensive drug because I can get it for a $25 copay. So you'd have to temper that a little bit.
Oh, you mean people are so, they don't care.
They don't care. Their insurance is going to cover it, and it's a $25 copay. But we could figure out how to deal with it. But the main point is that if we assume that advertisements are going to keep going, and they are, we could require that there be outside evaluation of the message that reasonable, unbiased viewers take away from the ads. And the ads would have to tell the truth about the drug.
And the truth should have like sub-truth guardrails, meaning like the cost that we talked about, the effects compared to things that actually, lifestyle changes, just these details, very strict guardrails of what actually has to be specified.
And I would make it against the law to have family picnics of dogs catching frisbees at the ads.
So, you mean 95% of the ads, yes. There's something dark and inauthentic about those advertisements, but they seem, I'm sure they're being done because they work for the target audience. And then the doctors, too. Can you really buy a doctor's opinion? Why does it have such an effect on doctors? Advertisement to doctors. Like, you as a physician, again, like from everything I've seen, people love you. And I've people should definitely look you up from, there's a bunch of videos of you giving talks on YouTube, and it's just it's so refreshing to hear just the clarity of thought about health policy, about healthcare, just the way you think throughout the years. So like it's easy to think about like maybe you're criticizing big pharma. That's one part of the message that you're talking about. But that's not like your brilliance actually shines in the positive, in the solutions of how to do it. So, as a doctor, what affects your mind?
Yeah.
And how does Big Pharma affect your mind?
Yeah. Number one, the information that comes through legitimate sources that doctors have been taught to rely on, evidence-based medicine, the articles in peer-reviewed journals, the guidelines that are issued. Now, those are problematic because when an article is peer-reviewed and published in a respected journal, people and doctors obviously assume that the peer reviewers have had access to the data, and they've independently analyzed the data, and they corroborate the findings in the manuscript that was submitted, or they give feedback to the authors and say, we disagree with you on this point, and would you please check our analysis, and if you agree with us, make it. That's what they assume the peer review process is, but it's not. The peer reviewers don't have the data. The peer reviewers have the manuscript that's been submitted by usually in conjunction with or by the drug company that manufactures the drug. So peer reviewers are unable to perform the job that doctors think they're performing, to vet the data to assure that it's accurate and reasonably complete. They can't do it. And then we have the clinical practice guidelines, which are increasingly more important as the information, the flow of information keeps getting brisker and brisker, and docs need to get to the bottom line quickly. Clinical practice guidelines become much more important. And we assume that the authors of those clinical practice guidelines have independently analyzed the data from the clinical trials and make their recommendations that set the standards of care based on their analysis. That's not what happens. The experts who write the clinical trials rely almost entirely on the publications presenting the results of the clinical trials, which are peer-reviewed, but the peer reviewers haven't had access to the data. So we've got a system of the highest level of evidence that doctors have been trained over and over again to rely on to practice evidence-based medicine, to be good doctors, that has not been verified.
Do you think that data that's coming from the pharma companies, do you think what level of manipulation is going on with that data? Is it at the study design level? Is it at literally there's some data that you just keep off, keep out of the charts, keep out of the aggregate analysis that you then publish? Or is it the worst case, which is just change some of the numbers?
It happened. All three happened. I don't know what the denominator is, but I spent about 10 years in litigation. And for example, in Vioxx, which was withdrawn from the market in 2004 in the biggest drug recall in American history, the problem was that it got recalled when a study that Merck sponsored showed that Vioxx more than doubled the risk of heart attacks, strokes, and blood clots, serious blood clots. It got pulled then. But there was a bigger study that had been published in 2000 in the New England Journal of Medicine that showed that Vioxx was a better drug for arthritis and pain, not because it was more effective. It's no more effective than Aleve or Advil, but because it was less likely to cause serious GI complications, bleeds and perforations in the gut. Now, in that study that was published in the New England Journal, but was never corrected, it was a little bit modified 15 months after the drug was taken off the market, but never corrected. Merck left out 3 heart attacks. And the FDA knew that Merck left out 3 heart attacks. And the FDA's analysis of the data from that study said that the FDA wasn't going to do the analysis without the 3 heart attacks in it. And the important part of this story is that there were 12 authors listed on that study in the New England Journal. 2 were Merck employees. They knew about the 3 heart attacks that had been omitted. The other 10 authors, the academic authors, didn't know about it. They hadn't seen that data. So Merck they had an excuse. It's complicated, and the FDA didn't accept it, so there's no reason to go into it.